In a bustling coastal city, where vehicles flow like water and crowds bustle incessantly, lies Shinin City, a melting pot of individuals from all walks of life. In a less prosperous alley, a throng has gathered, captivated by a scene involving a youth of approximately 19 years, curled up on the ground. He stands tall at around 180 centimeters, seemingly lost in slumber, or perhaps unconscious, unnoticed by passers-by. In front of him, chalk scrawls a plea. Pass by this blessed spot. Please offer 10 yuan. I shall repay in the future. Among the spectators, a middle-aged woman scoffs. Don't give him anything, he's surely a fraud. A man beside her chimes in. There are too many like him. Just last week, I saw a beggar who turned and dined at a fancy restaurant. The crowd nods in agreement, some departing, while a young girl, undeterred by the warnings, tosses a coin at his feet. The youth stirs awake, rubbing his head as consciousness returns. Surveying his unfamiliar surroundings, he sees the towering skyscrapers and the frenetic traffic. He recalls his days training in martial arts under his master on Tongwang Mountain, where his memories are filled solely with his master and fellow disciples, immersed in the discipline of Kung Fu. Noticing the words before him, he rises to his feet. Do not misunderstand, this isn't a message from me, Xia Yu. I merely passed through and, for reasons unknown, fell asleep here. The onlookers disperse, their curiosity unfulfilled. At this moment, Xia Yu realizes that the people around him appear to be scantily clad. No, that cannot be right. They were dressed moments ago. Could it be that his master has imparted to him the long-hidden art of clairvoyance? He recalls his master's cautionary words. Though clairvoyance is a legitimate technique, if learned by unworthy individuals, the consequences could be dire. Better to let it fade into obscurity than to teach it recklessly. Should one encounter a person of noble character, it must be passed on. Should it be lost, the regret would last a lifetime. Xia Yu feels assured that his master has bestowed this gift upon him as a testament to his character. Now is not the time to falter or stray from his master's wishes. His stomach growls, a stark reminder of his hunger, and he realizes he has not eaten in ages. Confused about why he is not on Tongwang Mountain, his mind is a blank slate. His last encounter with his master involved cryptic advice about taking care of himself, which he had not fully grasped until now. Xia Yu hesitates, fearing the worst, that something has happened to his master. He shoves his hands into his pockets, only to find them empty, then remembers the coin tossed to him. He picks it up, counting to find he has 15 yuan, enough for a meal. Approaching a nearby fast food establishment, he glances at the menu, incredulous at the prices. He recalls that during his time on Tongwang Mountain, meals at the foot of the mountain cost no more than 5 or 6 yuan. With no other option, he addresses the charming proprietress. Madam, may I trouble you for a plate of tomato and scrambled eggs? The proprietress welcomes him warmly, pouring tea while calling to the kitchen for his order. After an eternity without food, Xia Yu eagerly awaits his meal, already clutching disposable chopsticks in anticipation. He is unaware of how many bowls he consumes. All that matters is that he feels satisfied. The proprietress chuckles to herself, while nearby patrons exchange whispers about his attire and peculiar dining habits. As Xia Yu exits, a motorcycle speeds past, 2 young men with green hair, snatching a phone from a tall, attractive girl who had been engrossed in her device. A plump girl cries out, "Help! It's a robbery!" Upon witnessing the scene, Xia Yu dashes forward. While it may seem absurd for an ordinary person to chase after thieves on a speeding motorcycle, for Xia Yu, it is a trivial task after all. He has honed his skills for over a decade. The beautiful girl had little hope from the moment her phone was taken. She resigned herself to misfortune, berating herself for not being more cautious. She recalls her supervisor at the factory frequently reminding the staff to be vigilant about personal safety and security. Although crime rates in Shinin City had improved over the years, she remembers her cousin recounting how much worse it had been in the 1990s. She immediately calls the police, but before they can arrive, Xia Yu has already subdued both green-haired youths, pinning them to the ground. The thugs, terrified, beg for mercy. having just tasted the extent of Xia Yu's prowess, barely escaping with their bones intact. "Miss, please forgive us. Let her boyfriend spare us. We want dare again." The beautiful girl blushes, taken aback by the notion of him being her boyfriend, her heart racing like a startled deer. Feigning nonchalance, she attempts to maintain her composure, but her cheeks flush even deeper upon gazing at Xia Yu's handsome face. "Scram! I don't want to see you again," she admonishes, though her eyes betray a softness. The two thugs cast a sideways glance at Xia Yu, who remains silent before they flee. Xia Yu turns to her. "You can call me Xia Yu. May I ask your name?" Avoiding his gaze, she mumbles, "You can call me Hua Wanqiu. I work around here." The plump girl interjects, "Hey, handsome and goose Cece. Big brother, where do you work?" Hua Wanqiu's curiosity peaks. Only then does Xia Yu realize he is unemployed and lacks a place to stay. How could he explain to such a lovely girl that he is merely a wanderer, unsure of how he arrived here? I don't have a job. I just got here today." Hua Wanqiu regards him skeptically. A man as handsome as him surely must have opportunities, even if it's simply a security position in a neighborhood. "I assure you, I'm telling the truth. I don't even know why I'm here." Hua Wanqiu and Gu Cece exchange dubious glances, half believing his words. "I suppose we'll take it one step at a time. My immediate need is for a place to stay." After a moment's thought, Hua Wanqiu proposes, "How about this? You can stay with me and Gu Cece for the night." Gu Cece tugs at Hua Wanqiu's sleeve, signaling her to be cautious about inviting a stranger. Xia Yu contemplates refusing, but realizes he has nowhere else to go. It's getting late, so he decides to accept the offer. "All right, then I shall graciously accept your hospitality." With that, he follows Hua Wanqiu and Gu Cece away from the street corner. From beneath the banyan tree to this moment, he has persistently pursued his writing, enduring countless seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Today, a new book from Xiaochong has arrived. Where are the recommendation votes and comments? See. Chapter 2. A place to settle. This neighborhood has become a focal point for numerous laborers from various trades, particularly abundant in electronics factories. The residential buildings rise to 6 or 7 stories. Each a standalone structure equipped with access control, requiring a password for entry. Xia Yu found herself particularly intrigued by the surrounding environment. The local convenience store is referred to as a Shiduodian, and the streets are lined with bustling vendors, creating a lively atmosphere. As dusk gradually descended, accompanied by 2 working girls, the trio arrived at the entrance of their rented apartment on the first floor. Nestled in the far corner of the complex, Hua Wanqiu input the access code, and the door swung open automatically. After ascending the staircase for a while, they finally reached the shared accommodation rented by Hua Wanqiu and Gu Cece. Located on the 5th floor, Hua Wanqiu retrieved her key and unlocked the door. "Oh, I'm so exhausted," Gu Cece exclaimed, dropping her bag and collapsing onto the sofa, turning on the television and indulging in snacks. "Hey, handsome. Welcome to our humble abode. Feel free to explore," Hua Wanqiu said, tossing her phone onto the table while picking up a mirror to arrange her hair. Xia Yu carefully surveyed the entire living area, which was a modest 2-bedroom apartment. The living room was adorned with a warm and inviting ambience, featuring a 32-inch LCD television displaying a local soap opera from Shinin. "Xia Yu, since you've just arrived in Shinin, what are your plans?" Hua Wanqiu inquired with genuine concern. "That I don't have any particular plans yet. I'm uncertain how long I can stay here. If I manage to secure a job, then I'll remain for the time being," Xia Yu replied, glancing curiously at the rooms on either side. "I'm sorry to intrude. Perhaps I should find a hotel for a few days, as staying here may be inconvenient," Xia Yu said candidly, his sincerity evident. "Well then, I suppose I'll sleep on the sofa tonight," he added, settling down beside Gu Cece. "Xia Yu, you should take a shower first," Hua Wanqiu remarked, noticing that Xia Yu's white attire appeared neither contemporary nor traditional. Perhaps he hails from a minority group. She pondered. "A shower? What does that mean?" Xia Yu asked, bewildered by Hua Wanqiu's words. The plump Gu Cece couldn't contain her laughter, while Hua Wanqiu smiled faintly. "Silly. Chongmyang means to take a bath," Gu Cece explained, munching on her snacks as she spoke to Xia Yu. "Oh, I see," Xia Yu replied, becoming intrigued by the local dialect. As Xia Yu gazed at Hua Wanqiu, she caught his eye, her face turning as red as an apple. Subsequently, Hua Wanqiu set down her belongings and retreated to her room. After rummaging through her closet, she finally unearthed an outfit, a pair of jeans and a black shirt. Hua Wanqiu handed the hard-found clothes to Xia Yu. Not wanting to appear ungrateful, he accepted them with gratitude, acknowledging her kindness with a nod. "Thank you, beautiful," he said, standing up to take the clothes from her hand. Xia Yu then made his way to the balcony bathroom, only to be taken aback by the glass window. If he were to use his ability to see through, he could easily discern everything outside. Yet, there was no option but to adapt for survival in the workforce. After about 10 minutes, he emerged wearing the outfit Hua Wanqiu had lent him. The droplets of water from washing hair had yet to be dried, cascading down towards the floor. Hua Wanqiu and Gu Sisi were initially engrossed in watching a television idol drama, but with the arrival of Xia Yu, their gazes were simultaneously drawn to him. Xia Yu was simply stunning that Gu Sisi sprang up from the sofa, while Hua Wanqiu felt a similar surge of admiration. She mused that Xia Yu's appearance and charisma were on par with that of the male protagonists in idol dramas. As a working girl, such an encounter was both fortuitous and elusive. Although others regarded her as the belle of the factory, she felt that she and Xia Yu belonged to entirely different realms. Akin to the relationship between Cinderella and her prince that "I'm not handsome at all, please don't flatter me," Xia Yu remarked, having never encountered such a scene before. At Tongwang Mountain, he had only faced men, with no women staring at him so unabashedly. "Sisi, you go shower first. I'll be the last," Hua Wanqiu reminded Gu Sisi, gesturing with her hand in front of her eyes, as Sisi was currently daydreaming about Xia Yu. Gu Sisi, a pretty plump girl, had a pair of charming dimples that appeared when she smiled. However, her fondness for snacks had led to her current physique. Had she lived during the Tang dynasty, she would undoubtedly have been sought after by the emperor. Gu Sisi was quite obedient to Hua Wanqiu's suggestions. Despite having been in Deep City for only a short while, their bond was remarkably strong. Following Hua Wanqiu's advice, Gu Sisi headed off to shower at that moment. Hua Wanqiu was seated, watching television, and upon noticing Xia Yu standing awkwardly by the sofa, she called out, "Xia Yu, come and sit." "All right. No need to be courteous. I'm used to standing," Xia Yu replied bashfully, hesitant to sit beside her since they had only recently met. "All right then." Xia Yu chose a seat at a distance. "Xia Yu, where is your hometown?" Hua Wanqiu, seizing the opportunity, sought to strike up a conversation. "There's a lot you haven't heard about. Where is your hometown?" Xia Yu teased. With a smile, Hua Wanqiu responded, "My hometown is a place of remarkable people and picturesque landscapes, though it is somewhat economically underdeveloped. Nevertheless, it's quite nice otherwise. So where exactly is it?" "Haha, take a guess," she challenged. Xia Yu thought to himself that if he could guess, he wouldn't have asked, but he playfully exclaimed, I guess, I can't guess. It's Liaoqing," Hua Wanqiu finally revealed when she saw his puzzled expression. As Xia Yu and Hua Wanqiu continued their lively conversation, Gu Sisi emerged from the bathroom. Shortly thereafter, Hua Wanqiu took her change of clothes and headed into the bathroom. Xia Yu engaged in some light banter with Gu Sisi, but he felt a tinge of restlessness and decided to step out onto the balcony for some fresh air. He could hear the sound of the shower water cascading in the bathroom and glanced outside to see groups of people below enjoying late-night snacks, indulging in spicy hot pot and various other delicacies. He was taken aback, his heart racing uncontrollably. Chapter 3. The police searched the room. Xia Yu was genuinely startled. He had clearly caught sight of a beautiful tattoo of a lark on Hua Wanqiu's back. He dared not linger any longer, as secretly observing her body was hardly a commendable act. If he wished to gaze, it should be done openly. He made his way directly to the sofa, the earlier scene still causing his heart to race. After all, he was a man. "Handsome, why is your face so red?" Gu Sisi observed, noticing the deep blush that had overtaken Xia Yu's face. "The wind outside is quite fierce, easily causing one's cheeks to flush." Xia Yu hastily concocts an excuse to explain himself. "You're lying. You must have been sneaking a shower at someone else's place," Gu Sisi remarks, her eyes brimming with skepticism. "No, I absolutely did not," Xia Yu insists, realizing that the more he tries to clarify, the more muddled things become. "Be careful, or I shall inform Sister Wanqiu." Gu Sisi clearly does not believe Xia Yu's words. Before he can finish speaking, Hua Wanqiu emerges from the bathroom, her hair wrapped in a dry towel, wiping her damp locks while eavesdropping on the conversation between Xia Yu and Gu Sisi. "We were merely discussing my job search for tomorrow." Xia Yu quickly diverts the topic. "If you wish to join the factory, I can help introduce you to our plant tomorrow," Hua Wanqiu offers eagerly. She is well aware that times have changed. Previously, it was exceedingly difficult for men to find work, but now factories are on the lookout for employees. Good enterprises may not be in need. Yet most factories are generally short-staffed, and one could even receive a referral fee of several hundred yuan. That sounds great. Working alongside a beautiful sister is indeed an appealing option. Xia Yu, at the tender age of 19, has heard from Gu Cici that Hua wants you is 20, a year his senior. All right, then you shall accompany us for the interview at the factory first thing tomorrow. Hua wants you is confident about introducing Xia Yu to the factory. After chatting for a while, Xia Yu learns that both Hua wants you and Gu Cici hail from the same impoverished county, Pin County. They have been in the factory for less than 3 months and are still undergoing probation. Pin County is notoriously known as a national impoverished county, relying on government assistance annually. The residents barely scrape by on the meager income from their small plots of land, prompting a substantial migration of young men and women to prosperous coastal cities in search of work. Left alone in the living room, Xia Yu watches television for a while before feeling drowsy and succumbing to sleep on the sofa. Shortly after midnight, a loud knock resounds at the front door, shattering the tranquility of the night and inducing a sense of panic. Both Xia Yu and Hua wants you are immediately alerted to the commotion outside. Without a moment's thought, Hua wants you, clad in her pajamas, rushes out, fearful that should the authorities discover a man in her residence, her reputation at the factory would be tarnished. She instructs Xia Yu to hide in her bedroom while she deals with the visitors. She is acutely aware that the police frequently conduct inspections of rental properties, seeking to clear out individuals without proper documentation. Fortunately, the situation has improved since the past, lacking a temporary residence permit used to result in deportation. But now, as long as one possesses an identification card and residence permit, along with employment at a factory, one is generally safe. Officer, how may I assist you? Hua wants you cautiously opens a small crack in the door. Peeking out point 2 police officers, one tall and one short, clad in full uniform, do not appear as intimidating as she expected. How many individuals reside here? Please present your identification for inspection, one officer requests, performing his routine duties. Hua wants you hurries to her room, frantically retrieving her residence permit and factory identification from her bag. It is then that she notices Xia Yu, calm and unfazed, flipping through her personal photo album at her desk. Xia Yu, quickly hide. Don't create trouble for me, she admonishes before rushing out to confront the officers. Xia Yu promises to comply, yet does not heed her advice. Instead, he chuckles softly at the childhood photos of Hua wants you. Finding her past appearance rather unrefined, the tall police officer held Hua wants you's identification card, comparing it with the information on his handheld device. After verifying that there were no discrepancies, he returned the ID to Hua wants you. Cici, hurry up and bring your ID and badge, Hua wants you instructed. Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Cici hurriedly retrieved her credentials from her bag and rushed to the door to hand them to the tall officer. Sensing no irregularities, he returned the documents to Hua wants you as the 2 officers prepared to leave. Hua wants you smiled at the tall officer and said, "Thank you for your hard work, officer, especially so late at night." After closing the door, she leaned against it, finally letting out a sigh of relief. She worried that if the police discovered Xia Yu, there would undoubtedly be a trip to the station for a statement the next day. Her greatest fear was that the news would reach the factory. Having a man hidden in a young woman's home could negatively impact her future prospects for a boyfriend. Upon hearing that the police had departed, Xia Yu emerged from Hua wants you's bedroom, appearing as though nothing had transpired. "Xia Yu, you are so calm. You nearly gave me a heart attack," Hua wants you remarked. Feeling uneasy about Xia Yu's composure, "It's nothing. If they catch us, so be it." Xia Yu replied nonchalantly, merely having cooperated with Hua wants you. By the way, did you bring your ID for the job hunt tomorrow? Hua wants you asked, shaking the IDs of herself and Gu Cici. "Beauty, I don't have an ID." Xia Yu said with utmost seriousness, "In no way. Are you really without any identification?" Gu Cici exclaimed in surprise. Just then, another knock echoed at the door, likely another visit from the police. Hua wants you glared at Gu Cici and Xia Yu. Feeling that neither of them inspired confidence as before, she cautiously opened the door a crack, and as anticipated, the 2 uniformed officers stood outside. "Ladies, we heard some commotion inside. Please let us in to conduct a check," the shorter officer explained. Initially, the officers had not intended to leave, but while descending the stairs, they had vaguely overheard Gu Cici mentioning 3 no personnel, although they hadn't caught the entire context. The phrase was unmistakable. Reluctantly, Hua wants you slowly opened the door. The officers, however, were quick in their movements. Yu felt an overwhelming sense of dread, fearing that the officers might discover Xia Yu, though no grave crime had been committed. The repercussions of being caught would be quite troublesome. The two officers proceeded to inspect the room and balcony, finding nothing amiss. Only then did Yu exhale with relief, wondering if Xia Yu, such a large figure, could somehow conceal himself. Having found no issues, the officers advised them to rest early before departing from Yu's room 503. Yu and Gu Cece searched every corner of the two-bedroom apartment, even inspecting the partition wall by the balcony. Yet they found no trace of Xia Yu. Where could he have gone? Chapter 4. Trouble in job hunting. Yu and Gu Cece scoured every room in 503, even searching the separation wall by the balcony. But there was still no sign of Xia Yu. Just as Yu felt utterly despondent, another knock sounded at room 503. Why are the police back again? Gu Cece questioned in confusion, as she had done previously. Yu opened the door slightly, peering outside, but there was not a soul in sight. Just as she prepared to close the door, she realized it wouldn't shut. Someone was propping it open from the outside. Beautiful sister, why did the police leave so quickly? Xia Yu teased. Xia Yu, what are you doing outside? Yu felt it was utterly unbelievable. Clearly, Xia Yu had been inside just moments ago. How had he suddenly appeared outside? Could he possibly fly over walls? After all, they were on the 5th floor. Xia Yu, come back in. And please, don't call me beautiful sister anymore. It sounds rather awkward. Just call me Yu. Yu was quite unaccustomed to the way Xia Yu had just addressed her. Xia Yu made a face and entered the living room. Yu promptly locked the door, while Gu Cece chased after him with a barrage of questions. Xia Yu, how did you manage to run from inside to outside? Are you some kind of immortal? Xia Yu, do tell us what just happened. Xia Yu leaned back on the sofa, arms crossed behind his head. Guess what? I'm an immortal. From now on, you all must heed my words. And if you have nothing better to do, feel free to massage my back. Otherwise, I have no further information to share. You, an immortal? What a joke. Even the 8 immortals crossing the sea pales in comparison. Yu found it hard to believe Xia Yu's claims that her. He was merely an unemployed young man from the mainland, distinguished only by his handsome appearance. Such grandiose boasts without any basis. I'm off to sleep. You all can chat at your leisure. Gu Cece, having not slept well, yawned mid-sentence and retreated to her room, collapsing onto her bed and falling asleep instantly. Xia Yu exchanged a few words with Yu before they each retired for the night. The next morning at 6:30, as dawn broke, Yu's alarm blared incessantly, the strains of Zhang Xinjia's love like tides rousing Xia Yu from slumber. Yu and Gu Cece sprang into action, busying themselves with brushing their teeth, washing their faces, styling their hair, and applying makeup. In contrast, Xia Yu was swift, merely brushing his teeth and splashing cold water on his face, and he was ready in no time. The entire process took less than half an hour, and as usual, before leaving, Yu meticulously checked the door to ensure it was locked, the factory where Yu and Gu Cece worked. Siku Electronics was quite small, with fewer than 200 employees. They primarily manufactured high-security mobile phones, producing well-known brands that thrived in the shadows, a lucrative business indeed, as high-security phones costing 200 to 300 yuan could sell for several thousand. When Yu joined the factory, she was ignorant of legalities. Everyone was just working, and she hadn't seen anyone being arrested. Even if their operations were illegal, it was the bosses who would face the consequences, not a mere small employee like her. After walking for about half an hour, the three finally arrived at the entrance of Siku Electronics. Hey, big brother, I've referred someone for an interview. Could you please help us out? Yu politely inquired of the security guard in the booth. The guard, a middle-aged man with a stern demeanor, typically greeted beautiful women with a smile but made life difficult for male employees. Just register here. The HR department is the first room on the right on the 2nd floor. The guard didn't even look up, engrossed in viewing pictures of beautiful women on his phone. Thank you. Big brother, we'll register right away. Yu felt fortunate that the guard had not obstructed them this time. Xia Yu paid little mind to the situation. How could a mere security guard pose any challenge to him? Everything progressed more swiftly than anticipated as the trio made their way to the recruitment office in the HR department. The recruitment officer, Guamimi, is an endearing young woman, though her appearance is rather ordinary. Her voice possesses an astonishing volume that often leaves job seekers speaking in hushed tones upon hearing her speak. Mimi, I'd like to introduce a gentleman. Could you assist in arranging a suitable department for him? This was not the first time Yu fell into such conversation with the personnel recruitment officer. Handsome sir, Please fill out this personal resume, and kindly bring your identification card for me to make a copy. Guamimi cast a glance at Xia Yu, and upon the first sight of him, she marveled at the strikingly handsome man, thinking he must be retained, not only for his own sake, but also to benefit her female colleagues. Especially given the gender imbalance. Miss, I apologize, but I didn't bring my identification. May I provide it to you this afternoon? Xia Yu, who had initially stood behind Yu, quickly stepped forward to explain upon hearing Guamimi address him. In truth, Xia Yu had never possessed an identification card. Having lived in the mountains his entire life, he was entirely oblivious to its existence. That's fine. Just bring it this afternoon, that we require identification information for salary purposes. Which is for your own good. Guamimi explained the importance of such documentation. Following her request, Xia Yu filled out the personal resume, but when it came to the section for his home address, he was at a loss, scratching his head in confusion. Yu nudged him, urging him to take it seriously, as this was no trivial matter. Xia Yu believed he was being quite diligent in his efforts. And after some thought, he inscribed Tongwang Village, Tongwang Mountain before handing it to Guamimi. Upon receiving Xia Yu's completed resume, Guamimi shook her head repeatedly, thinking that despite his good looks, he must be quite illiterate. Failing to even note the province or city, destined for a life of manual labor, if she were to arrange a position for him, a misallocation could adversely affect her own prospects for promotion and salary increase. With this in mind, she directly labeled his resume with manual labor, leaving the specific role to be determined by the production line. After completing his paperwork, Xia Yu engaged Guamimi in numerous risky jokes, eliciting peals of laughter from her and drawing the attention of the HR and administrative department. Once Xia Yu departed from the factory grounds, he spent the afternoon wandering the market, only to remember the need for documentation later in the day. Completely unaware of how to go about it, he stumbled upon a convenience store and noticed an advertisement board outside, filled with various official ads, while the exterior displayed numerous informal flyers. One particular ad for Xingqiu documentation services caught his eye. He tore down the business card, located the store's public phone, and dialed the number listed. Hello, is this Xingqiu documentation? How much for obtaining an ID card? 100 yuan for a standard one, 200 for a high-quality replica. The service representative exhibited a commendable demeanor, far superior to that of many public service desks. Please assist me in acquiring the best quality available, but I'm willing to pay a deposit, whatever amount is required. Okay, I'll arrange that shortly. Xia Yu hung up the phone, feeling despondent, as he realized he had no money on him, and his phone was of no help either. Chapter 5. The challenges before employment. Xia Yu pondered that to secure a job at the factory, he must first procure a mobile phone, and an excellent solution struck him, one that the average person would hardly conceive. Xia Yu strolled into a bustling marketplace, thronged with various stalls and vendors. He sought out a relatively vacant spot, and took a deep breath. He procured a paper bowl adorned with the auspicious phrase "Congratulations" and "Prosperity." Xia Yu commenced performing the martial arts techniques he had diligently honed atop Tongwang Mountain. Yet the urban crowd had seldom witnessed such profound displays of skill. As the onlookers gradually multiplied, their fervent applause resonated through the air. Before long, approximately half an hour had slipped by, and the paper bowl brimmed with an assortment of RMB notes, including even the visage of Chairman Mao Dada, a burly man, his body adorned with tattoos of a white dragon and a massive golden chain glinting around his neck, approached, emanating an air of intimidation. Kid, who gave you the audacity to perform in my territory? If you wish to entertain, you must pay for protection, he bellowed. Xia Yu paid little heed to the brute, his excitement surging from the money he had just earned, 498 yuan. Just too short of a full 500, he pondered investing 100 yuan in a counterfeit ID, while the remaining sum could procure a mobile phone for his immediate use. Ordinary vendors dared not challenge him, consistently paying their dues for protection. Long ago, a few defiant merchants had sought assistance from the authorities, only to find themselves beaten and subsequently detained for a mere couple of days, after which they were released. From that moment on, no one believed that calling the police could ever truly subdue him. Thus, the vendors complied with the payment schedule, knowing that any performance on his turf required a fee. Brat, do you not realize this is the territory of Lord Tiger? One of his henchmen roared. Lord Tiger? I've heard of street rats, but not of him, Xia Yu retorted. Meanwhile, the crowd, captivated by the spectacle, gathered tightly, including housewives who had come to shop. The surrounding shopkeepers shook their heads, lamenting yet another nameless fool. Impudent wretch, you must be tired of living. Pay the protection fee, and I might spare you. Lord Tiger thundered. Protection fee? Very well. Each of you shall pay me 500 yuan, and I shall let you off. Otherwise, prepare to be beaten and cry for mercy, Xia Yu boldly proclaimed Li Tianhu, growing impatient with the brash youth who had emerged from nowhere. Merely gestured, and 4 burly men encircled Xia Yu, each appearing to weigh at least 200 kilograms, their muscular forms clearly defined. One of the men charged at Xia Yu, believing that subduing such a delicate youth would be effortless. He was met with a swift sidestep. The brute stumbled, crashing to the ground and howling in pain, eliciting cheers from the surrounding crowd. Li Tianhu scanned the onlookers, who fell silent in fear. The remaining henchmen surged forward, encircling Xia Yu and assuming a combative stance as they circled him. You, and all of you, come at me together. Do not waste my time, Xia Yu declared, his voice cutting through the tension. Prepare to meet your end. Several burly men grew increasingly furious with Xia Yu, yet they were more cautious than ever. They had already experienced the depth of his prowess and could no longer afford to underestimate their adversary. At this juncture, Xia Yu yearned to conclude the conflict swiftly, desiring a safe haven within the factory, for enduring daily troubles like today was hardly a sustainable strategy. The men, possessing a modicum of martial skill, still required several minutes of Xia Yu's time to be toppled. Li Tianhu, realizing that even his most capable subordinates were utterly powerless, seethed with frustration. Useless, a bunch of wastrels. Allow me to eliminate this little brat. Li Tianhu, despite having trained in northern martial arts for several years, dared not take the situation lightly. You little rascal, prepare to meet your demise. With tremendous effort, he initiated an aggressive stance that in comparison to Xia Yu's martial prowess, Li Tianhu was akin to an egg striking a stone. With a few simple maneuvers, Xia Yu sent him crashing to the ground. Xia Yu then positioned himself atop Li Tianhu, executing a few straightforward twists with his feet, which resulted in the sickening sound of bones cracking, causing Li Tianhu to wail in agony. Hero, spare me. I will do anything you ask. Please, just stop. Li Tianhu, gritting his teeth and trembling uncontrollably in pain, pleaded for mercy. Very well, I shall release you, but each of you must pay a protection fee of 500 yuan. Before Xia Yu could finish his sentence, Li Tianhu hastily urged his subordinates to produce the money, and they complied swiftly. Xia Yu collected the funds while seated upon Li Tianhu. He counted the sum, over 3,000 yuan, enough to purchase a mid-range Huawei smartphone, renowned for its cost-effectiveness and practicality. Begone, and do not let me see you again, Xia Yu declared, rising to his feet and addressing Li Tianhu. Brat, state your name. One day, I shall make you pay. Having never been bested before, Li Tianhu was determined to retain his pride. I am Xia Yu, Summer Xia, reigns you. I await your challenge at any time. Before Xia Yu could finish, Li Tianhu covertly ordered his subordinates to retreat. The burly men followed him, leaving with a vow. Brat, we shall meet again, and I will ensure you regret this. As the crowd observed the departure, they erupted into applause, having endured their grievances for far too long, and finally, someone had fulfilled their unspoken wish. Xia Yu vanished into the marketplace amidst the cheers, and upon reaching the previously arranged location for his new identification, he exchanged money for documents as stipulated. Xia Yu acquired a new identity, Xia Yu from Pin County, sharing the same locale as Hua Wanqiu, ensuring that no one would refer to him as the Child King of Mount Tong. Experiencing a myriad of events throughout the afternoon, Xia Yu began to grasp the complexities of society. Possessing martial skills was indeed advantageous. Passing by a mobile phone store, he was captivated by the Huawei Mimang 6, spending over 2,000 yuan, leaving him with more than 1,000 yuan sufficient for his living expenses for the month. Upon returning to Siku Electronics, it was already 5:00 p.m., yet the security office had changed shifts and barred him from entering the factory. What was Xia Yu to do? Chapter 6. The beautiful supervisor's reception as Xia Yu arrived at the entrance of Siku Company. The security personnel had already changed shifts. The middle-aged guard he had encountered in the morning was no longer in the security room. Instead, a young guard had taken over. Hello, I came for an interview this morning, and the HR department informed me to report in the afternoon, Xia Yu stated, eager to enter as soon as possible, for the HR department would soon be closing. Please register your information, and you may proceed inside. The young guard replied amicably, not imposing any difficulties upon him. Xia Yu presented his identification card and meticulously filled out the registration book as required. After completing the formalities, he was granted entry. Upon reaching the HR department, Xia Yu immediately spotted Guamimi, who was tidying up her belongings in preparation for departure. The office was nearly empty. Apart from 2 other women, the rest of the staff had already left. Hello. Beautiful. I am the new employee who interviewed this morning. I was delayed at the Shinhan Ganglong district picking up my credentials. Xia Yu casually concocted an excuse, hoping to navigate the situation smoothly. Handsome, could you please arrive earlier next time? I'm almost off duty. Wait a moment while I make some copies, Guamimi replied, taking Xia Yu's identification card and making 3 photocopies before affixing them to his personal resume. Come with me now. I will take you to meet the production supervisor, she instructed, her tone unexpectedly courteous despite her usual boisterous demeanor. Xia Yu understood her intent and nodded in agreement, following her closely. Having spent much of his time amidst mountains and forests, he found himself somewhat ill at ease walking through the enclosed workshop. The deep green flooring and the fully enclosed environment felt foreign to him as he traversed various workshops alongside Guamimi. Eventually arriving at the testing workshop's office, Zhang supervisor, I've arranged for a handsome fellow to join your workshop, Guamimi announced. The office, located at the far end of the workshop, contained several desks. Zhang Yanhong, who had been diligently compiling production reports, paused her work upon seeing Guamimi and scrutinized Xia Yu. Why is Mimi still here? Hasn't she finished her shift? Zhang Yanhong inquired, wrapping her arm around Guamimi's waist. In her 20s, Zhang Yanhong was stunningly beautiful, standing at 166 centimeters with a well-proportioned figure. Despite numerous suitors, including those from management, she remained single, leading to whispers among the factory staff that her standards were impossibly high. Still on the clock, Guamimi replied with a hint of exasperation, acknowledging the demands of her role. Hello, I am Xia Yu, with Xia meaning summer and Yu meaning rain. Xia Yu introduced himself, standing directly opposite Guamimi and Zhang Yanhong. Xia Yu, be serious. We are at work. Address her as Zhang's supervisor. You can be informal after hours, Guamimi reminded him, emphasizing the importance of maintaining professional hierarchy. After imparting her advice on proper conduct, she departed the workshop. What is your work experience, Xia Yu? Have you worked in a mobile phone factory before? Zhang Yanhong inquired, scrutinizing his resume closely. I have held various positions and have experience in both upstream and downstream processes of the electronics industry. Xia Yu responded confidently, although this knowledge was largely imparted by Hua Wanqiu's interview techniques, as he had actually never held such roles. Could you elaborate on the manufacturing process of mobile phones? Zhang Yanhong pressed. Zhang Yanhong seems to have encountered a talent. It would be prudent to inquire further and thereby expand her own knowledge. This is quite straightforward. The manufacturing process of mobile phones encompasses various stages such as SMT placement, through-hole assembly, rework, testing, and final packaging, among others. Xia Yu was taken aback by the questions posed, but fortunately, Hua Wanqiu's reminder to consult Baidu for foundational knowledge was timely. Do you know what testing primarily entails? It appears that Zhang Yanhong has many questions to pose to her employees. Testing should involve assessing product performance, distinguishing between compliant and non-compliant products, and managing them accordingly. Xia Yu, lacking understanding, expressed herself quite literally. Very well. I shall take you on a tour of the workshop to familiarize you with the workings of Siku Company, Zhang Yanhong declared, inviting Xia Yu to follow her. Siku Company employs nearly 200 individuals, the majority of whom are female colleagues. That we have 4 floors in total. The 4th floor houses the office area. The 3rd floor serves as the warehouse. The 2nd floor is dedicated to rework and SMT workshops, while the 1st floor accommodates the testing workshop and quality assurance department. As Zhang Yanhong walked, she elucidated the details of Siku Company to Xia Yu, who listened with rapt attention, realizing that the mobile phone in her hands underwent numerous production processes. Upon reaching the 1st floor via the elevator, Zhang Yanhong leaned against the right wall, while Xia Yu positioned herself on the left. Initially, Xia Yu merely wished to gauge Zhang Yanhong's current mood. However, upon closer inspection, she was astonished to see that Zhang Yanhong's white staff uniform revealed the contours beneath it, leaving little to the imagination. The summer heat in Shangan was particularly oppressive, with temperatures soaring to a staggering 38 degrees Celsius. While most workshops were air-conditioned, this particular elevator was not, causing Xia Yu to feel somewhat uncomfortable, though her curiosity compelled her to observe. Xia Yu, why are you looking at me like that? Zhang Yanhong inquired, noticing Xia Yu's unease with an air of curiosity. That it's nothing. I just find you remarkably beautiful, and it surprises me that you are my superior. Xia Yu deftly fabricated a reason to deflect the question. I won't take you to the office on the 4th floor or the warehouse on the 3rd. Instead, let me show you the 2nd floor. No sooner had Zhang Yanhong finished speaking than the elevator halted at the 2nd floor. While touring the rework workshop, Xia Yu spotted Hua Wanqiu from a distance. Gucci sat behind Hua Wanqiu and gently nudged her back, prompting Hua Wanxiu to notice Xia Yu's presence. Xia Yu greeted both Hua Wanxiu and Gu Sisi with a friendly gesture, to which they reciprocated in kind. With only 5 minutes remaining until the end of the workday, Zhong Yanhong glanced at her watch. Xia Yu, what do you think? Are you considering a long-term position here? She inquired. The trend of employees switching jobs frequently in recent years has made stability increasingly important, as many individuals leave after just 3 to 5 months, disrupting normal production, especially in cases of voluntary resignation. No problem. I will commit to working diligently, Xia Yu replied. Though she found the statement awkward, she managed to express it nonetheless. Wang Gang, come over here for a moment. A rather unassuming young man raised his head upon hearing Zhong Yanhong's call. He had been occupied with testing the durability of a certain smartphone, but set aside his task and approached Zhong Yanhong and Xia Yu. Wang Gang, this is our new employee, Xia Yu. She will be joining your team, so be sure to guide her well, Zhong Yanhong said earnestly. Rest assured, Supervisor Zhong, I will take care to teach her, Wang Gang replied. After Zhong Yanhong concluded her duties for the day, Wang Gang and his colleagues, who had just finished their meal, entered for their shift. You must be Xia Yu, Wang Gang remarked. Please step out and buy me a pack of cigarettes. Since this is our first meeting, I won't be working today. Come by tomorrow morning. As Wang Gang watched the silhouette of Zhong Yanhong depart, he began conversing with Xia Yu. Wang Gang had no intention of offering any money to Xia Yu. Xia Yu thought to himself that, by all logic, it was quite normal for one to buy a pack of cigarettes for a superior upon their initial meeting. Yet, this scoundrel was blatantly extorting him. You want me to buy cigarettes for you? Are you out of your mind? Xia Yu felt a strong aversion to such thuggish behavior. If you don't want to buy them, then so be it. You'll have your fair share of troubles ahead. Once Wang Gang finished speaking, he ceased any further dialogue with Xia Yu. Xia Yu mused, I'm curious to see what he intends to do, given his pathetic demeanor. Chapter 7. I am Xia Yu. Xia Yu promptly exited the workshop, intending to find a place to stay. The company offered communal dormitories just across from the factory, with the cafeteria conveniently located on the first floor of the dormitory. Upon stepping out of the factory gates, he spotted Hua Wanxiu and Gu Sisi waiting for him in the distance. The gentle breeze caressed Hua Wanxiu's lovely face, her hair almost brushing against her eyes, nearly obstructing her view. Xia Yu, how are you feeling? Hua Wanxiu inquired, seemingly concerned about his well-being. Not bad. No issues at all, thanks to both of you. I'd like to treat you to a meal, Xia Yu replied earnestly to Hua Wanxiu. Sounds great. I'm excited, Gu Sisi exclaimed at the mention of a meal. Hua Wanxiu tugged at the hem of Gu Sisi's clothing and then addressed Xia Yu. Xia Yu, you've just started working. Do you have enough money for meals? Additionally, you'll need to buy daily necessities. You have 2 months of living expenses to consider. Don't worry, I have money, Xia Yu confidently declared, pulling out 500 yuan notes from his pocket to reassure Hua Wanxiu about the financial aspect. Where did you get that money? It can't possibly be from ill-gotten gains. Hua Wanxiu and Gu Sisi, having known Xia Yu since day one, were aware he likely lacked financial resources and connections. Rest assured, all the money I earn is obtained through honest means, Xia Yu insisted, not wishing to elaborate further. Gazing toward a restaurant in the industrial park, Xia Yu noticed a sign reading Zhang's authentic Sichuan restaurant, and pointed it out to Hua Wanxiu, saying, Let us go to that place. It should be delicious. Hua Wanxiu responded with composure. Then let us proceed, but let us keep it simple and avoid excessive spending. The Sichuan restaurant was bustling with patrons, predominantly workers from nearby factories, creating a lively atmosphere where one could scarcely hear themselves speak if they lowered their voices. The trio, Xia Yu, Hua Wanxiu, and Gu Sisi, found a corner table. This spot was particularly favorable, having just become available after a group of diners left. A young female server was busy clearing the table and tidying up the remnants of the previous meal. The server, clad in a uniform red tank suit, worked in this unassuming industrial park, yet it was surrounded by numerous renowned brands, including a Walmart that had established a strong presence in the area. Xia Yu handed the menu to Hua Wanxiu, encouraging her and Gu Sisi to order whatever they fancied. Initially, Hua Wanxiu intended for Xia Yu to order just a couple of dishes, so she casually selected 2 lighter options. Sisi, take a look and see what you want to eat, Hua Wanxiu said, passing the menu to Gu Sisi. Handsome, I want tea hold back then, Gu Sisi replied, her mouth watering as she perused the menu, eagerly scanning for options featuring beef, pork, and lamb. Handsome guy, I'm leaving it to you. Gu Sisi is quite pleased with her choice just now. Xia Yu, having nearly finished his meal, ordered a rib and lotus root soup, a dish he cherished fondly from his childhood. In Xia Yu's recollections, He had never heard Master mention anything about his parents. Since he could remember, he had only ever tasted the soups prepared by his master. The efficiency at the Sichuan restaurant is remarkably high, and soon the table was filled with an array of dishes as Xia Yu and Hua Wanxiu fell into a lively conversation while they dined. Xia Yu, you had no money yesterday, and today you not only have funds but also purchased a Huawei phone. Pray tell us how you managed to earn it. Hua Wanxiu was merely concerned for him, wishing to prevent him from engaging in wrongful acts for the sake of a few coins. This stir-fried celery with beef is delightful. Do indulge more. Xia Yu, the handsome lad.gucc, with a hearty appetite, was no wonder so plump, especially as she gravitated toward fried foods, making it inevitable for her to gain weight. There's no need for formality. Please, eat to your heart's content, Xia Yu generously encouraged. His words elicited a stifled laugh from Hua Wanxiu, for she knew Gucc best, and being with her mid a delightful quest for culinary delights. I shan't hold back. You both eat so daintily, so carry on. Gucc was particularly satisfied with the flavors of today's meal, especially considering how frequently she dined at the company cafeteria. Brother, I'm not bragging, but the women I've been with could fill a book, especially the factory girls, so obedient and delectable. Two young men with yellow hair at the adjacent table conversed boisterously. One, clad in a black tank top, appeared to be in his 30s, exuding an air of worldly experience, yet his loud voice and coarse language were quite unbecoming as he boasted about his romantic escapades to a younger companion. As Xia Yu chatted with Hua Wanxiu, he noticed the middle-aged yellow-haired man casting lewd glances at Hua Wanxiu. Perhaps she had grown accustomed to such brazen behavior. Xia Yu initially intended to confront the man, but ultimately heeded Hua Wanxiu's subtle gestures to refrain from causing a scene. I apologize, sir. It was unintentional. I'm truly sorry. The female server, while pouring water for a patron, accidentally spilled it onto the back of the middle-aged yellow-haired man's hand that he yelped in surprise, rising to strike the waitress. The server trembled in fear, tearfully repeating her apologies. Unfortunately, Hua Wanxiu's fears materialized as Xia Yu, disregarding her warning, stood up and approached. Brother, one should show mercy when in a position of power. Xia Yu firmly grasped the middle-aged man's hand. Who do you think you are? Do you even know who I am? The man retorted arrogantly. No, but do you know who I am? Xia Yu was indifferent to the man's identity, even if he were a king. He would not let go. You little brat, living on borrowed time, daring to meddle with my affairs. Let me tell you, I am Brother Hui from Poland Street. The man boasted even more brazenly. Suddenly, anguished cries rang out as Xia Yu tightened his grip, causing the man to writhe in pain. Xiao Chong, take care of him. The young yellow-haired man, now frightened into silence, seemed new to the world. Hearing his brother's command, Xiao Chong seized a beer bottle and swung it towards Xia Yu's vulnerable spot. In a moment of swift retaliation, Xia Yu struck Xiao Chong with such force that it rendered him numb, leaving him sprawled on the ground. Just as he contemplated rising, Xia Yu firmly planted one foot upon him, rendering him motionless. At this juncture, the patrons of the Sichuan restaurant, save for Xia Yu and the two yellow-haired men, had fled in terror. Huigu, isn't it? I'm here to bring you some amusement, Xia Yu remarked, directing a fraction of his power towards the middle-aged man, causing the yellow-haired man to wail in agony. Brother, may I inquire your esteemed name? Spare me, please. The middle-aged yellow-haired man began to grasp the concept that there are always greater forces at play. I'm merely a factory worker, Xia Yu quipped. If you promise to let the little girl go and cease your harassment of this establishment, I shall grant you clemency. Otherwise, Xia Yu wished to hear the middle-aged yellow-haired man make a solemn vow. I promise, I will not trouble anyone, he pleaded with Xia Yu. At that moment, Hua Wanxiu observed the scene, finding herself drawn to men of justice, yet wary of their meddlesome tendencies, which could invite disaster. Xia Yu first released Xiao Chong, then loosened his grip on the middle-aged yellow-haired man's hand. Xiao Chong assisted the middle-aged man as they approached the exit. Wait a moment, pay before you leave. Xia Yu's voice halted the yellow-haired man in his tracks. He gestured to Xiao Chong, who quickly understood and retrieved 200 from his pocket, tossing it onto the table. The restaurant owner, his female staff, and Hua Wanxiu erupted into enthusiastic applause. After settling the bill, Xia Yu prepared to depart with Hua Wanxiu and Gucc, only to find the entrance besieged by dozens of henchmen under the command of the middle-aged yellow-haired man. Zhang Hui. Could Xia Yu break through? Chapter 8. A notorious reputation. Zhang Hui, the middle-aged yellow-haired man, was a well-known figure in this densely populated industrial district, where he thrived as a notorious local tyrant. Known for his ruthless dealings, surrounded by over 20 men, Xia Yu remained entirely unperturbed, while the restaurant owner and his wife were gripped by fear, anxious that any violence could lead to the closure of their business. With even greater concern for Xia Yu's safety. At this moment, Hua Wanqiu felt a surge of anxiety, while Gu Sisi cowered behind her, positioning herself just behind Xia Yu. You little BR at this moment. Xia Yu remained utterly motionless, resembling a mere piece of wood, calm and composed like a deity. Brothers, whoever takes him down today will be rewarded with 100,000 in cash. Huang Fa Zhonghui cast a menacing glance. Evidently determined to succeed today, the underlings surged towards Xia Yu like a swarm of hornets, some wielding clubs, others brandishing machetes, with danger descending upon him like a tempest. Yet, Xia Yu struck with precision. And within less than 10 minutes, all the underlings lay sprawled on the ground, writhing in agony. Zhang Hui, terrified, felt beads of sweat form on his brow, pondering whether the young man before him was human or a specter. How could someone dispatch so many with such ease while claiming to be an ordinary worker? Who would believe that? Zhang Hui, now desperate, genuinely intended to teach Xia Yu a lesson, yet his confidence had evaporated entirely. Handsome, spare me, it hurts so much. Zhang Hui seized a beer bottle from a table outside the Sichuan restaurant and hurled it at Xia Yu. In response, Xia Yu executed a flawless maneuver, gripping Zhang Hui's wrist, causing the bottle to clatter to the ground. Zhang Hui, heed this. Next time, it will cost you your life. Xia Yu applied even greater force this time. The night sky was filled with the sound of sirens. Yet no police vehicle arrived. However, the appearance of one individual left Xia Yu astounded. Hui, who dares to provoke you on our turf? This person was none other than Wang Gang, who had previously made things difficult for Xia Yu. Gang Gu, it's him. Zhang Hui, seeing Wang Gang's timely arrival, felt as though he had found a savior. In truth, Wang Gang had merely come to collect protection fees and happened to pass by. Whoever dares to harm my people shall pay with their life. Wang Gang's voice boomed, and nearly everyone present understood his words clearly. Upon seeing Xia Yu, however, he suddenly shrank back. The threats he had made the previous day on Poland Street were mere bluster. He knew that this young man was a practitioner, and he was no match for him. Big brother, it's that insolent brat meddling in affairs that don't concern him. Eliminate him. Zhang Hui, stifling his frustration, felt humiliated to have been bested by a youth in front of so many. Xia shouty, I didn't expect to see you again. Hui, come here and quickly apologize to brother Xia. Wang Gang spoke with a tone of deference towards Xia Yu, leaving Zhang Hui utterly perplexed. Hui, apologize immediately? Wang Gang seemed dissatisfied with Zhang Hui's attitude. Xia shouty, this is all my fault. You are magnanimous. Please forgive me this once. Zhang Hui's plea sounded somewhat forced. Recognizing one's mistakes is commendable. Return the money to the boss, and I shall not pursue anything further, Xia Yu replied, fully aware that Zhang Hui still harbored intentions of confrontation. Xia shouty, can we leave now? Wang Gang's forced smile and insincere demeanor left Xia Yu feeling utterly uncomfortable. Initially, he had thought Wang Gang to be a brawny simpleton. Xia Yu chose not to engage further with Wang Gang, as he led Zhang Hui away from the scene. Brother, why should I let that insolent brat go? Zhang Hui questioned, bewildered by Wang Gang's actions. Can you defeat him? He subdued over 20 men in 10 minutes. Neither the four great kings nor I are his match. It appears we can only resort to cunning and wait for another opportunity. Like you, I harbor a deep-seated resentment towards him. Brother, so that's how it is. Zhang Hui finally comprehended. Remember to send someone to keep an eye on him. And also investigate his background. He is certainly not just an ordinary worker with a simple story. Wang Gang felt quite satisfied with his analysis. Yes, brother, one day I will exact my revenge and ensure the mission is accomplished. After watching Zhang Hui and Wang Chang's group depart, Xia Yu exchanged a few pleasantries with the owner of the Sichuan restaurant before leaving the scene with Hua Wanqiu and Gu Sisi. The night could be remarkably tranquil at times. It was nearly 11 o'clock, and Xia Yu had no time to purchase daily necessities or head to the company dormitory. Following his conversation with Zhang Hui, Xia Yu received a message from Gu Mimi in the Human Resources Department, stating that the dormitory manager had arranged for him to stay in room 308 of the male dormitory. Xia Yu, why not stay with us for the night? We can discuss everything tomorrow, Hua Wanqiu suggested, showing her concern for him. Great. I get to sleep with beautiful sisters again, Xia Yu teased. Well done, Xia Yu. You are now my only idol, Gu Sisi remarked as she leaned against Xia Yu's shoulder. Xia Yu, are you skilled in fighting? I don't fancy boys who are aggressive. It makes me feel unsafe living amidst constant violence. Hua Wanqiu suddenly stated, her words surprising herself. Beautiful sister, what type do you prefer then? Xia Yu inquired, curious about what someone like Hua Wanqiu would find appealing in a boy. None of your traits fit my ideal. So I suppose I shall just wash up and sleep. It seemed Xia Yu was aware of his own shortcomings as he finally reached his rented accommodation. And you? Hua Wanqiu retorted unexpectedly. I like gentle, kind-hearted, and beautiful sisters like you. Xia Yu replied deliberately, causing Hua Wanqiu to blush deeply before retreating, unsure of her feelings. Chapter 9. Difficulties at work. Xia Yu rose early, quickly freshened up. But the doors to Hua Wanqiu and Gu Cici's room remained firmly shut. He called out to them from a distance, I'm heading to work now, and departed from the rented apartment. The first day on the job was significant for everyone. And Xia Yu valued this opportunity highly, as it marked his first genuine employment. The morning breeze caressed his face pleasantly, and at the breakfast stalls along the street, a few early risers, much like Xia Yu, were gathering their morning meals. He sought out a local eatery known for its long rice noodles. Boss, 1 bowl of long rice noodles, please. Xia Yu settled at a modest table at the roadside. While in the distance, cockroaches scuttled about. Such was the environment of roadside stalls in the industrial area, and the workers had grown accustomed to these conditions. For Xia Yu, life was meant to be experienced to be truly vibrant. Sorry for the wait. Take your time, the shopkeeper responded promptly. Xia Yu finished his breakfast swiftly and scanned the QR code with his WeChat to make the payment. It is worth noting that during his time at Tongwang Mountain, he had never touched a mobile phone, let alone utilized mobile payments. Fortunately, Hua Wanqiu had patiently taught him how to navigate this high-tech device, wearing his factory badge proudly, which read CQA Electronics Testing Workshop. Xia Yu. He arrived at the company, where only a few employees had begun to trickle in. The entrance was notably quiet, with a middle-aged security guard strolling about, appearing rather relaxed as Xia Yu entered the factory. He found himself in an empty space devoid of any employees. However, the department supervisor, Zhong Yanhong, was already seated at her desk, seemingly engrossed in a cheerful conversation with a friend on her mobile QQ. It was only when Xia Yu approached her that she became aware of his presence. Good morning, Supervisor Zhong. Xia Yu greeted her politely. Xia Yu, you've arrived. Today, let us take some time to familiarize you with the environment. And shortly, I will assign a mentor to guide you, Zhong Yanhong replied, demonstrating a commendable level of responsibility towards every newcomer, especially someone as strikingly handsome as Xia Yu. Standing beside Zhong Yanhong, Xia Yu was enveloped by the potent scent of her rose perfume, which was particularly intense in the workshop, compelling one to draw closer. As more employees arrived, many instinctively formed 2 lines for the morning meeting, while Xia Yu continued to engage in a lively conversation with Zhong Yanhong. This scene, however, incited discontent in one individual, the testing team leader, Wang Gang. Previously, he had asked Xia Yu to buy cigarettes, only to be rebuffed, and now he was witnessing the newcomer chatting amiably with his goddess right before him. That new kid is still chatting with Zhong Yanhong. A colleague murmured quietly to Wang Gang, stand straight and refrain from speaking. Wang Gang commanded, feigning indifference while internally seething with pain. Brother Gang, don't let that kid join our team. A colleague suggested, eager to support Wang Gang's grievances. This colleague, Xia Yun, hailed from the same village as Wang Gang, and they had both entered the factory together. Aside from the 2 of them, their team consisted entirely of female employees. I told you to be silent. I'll ensure he joins our team so I can teach him a lesson. Zhao Yun smirked at Wang Gang, as they seemed to have reached an unspoken agreement. Xia Yu, the joke you just told was quite amusing. I'd love to hear more next time. Now, please join the line, Zhong Yanhong remarked, taken aback by the newcomer's ability to tell stories and jokes. Xia Yu stepped to the back of the left line, while Zhong Yanhong stood opposite the queue with a notebook in hand. Good morning, everyone, she announced. Good, very good, excellent. The employees echoed in unison, though Xia Yu remained oblivious to such a rallying cry. First order of business, let us warmly welcome our new colleague, Xia Yu. Please give him a round of applause. Zhong Yanhong expressed her delight at the arrival of such a handsome addition to the department. Recognizing the potential for added prestige, the applause from his colleagues invigorated Xia Yu, reminding him of his commitment to work diligently and not hinder the department's progress. Yet, Wang Gang's applause lacked sincerity. He was already scheming on how to reprimand Xia Yu. Secondly, Xia Yu will be assigned to Wang Gang's team, temporarily on the regular day shift. Does anyone have any objections? Zhong Yanhong was aware that new employees were often coveted by both shifts, each eager to avoid loss. Let us welcome Xia Yu to Team A. Wang Gang clapped in a show of goodwill, albeit laced with malice. Xiao Yun, standing nearby, joined in the applause, equally convinced that Xia Yu deserved a firm lesson. Zhong Yanhong then proceeded to review the production summary from the previous day and outline the tasks for today before dispersing the gathering. She instructed Wang Gang to mentor Xia Yu before departing from the production area. Wang Gang, naturally, seized the opportunity to belittle Xia Yu. I am Wang Gang, the team leader of team. Remember to comply with the arrangements from now on. Otherwise, I'll ensure that you are dismissed by the higher-ups. Wang Gang took the precaution of giving Xia Yu a heads-up. Complying with arrangements was certainly no issue. Xia Yu was aware that previously he had not managed to outwit the class leader Wang Gang. And now it seemed Wang Gang was looking for an opportunity to create difficulties for him to at present. We had little work on our hands, so I offered to take you to the warehouse to lend a hand. Wang Gang wished for Xia Yu to assist, though he was uncertain of Wang Gang's true intentions. Internally, Wang Gang felt a sense of glee. Just moments ago, his cousin from the warehouse had called, requesting someone to come and unload goods, and he immediately thought of Xia Yu. Xia Yu had long since discerned Wang Gang's ulterior motives, which piqued his curiosity. Following Wang Gang, Xia Yu arrived at the warehouse where a young man, approximately in his 20s, was conversing with Wang Gang. Cousin, I'm going to play some games. Let that kid handle things for now, Wang Gang's cousin remarked, revealing he was not of the best character. He leaned in and whispered to Wang Gang, you go ahead. I'll manage here. Wang Gang was quite familiar with the situation at hand. Xia Yu, since you just arrived, you need to be diligent. Could you assist in moving these raw materials onto the shelves? Wang Gang was confident in his arrangement. Should Xia Yu refuse, he could easily claim that Xia Yu was non-compliant, seizing the opportunity to reprimand him. Xia Yu could only verbally acquiesce, and shortly after, Wang Gang departed, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Why haven't you moved anything? Wang Gang's cousin interrogated Xia Yu, visibly irate. Isn't this your job? Xia Yu retorted. You dare to challenge me? Just wait until I inform your class leader. Wang Gang's cousin, fuming, simultaneously dialed Wang Gang. Cousin, your recruit hasn't moved a single package. Hurry and come help me, or we'll be stuck working overtime and facing criticism. Wang Gang's cousin lamented helplessly. All right, I'm on my way. Are you sure he hasn't moved a single package? When I arrive, I'll teach him a lesson. Don't worry, I'll be there shortly. Wang Gang was exceedingly angry, his desire to confront Xia Yu intensifying. Chapter 10. Don't blame me for being uncivil. When Wang Gang arrived at the warehouse, he found Xia Yu engrossed in playing WeChat and competing for red envelopes with Hua Wanxiu. The sight filled him with rage. Xia Yu, what on earth are you doing? You neglect the task assigned to you, as if this were your own home. Wang Gang chastised in front of Xia Yu. To love the factory as one loves their home. Did you not know this is our factory's motto? Xia Yu countered. So you choose to defy me on your first day? Enjoy your days ahead. Wang Gang was visibly furious. He realized he needed to help his cousin Xiao Yun move the raw materials onto the shelves before he could reprimand Xia Yu. In truth, Xia Yu was quite industrious. But diligent individuals ought not to be taken for fools. The principle of hard work being rewarded was one Xia Yu fully understood. Xia Yu, where are you currently? Hua Wanxiu inquired, curious about Xia Yu's work assignment. The warehouse is quite decent. Many have worked there for years before being transferred elsewhere. Hua Wanxiu, who worked in quality management on the production line, discreetly messaged Xia Yu, noting the strict discipline and numerous employees. Xia Yu, get up. Is this where you intend to sit? Wang Gang exclaimed, having just finished moving goods with Xiao Yun, beads of sweat adorning their foreheads. Spare me your sarcasm. Soon you'll witness my true capabilities. Now, come with me, Wang Gang declared, exasperated. Where to? If you don't tell me, I won't go, Xia Yu responded. Xia Yu harbors a profound disdain for Wang Gang. Upon their first encounter, he sought to undermine him financially, and now covertly wishes to retaliate against me. Xia Yu is eager to witness the manner in which I will exact my vengeance upon you. The orders for Siku Electronics fluctuate unpredictably. Today, however, we have secured a substantial order from a certain company, entrusting Siku with the production of anti-counterfeit devices for a well-known brand. The testing workshop has suddenly become bustling with activity. Wang Gang, overwhelmed with work, finds himself lacking the time to deal with Xia Yu and must momentarily let him be. The finished product testing area is equipped with only a single production line, where numerous aspects of mobile phones are rigorously tested, including safety, stability, and compatibility with application upgrades. Only those that pass the test progress to the next stage, where they are packaged alongside manuals, headphones, batteries, and other components in a rather monotonous routine. Xia Yu has been assigned the straightforward task of testing audio quality, a simple job that merely involves connecting a few red and black wires. Seated across from Xia Yu is a strikingly tall girl, with a beautiful face adorned by a beauty mark that captivates him, compelling him to gaze at her intently. "Hey, handsome, why do you keep staring at me? Am I that attractive?" she inquires, feigning irritation while secretly pleased. "I am Xia Yu, with Xia meaning summer and Yu meaning rain. Miss, that beauty mark on your face is particularly lovely, which is why I couldn't help but look." Xia Yu thinks to himself. "What is your name, beautiful?" he asks, adjusting the music on his phone to play a song that might catch her attention for the audio test. "Who are you? Why should I divulge my name to you?" The girl deliberately withholds her name. "I already know your name," Xia Yu asserts, having glimpsed her name tag on the machine, albeit partially obscured by a 1 yuan coin. But he remains undeterred. "So, what do you think my name is?" she challenges, glancing at her name tag, incredulous that he could possibly know it, given that many are unfamiliar with the character in her name. "What will I win if I guess correctly?" Xia Yu responds swiftly. "If you guess right, I shall treat you to mung bean ice. But what if you fail?" She presses on with increasing enthusiasm. "If I do not succeed, I shall offer myself to you," Xia Yu quips, feeling that a minor setback is inconsequential. "Dream on. Who would want you to offer yourself? If you cannot guess, then you can sleep with a pig for the night," she retorts to no problem. Xia Yu boldly agrees without hesitation. He composes a brief message on the testing phone and sends it down the assembly line, with the next station being the girl. She smiles as she retrieves the phone and opens the message, her eyes widening in surprise at the content. "Lon E, your large, expressive eyes, your lustrous black hair, your charming little mouth, your alluring figure, your exquisite waist, and the anime character Flower Fairy whom I adore even more." Lon Yi's cheeks flush crimson, her heart racing. She ponders how this dashing young man could possibly know her name. Perhaps a colleague had divulged it to him, but how could he be aware of her anime-themed undergarments? She quickly checks her attire to ensure nothing is amiss, fearing she might have inadvertently revealed too much. "You guessed correctly. I doubt it was mere luck. Did you engage in something illicit?" Lon E feels a mix of joy and anger, elated that someone has not complimented her in ages, yet vexed at the thought that Xia Yu may have ulterior motives. "Have you lost? Will you fulfill your promise?" Xia Yu tests her resolve. "All right, if there's no overtime tonight, I shall go," she concedes. Lonnie found herself in a predicament. Having voiced her thoughts, she could not retract them. "Well then, beautiful, do you have a boyfriend?" Xia Yu inquired deliberately. Whether she did or did not was of little consequence. Lonnie was uncertain of Xia Yu's intentions. "If you do, we might as well go together to avoid gossip. If not, that's even better." Xia Yu shook his head at the audacity of his own question. "You'll find out tonight." Lon E offered no definitive answer. "Love even unto death," Xia Yu sang along with the original artist, his gaze fixated on Lon E as she busied herself. "Xia Yu, do you not possess a sense of discipline?" 5 points deducted. Wang Gang, currently grappling with malfunctioning equipment, was already in a foul mood after fruitless adjustments. Spotting Xia Yu conversing with a female employee and now singing a love song, he seized the opportunity to impose a penalty. A fine is a fine. It's just 5 points, hardly worth a dime. Xia Yu felt confident in his abundance of points. "Fool, 5 points equate to 50 yuan. Each point is worth 10 yuan. Do the math." The girl across from Xia Yu, clad in polka dots, spoke for the first time as Wang Gang departed. "Polka dots, are you addressing me?" Xia Yu replied to the adorably round-faced girl with a cute demeanor. "You're the one in polka dots. Good deeds go unrewarded," the girl retorted, clearly irate. Meanwhile, Lon E found amusement in the exchange between Xia Yu and the girl in polka dots. Wang Gang was a nephew of the boss, his entire family monopolizing management within the factory, commanding significant influence. As afternoon approached and the overtime roster was being drafted, everyone clamored for extra hours, knowing that overtime pay substantially boosted their earnings. "Xia Yu, you need not work overtime. As a newcomer, you should rest and acclimatize," Wang Gang deliberately suggested. "Foreman, I won't be working overtime either." Lonnie recalled her intention to treat everyone after work. "All right, approved." Wang Gang was elated. Should Lonnie pursue a relationship with Xia Yu, she would become one less competitor in her quest for Zhong Yanhong. Would Wang Gang's schemes come to fruition? Chapter 11. The usury beckoned. Xia Yu's emotions were tumultuous. He had merely sought to alleviate his boredom at work by teasing Lon E, never intending for her to treat him. Initially, he had declined Lon Yi's generous invitations twice, planning instead to dine with Hua Wanxiu. However, due to Lan Yi's persistence, Xia Yu acquiesced. His earlier messages to Lan Yi had been truthful. She was indeed beautiful, yet Xia Yu felt she was not the type of girl he favored. "Xia Yu, please take a seat. Order whatever you like." Lan Yi beckoned as they entered a relatively upscale dessert shop. The sweltering heat of July in Shunan made a refreshing cup of chilled dessert or mung bean ice quite delightful. "Thank you for your generous hospitality. Beautiful. I'll have a cup of whatever you choose." Xia Yu expressed his gratitude to the new employee. "It should be my treat. Let us save it for next time." He explained. "A bet is a bet," Lan Yi stated decisively. In their face-to-face encounter, Xia Yu found himself at a loss for words with Lan Yi, while he could converse endlessly with Hua Wanxiu. After meandering through the night market, Xia Yu and Lan Yi appeared to be a couple. Oblivious observers might have assumed they were deeply in love. The Siku Electronics company was modest in size. With a dormitory building nearby, the girls resided on the second and third floors, while the boys occupied the fourth and fifth, with a canteen on the ground floor and 2 communal bathrooms for both genders. Xia Yu finally managed to locate his dormitory, room 505. Upon entering, he was taken aback to discover that Wang Gang was also residing in this room. Xia Yu casually chose a lower bunk, tidied it up, laid down a cooling mat, placed a cool pillow atop, and then arranged his toiletries on the balcony in a designated spot. As he made his way to the balcony, Xia Yu realized that it faced directly towards Hua Wanxiu's balcony. After taking a refreshing cold shower, he felt immensely better, having washed away all the unpleasantness from his body. Wang Gang was sprawled on his bed, engrossed in some short videos. Upon seeing Xia Yu enter, he suddenly concealed his phone, likely caught watching something inappropriate. Another young man from Shannan was hiding with his girlfriend under the covers, watching the film Young and Dangerous. It was now 9 in the evening, and it was common for girls to visit the boys' dormitory, with boys visiting the girls' dormitory even more frequently. "Hua Wanxiu, what are you up to?" Xia Yu sent her a message via WeChat. "Just finished washing my clothes. Now watching a TV drama," Hua Wanxiu replied, her voice rising. After a long day at work, she certainly deserved a bit of entertainment. "That I wouldn't believe you. Do you want to help me wash my clothes?" Xia Yu casually remarked. "Not a chance. You'd be better off finding a girlfriend to do that for you," Hua Wanxiu retorted. "How about I ask you to be my girlfriend?" Xia Yu provocatively suggested. "Let's not go there. I dislike boys who are all about fighting and chaos. I prefer those who are cultured, composed, and have a career," Hua Wanxiu said. That moment, she and Gu Sisi were watching the drama Let's Get Married, and she envisioned her ideal partner to be somewhat akin to the male lead. "All right then, get some rest early," Xia Yu said, initially just making conversation, but now aware that he was not the type of person Hua Wanxiu would be interested in. Just as Xia Yu finished sending the message and was preparing to sleep, the dormitory door swung open, and 4 muscular men stormed in with an intimidating presence. Typically, male dormitories seldom lock their doors, and with security at the first-floor entrance, it was puzzling how these men had managed to enter. "Who's Wang Gang? Get up." The couple from Shannan first drew back the curtains. "Are you Wang Gang?" Before the Shannan couple could react, a burly man clad in Adidas sportswear yanked the Shannan boy from his bedside. "Big brother, spare me. I'm Shi Shuai." The Shannan boy trembled in fear. "Shi Shuai? You look like a cricket, still too immature to be in a relationship. Now tell me who Wang Gang is, or I'll give you a beating." The muscular man bellowed. Shi Shuai, utterly terrified, lifted his gaze to Wang Gang's bunk. This moment, Wang Gang was cowering under the covers, resembling a turtle retreating into its shell. The leading man bore a scar on his face and was known in the underworld as Scar 9. Scar 9 released Shi Shuai's shirt, gestured with his right hand, and one of his subordinates pulled back the covers, dragging Wang Gang down from the upper bunk. The impact of this action was considerable, producing a series of cracking sounds. "Are you Wang Gang?" The principal amount of 100,000 plus interest from Bao Shitang totals 150,000. Pay up now, or today will mark the end of your life. Scar 9 boomed. The occupants of the adjacent dormitory gathered around, while Scar 9's henchmen blocked the entrance, preventing onlookers from witnessing the commotion. "Brother Scar 9, I've heard of your infamous reputation. Could you possibly extend the deadline?" "I truly have nothing at the moment," Wang Gang pleaded. Wang Gang's countenance was ashen, his entire demeanor shrouded in a pall of despair, devoid of any trace of color. Damn it, lacking funds, he was subjected to a brutal beating. Ba Jiao and his henchmen surrounded Wang Gang, delivering merciless kicks and strikes, eliciting anguished cries from him. Xia Yu observed the spectacle with a sense of detachment. Had it been a colleague of his, he would have intervened long ago. Yet, it was Wang Gang, a man so engrossed in his own self-importance that he failed to recognize the lesson he was being taught. Brother Bajio, spare me. I implore you. I assure you. I will repay the debt by tomorrow. Wang Gang lamented pitifully. Continue the assault. Do not cease, Bajio commanded, his hands weary from the beating, delegating the task to his subordinates. A middle-aged security guard, drawn by the commotion, pushed open the door. Xia Yu recognized him from his previous interview. What are you doing? The guard inquired, bewildered by the presence of several thugs who had infiltrated the scene. He owes money and refuses to pay. What business is it of yours? Bajio glared at the guard, his eyes ablaze with menace. These ruffians held no regard for the police, let alone a mere factory security guard. In Shunan, a diligent security officer could be promoted to auxiliary police, and if one proved their mettle there, becoming a full-fledged officer was within reach. However, law enforcement in Shunan was fraught with challenges, occasionally even life-threatening. You may pursue him for repayment, but do not do so on company premises. Otherwise, I will promptly alert the authorities and have you arrested, the middle-aged guard declared, believing his words might intimidate them. Damn it, call the police? Bajio scoffed, winking as one of his lackeys swiftly closed the door. What are you planning to do? The guard instinctively adjusted his cap with one hand while the other gripped his baton. Poised for confrontation, Bajio and his three accomplices were perilously close, and the guard understood that while the baton might deter unruly employees, it would be of little use against the aggressive thugs before him. Especially the formidable Bajio. Would the guard manage to escape unscathed? Chapter 12. Do not be too arrogant. Xia Yu had initially harbored concerns about the middle-aged guard being swiftly overpowered by Bajio and his gang. To his surprise, the guard exhibited considerable skill, managing to fend off two of Bajio's subordinates. Just as one of Bajio's men prepared to strike, he was halted by Bajio himself, who sought the satisfaction of dealing the blow personally. The middle-aged guard braced himself for the impending clash, but ultimately, he could not prevail against Bajio. The guard was felled to the ground, while Bajio and his three henchmen loomed menacingly at the entrance, leaving the guard slumped on the floor, blood trickling from his lips, and Wang Gang cowering in fear beside him. Bajio's subordinates rushed in, delivering a flurry of kicks, as Bajio seized the guard's baton, channeling all his strength to bring it down upon the guard's head. In the dormitory, the couple from Shan Nan recoiled in terror beneath their bed. The middle-aged guard, too, shrank into a tight ball of fear. Bajio let out a few yells of his own, only to find his wrist grasped tightly by Xia Yu, who was incensed. The baton clattered to the ground, as Bajio's intended strike missed its target entirely, leaving his wrist throbbing in pain. Damn it, who are you to meddle in my affairs? Bajio spat, his curses flowing freely as he tended to his injured hand. Who I am is of no consequence. What matters is that you all vacate immediately, Xia Yu retorted, his tone unyielding as he addressed Bajio. Brothers, let's go. Who will take him down? Tonight, I shall cover all the food, drink, and entertainment. It seems that Bajio intends to place Xia Yu in a perilous situation. Upon hearing that benefits had arrived, Bajio's three henchmen eagerly rushed to prove their worth. Each vying to be the hero, whether they were true champions or mere fools was hard to discern. The trio charged at Xia Yu, some throwing punches while others prepared to kick, with a few simple maneuvers. Xia Yu effortlessly dispatched all three, leaving Bajio astounded. Damn it, these useless fools, I must step in. Bajio was seething with rage. Meanwhile, his subordinates rubbed their heads and massaged their feet in dismay. Bajio wiped his mouth and stormed towards Xia Yu in a fit of fury. Ordinary people would surely be crushed by Bajio's brute strength. Wang Gang's wounds would likely take several days to heal. Yet, against Xia Yu, it had no effect, as he never allowed Bajio the opportunity to strike. Bajio's fist came hurtling towards Xia Yu's head, but Xia Yu seized his hand, delivering a flurry of invisible punches that left Bajio's face marked with crimson imprints. Could it be that the legendary Realize palm is indeed this formidable? Bajio touched the red marks on his face, genuinely taken aback. In all his years in the underworld, he had never encountered such a skilled fighter. This seemingly ordinary young man was truly astonishing. Little brother, I concede defeat at your hands today, and I am genuinely impressed. Might I know your name? Bajio was eager to learn his identity for future reference in settling scores. I am Xia Yu, from Summer and from Reina. So, do you wish to continue this fight? Xia Yu replied coldly. No. I, Bajio, merely wish to know under whose hands I have fallen. Are you interested in joining me? I assure you a life of luxury. Bajio's greed was palpable. The very person who had just bested him was someone he sought to recruit. I have no interest in that if you don't leave now. I won't hesitate to show you my displeasure. Xia Yu's patience was wearing thin. It was late, and he desired rest. We're leaving right away. Get up. Damn it. Bargio chuckled while nudging his nearest subordinate with his foot. Finally, Bargio and his men exited room 505. While the couple from Shannon cast a respectful glance at Xia Yu assisted the middle-aged security guard, helping him sit by the bedside. Brother, are you all right? Xia Yu held great respect for those who stood up against injustice and offered aid. I'm fine. Thanks to you. You're called Xia Yu, right? The first time I saw you, I thought you were a fresh graduate. I didn't expect you to be skilled in martial arts. Yes, brother, I am Xia Yu, from Summer and from Rain. May I inquire about your esteemed name? Xia Yu felt fortunate to meet someone of such caliber. My name is Song Jiayong. Just call me Yonggu. Song Jiayong introduced himself. Delighted to encounter such a formidable talent. A group of ruffians came looking for this employee to collect a debt, and I intervened when I learned of IT. It was my lack of skill that caused the trouble. But thankfully, this young brother came to our aid, allowing us to escape unscathed. Song Jiayong gestured towards Xia Yu, who was seated on the lower bunk by the balcony. Two policemen glanced at Xia Yu, intending to say something but ultimately departed with Song Jiayong. Wang Gang helped lift himself up and sat on the lower bunk, which was empty, likely realizing that his wounds would take considerable time to heal. Xia Yu, I am profoundly grateful to you today. Without your assistance, my life would have been in peril. Wang Gang, who previously harbored a disdain for Xia Yu, now expresses heartfelt gratitude. How could you have accrued such a substantial debt? Xia Yu inquired, intrigued by how an ordinary worker could borrow such a considerable sum. Although his uncle is the owner of Siku, money is not merely conjured from thin air. That I have a penchant for gambling, and I tend to wager large sums. On one occasion, through a friend's introduction, I borrowed 100,000 via a mobile app called Bayo Shatong, only to lose it all, thereby inviting disaster upon myself. Wang Gang explained to Xia Yu, what are your plans now? Those individuals will inevitably come looking for you, Xia Yu remarked, aware that despite Wang Gang's reprehensible nature, he would not allow those nefarious characters to take his life. Tomorrow, I will attempt to borrow 150,000 from my uncle in hopes of navigating this crisis, Wang Gang replied, now gripped by fear, contemplating never to resort to usurious loans again. Your uncle, the president of Siku? Xia Yu had long been aware that Siku was a family enterprise, with key positions occupied by relatives of the owner, Wang Fei. Indeed, however, I suspect my uncle is also facing hardships. He has squandered his wealth on women. He has married 3 times and has a multitude of children, leaving little concern for his nephew, Wang Gang lamented, harboring little hope for his current predicament. So, Mr. Wang has 3 wives? Xia Yu queried, intrigued, as such a scenario seemed reminiscent of feudal households. The first 2 marriages ended in divorce, and the current wife is 20 years younger than my uncle. I hear she is expecting a son, Wang Gang sighed. Xia Yu was surprised to discover that Siku operated in such a manner, realizing that even a low-level manager could very well be a relative of Mr. Wang. What is the relationship between Zhong Yanhong and Mr. Wang? Xia Yu suddenly inquired. Zhong Yanhong is my distant cousin, quite beautiful, wouldn't you agree? Wang Gang did not anticipate this question, feeling a surge of irritation as he thought to himself that Xia Yu was unaware of his affection for her and was inadvertently competing with him. She is indeed lovely, unlike your entire family, Xia Yu remarked, speaking candidly. Xia Yu, do you fancy girls like Zhong Yanhong? You seem to get along quite well, Wang Gang provocatively probed. Zhong Yanhong is beautiful, but I have someone I cherish. Xia Yu responded, fully aware that Wang Gang was envious, hence his deliberate statement. Ouch! Wang Gang winced in pain, lying in bed, realizing that sleep would elude him this night. However, Xia Yu too found himself restless, pondering a myriad of questions. Late into the night, he typed away, believing that his efforts were worthwhile, seeking support and recommendations. This book has been signed, so rest assured as you read. Chapter 13. Zhong Yanhong is jealous despite Wang Gang's deep-seated gambling addiction. It is often said that individuals are shaped by their environment. Wang Gang grew up in a household where his parents were fervent mahjong enthusiasts, to the extent that one could say he was raised at the mahjong table. Learning the art of gambling from a young age, which ultimately impeded his studies, in the 505 male workers' dormitory, Xia Yu rose early, standing on the balcony gazing at the sky. He had cultivated a habit of waking up early and retiring to bed early. And last night, he enjoyed a restful slumber. In contrast, Wang Gang awoke with difficulty, unable to sit upright, his wounds still unhealed. He paced restlessly between the balcony and the door, leaving onlookers to speculate that he was having a nervous episode. As Wang Gang approached the balcony, he suddenly halted, contemplating a conversation with Xia Yu. Just a few days prior, he had entertained thoughts of playing tricks on Xia Yu, but now he found himself seeking assistance from others. A task not easily undertaken. Nevertheless, Wang Gang summoned his courage and made his way to Xia Yu's side. Xia Yu stood on the balcony, gazing at the girls' dormitory of another electronics factory across the way. The building seemingly aligned with Hua Wanqiu's residence. Occasionally, Xia Yu caught sight of a beautiful girl approaching from across the way. Initially, he had merely wished to admire the sky over Shunan and observe the lively street life below. Occasionally glancing towards Hua Wanqiu's rental apartment, Xia Yu, are you watching beautiful girls? Wang Gang inquired, intrigued by Xia Yu's frequent glances around. Where are the beautiful girls? Xia Yu replied dismissively. Wang Gang leaned over the balcony railing to peer at the girls' dormitory. What is so surprising? Girls appreciate handsome boys too. Perhaps she is someone's girlfriend here. Xia Yu considered the matter quite ordinary. I know her. Her name is Ming Ling. She is quite attractive, but rather proud. Looking down on everyone. One of our dorm mates pursued her for an entire year, only to end up with nothing. Now that you mention it, I'm quite keen to meet her, Wang Gang said. Genuinely surprised, Xia Yu, as long as you ask, I shall surely assist you in this endeavor. Wang Gang was uncertain of Xia Yu's intentions. No need. There's no girl I cannot manage. However, if you genuinely wish to help, I wouldn't mind. Xia Yu declined Wang Gang's suggestion, as he had never even held a girl's hand. It's a deal. I will certainly introduce you when the opportunity arises. Wang Gang pondered for a moment. Xia Yu, there's another matter I would like your assistance with. What could there possibly be that you cannot handle? Xia Yu believed Wang Gang, with his connections, should have no insurmountable obstacles. Xia Yu, it pertains to yesterday's events. I would like you to accompany me to repay the loan shark once I borrow money from my uncle. I fear they may cause trouble again. Wang Gang revealed his concern over the loan shark. Scar 9. Certainly. We shall go together this afternoon. Xia Yu readily agreed to Wang Gang's request. In truth, it was still morning. Xia Yu glanced at his phone, noting that the canteen would serve free breakfast promptly at 7. He descended the stairs from the 5th floor to the 1st. Early risers had already formed a short queue, and although Xia Yu had just arrived, there were not many people. He filled his iron bowl with congee, grabbed 2 meat buns and a fried dough stick, and settled at an empty table. Just as he was about to take his first bite, Zhong Yanhong and Hua Wanqiu emerged simultaneously from 2 different lines, aiming to sit beside Xia Yu. Hua Wanqiu, being closer, quickly found herself seated face-to-face with Xia Yu. Zhong Yanhong, however, fell just short of being able to join him. She had intended to sit next to Xia Yu to inquire about his recent adjustment to work and life. But in truth, she had already developed an interest in him, merely lacking the opportunity to express it. Hua Wanqiu, as usual, spent her time after work with Gu Cece, navigating a routine that connected the canteen and their rental apartment in a predictable manner. Devoid of storms or tribulations, she found great satisfaction in such a lifestyle. Xia Yu, you're up early. Are you getting used to living in the dormitory? Hua Wanqiu expressed her concern for Xia Yu. Habits, particularly the absence of a beautiful elder sister, feel rather unusual. Xia Yu made this remark deliberately, observing Hua Wanqiu's reaction. Do not harbor any illusions. It would be better to have a fairy accompany you. For such fanciful thoughts are merely wishful thinking. Hua Wanqiu increasingly felt that Xia Yu's discourse lacked decorum. They had conversed on numerous topics, and Xia Yu shared several jokes, which made Hua Wanqiu laugh heartily while eating. Her laughter becoming so exuberant that she instinctively covered her mouth. Zhong Yanhong, unable to sit beside Xia Yu, felt a surge of frustration and angrily took a seat next to Wang Gang. Director Zhong, do not be upset. I will keep you company for dinner. I would even present you with 990 roses. Wang Gang attempted to console her. Wang Gang, spare me your insincerity. You merely speak thoughtlessly. If you continue, I shall take my leave. Zhong Yanhong retorted, genuinely contemplating changing her seat should Wang Gang persist. Allow me to share something with you that I am certain will pique your interest. Wang Gang said, his frail appearance and freckled face generally dissuading girls from engaging with him. Do you wish to know about Xia Yu? Wang Gang set down his knife and fork and leaned closer to Zhong Yanhong. Upon hearing Xia Yu's name, Zhong Yanhong became animated. Her initial impression of him had been favorable, and after a few days of interaction, she realized she had developed feelings for him. That I share a dormitory with Xia Yu, and he has a fondness for that Hua Wanqiu. Wang Gang fabricated a tale, asserting that Xia Yu and Hua Wanqiu were not even close friends, merely acquaintances at best. Wang Gang, how dare you speak such nonsense? Fabricating lies. What is your intention? Zhong Yanhong was incredulous of Wang Gang's words. Wang Gang stammered, yearning to confess his affection for Zhong Yanhong, yet hesitating, pondering if he truly was akin to a toad dreaming of dining on swan flesh. Wang Gang could not help but chuckle at Zhong Yanhong's infatuation with his words. Director Zhong, you must hurry. You are late for work, he kindly reminded her. She looked up towards Xia Yu, only to discover that he had already left the cafeteria. It appeared that Xia Yu had commenced his work, and after vacantly finishing her meal, Zhong Yanhong headed in the direction Xia Yu had departed, towards the entrance of the Four Libraries electronic building. Wang Gang observed her actions, pondering what charm Xia Yu possessed that attracted so many beautiful women while he remained unnoticed. Genuinely experienced life. One must recognize that stories stem from existence. Crafting a compelling narrative requires the support of readers. Please cast your recommendations. If you desire to collect or leave a review, do so. Chapter 14. Repaying debts. Xia Yu and Hua Wanqiu went to work together, parting ways upon reaching the first floor, as Hua Wanqiu worked as an inspector in the assembly workshop on the second floor. Arriving early, Xia Yu found several girls already gathered around him, including Xiao Beauty. Xia Yu, so early. Is that girl who just started working with you your girlfriend? Xiao Beauty inquired with curiosity. The workshop's glass was transparent, allowing a distant view of the employees entering and exiting. No. Why do you ask? Do you have an interest in me? Xia Yu teased intentionally. Do not flatter yourself. I have no affection for your type of pretty boy, all looks and no substance. Xiao Beauty blushed initially before retorting. Xiao Beauty, how can you know if you do not give it a try? Xia Yu continued to playfully tease her. The other girls nearby laughed uncontrollably. Xia Yu, could you come here for a moment? Zhong Yanhong approached Xia Yu and uttered a phrase before making her way to her desk. Xia Yu was uncertain about the purpose of Zhong Yanhong's summons, so he followed her to her workstation. Once Zhong Yanhong departed, Xiao Budian and several other girls began to chatter animatedly. What do you think Supervisor Zhong wanted with Xia Yu? Is Xia Yu perhaps experiencing a stroke of good fortune? It seems as if Zhong Yanhong has transformed completely. Did Xia Yu offend Supervisor Zhong? Enough of your baseless speculations. How could Supervisor Zhong possibly take notice of someone so superficial, especially when there are countless high-ranking executives vying for her attention? Xiao Budian glanced toward the office and whispered, Xia Yu, I passed by the cinema yesterday and saw a trailer for a captivating film titled Must Love that IT premieres tonight. Would you accompany me to watch it? Zhong Yanhong appeared somewhat anxious at a movie. I have never been much of a viewer, but I could give it a try. Upon hearing Xia Yu's consent, Zhong Yanhong felt an overwhelming sense of joy. At that moment, it seemed as though the entire world had become more beautiful. Xia Yu, here are the movie tickets. I shall wait for you at the cafeteria entrance at 8 o'clock. Zhong Yanhong's eyes sparkled with happiness. Xia Yu felt that being asked out by such a goddess-like beauty was a validation of his worth. Attending a film would hardly be a burden. Very well. I shall make sure to arrive on time. Supervisor Zhong, that I will take my leave now. Xia Yu tucked the cinema tickets into his pants pocket. Xia Yu, wait a moment. Don't leave just yet. Supervisor Zhong's alluring demeanor abruptly shifted back to that of a formidable professional. Supervisor Zhong, is there something else? Xia Yu was puzzled by what Zhong Yanhong was truly after. From now on, don't call me Supervisor Zhong. Just refer to me as Yanhong. The administrative department just called and asked you to go to the president's office for a moment. Though Zhong Yanhong said this, she too was unaware of why the president's office sought Xia Yu. Knowing well that he had no close connections within the company, the president's office wants to see me. That can't bode well, can it? Xia Yu mused, perplexed, as he was merely an ordinary frontline employee, scarcely acquainted with the department managers. Perhaps he had seen them in the cafeteria, but they were merely familiar faces. With confusion, Xia Yu made his way to the president's office. The office was bustling with activity. Finance, administration, human resources, and marketing all operated within a shared hall, some engaged in phone calls, others intently typing, while a few sneaked snacks on the side. As Xia Yu entered the president's office, a few individuals glanced his way before returning to their tasks. He knocked on the door and waited a while before hearing the invitation to enter. Gently pushing the door open, he found Wang Gang standing in front of the president's desk, conversing with the president. Wang Zong appeared to be of a relatively young age, perhaps in his 40s or 50s, dressed in a suit and tie, with a pair of plastic glasses perched on his nose. Xia Yu walked directly to Wang Gang's side, who waved at him. You must be Xia Yu? Wang Fei set aside the documents in his hands. Yes, I am Xia Yu. May I ask why you summoned me? Wang Zong. Xia Yu was quite curious about the reason behind Wang Zong's request. Xia Yu, it's nothing serious. I just wanted to inquire how you are finding your work here. Is it tiring? And how do you feel about it? Wang Zong engaged in casual conversation. It's all right. I suppose. There is nothing particularly disheartening. Xia Yu offered a nonchalant agreement. That is well and good. I have no particular matter to discuss today, but my ineffectual nephew has been causing me considerable trouble. I would like to request your assistance in accompanying him to a loan shark's office. As Wang Fei spoke, he extracted a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered it to Xia Yu, who declined. Thus, he took a lighter and ignited a cigarette for himself. As long as my nephew remains unscathed, I shall reward you with a sum of 10,000 yuan upon the completion of this task. What say you? Wang Fei fixed his gaze upon Xia Yu, the smoke from his mouth swirling into the air before dissipating. Xia Yu, you promised to assist me yesterday. You must honor your word. Wang Gang interjected in agreement. President Wang, what can a mere employee like me possibly do? Xia Yu feigned ignorance. I have heard from Xiao Gang that he specifically requested your presence. Initially, I intended for my bodyguard to accompany him, but he insisted on having you. Please do not decline. Wang Fei implored Xia Yu with heartfelt persuasion. Xia Yu had already agreed to help Wang Gang earlier that evening, and with the president now intervening, he found no reasonable grounds to refuse. Very well. I shall assist this once. Xia Yu resolved to be the good Samaritan. Wang Gang, who previously harbored intentions of undermining Xia Yu, had perceived him as a rival since their breakfast encounter, where he discerned Xia Yu's lack of enthusiasm for Zhong Yanhong. Xia Yu, I am immensely grateful to you. As long as you accompany me, those fellows won't dare to demand an exorbitant amount. 300,000 is the limit. Wang Gang regarded Xia Yu as a savior. Once this is settled, at the earliest opportunity, I shall introduce you to that beautiful lady over there. It seemed Wang Gang had meticulously planned his reward. I can meet her on my own. I do not require your assistance. Xia Yu expressed his skepticism regarding such a method of meeting women. President Wang Fei retrieved a blank check from his drawer and, after writing for a spell, tore off a check for 300,000 and tossed it to Wang Gang, while another check for 10,000 was thrown to Xia Yu. Xiao Gang, this 300,000 is a loan to you. I hope you can achieve something substantial in the company to offset your debts. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Wang Fei reminded Wang Gang, hoping he might find motivation to succeed rather than languish in gambling. Xia Yu, this 10,000 is an advance for you, and I entrust Wang Gang's safety to you, Wang Gang stated. Holding the 10,000 yuan check, Xia Yu contemplated its expenditure, uncertain of how to use such a sum. Xia Yu and Wang Gang then exited the president's office together. Chapter 15. Repaying debts. To the production site was particularly bustling, as business had been exceptionally good of late. Zhong Yanhong, who had been seated at her desk, was assisting employees with their tasks, perhaps sensing that Xia Yu and Wang Gang's absence was affecting production. Xia Yu, come here and lend me a hand. Zhong Yanhong proactively assigned work. Xia Yu observed as Zhong Yanhong was packaging mobile phones, instructing him to seal the boxes. He dared not slack off. With everyone working so hard, he could not afford to lag behind. Dressed in a professional V-neck outfit, Zhong Yanhong found it challenging to maintain her posture while bending down to place phones in the boxes, inadvertently revealing sights that Xia Yu wished to avoid. Coupled with Xia Yu's perceptive gaze, he found himself acutely aware of her alluring figure, perfectly proportioned and shapely. Xia Yu spent the entire day immersed in this exhilarating environment. Yet alas, fate would not permit such fortunate occurrences to be a daily affair. As the end of the workday approached, Zhong Yanhong gently reminded Xia Yu not to forget their plans to watch a movie together. Xia Yu was certain he would not forget. He had been ensnared in the gentle trap laid by Zhong Yanhong all afternoon. At last, the closing bell rang, and Xia Yu was reminded by Wang Gang about the matter of the usury. Xia Yu, skip dinner. I will treat you to a meal after we settle the debt. Wang Gang took this matter seriously, not wishing to endure another beating like the last time, as the wounds from that night had yet to heal. Xia Yu initially intended to wait for Hua Wanqiu to join him in the cafeteria, hoping to catch up with her, considering that she was his first friend in Shunan. However, after glancing around for some time, and with Wang Gang standing by him, he noticed that Hua Wanqiu had not arrived. Reluctantly, Xia Yu decided to help Wang Gang resolve the issue first. In the dimly lit urban village, the low-roofed houses and haphazardly strung electrical wires seemed utterly out of place in the metropolitan setting of Shunan. The cacophony of the surroundings was suffocating. Following the location provided by Barge Yu, They were to meet Wang Gang at a small dark room in a bungalow before they reached the destination. Xia Yu noticed some individuals on the street who seemed suspicious, possibly scouts. He urged Wang Gang to disregard the situation, assuring him that those individuals were merely posturing and posed no real threat. Eventually, they found the small dark room without much effort. Two young thugs stood at the entrance, surreptitiously smoking and chatting. While the interior was filled with raucous noise, Bajio was engrossed in a game of poker with his subordinates. Xia Yu's arrival piqued the interest of the two thugs at the door, who immediately became alert. Wang Gang trembled with fear, not wishing to endure another assault. He placed all his hopes on Xia Yu. Trailing closely behind him, anxious about potential ambushes, taking a deep breath, Xia Yu sought to resolve the matter swiftly, so he could join Zhong Yanhong for the movie Can't Help But Love. We are here to repay the usury. Have you informed your boss? Xia Yu addressed the two young ruffians at the entrance. The thugs scrutinized Xia Yu and Wang Gang, noting their lack of weapons. Following the lead of one of the thugs, the clamor inside abruptly ceased. Bajio, who had been perched on a stool, suddenly descended, and his gang swiftly encircled Xia Yu and Wang Gang. Wang Gang. You rascal, not bad for bringing a bodyguard, Bajio mocked him. Wang Gang sniffed disdainfully and replied, Brother Bajio, here is 300,000. According to your lending rules, not a single cent less. Will you accept the 300,000? In a minute, you won TC a penny from us. Xia Yu interjected unexpectedly. You little brat, how dare you be so arrogant on my turf? Are you tired of living? Bajio slammed his hand on the table. Fuming with rage, I am doing just fine. You should be wary of an early demise with your temper, Xia Yu retorted, deliberately provoking Bajio at some point. Over a dozen of Bajio's henchmen appeared from outside, sealing off the small dark room completely. Wang Gang, overwhelmed by the intimidating atmosphere, dared not speak again. He regretted bringing Xia Yu along, especially with so many thugs present while Xia Yu continued to play the hero. Ha ha ha, Bajio, since I didn't finish you off last time, let me rectify that now. Soon, others will be calling you Bashir. Xia Yu suddenly burst into laughter. Damn it, you insolent brat, you truly overestimate yourself. Today, I shall send you to meet Lord Guan. Bajio was taken aback by the unwavering composure of the youth, leaving him utterly astonished. Bajio, it seems you have no intention of claiming that 300,000. So allow me to teach you miscreants a lesson. Xia Yu scarcely regarded these individuals. Damn it. Spouting such arrogance at such a tender age, he surely knows not the meaning of death. Bajio was incensed by Xia Yu's audacity. Kid, Parrish, a nearby ruffian, unable to contain himself, raised his machete and swung it at Xia Yu. With a swift sidestep, Xia Yu delivered a kick, sending the assailant sprawling and howling in pain. Well done, Xia Yu. Wang Gang's initial concern dissipated, as he had not anticipated Xia Yu's remarkable prowess. Remaining in the factory was truly a waste. Damn it. A bunch of useless wastrels. I've been supporting you for nothing. Bajio trembled with rage, even kicking one of his subordinates beside him. In truth, Bajio dared not consider the possibility. It was not that he underestimated Xia Yu's strength, but rather that in his extensive life, he had never encountered such a formidable youth. Bajio, it's your turn now. Do not squander my time, Xia Yu said dismissively. Damn it, am I afraid of a mere brat like you? Come at me. Bajio bellowed, striking out at Xia Yu. For an ordinary person, a blow from Bajio could render them half disabled. Yet, with just a few simple maneuvers, Xia Yu left Bajio utterly bewildered, unable to discern east from west. As Xia Yu ceased his assault, Bajio finally regained his senses, but it was too late. Xia Yu's fist struck deep into Bajio's forehead, causing him to cry out in agony. Young brother, spare me. You need not demand repayment for the money. Please, I beseech you, show mercy and grant me my life. Under the onslaught of Xia Yu, Bajio had surrendered. If I catch you bullying others again, watch your life, Xia Yu declared emphatically. Yes, 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 I shall never dare to touch your friends again. Bajio's pleas for mercy proved somewhat effective. Wang Gang, how you choose to deal with them is up to you, Xia Yu remarked, casting a glance at Wang Gang. Bajio, we owe each other nothing. Here is the 300,000 for you. After speaking, Wang Gang returned the money to Bajio, hoping he would refrain from causing trouble in the future. Rest assured, should I seek to trouble you, may this young master be torn apart by 5 horses. Bajio emphasized his words with a weighty tone. Wang Gang, let us depart. Xia Yu was prepared to leave. Following closely behind, Wang Gang unexpectedly kicked one of Bajio's lackeys. Have you come to realize my might? Lately, the weather for typing has been particularly frigid, with temperatures plunging several degrees below zero. It has been quite arduous. Those with recommendation votes, collections, or comments, do lend your support. Chapter 16. Accompanying you to the movies. Wang Gang had no inkling that Xia Yu was going to accompany Zhong Yanhong to the cinema. Had he known, he would undoubtedly have felt disheartened. Zhong Yanhong placed great importance on this date. She had hurriedly finished her shower, meticulously adorned herself, and donned a white dress she had never worn before, which accentuated her beauty and grace. She waited for a considerable time, frequently glancing at her phone, as each passing minute felt interminable. She yearned for the clock to strike 8, yet, as the hour drew near, despite her vigilant searching, Xia Yu's arrival remained elusive, and feeling disheartened, she prepared to depart alone. Her shoulder was gently patted by someone, and that someone was Xia Yu. However, due to Xia Yu's remarkable skills and his ability to move stealthily, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to discern from which direction he had approached. Zhong Guanju, I apologize for the delay. I had a pressing matter to attend to this evening, Xia Yu explained, eager to clarify that he was usually punctual, and this was merely an unforeseen circumstance. Not at all. Your arrival is what truly matters. Zhong Yanhong finally allowed a smile to grace her face, her anticipation having been worth the wait. Xia Yu, let us go, she exclaimed, taking his hand and leading him forward. Xia Yu, come catch me, she called out as she dashed ahead, encouraging him to pursue her. Xia Yu indeed began to jog, easily closing the distance to Zhong Yanhong, but he intentionally slowed his pace to provide her with a sense of accomplishment. After a considerable run, they finally arrived at the cinema. The theater was situated on the 4th floor of a large shopping complex, surrounded by a bustling cityscape, where vehicles flowed like water and pedestrians thronged the streets. The towering buildings illuminated the night, casting a radiant glow over the vibrant city of Shunan. After validating their tickets, Xia Yu and Zhong Yanhong entered the 6-channel screening room, just as the film Must Love commenced. This was Xia Yu's first time accompanying a girl to the movies, and as he surveyed the audience, he noted that 99% were couples. Perhaps he and Zhong Yanhong constituted that rare 1%. Xia Yu, wouldn't it be wonderful if we lived like the protagonists? Zhong Yanhong remarked wistfully after watching for a while. Would it? Such a love seems too smooth, lacking in excitement. The most thrilling romances are often fraught with twists and turns. Xia Yu feigned disagreement. Zhong Yanhong then retrieved a bag of chips from her handbag, offering it to him. Their eyes met, and Zhong Yanhong felt her cheeks flush with warmth. In this close proximity, she might have anticipated an unexpected surprise in the next moment. Xia Yu accepted the chips and began to munch on them, his mind engrossed in the love story unfolding on the screen. Zhong Guanju, the male lead is quite foolish. He is oblivious to the hints the female lead is dropping, Xia Yu remarked, his gaze fixed on the screen while his left hand playfully tapped Zhong Yanhong's right leg. Indeed, the female lead is exasperated, Zhong Yanhong echoed, yet internally she mused, Xia Yu, you are even more clueless than the male lead. You don't grasp my feelings at all. Perhaps it was the first time Xia Yu had watched such a film, as he was animatedly commenting and tapping his feet in excitement, while couples around them were preoccupied with their own affections. Yet, Zhong Yanhong's gaze remained unwaveringly fixed on Xia Yu. She was convinced that he was the other half she had longed for her entire life. Despite being little more than acquaintances, with his personality and family background still a mystery to her, she had already made her choice. Xia Yu? Zhong Yanhong gently leaned her head on his shoulder. What type of girl do you like? She inquired, hoping to glean insight. That I prefer girls like the female lead. Long flowing hair, gentle and kind, Xia Yu replied, constrained to describe only those traits from his imagination. And what do you think of me? Zhong Yanhong was eager to hear his response. You, I think. But before Xia Yu could finish, the lights went out. Startled, Zhong Yanhong instinctively clung to Xia Yu, and he felt a sensation of contact he had never experienced before. The cinema erupted in a cacophony of women's shrieks, and soon, small groups began to vacate the theater. What a disappointment. I haven't seen the grand finale yet. Summer rain helped the startled Zhong Yanhong to her feet. Director Zhong, shall we depart? Having just been tightly embraced by Zhong Yanhong, Summer Rain felt a flutter of anxiety within. Perhaps this was what they referred to as a feeling. Please do not call me director. Just refer to me as Yanhong, if you would. Zhong Yanhong was quite averse to such hierarchical titles. What she truly desired was the role of a lover. Yet she understood that she still had much to strive for. Yanhong, Director Zhong, I simply cannot bring myself to say that. Summer Rain teased her deliberately. You are a fool, an absolute fool. Zhong Yanhong suddenly felt that this description of Summer Rain was entirely apt. Summer Rain scratched his head, puzzled by Zhong Yanhong's sentiment. and blurted out that he was indeed a big fool. He took Zhong Yanhong's hand in the darkened cinema, guided only by the faint glow of the green emergency lights. At the moment Summer Rain grasped Zhong Yanhong's hand, she held on tightly, feeling the warmth radiating from his palm. The suitors from her company had always seemed unreliable, but in this moment, she realized who was truly the person she needed most. After much effort, Summer Rain finally led Zhong Yanhong to the entrance of the cinema. Director Yanhong, he released her hand. Summer Rain, where are we going now? Zhong Yanhong hoped to spend just a little more time with him. How delightful. I am eager to see where you will take me. Zhong Yanhong anticipated with excitement what destination Summer Rain had in mind. He hailed a taxi along the way, and they both settled into the vehicle. In less than 20 minutes, Summer Rain brought Zhong Yanhong to an open-air karaoke stage. This was a rather unique outdoor karaoke platform, surrounded by seating, with a stage in the center where aspiring singers could scan a code to perform. Albeit with a cue, Summer Rain led Zhong Yanhong to the work desk to select a song. Since arriving in Xinan, he had developed a particular fondness for singing when it was his turn. He chose to sing If You Lose, What Does It Matter to the World, and his rendition was truly enchanting, earning him the enthusiastic applause of the audience. Meanwhile, Zhong Yanhong, seated nearby, stood up and shouted Summer Rain's name with fervor. Subsequently, she sang a song for him, one that expressed, "In my heart, there is only you." Her performance was remarkably moving, and Summer Rain thought to himself that bringing Zhong Yanhong to sing had not been in vain. At least they shared a common passion, making their time together effortless. Chapter 17. One person feeds, the whole family is not hungry after a long day. Summer Rain was eager to rest early. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback. 4 male employees were shirtless, engaged in a game of poker, smoking and munching on sunflower seeds, creating a hazy atmosphere. He had not paid much attention earlier, which explained the ruckus in the dormitory. It turned out they had been playing cards. Wang Gang, Shi Shuai, and 2 others whom Summer Rain had never encountered before, likely from a different dormitory, were present. They managed to converse with Summer Rain while playing. "Which lovely lady are you taking to the movies?" Shi Shuai's girlfriend interjected. "Staying in the boys' dorm this late is nothing new for everyone. Aside from you, there are no beauties in the dorm," Shi Shuai lamented. Having been the first to seize the opportunity, it was quite a pity. Summer Rain jested. "If you want that lady, I shall gladly let you have her." Shi Shuai seemed somewhat aggrieved. "Damn it. Is she a commodity? You have no house, no car, yet you expect this lady to contribute to you. Pathetic fool. Only good for gambling." Shi Shuai's girlfriend, in a fit of anger, tugged fiercely at his ear, causing him considerable pain, almost making him drop his playing cards. After playing a card, he remarked, "Xia Yu, how wonderful it would be to be like you, where one person is satiated, and the entire family is spared from hunger. If I were to refrain from work for a day, there would still be a 2-year-old awaiting nourishment at home." Xia Yu was taken aback by the realization that Shi Shuai, at such a tender age, had already assumed the role of a father. His words pierced deeply into Xia Yu's heart. She longed for a beautiful home. As a child, she had yearned for her parents to take her on countless adventures. However, 19 years had elapsed without her ever seeing them. Now, she aspired to create a wonderful family of her own, thus resolutely deciding to forge a career in Xinan. Xia Yu ceased her conversation with them, took a shower, and prepared to rest early, as there were matters awaiting her attention the next day. Just as she lay down, a song, "Die and Still Love," resonated through the dormitory. "Hello? Is this Xia Yu? Tomorrow is Sunday. Could you accompany me to practice driving?" The sweet and magnetic voice on the other end belonged to Hua Wanjiao. The familiarity of the voice brought comfort to Xia Yu, reminiscent of her first day in Xinan. "Of course, I'm free tomorrow. I happen to be preparing for my driving test as well." Xia Yu was ecstatic, never expecting Hua Wanjiao to invite her out. "Hua Wanjiao, why not engage in something different?" Xia Yu playfully questioned. "Play? I'm learning to drive for the future. You only think about fun. Be careful not to end up a perpetual bachelor," Hua Wanjiao cautioned, having encountered too many aimless young men who drifted through life in a daze. "A perpetual bachelor? Not at all. As soon as I open my mouth, a multitude of girls will flock to me. Do you believe it?" Xia Yu turned onto her side, having maintained that position for too long and feeling a bit stiff. "Don't flatter yourself. How will I find you tomorrow?" Hua Wanjiao stated earnestly. "No need to search. Come to my dormitory now, and we can go together tomorrow, or I could come to you. What do you think?" Xia Yu jested, making an outrageous suggestion. "You rogue, how presumptuous. I'm being serious." Hua Wanjiao seemed anxious. "I'll wait for you downstairs at the rental house tomorrow morning. By the way, what are you doing right now?" Xia Yu was genuinely interested in Hua Wanjiao's leisure activities. Nothing much, just reading, Hua Wanjiao replied quietly. Reading? A certain type of book? Please don't harm yourself like that. Xia Yu found it hard to believe that someone like her would indulge in such trivial literature. Xia Yu, you're infuriating. Who reads that? I'm engrossed in Inamori Kazuo's The Way of Living, which is nothing like what you suggested, Hua Wanjiao exclaimed, her excitement evident, as it was indeed humiliating for a girl to be accused of reading such material. You're reading Inamori Kazuo's work, the same as that little RB. I've never heard of it. You might as well read My Way of Living, Xia Yu retorted, dismissing the notion of relying on fanciful experiences. Life must be carved through one's own efforts. What books do you read, Xia Yu? Hua Wanjiao inquired, intrigued, as she knew Xia Yu had yet to uncover any other hobbies besides martial arts. As for me, I rarely read, Xia Yu confessed, unwilling to divulge her penchant for tedious texts like the Tao Te Ching or the Four Treasuries. Xia Yu, it's best you rest early. Tomorrow morning, I'll wait for your call at the rental house. Hua Wanjiao felt it was nearing midnight, a time when one ought to be asleep. Well, you should rest early and take good care of your health. Who knows, I may wish to marry you in the future. Before parting, Xia Yu still wanted to tease Hua Wanjiao a bit. Xia Yu, you're at it again. I want to indulge you in fantasies this time. Good night. Hua Wanjiao, perhaps truly exhausted, was yawning as she spoke. Beautiful lady, good night. Xia Yu turned off his phone and set his alarm clocked. Shi Shuai's girlfriend pulled him out for a late-night snack, leaving one spot vacant. Xia Yu, come down to make up the numbers. Don't be a spoilsport, Wang Gang called out from the lower bunk, not even catching a glimpse of Xia Yu. Playing poker? Do you think I live by gambling like you? Xia Yu murmured to himself with his eyes closed. Let me tell you, all the big stars play poker. Are you coming or not? Wang Gang was unaware of this newfound information that if big stars play cards, then I shall too. Don't underestimate me. Xia Yu retorted. If you're not coming, the three of us can play do di zhu. Wang Gang secretly hoped Xia Yu would join, especially since the other two might be on the same side. You say you won't come? I insist on coming. Xia Yu suddenly sat up and jumped down to Wang Gang's lower bunk. Although Wang Gang had lost quite a bit that day, Xia Yu's arrival swiftly turned the tide. He had assumed Xia Yu wouldn't know how to play poker, yet he unexpectedly won every round with surprising flair. Wang Gang thought to himself that Xia Yu was a prodigious talent. A once-in-a-thousand-years kind of genius. Xia Yu stayed with them, playing until past 2 o'clock. Had they not been utterly fatigued, they might have continued all night. The morning in Shun and was particularly warm, a stark contrast to the sweltering heat of midday. When Xia Yu got out of bed, the others in the dormitory were still buried in deep slumber. After a quick wash, he headed to a local eatery to casually devour a basket of soup dumplings and a bowl of congee. Packing breakfast for Hua Wanjiao and Gu Sisi before heading directly to Hua Wanjiao's rental apartment, he pushed the door open, only to find it unlocked. Xia Yu thought to himself, these two girls are truly careless. Upon entering the empty common room, he opened Hua Wanjiao's door, but found no one inside. However, when he reached the room of the plump Gu Sisi, she was still soundly asleep, snoring away. Xia Yu mused. How could Hua Wanjiao arrange to meet him and not be around? He approached the balcony door just as Hua Wanjiao emerged from the shower, colliding directly with Xia Yu. Hua Wanjiao, you. Xia Yu was momentarily flustered. Xia Yu, what's wrong? Hua Wanjiao noticed nothing amiss and glanced at her nightgown. Nothing. Just as Xia Yu had unexpectedly bumped into Hua Wanjiao, his X-ray vision had activated, revealing that she wore a sheer sleepwear. But to Xia Yu's perception, she appeared entirely unclothed. It dawned on him that Hua Wanjiao was unaware of his ability. He tried his best to avert his gaze, waiting for her to finish dressing or for his power to subside. Xia Yu, did you not sleep well last night? You look utterly disheveled, Hua Wanjiao commented, puzzled by his appearance so early in the morning. Perhaps I stayed up too late playing cards. The more Xia Yu sought to distance himself, the closer Hua Wanjiao seemed to draw. Chapter 18. Enrolling in driving school, Xia Yu hailed a red taxi on the road. He opened the door for Hua Wanjiao to the right back seat, where she bent down to sit. Usually, Xia Yu preferred the front passenger seat, but today was an exception. He joined her in the back. Driver, take us to Neo by driving school, Xia Yu instructed the taxi driver as he settled into the vehicle. The taxi driver was a middle-aged man in the sweltering summer heat of Shunan. He donned sunglasses, and soon the sun would rise, causing the temperature to soar above 30 degrees. All right, you two handsome gentlemen and lovely ladies. Please make yourselves comfortable, he said. Though he had barely finished speaking before his foot pressed down on the accelerator, the car meandered through a residential area for a while, and before long, it sped onto a 6-lane asphalt road. Flanked by towering buildings, the service industry flourished here, with banks, supermarkets, and cinemas in abundance. Wawankio, when I have money, I shall buy the Empire State Building, Summer Rain remarked, gazing at the iconic structure of Shinin, nudging Wawankio's right shoulder with his left hand. Just you, spare me. You should really consider how many overtime shifts you can work this month and how much extra pay that entails, Wawankio retorted, leaning closer to Summer Rain and gazing outside. I hardly work overtime, Wawankio. You underestimate me, Summer Rain asserted. How about a wager? If I manage to buy it, you'll spend a night with me, or even marry me. He shot a glance at Wawankio, feeling slightly insulted. Summer Rain, you're dreaming. I bet you won't be able to afford it. Does it not have over 120 floors? How much do you think that would cost? Do you really think you can manage it? What will you do if you lose? Wawankio continued, counting the floors with her fingers. In truth, the Empire State Building was the tallest structure in Shinin and the property of the Ku family. All right then, just wait for the day you accompany me for a night, or I will suffer the indignity of marrying you, a leftover woman, Summer Rain jested. If I lose, you may do with me as you please. Young man, you are unaware that the owner behind the Empire State Building is none other than the formidable Kujun of the Conan Group, whose business spans the nation. Acquiring his skyscraper would be akin to reaching for the heavens. The driver interjected unexpectedly. Wawankio, I realize you are becoming quite the conversationalist. I simply wish to indulge in my grand dreams, though I had a rather embarrassing dream last night, Summer Rain teased, playfully provoking Wawankio. I'll be waiting then. How did that joke come about? Wawankio replied with a wry smile. Time flew by, and before they knew it, within half an hour's drive, Summer Rain and Wawankio arrived at Nyobi Driving School. The school was modest in size, consisting of a 3-story building and a practice area. Its scale seemed incongruous with its name, yet it was the closest driving school to Siku Electronics. After paying the fare, Summer Rain and Wawankio entered Nyobi Driving School. Hello, beautiful. May I inquire about the registration fee for AC license? Summer Rain approached the reception desk, where the clerk was engrossed in her phone. For a package deal, it's 3,800 yuan, she replied, lifting her gaze briefly before returning to her game. The two of them simultaneously inquired, is there any discount? Wawankio chimed in casually. Yes, for 2 people. It's 7,000 yuan, the receptionist said, seemingly oblivious to their presence as she continued playing. Excuse me, where do we pay? Summer Rain's gaze was fixed intently on the receptionist. Noticing his piercing stare, the receptionist responded. Handsome, you can go to the finance office on the 2nd floor. Without waiting for her to finish, Summer Rain strode directly to the 2nd floor, with Wawankio following closely behind. Wait, Wawankio, stay here for a moment. He called back, his heightened senses as a practitioner making him acutely aware that anyone here. I wish to register for driving lessons. Xia Yu deliberately posed that question, fully aware of the events that had transpired. His intention to keep Wawankio at bay was, after all, rooted in his concern for her well-being, as it is unseemly for a young lady to be entangled in such matters. Meanwhile, Wawankio remained rooted in place since Xia Yu had instructed her to stand still. Perhaps genuinely believing that something significant was about to unfold, the door to the finance office swung open, revealing a muscular man adorned with tattoos, who swaggered out while adjusting his pants belt. The woman accompanying him was dressed in professional attire. Her hair disheveled, and the thrilling escapade they had just experienced was one only they could comprehend. You little rascal, you nearly ruined my plans, the muscular man proclaimed as he sauntered past Wawankio, casting an intense gaze upon her, even taking a moment to inhale the air around her. Wow, beauty, you smell divine, scoundrel. Keep your distance, Wawankio retorted. For the type of boy she despised most were those who were frivolous and insincere. Inside the office, the alluring woman had tidied herself up, now seated at her desk, gazing into a small round mirror to check her appearance. Sister, we both wish to register for driving lessons and pay the fee. Xia Yu stated candidly as he approached the enchanting woman. Oh, handsome, the total is 7,000 yuan. If you engage in a little more conversation with me, I might offer you a discount. You see? This driving school belongs to my husband, she replied. Xia Yu was taken aback to discover that the principal was, in fact, a muscular man. Was that just now your husband? He inquired with curiosity. That scoundrel is merely an instructor. He only seeks to take advantage of me. He has his sights set on innocent girls yearning for their driving licenses. One day, I'll settle the score, she declared. Xia Yu was astonished by the promiscuous lifestyle of such a woman in her 30s. Sister, let us just pay 7,000, shall we? When can we take the first subject exam? he asked, eager to leave the company of such a beguiling woman. You can take it today, and I can arrange for you to practice driving as well. Although she wore professional garb, her inner self was that of a free-spirited individual. Hua Wanxiu hastily rummaged through her bag, only to find 6,000 yuan. Xia Yu, I only have 6,000. What should I do? She questioned him anxiously. Who said you needed to pay? The invigilator one envisions should be a person of refined demeanor, yet unexpectedly, the individual who entered was the muscular man whom Xia Yu had just encountered in the finance office. The burly figure strode into the classroom with an air of confidence, surveying the students with a sweeping glance. Good morning, everyone. I am your invigilator for today. My name is Lon Xine, proclaimed the muscular man. After introducing himself, he took a seat at the podium and began operating the computer. Students, the first subject is relatively simple, so do not let me catch anyone cheating. Otherwise, I will declare you fail without hesitation. In 1 minute, the exam will commence. As Lon Xine addressed the class, the students listened intently, while Xia Yu leisurely played Do Di Zhu on his phone, completely disregarding the muscular man's speech. Xia Yu, the exam has begun, and you are still on your phone, Hu Wanxiu kindly reminded him. Lost again. What bad luck. Xia Yu turned off his phone and opened the computer to start answering the exam questions. He soon discovered that the test was not merely easy, and finished in a short time. Hu Wanxiu completed the exam about 10 minutes later, evidently brimming with confidence. An unknown moment. The muscular man Lon Xine found himself standing before Hu Wanxiu. His back turned to Xia Yu. Miss, how did you fare on the exam? He asked her with enthusiasm. Not bad. Hu Wanxiu replied. I am also a part-time instructor at Nearby Driving School, and if you arrange your practical sessions under my name, I guarantee you will pass. As he spoke, Lon Xine began to place his hand on Hu Wanxiu's arm a few times. Coach Lon, please maintain your decorum, she retorted. To Xia Yu's astonishment, the muscular man sat atop Xia Yu's desk and declared, Students who have finished may leave, but you must stay. He pointed at Hu Wanxiu. This was perplexing. Why was she being singled out? Angered, Hu Wanxiu rose to her feet, fully aware that this instructor was not to be trifled with. Xia Yu stifled a laugh, eager to witness how Hu Wanxiu would navigate this predicament. Miss, you have no idea. Ever since I laid eyes on you, I have felt you are the missing half I have been searching for. Lon Xine professed, words likely spoken to countless women before. Get away, you lecher, Hu Wanxiu exclaimed. Xia Yu, please help me, she called out to him, her voice raised in desperation. Muscle man, are you comfortable sitting atop my desk? Xia Yu stood up, initially intending to let Hu Wanxiu stew in her discomfort, but his desire to obtain his driver's license took precedence. You little brat, don't ruin my plans, or I will ensure you fail the exam. Lon Xine threatened, his eyes wide with fury, not forgetting to flex his muscles. A keen observer might notice the tattoos of a blue dragon on his left and a white tiger on his right. I wonder if you even know who she is. Xia Yu shot back with a hint of disdain. Is she your girlfriend? So what? Lon Xine retorted. Consider yourself fortunate, if you know what's good for you. You will leave immediately, or else. Xia Yu glanced at Hu Wanxiu. Kid, you have some guts. You'll soon see what's in store for you, Lon Xine said, raising a finger threateningly before retreating from the classroom. Xia Yu had anticipated a confrontation, yet was surprised by Lon Xine's retreat, leaving him puzzled. Had a fight ensued, Xia Yu would undoubtedly have brought him to his knees, much to the dismay of the classroom furniture. Xia Yu, you are incorrigible, only choosing to act now. You infuriate me. After the muscular man Lon Xine and Hua Wanxiu departed, they began to question Xia Yu. Beautiful lady, I am merely looking out for your best interests. Should I not be present today, you must find a way to deal with him, right? Or do you intend to? Xia Yu seated herself on the table, addressing Hua Wanxiu. What do you mean? Hua Wanxiu inquired. Perplexed by the incomplete statement. You wish to accompany him to bed, Xia Yu declared, then dashed outside. Damn you, Xia Yu. I'll have your head. Wait for me. Hua Wanxiu, infuriated, chased after her. Unbeknownst to them, Hua Wanxiu pursued Xia Yu all the way to the entrance of the driving school. Xia Yu, wait. I can't keep up, Hua Wanxiu gasped, bending over with her hands on her knees. Meanwhile, Xia Yu's breathing had merely quickened. Everything else remained steady. Hua Wanxiu, no vengeance today. Xia Yu deserves a respite. Where to now? Hua Wanxiu, still catching her breath, asked. Beauty, it's nearly 12:30. We should find somewhere to dine, Xia Yu replied, patting her stomach, which was indeed growling audibly. All right then, let us locate a place to eat. Hua Wanxiu concurred with Xia Yu's suggestion. Xia Yu scanned the nearby establishments and noticed a particularly eye-catching restaurant specializing in Hunan cuisine, concluding it should be quite delightful. Let us go to Bai Hao Chi, Xia Yu stated decisively, striding towards the restaurant, with Hua Wanxiu already beside her, following closely. The restaurant was not crowded, given its somewhat secluded location. Xia Yu chose a private room and sat down, with an eager server promptly delivering the menu. Beautiful lady, I'd like to order a portion of chopped pepper fish head, iron pot scallion shrimp, mapo tofu, and a 3-flavor soup, Xia Yu stated, casually flipping through the menu, initially intending to let Hua Wanxiu choose the dishes. He realized she experienced difficulty making decisions, so he opted to take charge himself. Xia Yu, that's rather extravagant. Let us keep it simple, Hua Wanxiu remarked, noting Xia Yu's modest salary and high expenditure. It's not excessive. It's far less than what I had on the mountain, Xia Yu rebutted. The server took Xia Yu's order to the kitchen. Xia Yu poured a cup of cool tea for Hua Wanxiu, then filled one for himself as well. After taking a sip, he exclaimed in relief. Just as he was about to take another sip, he overheard a raucous commotion from the adjacent room, recognizing the loud voice of a man he found strikingly familiar. Cheers, cheers, cheers. The voice belonged to the muscular man Lan Xia. Let me tell you, beautiful lady, as long as you become my girlfriend, or at least for 3 months, I guarantee you'll obtain your driver's license without fail. Otherwise, you'll end up like that foolish couple from today, unable to pass the first subject. Lan Xia appeared to be slightly inebriated, his speech fragmented at that moment. Xia Yu pressed his ear against the wall, eavesdropping intently. He was well aware of the numerous unspoken rules prevalent in society, but he never anticipated encountering them today. Would Lan Xia make things difficult for him? Chapter 20. It's either targeting. Hua Wanxiu, seated opposite Xia Yu, could not discern the conversation in the neighboring room and hoped Xia Yu would enlighten her about the unfolding events. Xia Yu, what is happening next door? Hua Wanxiu inquired, still oblivious to the identities involved. Nothing much, just a drunkard. Let us eat first and see how my selections fare, Xia Yu replied, gesturing towards the freshly served chopped pepper fish head. I am exceedingly famished. Hua Wanxiu, let us dine. As Xia Yu spoke, she lifted a bowl and served it to Hua Wanxiu, before filling another for herself and beginning to eat. Thank you, Xia Yu, for accompanying me to the examination today, Hua Wanxiu expressed, as she deftly used her chopsticks to offer a piece of fish to Xia Yu. What gratitude is this? Was it not you who provided me shelter when I was left to wander the streets? Xia Yu replied while gnawing on a piece of fish adorned with its delicate flesh. Just as Xia Yu was becoming satiated, a muscular man named Lan Xia approached their private room, arm around a female student. Upon seeing Xia Yu and Hua Wanxiu enjoying their meal, he intended to mock them before leading the female student to a hotel, mindful of maintaining some semblance of personal decorum at the driving school. Hua Wanxiu, noticing Lan Xian's arrival, sensed trouble brewing. Well, it appears you two are living quite well. So many delectable dishes, yet you did not invite me, Lan Xian remarked, releasing his hold on the female student to ladle soup from a distance of 30 centimeters into his bowl. Scram, how could someone like you become an examiner and instructor? Hua Wanxiu retorted, her anger evident at the sight of such a person before her. My dear lady, look at you. Your temper is rather formidable. Allow me to discipline you, and I assure you'll be thoroughly convinced, Lan Xian stated, attempting to move his right hand to caress Hua Wanxiu's chin. You scoundrel, vile and shameless, get lost. Hua Wanxiu would not allow him to prevail. The more she protested, the more exhilarated Lan Xian became, completely disregarding the female student, who stood with her arms crossed in front of her abdomen. Her expression one of utter displeasure. As Lan Xian attempted once more to grasp Hua Wanxiu's chin, his hand was suddenly seized by a powerful grip. None other than Xia Yu asked. If Xia Yu did not intervene, Hua Wanxiu would undoubtedly suffer a silent defeat. Xia Yu, was this intentional? Why didn't you act sooner? Hua Wanxiu complained about Xia Yu's delayed rescue. If I had acted sooner, it would have looked rather unseemly. Xia Yu felt unjustly accused. Oh, you would prefer to see me taken advantage of for your amusement? Hua Wanxiu shot back, her glare towards Xia Yu more intense than Lan Xian's. That you little rascal, release me, lest I show you no mercy. Lan Xian had already experienced Xia Yu's strength and felt compelled to feign dominance before the woman, lest he tarnish the image of his six-pack abs. What if I refuse? He retorted, recalling he had heard a declaration of automatic failure for their examination. Xia Yu rose, a cold smile gracing his lips. And what of it? What can you do to me? In that moment, Lan Xian, forgetting that his hand was still caught, exclaimed, my God, it hurts terribly. Handsome, I beg you, let me go. If you seek a companion, there is one right here. Lan Xian pleaded, pulling the female student closer with his left hand, that I have no interest in a transvestite. You are the only one with such peculiar tastes, Xia Yu countered, having discerned through keen observation that the female student was not truly a woman, and upon further inspection, confirmed his suspicions that a transvestite. Damn it, I must have been blind. Now get lost, Lon Xian disgustedly berated himself. Damn it, you were the one who approached me. The female student suddenly transformed, her voice adopting a coarse, masculine tone before she strode away defiantly. Young handsome man, Yang Zai, I implore you, please let me go. The muscular man, Lon Xian, felt a surge of pain in his hand. He had never been bullied before, only ever dishing it out to others. No problem, but you must swear to ensure that I and Hua Wanqiu pass, otherwise. As Xia Yu spoke, he tightened his grip on the muscular man Lon Xian's hand. I swear by the heavens, if I, the super handsome Lon Xian, fail to ensure the passage of the young handsome man and the beautiful lady in their examination, may I be struck by lightning and remain childless after marriage. The muscular man was quite pleased with his self-proclaimed title of super handsome. Let me introduce myself. My name is Xia Yu, with Xia meaning summer and Yu meaning rain. My girlfriend is Hua Wanqiu. We call her Sister Hua. Xia Yu felt satisfied with his introduction and subsequently released him. Xia Yu, do you truly consider me your girlfriend? You speak so vividly, yet it has barely begun. Hua Wanqiu interjected, unable to contain herself, questioning when she had become Xia Yu's girlfriend. You little rascal, are you seeking death? How dare you threaten me? Lon Xian, taking advantage of the moment when Xia Yu was conversing with Hua Wanqiu. The muscular man Lon Xian seized a nearby wooden stool and lunged at Xia Yu. Xia Yu swiftly dodged, delivering a flurry of punches to Lon Xian's face, rendering him unable to discern Xia Yu's movements. His vision blurred until he felt the sting of several swollen spots. Xia Yu did not exit the vehicle and waved farewell to Hua Wanqiu before shutting the door, as the automobile sped towards the company dormitory. Although Xia Yu initially intended to head to the dormitory, he pondered the futility of that choice and thus instructed the taxi driver to take him for a stroll at the market. This decision stirred a sense of concern within Hua Wanqiu. She had always perceived Gu Sisi as an innocent and naive girl, devoid of any cunning, who simply relished food. What if she encountered ill-intentioned individuals? Hello, He Liju. This is Hua Wanqiu. Has Gu Sisi sought you out today? Hua Wanqiu recalled that apart from herself, He Liju was the only one with whom Gu Sisi shared a close bond. No, I haven't seen her. I've been cooped up in the dormitory reading romance novels all day. Wasn't she always with you? He Liju also harbored suspicions that something might have transpired. Very well then. Thank you, Liju. Hua Wanqiu slumped onto the sofa, her hands covering her small face, at a loss for what to do. She considered the possibility that perhaps their superior had assigned overtime, yet after making several calls, she confirmed that Gu Sisi was not scheduled to work on Sunday. She contemplated whether to contact her uncle and aunt, but then thought that if Gu Sisi had merely gone out for a brief outing and her phone had run out of battery, that would only serve to heighten her uncle and aunt's worries. Hua Wanqiu felt utterly helpless, having exhausted all those who were close to Gu Sisi in her mind, until finally, Xia Yu came to her thoughts. Perhaps, if something truly had happened to Gu Sisi, Xia Yu might indeed be of assistance. After arriving at the market, Xia Yu wandered about aimlessly. He first visited a pet shop, finding the puppies and kittens irresistibly adorable, yet lamenting that he lacked the energy to care for a dog at the moment. Subsequently, he approached a street vendor, where he noticed a short, middle-aged man, his face adorned with dark spots, squatting by the roadside. The man was holding a bowl with a 1 yuan coin, inviting passers-by to guess whether the outcome would be even or odd. A small crowd of 5 or 6 people had gathered, with some placing bets ranging from 50 to 100 yuan. These con artists were particularly skilled, rendering it nearly impossible for the average person to detect any trickery. Within half an hour, Xia Yu observed that the man had won at least 1,000 yuan. Step aside. Let me have a go, Xia Yu declared, pushing through 2 onlookers who had obstructed his view. The crowd, noticing someone was about to place a bet, parted to make way for Xia Yu. Master, here's the deal. I wager 1 round, 1,000 yuan, Xia Yu casually remarked, startling those around him. Most were aware that these individuals were swindlers and typically only played for small stakes. Rest assured, the only concern is your potential regret, the middle-aged man replied, clearly skeptical that a mere shake could change his fortune. Xia Yu did not for a moment believe that he could be outsmarted. The man began by spinning 2 coins, subsequently covering the rotating coins with the bowl. A discerning eye would immediately suspect a double win. Yet the man had manipulated the situation. He had 3 coins in the bowl, with one having already landed in it, transforming it into a single win. I suspect it to be a double win, but I wish to shake it myself, Xia Yu stated candidly. Not a problem. The middle-aged man was confident that a few shakes could not alter the outcome. Xia Yu surveyed the crowd, a cold smile gracing his lips. He pressed down on the bottom of the bowl, giving it a shake before releasing it. I still wager double W, and as Xia Yu spoke. His expression radiated the confidence of a victor. Several onlookers followed suit, placing their bets on the double win. However, for the middle-aged man, he had a 100% chance of winning. Unfortunately for him, today he had encountered Xia Yu, who possessed an almost clairvoyant insight. Double win. The onlookers incessantly shouted Shuang Bao, and indeed, it was just that, a dual treasure. A middle-aged man glared with such intensity that one could sense his murderous intent towards Xia Yu. Xia Yu had won 1,000, while the others had merely pocketed a few hundred. This time, the middle-aged man had truly suffered a significant loss. Another round. The crowd clamored beside him. Xia Yu remained unfazed, but the middle-aged man's expression clearly soured. Hey, Xia Yu, I am Hua Wanxiu. I can't get in touch with Gucci. You must come to my rented apartment quickly. I am increasingly anxious about what might happen, Hua Wanxiu exclaimed. Just as Xia Yu was about to engage in another round, the call from Hua Wanxiu interrupted him. Hua Wanxiu, do not fret. Perhaps her phone is off, or she has gone out to have fun. I will come right away, Xia Yu reassured her, pressing the phone tightly against his ear, as the bustling market was exceedingly loud. How can I not worry? We agreed to message each other within 8 hours because the security here is rather poor. Hua Wanxiu's tone grew heavier with concern. All right, I will be there shortly. Just wait for me, Xia Yu responded before hanging up. He tucked the money into his pocket and prepared to leave. The middle-aged man cast a few glances at the 2 individuals beside him, revealing that they were indeed accomplices. Little brother, if you wish to leave, you must first hand over the 1,000 you just won. The middle-aged man suddenly transformed, his demeanor shifting from amiable to utterly domineering. Hua Wanxiu, I am in a bit of trouble. Give me 15 minutes. Xia Yu quickly called Hua Wanxiu again, only to hang up right after. Xia Yu. Hua Wanxiu, upon receiving the call, was abruptly cut off as Xia Yu ended the conversation. Well, little brother, what do you say? Have you thought it over? One of the middle-aged man's associates interjected. I want the money, and I want to leave immediately, Xia Yu declared, preparing to depart. The middle-aged man exchanged glances with his 2 companions, and they charged at Xia Yu with clenched fists. The onlookers scattered, fearful of getting hurt, yet their curiosity remained fervent. Xia Yu seized the hand of one of the middle-aged man's companions, who was utterly defenseless. Utilizing the man's own hand, Xia Yu struck him across the face in a swift series of motions. The other middle-aged attacker found himself toppled into a vegetable. Xia Yu did not notify Hua Wanxiu in advance. The access code for the password door had been previously shared with him by Hua Wanxiu. Upon entering the code 513145, the door swung open automatically. The rental units here are equipped with smart password doors, unlike those in the mainland, which are typically just ordinary wooden or stainless steel doors. Xia Yu ascended the staircase directly to Hua Wanxiu's door, intending to knock just as she opened it. Xia Yu, you nearly gave me a heart attack. At last, you've arrived, Hua Wanxiu exclaimed, pacing anxiously before taking a seat on the sofa. Uncertain of what to do, I encountered some trouble on the street and could only come after resolving it. Xia Yu explained. Xia Yu, what happened to your face? There's blood, Hua Wanxiu observed, noticing the traces of blood upon his visage. It must have happened when I passed by a butcher's stall. The owner was wielding a cleaver to chop ribs and accidentally splattered me, Xia Yu fabricated, aware that Hua Wanxiu disdained discussions of violence. You really ought to be more careful. One might think you got into a brawl, Hua Wanxiu chided, fetching a tissue to assist in cleaning his wound. As she drew near, Xia Yu was suddenly enveloped by a captivating fragrance of roses emanating from her, an irresistible scent that, combined with her exquisite features and alluring figure clad in a white dress, stirred his imagination. Xia Yu, what should we do? Perhaps we should report this to the police. I haven't heard from Gucci all day, Hua Wanxiu suggested, having awaited Xia Yu's arrival for guidance. Report to the police? Very well. It appears we have no other choice, Xia Yu conceded, unable to devise a better plan. As Hua Wanxiu prepared to dial 110, her phone rang, revealing it to be Gucci's mother on the line. Wanxiu, Cici has been kidnapped. Today I received a call from the kidnappers. They demand a ransom of 100,000 yuan for her release. Gucci's mother, Zhao Yue, spoke with a trembling voice, clearly distraught. Zhao Yue, whose husband Gu Tangnan engages in small-scale business, sounded exhausted, having traveled by train to reach Shunan. "Auntie, please wait for me and Uncle Gu. I will come down to meet you shortly," Hua Wanqiu replied. Signaling Xia Yu to open the door, she rushed down the stairs, revealing the depth of her friendship with Gu Cc. As she had heard from Gu Cc, her father, and Gu Tang, and had been close friends for many years. "Uncle Gu, Aunt Zhao, you have finally arrived. Cc hasn't contacted me all day, and I was frantic with worry," Hua Wanqiu lamented to Gu Tangnan and Zhao Yue. "Wanqiu, you must save my only precious daughter," Zhao Yue pleaded, her voice hoarse from crying. "Wanqiu, is this young man your boyfriend? He is quite handsome and charming, indeed a rarity," Zhao Yue remarked, grasping Hua Wanqiu's hand. "Auntie, he is not. I would never choose a boyfriend like him. Unemployed, without money, a house, or a car," Hua Wanqiu retorted, yet her gaze discreetly flicked towards Xia Yu. "Uncle and aunt, let us ascend the stairs before we continue our conversation," Xia Yu hinted subtly to Hua Wanqiu. Indeed, we should have taken our discussions upstairs long ago." Upon finishing her sentence, Hua Wanqiu seized the suitcase from Gu Tongnan's grasp and unceremoniously tossed it before Xia Yu. "Xia Yu, when the moment for you to shine arrives, you must seize the opportunity," Hua Wanqiu remarked, gesturing towards the suitcase. Hua Wanqiu assisted Zhao Yue in settling onto the sofa while she busied herself pouring tea for the two uncles and aunt. Through her conversation with Gu Tangnan, Xia Yu learned that Gu Cc had been abducted, presumably by someone familiar to her, likely a close friend. Just as Xia Yu was discussing strategies to address the situation with Gu Tangnan, Zhao Yue's phone rang once more. Upon glancing at the screen, she recognized the number as that of the abductor who had previously contacted her. "Listen closely, your daughter is in our custody if you wish to see her alive. Bring 100,000 tomorrow. If you alert the authorities, you shall never see your daughter again." Before Zhao Wei could respond, the call was abruptly terminated. Xia Yu surveyed the place where Gu Cc was being held. A location that seemed vaguely familiar, yet he could not recall its exact whereabouts. In the video, Gu Cc was bound with ropes to a shelf, her mouth stuffed with fabric, surrounded by a chaotic scattering of debris on the ground. Resembling a desolate ruin or perhaps a factory warehouse, Xia Yu found it hard to believe that he was stumped by this situation. Where could that place be? He felt a sense of recognition. Yet the memory eluded him. Gu Cc's parents sought Xia Yu's assistance, hoping that the youthful mind would be quick and resourceful. Both Xia Yu and Hua Wanqiu were left with no choice but to await the kidnapper's call. Although Zhao Yue lay in Gu Cic's bed, she could not sleep soundly, consumed by thoughts of her daughter. She regretted allowing her to come to Shinan, wishing instead they could be at home sharing laughter and joy. As dawn broke, everyone rose early, seated on the sofa in anxious anticipation of the kidnapper's call. Xia Yu ventured out to procure some breakfast for Hua Wanqiu and the uncles and aunt. After leaving, he also called Zhong Yanhong to inform her of his cold and request a day off, to which she readily agreed. Yet, the kidnapper's call remained conspicuously absent. Was it possible they had resorted to violence? Chapter 23. Where is Gu Cc? Xia Yu occupied himself with a few rounds of Honor of Kings on his phone, and just as despair began to settle among them, the kidnapper finally rang. "If you wish for your daughter to be safe, meet at noon today on Poland Street, exchanging cash for her. However, should you dare to notify the police, you will bear the consequences." The voice of the kidnapper was loud and composed, indicative of an experienced criminal. Xia Yu was not unfamiliar with Poland Street. He recalled a previous encounter there with Li Tianhu, who had attempted to extort him, and that entire area was under Li Tianhu's influence. Zhao Yue dragged the suitcase from the corner to the side of the sofa, opening it to reveal a black handbag. Inside, it was filled to the brim with cash, a total of 100,000 yuan. While this sum may not be significant to the residents of Shinan, for families in impoverished rural areas, it represented years of savings. Xia Yu and Hua Wanqiu were also taken aback. Such a sum would require several years of diligent work for many laborers. "Uncle Gu, you needn't worry. With me, Xia Yu, present, those scoundrels shall never prevail," Xia Yu declared with unwavering confidence. At noon, the temperature soared above 38 degrees, rendering the streets nearly deserted, save for a few enchanting ladies sauntering by under their sun umbrellas on Poland Street. Xia Yu instructed Hua Wanqiu and Gu Tangnan to remain at home while he accompanied Zhao Yue to Poland Street. Naturally, Xia Yu could not appear alongside Zhao Yue. He could only observe from the shadows. In accordance with the kidnapper's demands, Zhao Yue was to carry a black suitcase alone on Poland Street. "Excellent. Now proceed to shop number 138 at the market with the bag," and under no circumstances should you attempt any tricks. We will contact you upon your arrival, came the kidnapper's voice. Xia Yu received yet another call, the other party maintaining a cautious demeanor. After walking for a while, she arrived at shop number 138, which was still undergoing renovations, with the workers having departed for lunch, unlikely to return until at least 2 in the afternoon. Xia Yu feigned being a passerby, trailing behind Zhao Yui. As he approached shop number 138, he noticed Zhao Yui's phone ringing once more. Keep your promise. If you enter shop number 138 and find no one inside, leave the money there and you may exit. The voice was particularly exuberant, as if victory were at hand. Please, I implore you, do not harm my daughter. I must see her to comply, Zhao Yui pleaded, fully aware that her actions might be in vain. Rest assured, as long as you follow our instructions, your daughter will remain unharmed. The kidnapper sought to reassure her. Zhao Yui's phone received a short video from the kidnapper that in the video, Gu Sisi was bound at the hands, her mouth taped shut. As a masked kidnapper ripped off the tape. Mom, help me, Gu Sisi cried. But before she could finish, the masked figure silenced her again with the tape, leaving her only able to utter muffled sounds. Zhao Yui glanced towards Xia Yu, signaling him for guidance on the next steps. Xia Yu nodded decisively, urging her to comply with the kidnapper's demands. Zhao Yui entered shop number 138, finding it eerily empty and in disarray. Hesitating briefly, she placed the black bag conspicuously on the wooden door. Reluctant to part with the hard-earned 100,000 yuan, she ultimately sacrificed it for her daughter's sake. Exhaling a sigh of relief before turning to leave, she scanned the surroundings for any sign of the kidnapper but saw none. Just then, her phone rang again. Proceed to the warehouse on the 2nd floor of the market. Your daughter is there. Of course, if I see the money, your daughter will be safe. Otherwise, you will meet her in the underworld. The kidnapper sought to divert her to meet her daughter, demonstrating a cleverness that was not to be underestimated. Xia Yu sent a brief message to Zhao Yui. Aunt Zhao, you must head to the 2nd floor warehouse. The staircase is next to the mobile recharge shop on the right. Leave the rest to me. Xia Yu was equally cautious in his decision-making. Zhao Yui replied with a text, knowing she had no choice but to comply. In a state of panic, Zhao Yui hurried along, each step fraught with anxiety. As the distance to the 2nd floor still loomed ahead, however, she could no longer see Xia Yu, nor the entrance to shop number 138. Xia Yu remained quietly vigilant, awaiting the kidnapper's emergence, refusing to let his guard down for even a moment. Approximately 5 minutes later, a slightly plump man emerged from a nearby hardware store, his face obscured by a sun hat. The kidnapper glanced around cautiously before hastily entering shop number 138. Xia Yu, stationed across from the bustling market, was merely a road's breadth away from the establishment. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Yu dashed across the road with remarkable speed, surpassing that of a sprinter, and soon found himself blocking the doorway. At that moment, the kidnapper had just opened his bag to inspect the money and was on the phone instructing his accomplice to release the hostage, preparing to depart when Xia Yu obstructed his path. As the kidnapper attempted to make a call, Xia Yu leapt into action, delivering a flying kick that sent the phone tumbling several yards away. Damn cop, seeking death, the kidnapper growled, adopting a desperate stance as he seized an axe from a nearby workshop. I'm not a cop, but today, you're done for. Xia Yu appeared unfazed, considering it a mere trifling matter to deal with a caged bird. The kidnapper swung the axe at Xia Yu. But regardless of the kidnapper's strength and ferocity, Xia Yu deftly evaded each strike, using only a symbolic form of boxing to disarm him, even removing the kidnapper's hat in the process, attempting to escape. The kidnapper stumbled as Xia Yu blocked his path with a swift kick, sending him crashing to the ground, bruises marring his face. Xia Yu quickly pinned the kidnapper against a wooden door. The latter's face pressed painfully against the surface as he begged for mercy. Please, spare me. How about we split the money? I beg you, don't send me to the police station, or my life is over. The kidnapper pleaded desperately. Send you to the police? I could easily take your life right now. Do you think you could still harm others? Xia Yu retorted before unleashing another round of strikes. Afterward, his hands felt somewhat sore and numb. Take me to where that girl is, or I swear I will end you. Xia Yu prioritized the greater good. Didn't I just speak with that girl's mother? The kidnapper exhaled, relieved. Fool, do you think I'm an idiot? Lead the way now. Xia Yu kicked him harshly several times again. Please, spare me. It hurts so much. I'll take you right away. The kidnapper, caught in a stroke of misfortune, never anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent. Xia Yu restrained the kidnapper's hands and picked up his phone, following the route indicated by the kidnapper to a supposed warehouse on the second floor, which turned out to be non-existent. The kidnapper had lied, intending to escape. The second floor was filled with textile merchants instead. Furious, Xia Yu delivered another series of blows, gripping the kidnapper's legs, preparing to throw him from the second floor. The upside-down kidnapper was paralyzed with fear, realizing he had truly encountered a master today. Please, spare me. I will definitely take you there. The kidnapper, so frightened that he wet his pants, felt utterly unworthy of the title. If you dare deceive me again, this will be your fate. Xia Yu's resolve was unwavering. He dialed Xia Yu's number, but there was no answer. However, he noted several missed calls from Hua Wanxiu. Those who read my book in 2018 will become billionaires. Chapter 24. Sacrificing oneself to save others. Where is that girl? As Xia Yu continued to pummel the kidnapper, he contemplated that leaving a living witness might be the only way out. Stop hitting me. I'll tell you. She's on the third floor. The kidnapper's lips were stained with blood, clearly a victim of relentless torment. As Xia Yu contemplated, he realized the truth in his thoughts. During his first visit to the marketplace, he had been aware that it comprised 3 levels, and in that moment, he had overthought the situation, not foreseeing the developments that would unfold. Just as Xia Yu was preparing to escort the kidnapper to the third floor, the kidnapper's phone rang, displaying the name Gao Xiang. Xia Yu handed the phone to the kidnapper, whom he referred to as Brother Tao. You said you would come right away. Brother Tao, why haven't you arrived yet? You're not planning to make off with the money on your own, are you? Gao Xiang expressed his lingering doubts about Brother Tao. Xiao Xiang, don't worry, I'll be there shortly. Once the kidnapper finished speaking, Xia Yu seized the phone from him and proceeded to lead the kidnapper directly to the third floor. The third floor housed a storage area for a home goods market, its entrance slightly ajar, allowing a glimpse of the interior arrangement. Peering through the crack in the door, Xia Yu did not see Gu Sisi or Zhao Yui. Instead, he noticed various home and bedding items. However, the area obstructed by the home goods was not visible, and only by entering could one ascertain the actual situation. Gently pushing the door open, Xia Yu recognized that binding the kidnapper was a necessity. Fortunately, a rope lay nearby, and he swiftly secured the kidnapper's hands to the stainless steel railing of the staircase. With the kidnapper bound, Xia Yu exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. He cautiously stepped inside, moving from the entrance to the right corner, where a narrow path led further in. At last, Xia Yu spotted Gu Sisi and Zhao Yui. As for how Zhao Yui had been bound, he would only learn the details after rescuing her. Next to Zhao Yui was a man who was also tied up. The 3 of them were sequentially bound beneath a 4-cornered table, leaning against each other with their heads bowed, likely unconscious or asleep. Nearby, 3 kidnappers were engrossed in a game of poker, while another masked figure paced back and forth, seemingly lost in thought. Just as Xia Yu was about to approach, he felt a sudden tap on his shoulder. Xia Yu, why haven't you been answering your phone? It turned out that Hua Wanxiu had been trying to reach Xia Yu without success, so she had decided to come over herself. Luck was on her side. Upon reaching the third floor, she even kicked the kidnapper who was stationed near the stairs. Beautiful lady, you startled me. Who invited you here? Xia Yu had not anticipated Hua Wanxiu following him, but if you can come, why can't I? Hua Wanxiu draped her arm over Xia Yu's shoulder, her gaze fixed on the direction of Gu Sisi, contemplating how to orchestrate the rescue. Hua Wanxiu, just in time. Here, take care of this, Xia Yu said, handing her a black bag. Leaning closer, he whispered a secret into her ear before pretending to be a worker and striding confidently towards the kidnappers. The masked kidnapper was the first to notice Xia Yu's arrival. Calling out to his poker-playing accomplices. As they became aware of the unfamiliar presence, they grew alert. You little brat, what do you want? Get lost, the masked kidnapper bellowed. Ha ha ha, what do you think I'm here for? Xia Yu replied with a light smile. Then you're here to meet your end. Brothers, get him. The masked kidnapper made a gesture, and his 3 brutish accomplices brandished their clubs, aiming for Xia Yu's head. With remarkable agility, Xia Yu seized the end of one wooden stick with his left hand and grasped the ends of 2 others with his right, effortlessly pulling them towards himself. The 3 thugs found themselves in dire straits as Xia Yu unleashed a flurry of kicks, sending them crashing to the ground, groaning in pain. A bunch of useless fools. Let me deal with them, declared the masked kidnapper, positioning himself in front of his incapacitated subordinates. Brothers, you've done something shameful behind that mask. Come here quickly and don't waste my time. Don't you know that time is money? Xia Yu provocatively taunted the masked kidnapper. You little brat, ruining my plans. Just wait and see how I handle you. The masked kidnapper snarled. his face contorted with rage. "I beg you, hurry up, and I will show you what death truly means." Xia Yu dismissed him completely. "You little brat, prepare to die." The masked kidnapper suddenly produced a long knife from who knows where and lunged at Xia Yu. However, Xia Yu, being well-trained, dodged just in time. He grabbed a mop from a nearby rack. For an ordinary person, it was merely a tool for cleaning floors, but for Xia Yu, it was the perfect counter to the long knife. With deftness, he wrapped the mop around the blade, rendering the masked kidnapper unable to withdraw it. With a slight exertion, the knife clattered to the ground. Before the kidnapper could react, Xia Yu leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick to the thug's face, who fell to the ground. Just as Xia Yu prepared to strike him down with a forceful blow, he was halted by Hua Wanqiu's voice. Hua Wanqiu emerged from a hidden corner, calling out to Xia Yu, followed by uniformed police officers. "Officers, I leave this to you." Xia Yu explained the situation to the leading policeman. Hua Wanqiu hurried to Gu Cici's side, assisting her in untying the ropes, and then helped Xia Yu, as well as a man who appeared to be the warehouse's caretaker. Gu Cici bore bruises across her face, yet her complexion seemed relatively stable. "All right, once I greet them, I will head to the police station myself." Xia Yu initially hesitated to go but ultimately chose to comply with the authorities to avoid any unnecessary conflict. He walked over to Hua Wanqiu, who was supporting Gu Cici alongside Zhao Yue, indicating that Gu Cici's injuries were not severe. "Xia Yu, I truly thank you." Gu Cici spoke, her voice slightly hoarse. "Thank what? If you no longer consider me a friend, don't hold it against me in the future, and feel free to reach out whenever you need," Xia Yu replied, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Saving others brought him joy. "Xia Yu, I don't know what to say. When I have the chance, my family will treat you to a meal as a token of appreciation," Zhao Yue added, equally excited that her precious daughter had only sustained minor injuries. "All right then. I will buy some good dishes for lunch, and you and Uncle Gu can enjoy a few drinks." Although Hua Wanqiu generally disdained violence, this time she regarded Xia Yu as a benefactor. Having saved her dearest friend, her childhood companion, the 5 kidnappers were taken away by the police, and Hua Wanqiu handed the black bag to Zhao Yue as she, along with Zhao Yue, supported Gu Cici out of the marketplace. While Xia Yu rode in the police car, heading in another direction. Chapter 25. Who is Guo Chao? Xia Yu followed the police car to the Public Security Bureau. Xia Yu found himself quite unaccustomed to lingering in such a place. Although he had never transgressed the law and was presently assuming the role of a Good Samaritan, he harbored a strong aversion to remaining in such an environment, feeling an overwhelming sense of oppression. In the interrogation room, Captain He and another officer were engaged in questioning the kidnapper. The masked perpetrator had had his mask removed, his head bowed, and his expression grave. "Are you Zhu Zijian? Where are you from? Why did you engage in illegal activities?" Captain He's piercing gaze instilled fear in the heart of the wrongdoer. "Yes, my hometown is in Lanchi County. I have never done anything like this before. This is my first time. I beseech you, esteemed officer, to show me leniency, for I have an ailing father back home who depends on my support," Zhu Zijian lamented, his countenance reflecting deep remorse as he contemplated the looming specter of imprisonment. "I ask you, why did you abduct that girl? The time, the location, the method?" Captain He disregarded his pleas. "Your intention was to exploit the girl's body, but what led you to kidnap her thereafter?" Captain He questioned, raising a doubt regarding Zhu's motivations. Upon concluding Zhu Zijian's account, Captain He grasped the situation's intricacies. After the interrogation, he exited the room, and, upon seeing Xia Yu still engaged in note-taking, approached him. "Xia Yu, are you from the same company as Gu Cici?" Captain He inquired, eager to delve deeper. "Indeed, Captain He. Do you have questions for me?" Xia Yu replied, feeling somewhat put out as he was nearing the completion of his notes, only to be interrupted. "Does your company employ someone named Guo Chao?" Captain He presumed Xia Yu might have knowledge of this individual. "Guo Chao? That name sounds familiar, yet I cannot recall who it is. I have only recently joined this company. What law has he broken? Is it related to this case?" Xia Yu pressed for clarity. To say it is related would be a stretch, but to claim it is entirely unrelated would also not hold water. "I merely wish for you to convey a message to your friend Gu Cici. Beware of emotional con artists, for they can inflict greater harm." Captain He gently cautioned Xia Yu. "Very well. Xia Yu, I hope you can continue to provide guidance to that girl to prevent her from falling victim to deceit." Captain He expressed his desire for Xia Yu's assistance. Captain He, "Certainly. May I take my leave now?" Xia Yu replied, eager to exit the premises. "Yes, Xia Yu, we look forward to fruitful cooperation between the police and the public that I hope you continue to excel, Captain, he said with a smile, offering polite remarks. Only after Captain he had departed did Xia Yu leave the police station. In the meantime, Huo Yu had called Xia Yu several times, urging him to return to the rental apartment promptly. Hailing a taxi, Xia Yu arrived at Huo Yu's abode in under half an hour. Before he could even knock on the door, Huo Yu was already waiting at the entrance. Upon hearing movement, she opened the door. Xia Yu, why did you arrive so late? Did the people at the station trouble you? Huo Yu inquired with evident concern. Not at all. They merely asked a few casual questions. Xia Yu replied as he stepped into the living room, taking a seat on the sofa that Gucci sat between her parents, with Zhao Yue tenderly massaging her daughter's hand in a gesture of compassion. Brother Xia Yu, I am truly grateful to you for saving my daughter today. Here is a token of appreciation, 10,000 yuan. Gu Shangnan expressed his gratitude, courteously presenting a large envelope filled with cash. Sliding it across the coffee table towards Xia Yu. In his eyes, Xia Yu was nothing short of a savior to his daughter. Very well. At such a young age, possessing such profound awareness is indeed a rarity. Gu Shangnan was puzzled as to why he suddenly felt such introspection. Uncle Gu, you flatter me too much. I am merely fulfilling my obligations. Were you in my position, you would act likewise. Xia Yu lit a cigarette and took a drag. Xia Yu, when did you learn to smoke? Huo Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, as she had never witnessed him smoking before. That I just picked it up. It's quite interesting, Xia Yu admitted, showing a certain appreciation for cigarettes. Xia Yu, smoking is detrimental to your health. Are you not aware? Huo Yu, seated at the edge of the sofa, coughed for quite some time upon catching a whiff of the smoke. That of course I know. But I enjoy smoking. It's an addiction I cannot shake, Xia Yu retorted to Huo Yu's admonition. Xia Yu, do you have a girlfriend? What do you think of my daughter Cici? Zhao Yue interjected suddenly, while Gu Cici beside her shyly lowered her gaze. Aunt Zhao, Cici is lovely, but I already have a girlfriend, Xia Yu replied, pulling Huo Yu from the edge of the sofa to sit beside him. His arm draped over her shoulder, playfully pretending to be a couple. Huo Yu understood the charade. Although she was not entirely fond of Xia Yu, she decided to assist him in this performance. Yu, why haven't I heard you mention anything in the last few days? You two aren't conspiring to deceive me, are you? Zhao Yue remained skeptical about the romance between Xia Yu and Huo Yu. Mom, please stop. It's so embarrassing. How could someone as handsome and virtuous as Xia Yu fall for me? Gu Cici attempted to divert her mother's inquiries. To dispel Zhao Yue's suspicions, Xia Yu tightened his embrace around Huo Yu's shoulders. All right, I won't pry any further. Nowadays, it's a matter of free love, but I must remind you, do not repeat the foolish mistakes of the past. Zhao Yue advised Gu Cici to discern between good and bad people. Gu Cici had no intention of revisiting previous events, blaming herself for having been foolish and trusting the wrong friends. Xia Yu and Huo Yu listened attentively, while the Gu couple remained silent. Is Guo Chao Wang Gang's cousin? Xia Yu suddenly recalled that during his previous visit to the company, Wang Gang had asked him to assist in unloading cargo at the warehouse, where the warehouse clerk was named Guo Chao. Xia Yu resolved to confront Guo Chao once he finished this matter. It started to snow, yet he had to continue writing. He sought recommendations and collections, and that was all. Chapter 26. Can't afford it? In Huo Yu's rented apartment, several individuals engaged in conversation until midnight. Uncle Gu, you are far too gracious. You traveled such a distance. I should be the one treating, Xia Yu declared as he rose from the sofa. He opened the Didi app in advance, and, after a phone call, the Didi driver was already waiting downstairs. Xia Yu requested the driver to wait for 5 minutes, as it would take some time for everyone to descend. Before long, the Gu couple and Huo Yu were seated in the back, while Gu Cici sat on Zhao Yue's lap, making for a rather cramped situation, with Xia Yu occupying the front passenger seat. Driver, to Shinin Hotel, Xia Yu instructed the Didi driver. Xia Yu had heard from others that this hotel boasted a particularly famous signature dish and a buffet. After approximately 20 minutes, the Didi driver arrived at Shinin Hotel. Xia Yu was genuinely taken aback. This hotel was not just a 5-star establishment, but at least a 4-star one, and he had heard that the expenses at star-rated hotels could be quite exorbitant. A few individuals disembarked from their vehicles, and both Huo Yu and Gu Cici were taken aback. While they occasionally passed by such upscale establishments, this was their first time witnessing a hotel of such opulence up close. Huo Yu pulled Xia Yu aside, leaned in close to her ear, and covering Xia Yu's ears with her hands, whispered discreetly, Xia Yu, have you lost your mind? Can we truly afford to dine here? Perhaps we should consider another venue? Let go of your lofty dreams. I am merely curious about how you intend to settle the bill today. Hua Wansiyu's mind was flooded with a myriad of questions. Uncle Gu, Aunt Zhao, shall we venture inside? Xia Yu addressed the Gu couple and Gu Sisi. Leading the way, Xia Yu was followed closely by Hua Wansiyu and Gu Sisi, with the Gu couple trailing behind. Before long, they arrived at the entrance. Welcome, exclaimed a beautiful hostess clad in a neatly tailored Tang suit. Speaking fluent Mandarin with impeccable service etiquette, as the Gu couple walked in, they marveled at the opulent decor, confessing that after all these years, it was their first visit to such a prestigious venue. However, Hua Wansiyu began to worry whether Xia Yu had sufficient funds to cover the expenses. Sir, may I inquire whether you prefer a buffet or la carte? A server in a striking red uniform approached Xia Yu. Xia Yu regarded the server with admiration. Standing at approximately 1.68 meters, with a delicate oval face, she was indeed quite beautiful. Upon observing her surroundings, Xia Yu noted that all the female staff members in the hotel were at least 1.65 meters tall, prompting her to reflect that this establishment certainly deserved its 5-star rating. Excuse me, could you kindly provide me with more information? Xia Yu inquired, her gaze unwavering from the attractive server. Sir, for la carte, we offer Sichuan and Cantonese cuisines. With a minimum spend of 3,000, the buffet is priced at 168 yuan per person, allowing for unlimited dining. The beautiful server displayed a remarkable proficiency in her role. Unlimited dining, you say? I have quite an appetite. Are you not concerned about running out of food? And can leftovers be taken home? Xia Yu was slightly perplexed by the hotel's policies. Hello, sir. You may indeed indulge freely, but takeout is not permitted. I recommend basing your order on your personal appetite, the server replied with a smile. While secretly pondering the origin of this seemingly naive diner, wondering if he might overindulge at the buffet, Uncle Gu and Zhao, shall we opt for the la carte? Xia Yu sought the group's consensus. Uncertain if everyone would enjoy the buffet. Let us go with the buffet. Gu Shangnan, based on his past experiences, would typically have turned around, yet today he was determined to express his gratitude towards Xia Yu for rescuing his daughter. Willing to spend any amount. Hua Wansiyu, Gu Sisi, what would you like to order? Xia Yu asked the two seated beside her. I shall eat whatever you choose. If you wish to save face, I am eager to see how you handle the bill. Hua Wansiyu replied with a smug expression. Meanwhile, Gu Sisi, having endured a kidnapping ordeal, appeared considerably more subdued than before. Miss, then we shall opt for the buffet. Xia Yu set aside the menu, admitting to himself that he had never even heard of some of the dishes listed. In the grand hall, numerous patrons were seen collecting their meals, freely selecting whatever they desired. Hua Wansiyu, who had initially been shy, now exhibited an entirely different demeanor, eagerly gathering an array of peculiar and exotic dishes for Gu Sisi. In contrast, the Gu couple, accustomed to home-cooked meals, opted for lighter fare. Xia Yu, I recommend the delightful soup with baby bok choy, along with the poached chicken, Gu Sisi suggested. Hua Wansiyu possesses a remarkable talent for caring for others. Though she herself has not yet dined, she first served Xia Yu. Xia Yu, this meal is the very first of its kind in my lifetime. Jiu Tang and, while savoring crocodile meat, engages in conversation with Xia Yu. Gu Shu, should the opportunity arise, we shall return. Indeed, this is Xia Yu's inaugural visit to such a prestigious establishment, yet he is resolute in his belief that he will frequent such places in the future. Having set a goal for himself to achieve prominence in Shunan, Xia Yu, why are you lost in thought while dining? Who occupies your mind? Hua Wansiyu glances at Xia Yu, noticing his distraction as she sips her soup. Thinking of you, pondering the prospect of you becoming my woman. Xia Yu suddenly shifts the conversation's direction. What a delightful fantasy, to be your woman and subsist on the winds from the northwest? Hua Wansiyu discreetly nudges Xia Yu with her foot. What winds from the northwest? Are you not enjoying watermelon slush? Xia Yu retorts, casting a disdainful glance at Hua Wansiyu. At that moment, a dapper gentleman clad in a suit and bow tie emerges onto the central stage of the grand hall. His voice resonant and exuding the charm of a seasoned host. The atmosphere among the diners is particularly vibrant. Some applaud, others whistle, while a few bang their tables in excitement. Dear guests, allow me to elucidate the rules of the game. In the first round, we shall present certain verses from renowned poets for your memorization. In the second round, a physical contest will ensue, where victory belongs to the one who can best our champion of strength. The one with the highest gravitational index. Host Mo and earnestly explains, Xia Yu, you should give it a try. You are quite capable in combat. Xia suddenly expresses a friendly sentiment towards Xia Yu. I am illiterate. I will be eliminated in the first round, Xia Yu admits, fully aware of his own limitations. The weather in HN and GD is splendid. The cold winds from the two lakes are indeed brisk. Writing requires me to curl up in bed. Dear readers, please support Xiao Chong with your recommendation votes, comments, and tips that AS host Mo and strides to a corner of the stage. He dramatically unveils a red curtain, revealing a brand new Dongfeng Citroën Tianyi 2017 Model 3 50 HP luxury SUV to the astonished diners. Many rise to their feet, including Hua Wanxiu and Gu Sisi, while Xia Yu harbors little hope, recognizing that the car is not his, and even if it were, he lacks a driver's license. Ladies and gentlemen, as the saying goes, friends come from afar. We gather in Shunan from all corners of the world, which is indeed a serendipitous encounter. Today's event emphasizes participation, regardless of winning. I hope many will enthusiastically sign up. Host Mo surveys the audience from his elevated position, noting, indeed, 8 participants have already come forth. And this charming gentleman here, he gestures towards Xia Yu. Xia Yu, momentarily bewildered, finds himself gently pushed onto the stage by Hua Wanxiu and Gu Sisi, with no choice but to comply under the watchful eyes of the crowd. He ascends. Let us count down together. 3, 2, 1, and we're done. A total of 12 individuals stand before us. Among them, one shall emerge as the champion. Will it be him or her? Host Mo and S voice rings out clearly, pointing to each participant. What follows the phrase "there is existence because there is existence"? Respond immediately. Upon finishing, Mo turns to the contestants. Xia Yu is the first to raise his hand, while the others exchange glances of uncertainty. The next line should be "there is life because there is life. There is non-existence because there is non-existence." Xia Yu replies effortlessly. In the audience, Hua Wanxiu rises to applaud, joined by host Mo and in his enthusiasm. The second question has a line that speaks of fate and causation in the world. Mo glanced around at the audience, wondering if anyone was familiar with it. Xia Yu lazily raised his hand and offered a casual greeting. Well, I won't be shy. The next line is "with cause and fate, the world gathers. With cause and fate, the world dissipates. With cause and fate, the world extinguishes." Xia Yu had anticipated encountering many skilled opponents, but to his dismay, he found the reality quite disappointing. However, in the subsequent match, a contender named Gorky drew with Xia Yu, excelling in Tang poetry and song lyrics, which enabled Xia Yu to barely match Gorky in score. In the second round, which tested strength, Xia Yu inhaled sharply, for Gorky appeared quite formidable and likely possessed immense power. In a contest of punching strength, victory was not guaranteed for Xia Yu. The host, Mo, announced that Xia Yu and Gorky would enter the ultimate PK of the second round. Hotel staff brought out the cumbersome punching strength machine, a contraption often found in arcades. Typically, an ordinary player would be pleased to score around 400 to 500 kilograms. Gorky was the first to take the stage. As he approached, he began to shed his outer garments, parading around the circular platform while showcasing his six-pack abs. The audience erupted in cheers and shouts, elevating the atmosphere to a crescendo, with most attendees already convinced of Gorky's inevitable victory. Gorky let out a series of boisterous roars, embodying the essence of a champion, and indeed did not disappoint. The moment his fist struck, even Mo recoiled a few steps, astonished by the impact. Ladies and gentlemen, the average player's score hovers around 400 to 500 kilograms, yet Gorky's score is an astounding 700 kilograms. Remarkable. We hope our next contestant can rise to the occasion, Mo proclaimed, though internally he had already crowned Gorky the champion. Gorky raised his arms triumphantly, kissing his prize, exuding an air of assured victory. And as he descended from the stage, he even cheekily displayed his pinky finger in a show of bravado towards Xia Yu. Ladies and gentlemen, the most thrilling moment of the evening is about to unfold. Gorky has set the bar at 700 kilograms. Our next contestant, Xia Yu, must surpass this score to claim victory. Who will take home the championship tonight? Let us welcome contestant Xia Yu to the stage. Mo eagerly anticipated Xia Yu's performance, while the audience's jeers and doubts rang out. Though this handsome lad looks striking, he should probably refrain from boxing. I bet Gorky will win without a doubt, remarked a diner in his 30s nearby. This young man is so slender. There's no way he can compete against a muscle-bound opponent, mused a 30-something matron at another table. Xia Yu savored a sip of the fragrant lotus root and rib soup, truly delightful in flavor. Feeling quite full, He thought it was time to engage in some exercise. As he patted his pleasantly full belly, he waved to the audience. Upon stepping onto the stage, Xia Yu also greeted the spectators, then made his way to the prize area, where he touched the impressive Dongfeng Citroën valued at 200,000. Ladies and gentlemen, the ultimate PK will soon reveal our champion. Let us welcome the dashing Xia Yu to showcase his skills. Mo declared with heartfelt emotion. Hua Wanxiu and Gu Cici stood to applaud, as did the Gu couple, demonstrating their support for Xia Yu. Xia Yu twisted his waist, circled the stage while waving to the audience, and approached the punching machine, realizing he had never tried it before, having always aimed at a person instead. In the midst of a summer rain, Xia Yu summoned 2/10 of his primordial strength, striking the punching machine with fervor as the display screen gradually came to a halt. Goodness, 999 kilograms. The audience erupted into a cacophony of cheers and screams, while Hua Wanxiu and Gu Cici's family rushed onto the stage, lifting Xia Yu and tossing him into the air. Was he human or ghost? This young man was astonishing. One could only wonder what profession he pursued and why daughter seeks a gentleman endowed with such strength. Could it be that he had resorted to performance-enhancing drugs to achieve such prowess? The spectators engaged in a myriad of discussions, each voice contributing to the lively discourse. Esteemed guests, this remarkable Xia Yu has truly outdone himself, delivering a staggering 999 kilograms, a champion in every sense of the word. The host, equally astonished, confessed that in his decades of life, he had never witnessed such a formidable individual. After the hotel event concluded, Xia Yu proceeded to claim his prize car, completing the necessary paperwork, and even paying an additional 3,000 yuan in taxes. However, the dining expenses for Xia Yu and his companions amounted to over 800 yuan, and both he and Gu Tangnan vied to settle the bill, only to be informed by the front desk that someone had already taken care of it. Pondering who might have footed the bill, Xia Yu realized that Gu Tangnan had been by his side the entire time. Leaving him puzzled about the benefactor's identity, he drove the car to the hotel entrance, feeling somewhat unaccustomed and lacking a driver's license, yet managing to navigate the vehicle without issue. Just as he approached Hua Wanxiu and the Gu family, an elderly gentleman clad in a suit, accompanied by an aide, intercepted him. Xia Yu, my name is Ma Xiaoyan, and this is my business card. The elder spoke with a mature and competent demeanor. Xia Yu, unsure of the reason for the man's interruption, accepted the card, which bore the title of chairman of the Red Sea Real Estate Group. Xia Yu, the situation is this. I am currently in need of a personal bodyguard that if you are interested, we can negotiate a salary, starting at 30,000 a month. A Xiaodian appeared quite eager to recruit Xia Yu. Thank you for your generous offer, but was it you who covered the cost of the meal today? I find the current situation quite satisfactory, Xia Yu responded, somewhat reluctant to leave his present environment that brought him joy. Xia Yu, do not decline so hastily. Think it over and call me. You can join at any time, Ma Xiaoqian insisted, convinced of Xia Yu's potential. That I shall take my leave now. Do visit the Red Sea Group when you have the opportunity. With that, Ma Xiaoqian departed from the hotel entrance, entering a Porsche and vanishing from Xia Yu's sight. Chapter 28. Is your driving skill lacking? Xia Yu, do you know the individual with whom you just spoke? Hua Wanxiu inquired as she approached him. I do not know him. He wanted me to become his bodyguard, offering a salary of 30,000 a month, which I declined. Xia Yu replied nonchalantly. 30,000 a month? Are you out of your mind? I would jump at such an opportunity. Hua Wanxiu was perplexed as to why he had not accepted the offer. Being a bodyguard has no future, but if you could become a CEO, I would settle for being your bodyguard. Yet, I doubt I shall see that hope. I must strive harder and perhaps achieve a minor official position. Xia Yu gazed at Hua Wanxiu's enchanting visage, unable to suppress his admiration. Xia Yu, waiting for me to become a CEO? That is but a legend. You should focus on securing a minor role in the company. Who knows? One day, you might even become my superior. Hua Wanxiu possesses a profound understanding of herself. Gu Cici and her parents engaged in a lengthy conversation at the entrance of the hotel, exchanging various pleasantries. She led the Gu couple to stand before Xia Yu. Brother Xia Yu, we are preparing to depart from Shunan now. Thank you for your warm hospitality today. My daughter Cici is quite innocent and easily deceived. I kindly ask you to look after her. Gu Tangnan, typically reserved, expressed his admiration for Xia Yu today with unexpected fervor. Uncle Gu, Aunt Zhao, rest assured, since you place such trust in me, I will certainly take good care of Gu Cici. Moreover, she and Hua Wanxiu are my only friends here in Shunan. Xia Yu said sincerely. Uncle Gu, the 31st district of Shinan is rather far from the train station. How about this? I can drive you there, he suggested. Xia Yu's point held merit. The train station in Shinan is quite expansive and situated in the outskirts. If one were to take a bus from the city center, multiple transfers would be required. Xia Yu, if you can't drive, don't play the hero. Your safety is one thing, but I wouldn't want anything to happen to Uncle Gu and Aunt Zhao. Hua Wanxiu remarked, fully aware of Xia Yu's lack of a driver's license. Why do you underestimate me? Hua Wanxiu, I still hold you in high regard. Xia Yu teased, you admire me. I highly doubt that. I do not admire you at all, Hua Wanxiu retorted. Uncle Gu, Aunt Zhao, please be assured that I will ensure your safe arrival at the train station. Xia Yu said confidently, no, I will accompany Cici to see you off. If you falter, Cici and I can drive, Hua Wanxiu stated, clearly unconvinced about Xia Yu's abilities. All right, you win. Let us all get in the car. Xia Yu, unable to persuade Hua Wanxiu otherwise, relented. Xia Yu, who is your wife? Your audacity is remarkable, Hua Wanxiu exclaimed, delivering a playful kick to Xia Yu. That I'm referring to you, Hua Wanxiu, my dear wife, Xia Yu replied, already seated in the car. Hua Wanxiu's lovely face flushed crimson at his words, leaving her in disbelief. Xia Yu, you naughty rascal, she said, sitting in the passenger seat and playfully punching Xia Yu's shoulder. All right, I surrender. Is that enough? Xia Yu said, retreating slightly and raising his hands in mock surrender. Hua Wanxiu continued her playful assault for a minute before relenting. The Gu couple watched the playful banter between Xia Yu and Hua Wanxiu, reminiscing about their own youthful days, silently wishing for the two to become a couple. Before Hua Wanxiu could gather her thoughts, Xia Yu pressed the accelerator, and the car sped down the expansive asphalt road. To her surprise, Xia Yu drove with remarkable smoothness, making it hard to believe he was unlicensed. After about an hour on the road, they arrived at the train station. Xia Yu, let us go. Gu Cici and Hua Wanxiu had already settled into the back seat. Xia Yu, are you out of your mind? Don't joke with our lives, Hua Wanxiu exclaimed, as she and Gu Cici found themselves leaning awkwardly, the wind tousling Hua Wanxiu's beautiful face and flowing hair, enhancing her charm. Xia Yu, your driving is atrocious. And yet you fancy yourself a racer, Hua Wanxiu teased relentlessly. Hua Wanxiu, is my driving really that bad? Do you even know how to speak? Xia Yu retorted while maintaining focus on the road. In the midst of a conversation, Xia Yu remarked to Gu Cici, I find you remarkably attractive, with exceptional martial arts skills and impressive driving abilities, though I must wonder about your eyesight. Gu Cici turned her gaze toward the window. If my eyesight is indeed lacking, how is it that I failed to notice? Surely, an explanation must be provided. Xia Yu turned his attention to Gu Cici. With my striking beauty, I would have been sought after by emperors in the Tang dynasty. Yet, you, with your lack of discernment, seem to prefer the slender and flat figure of Hua Wanxiu. Gu Cici gestured to her own plump physique, asserting that in terms of build, she indeed surpassed many. And her fair skin was hardly inferior. When have I ever expressed a preference for Hua Wanxiu over you? Xia Yu felt a twinge of grievance. If everyone wishes to be my wife, I have no objections, he declared with a sense of pride. Xia Yu, you must be dreaming. How could Cici and I ever find you appealing, a man devoid of skill, merely adept at fighting, lacking both wealth and looks? Hua Wanxiu deliberately provoked Xia Yu, who has not entertained dreams. I have even dreamed of you. Just then, Xia Yu abruptly hit the brakes, nearly causing a collision. Pray tell, what were you referring to? Hua Wanxiu loathed incomplete statements that required others to speculate. For instance, like this, Xia Yu interjected unexpectedly. Xia Yu, it seems I am only now uncovering your true nature. A notorious rogue. Hua Wanxiu waved her sleeve dismissively. Xia Yu, it is still merely 3 in the afternoon. Do we have any plans? Gu Cici was particularly fond of having fun. Cici, you should rest at home. Those entertainment venues are hardly suitable for you too. Xia Yu, tasked by the Gu couple, genuinely wished to look after Gu Cici. Wherever you choose to go, I shall accompany you. That if you wish to secretly date, I shall become your third wheel. Gu Cici teased adorably. Cici, do not speak carelessly. Xia Yu and I are not compatible. He is not my type, and I would never harbor feelings for him. Hua Wanxiu fervently defended herself. Regardless, I am following you. My parents have insisted that you protect me, and you have agreed, Gu Cici expressed, not wishing to remain alone at home. Ladies, where do you propose we go? Xia Yu replied with an air of resignation. I wish to visit a disco or karaoke. What do you think? Gu Cici was eager to explore such venues. I suggest we go driving instead. I have a car available for practice. Hua Wanxiu was solely focused on obtaining her driver's license. That sounds dreadfully boring. Xia Yu, where do you suggest we go? Gu Cixi remained attentive to Xia Yu's opinion. Gentlemen, I have noticed a nearby skating rink. Shall we go? Xia Yu recalled seeing others skating during a previous outing, finding it quite enjoyable. Xia Yu, I cannot skate. No one has taught me, and I have no desire to go. Hua Wanxiu admitted her unfamiliarity with such activities. Nonsense. I will teach you. Xia Yu, though inexperienced himself, was willing to help. 2 to 1. I support the idea of going. Gu Cixi fervently sided with Xia Yu. Chapter 29. Hand in hand as dusk approached, the sky suddenly darkened. The streets became bustling with pedestrians hurrying along, workers returning home, business people emerging for evening activities. One must note, under the noonday sun, the streets had been nearly deserted. Now, however, the atmosphere was entirely transformed. Xia Yu parked the car at the skating rink SLOTAS. The trio stepped into the mesmerizing indoor skating arena. They were instantly captivated by the vibrant ambience. The ceiling was adorned with colorful neon lights that flickered incessantly, casting dazzling reflections on their faces, while the DJ played electrifying disco rock tracks that reverberated throughout the venue. At this moment, the ice rink was relatively sparse, with a few individuals gradually arriving outside to purchase tickets. Within the confines of the rink, novice skaters clung to the railings, gliding along like snails at a leisurely pace. The more proficient skaters, while gliding gracefully, would inadvertently cause the less experienced to tumble in a series of falls, startled by their swift movements. Among them was a remarkably skilled leader who adeptly guided players through more challenging maneuvers. Xia Yu, skating appears quite daunting. Does falling hurt? Hua Wanxiu remarked, observing players who stumbled and then picked themselves up again. Of course it hurts. But if that frightens you, then you can't compare to Gu Cixi's bravery. Xia Yu retorted playfully. Xia Yu, who is afraid of whom? If you dare to skate, I will too. Hua Wanxiu replied defiantly that you're absolutely right. Wanxiu, neither of us will be outdone by Xia Yu, Gu Cixi chimed in, exchanging a high five with Hua Wanxiu for mutual encouragement. All right then, I shall go buy the tickets, Xia Yu declared as he made his way toward the ticket counter. Excuse me, how much is it per person? Xia Yu inquired, not paying attention to the appearance of the ticket seller, who was engrossed in a game on her phone. 59 yuan per person. Discounts apply for 2 or more, the seller replied. Still focused on her game. So, 3 people would only be 150 yuan. Xia Yu glanced at the colorful advertisement plastered on the counter. Yes, sir, the seller confirmed, lifting her gaze to meet Xia Yu's. Catching him off guard. Lonnie, what are you doing working here? Xia Yu asked, puzzled, recalling how just 2 days prior, Lonnie had treated him to mung bean ice at Siku Electronics. What's so surprising about it? The factory was exhausting, and that Foreman Wang gang was always targeting me. I couldn't stand it anymore. So I quit, Lonnie explained, her voice laced with lingering frustration. Are you here alone, or did you come with someone else? Lonnie inquired, setting aside her phone, her smile brightening as she conversed with Xia Yu. I came with colleagues, Xia Yu replied, glancing at Hua Wanxiu and Gu Cixi, who were clinging to the safety railing. Oh, so you have beautiful company. No wonder you're all smiles, Lonnie remarked, a hint of jealousy tinging her tone, as she had intended to pursue Xia Yu while at Siku Electronics. Lonnie, we're all just colleagues from Siku. Merely ordinary friends, Xia Yu clarified, not intending to elaborate further, as his relationship with Hua Wanxiu and Gu Cixi was indeed platonic. Is that so? I can't believe you. How about I let you in for free? Lonnie suggested, attempting to soothe any potential irritation from Xia Yu. Can you really waive the fee here? Don't tease me, Xia Yu responded, incredulous at Lonnie's claim. Honestly, I can get you in free. No one else has this privilege, Lonnie asserted, her eyes fixed on Xia Yu without wavering for a moment. Here are 3 tickets. Take them, she said, standing up, dressed in a striking red nylon silk outfit. She exuded a captivating charm as she pressed the tickets into Xia Yu's palm, gripping his wrist gently. Well, I won't be polite then. Xia Yu accepted the tickets, feeling Lan Yi's soft hand linger momentarily before she reluctantly released it. Don't mention it. Come by often, Lonnie said, a touch of shyness overcoming her as she finally let go of his hand. Xia Yu nodded in acknowledgement and departed from the ticket counter, while Lan Yi gazed at his retreating figure, lost in thought for a while before regaining her composure. Soon as Xia Yu approached Hua Wanxiu and Gu Cixi was inundated with questions for him. Xia Yu, Why was that woman just now holding onto your hand so tightly? Be honest and confess. Gu Cixi glanced at Xia Yu, then at Hua Wanxiu, convinced that Xia Yu should be with Hua Wanxiu, for they were undoubtedly a perfect match. You don't know her. She is my colleague, Lan Yi, from Siku. Xia Yu replied with undeniable clarity that of course I know her, but why was she gripping your hand? Gu Cixi, anxious that Xia Yu might misunderstand her intent, pressed on. She held my hand to give me tickets. Is there anything so extraordinary about that? Later, when we go ice skating, I'll be holding both of your hands. Are you two my girlfriends now? Xia Yu's reasoning was quite logical. Sic. Enough of this. It's perfectly normal for Xia Yu to be dating. Could it be that you're feeling jealous? Hua Wanxiu was puzzled as to why Gu Cixi insisted on seeking clarification. Sister Wanxiu, am I jealous? I am merely standing up for you. You and Xia Yu were meant to be a match made in heaven. Gu Cixi pouted, feeling that her good intentions were unappreciated. Cixi, don't say such things. Xia Yu and I are simply not meant to be. I would never marry him, no matter who I wed. Hua Wanxiu was entirely focused on enlightening Gu Cixi. Wanxiu, I don't mean to offend you, but your comments about me are rather unkind. Even if you were lying on the bed, I wouldn't feel a thing. Xia Yu felt increasingly uncomfortable being discussed by the women. You big rogue. You truly are the most shameless person on earth. Hua Wanxiu's irritation mounted. A rogue. I am only a rogue towards you. Xia Yu spoke from the heart. He had never uttered such words in front of any girl until now. Well, I believe you two are becoming more and more like family. It is entirely my fault for questioning Xia Yu. Gu Cixi felt responsible for the topic she had introduced, which had led to the quarrel between Xia Yu and Hua Wanxiu. Ladies, if we don't head in soon, the crowd will only grow larger, making it difficult to practice later. Xia Yu appeared quite experienced, explaining that during off-peak hours, novices could enter to practice, but as night fell, skilled skaters would arrive, engaging in group activities, making it challenging for newcomers to participate. Entering the middle of the rink posed a risk of falling. Xia Yu moved towards the area for changing shoes, followed closely by Hua Wanxiu and Gu Cixi. In no time, Xia Yu had donned his skates, while Hua Wanxiu hesitated after lacing up, becoming too timid to move. Gu Cixi was similarly apprehensive, leaving Xia Yu with no choice but to take one of each of their hands to lead them into the rink. Upon entering, Xia Yu executed a few elegant spins, showcasing a level of skill one might only witness at the World Championships. Before circling back to Hua Wanxiu, Xia Yu, ice skating is so difficult. Please teach me. Hua Wanxiu, after putting on her skates, realized she lacked any sense of balance. All right, seeing your earnestness, I will guide you. Xia Yu extended his right hand, waiting for Hua Wanxiu to take hold. Thank you so much. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Hua Wanxiu could only devise such a pretext. Let us forget about dinner. It's rather mundane. How about? Xia Yu's sentence trailed off. How about what? Hua Wanxiu grasped Xia Yu's hand, her heart fluttering. Xia Yu felt a sensation unlike any he had ever experienced before. Tightly clasping the hand of a girl, especially one as exquisitely beautiful and pure as Hua Wanxiu. It was a feeling that only those who have been in love could truly comprehend. Chapter 30. What is the harm in holding your hand? The ice rink became increasingly crowded, a convergence of various skilled skaters at Milan. Xia Yu took Hua Wanxiu's hand, guiding her through the most basic movements. Gradually, she began to glide forward on her own, while Xia Yu spun her around in circles. Xia Yu, you can't just take care of Sister Wanxiu and forget about me, Gu Cixi implored, hoping Xia Yu would also teach her, for there were no boys available to take her hand and instruct her. Cixi, I'm right here, aren't I? I will definitely teach you, Xia Yu replied, engaging in conversation with Gu Cixi while demonstrating some skating techniques. Hold my hand. Gu Cixi extended her right hand, which was plump and lacked any discernible outline of her fingers. If she were slimmer, she would undoubtedly be a beauty. Xia Yu glided over and took Gu Cixi's hand, teaching her the fundamental movements. Compared to Hua Wanxiu, Gu Cixi proved to be a more challenging student, as her weight made balance difficult, leading to frequent tumbles. Fortunately, Gu Cixi possessed a commendable determination. Each time she fell, she would rise again. With Xia Yu's attentive guidance, she too managed to glide forward independently. Xia Yu intended to return to teaching Hua Wanxiu, but was suddenly stopped by a delicate hand that grasped his own. He then noticed a stylishly dressed girl, wearing a hip-hop hat, exuding a unique charm, as she pulled him into performing intricate maneuvers. Handsome, what is your name? Would you like to join me? The girl appeared quite cheerful. I didn't catch what you said, Xia Yu remarked. the loud music of the rink drowning out their conversation. I asked for your name. Can we skate together? The girl released Xia Yu's hand, leaning closer to shout at him. My name is Xia Yu. Summer Rain, he replied. And you? How would you like to play? I'm Wang Yuyan. You lead, and let us play a game of tag. Wang Yuyan had to slightly elevate her foot to converse with Xia Yu. Wang Yuyan, that's a lovely name. I like it, Xia Yu said, extending his hand in invitation. Xia Yu, didn't we agree to play tag? What are you doing? Wang Yuyan inquired, her fair complexion accentuating her cuteness as she spoke. Have you heard of ice dancing as a competitive sport? Xia Yu presented himself as particularly knowledgeable. Of course I have. I know a bit about it. Do you? Wang Yuyan expressed disbelief. You might not perceive it. But would you like to give it a try? Xia Yu suggested with a smile. Absolutely, but I worry you might not dare. Wang Yuyan stepped closer to Xia Yu, her delicate hands moving from his shoulders to the first button of his collar. Are you perhaps the Emperor's woman? If I dance with you, will I lose my head? At first glance, Xia Yu had thought Wang Yuyan was innocent, but he was taken aback by her alluring demeanor. Handsome, take a look in that direction, Wang Yuyan urged, her large eyes gazing toward the resting area as the summer rain cascaded down. Xia Yu followed Wang Yuyan's gaze and beheld four men seated together in the adjacent tea restaurant, seemingly engaged in a discussion regarding business matters over tea. My dear, that area over there is the lounge. Should you wish to rest, feel free to go. Or do you desire me to treat you to something? Although Xia Yu had encountered few women in his life, he was aware from literature that women could embody both innocence and allure. You see those four men. Wang Yuyan continued, gliding gracefully before Xia Yu. What is there to admire about men? If I were to look, it would only be at beautiful women. Xia Yu felt an inexplicable sensation wash over him. Xia Yu, the one dressed in black casual attire by the glass wall, is my boyfriend. Do you know what he does? Wang Yuyan assumed Xia Yu would be curious enough to inquire. My dear, I find it peculiar. What he does has no bearing on me. Ha! Xia Yu gestured dismissively. Let me be honest with you. My boyfriend, Qi Long, is involved with the underworld. I am his girlfriend. Just now, you mentioned wanting me to accompany you in a pair's ice dance. Do you dare? Wang Yuyan appeared to take particular pride in her boyfriend's profession. In her mind, she recalled how, in the past, when she was with Qi Long, no one dared to play with her. Just last week, a delivery boy who engaged her in conversation was left severely injured by Qi Long. Thus, in Wang Yuyan's experience, no man had since dared to approach her. Xia Yu extended his robust hands, marked with scars from years of laborious tree cutting in the mountains, yet they did not detract from the elegance and refinement that could capture a lady's admiration. Wang Yuyan did not refuse Xia Yu. In truth, she sought him out, and he merely acquiesced to the moment. What man could resist a stunning woman? Hand in hand, Xia Yu led Wang Yuyan onto the ice, where they performed a graceful dance, appearing every bit the skilled professionals. All eyes within the skating rink were drawn to the striking pair, as the combination of a handsome gentleman and a beautiful lady was simply too enchanting to overlook. Gu Sisi glided to the side of Hua Wanxiu, who had initially been searching for Xia Yu in the crowd, now noticing him dancing with a stranger. Sister Wanxiu, that guy Xia Yu is so infatuated with beauty that he neglects his friends. Don't be disheartened. I shall teach him a lesson later. Gu Sisi intended to offer some comfort to Hua Wanxiu. Sisi, why should I be upset? Xia Yu and I are merely ordinary friends. Hua Wanxiu perhaps truly did not harbor feelings for him. Sister Wanxiu, yet I can't shake the feeling that you and Xia Yu are a match made in heaven. Although Gu Sisi held affection for Xia Yu, she recognized her own unworthiness and hoped instead for Hua Wanxiu and Xia Yu to find happiness together. Sisi, do not speak so recklessly. Have you seen that beauty on the rink? She is not only stunning but also an exceptional skater. Just look at how well Xia Yu dances with her. Hua Wanxiu expressed her admiration for the splendid performance of Xia Yu and Wang Yuyan. Meanwhile, the four men in the tea restaurant were engrossed in their business discussion with Wang Yuyan's boyfriend. Qi Long, being a notable figure in the local underworld, his status was not significant, yet few dared to provoke him in his territory. Brother Long, do you see that lad on the rink? He dares to dance with your girlfriend right before your eyes. One of Qi Long's subordinates observed the scene early on. Xiaofei, remember to follow my instructions. As for that brat and that woman, I shall deal with them shortly. Qi Long seems to be preoccupied with something significant, even setting aside matters concerning his girlfriend. Brother Long, I shall take my leave now, assuredly completing the task at hand. Having uttered these words, the young subordinate departed from the tea restaurant. Qi Long retrieved a pack of cigarettes from the table. extracted one, and his companion beside him lit it. Brother Long, what shall we do now? The subordinate, who had been assisting Qilong with the cigarette, appeared to sense Qilong's vexation. You too, accompany me to confront that audacious young man who dares to flirt with women on my turf. Qilong rose and made his way towards the skating rink where Xia Yu was performing. Chapter 31. Daring to act, daring to face the consequences, seeking collections and recommendations. The skating rink was increasingly crowded with spectators watching Xia Yu and Wang Yuyan dance. Xia Yu's graceful movements not only captivated the audience's enthusiastic applause, but also drew the attention of those skating within the venue. Xia Yu led Wang Yuyan in a challenging 360-degree spin. Wang Yuyan's body, initially grounded, was then lifted into the air, twirling gracefully, securely held by Xia Yu. Xia Yu, you are the most handsome and skilled skater I have ever seen. Wang Yuyan expressed her genuine admiration, feeling no embarrassment in Xia Yu's embrace, but rather a sense of delight. Beautiful lady, with my looks, are you not tempted to offer yourself to me? Xia Yu gazed intently at Wang Yuyan, the distance between them merely a hand's breadth. Xia Yu, cease your vanity. Judging by your appearance, you likely lack both money and a home, yet you still aspire to court me? Wang Yuyan retorted dismissively. Court you? The sun must be rising from the west, Xia Yu replied, merely enjoying a dance with her for amusement. At that moment, Qilong, accompanied by two subordinates, barged in from the ticket check area, brushing past the ticket inspector without hindrance, and made his way directly to the center of the rink, where Xia Yu and Wang Yuyan were situated. Qilong's subordinates pushed aside the onlookers, among whom were Gu Sisi and Hua Wanxiu. Sister Wanxiu, these people are troublesome. Gu Sisi felt particularly disgruntled as Qilong's subordinate shoved her aside, her mood further soured by the sight of Xia Yu flirting openly with another beauty before Hua Wanxiu. With a clear path ahead, Qilong strode unimpeded towards Xia Yu and Wang Yuyan. Brat, do you realize whom you are embracing? Before Qilong could utter more, his subordinate was already shouting at Xia Yu. Look at you. So short, and you can't even speak properly. Yet, Xia Yu refused to release Wang Yuyan. Xia Yu, quickly let me go. Trouble is looming. Wang Yuyan seemed genuinely frightened of Qilong, though her lively personality could not be entirely concealed. You insolent brat, I'll take you down. Qilong's subordinate raised his fist, ready to charge at Xia Yu, but was halted by Qilong. In that instant, Xia Yu set Wang Yuyan down, only for her to dash directly in front of Qilong. Brother Long, I recognize my mistake. I should not have provoked you. Wang Yuyan spoke with a tone of submission. You shameless hussy, I paid you to flirt with a pretty boy. Go to hell. Qilong delivered a sharp slap to Wang Yuyan, following it with a kick that sent her sprawling to the ground. Wang Yuyan gently touched her face, which had recently been swollen from a blow by Qilong, while her abdomen throbbed painfully from his kick. She had grown accustomed to Qilong's brutal treatment, enduring his relentless abuse for the sake of survival. Hey, clarify yourself. Who is the pretty boy? Xia Yu felt a surge of anger at being labeled a pretty boy for the first time. You wretched woman, consider yourself fortunate today. I shall deal with you properly tonight. Qilong did not spare Xia Yu a glance, directing his wrath solely at Wang Yuyan. No sooner had Qilong spoken than he retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his suit pocket, deftly extracting one while his attentive subordinate rushed forward to light it for him. You insolent brat, do you know who I am? How dare you dance with my woman? Qilong's eyes blazed with fury. In his view, no one was permitted to lay a finger on his woman. Yet, Xia Yu not only held Wang Yuyan's hand but twirled her around several times. You little brat, you don't even know Long Gu of the Blue Dragon? You still think you can hang around here? Qilong's subordinate stepped forward to confront Xia Yu. Long Gu, more like Shrimp Gu. No, you should call him Little Shrimp Gu, Xia Yu retorted provocatively. Why? One subordinate inquired. Puzzled, isn't it obvious? The stingiest of shrimp. Xia Yu thought conversing with these men was a waste of breath. You scoundrel, how dare you speak ill of our boss? Are you seeking death? This time, Qilong's subordinate merely voiced his threat without intent to act. Tiger, call more brothers over. Let this brat meet his end here today. Qilong shouted to a subordinate named Tiger. Meanwhile, Wang Yuyan had managed to rise, standing beside Qilong, though her heart was heavy with concern for Xia Yu's safety. Previously, one of Qilong's subordinates had been rendered a cripple for pursuing Wang Yuyan, a fate Xia Yu desperately wished to avoid. You insolent brat, today you'll witness what it means to be haunted by vengeful spirits. Qilong exhaled a puff of smoke. Enough with your prattle. If you intend to fight, then come at me swiftly. My time is precious. Every second counts. Xia Yu displayed signs of impatience that moment. Hua Wanqiu, and Gu Sisi stealthily approached Xia Yu's side. Xia Yu, are you all right? Do you want to call the police? Hua Wanqiu inquired with genuine concern. Xia Yu, don't be afraid. We're here for you. Gu Sisi encouraged him. There's no need to call the police. You two should have more faith in me. There's no justice in this. Xia Yu realized that the two had already come to his side. Unbeknownst to him, the number of skaters had dwindled. As those fearful had mostly departed to that moment, 2 security guards arrived at the skating rink, drawn to the scene. Their business had been thriving, but now they faced the prospect of an empty venue, rendering them unable to accommodate customers. Qilong, if you intend to fight, please take it elsewhere. You're disrupting our business, and Tiger certainly won to be pleased. The rink's security guard spoke up. Brothers, whoever takes the pretty boy's life will enjoy a night of revelry on me. Qilong dismissed the guards with a glance. Once Qilong finished speaking, approximately 30 to 40 of his subordinates entered the scene, all presumably his followers. You insolent brat, I now present you with a choice. Crawl beneath my legs, and I shall spare you. Otherwise, today you shall meet the king of hell. Qilong's voice rose increasingly ominously. Little shrimp, let me tell you, if you crawl through my legs today, I shall spare you. Otherwise, prepare for your subordinates to address me as their father. Despite the multitude around him, Xia Yu displayed no fear. However, Hua Wanqiu and Gu Sisi, along with Wang Yuyan, felt a pang of anxiety on his behalf. You insolent brat, enough with the idle chatter. Let me show you what it means to meet your demise. Qilong thought it pointless to engage in further dialogue with this young man and decided it was better to strike directly. Ordering dozens of his subordinates to encircle Xia Yu, Hua Wanqiu and Gu Sisi found themselves trapped in the midst of it all, their hearts racing in terror at such an unprecedented scene in their 20 years of life. Qilong's men assumed aggressive stances, while Xia Yu remained utterly unperturbed, resembling the legendary martial arts star Bruce Lee. Qilong's subordinates rushed at Xia Yu like a swarm, each fell with a mere move. And within 15 minutes, the ground was littered with groans of pain. Qilong was taken aback. He pondered whether this boy, Xia Yu, was some sort of supernatural entity rather than a mere mortal. But that seemed implausible. Chapter 32. Seeking Peace. Xia Yu glanced at the writhing figures below and was reminded of his past. He recalled his training on Tongwang Mountain, where his master insisted he practice on the wooden dummy formation, which had honed his current skills. Though a dozen of Qilong's men lay incapacitated, over 20 remained, yet they hesitated to approach Xia Yu, realizing that it was one thing to take on a single elite soldier, but quite another to confront someone who could withstand dozens. Both Qilong and his men were astounded by Xia Yu's prowess. However, as a formidable local tyrant, how could he admit to fearing a mere 19-year-old? He knew he had to fight today, or risk losing everything, including his own woman. With a hefty reward comes brave men. One of his subordinates, clad in a pure black Li Ning tracksuit adorned with a white tiger tattoo, brandished nunchaku, eyeing Xia Yu with menace. Xia Yu dismissed Qilong's underlings entirely, his primary concern being whether Wang Yuyan might be subjected to domestic violence by Qilong. If so, he would prefer never to have met her. Wolf Fong, what are you waiting for? Go deal with that kid. Qilong bellowed at his subordinate in the Li Ning ensemble. Brother Long, rest assured, I have trained diligently at Shaolin for 5 years, and this day has been my awaited moment. Wolf Fong assumed a fighting stance with his nunchaku. You insolent brat, prepare to receive my challenge. Wolf Fong lunged at Xia Yu, knowing that an average person struck by him would take at least 2 weeks to recover. Xia Yu, though aware that Wolf Fong was skilled, recognized that he had encountered the wrong adversary today. Misfortune had befallen him. In frustration at Xia Yu's evasiveness, Wolf Fong exclaimed, "Are you going to fight or not? What a pig-headed fool you are. I'll entertain you for a while." Xia Yu scoffed. "You dare call me a pig? Watch as I tear you limb from limb." Wolf Fong, incensed, felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Xia Yu on the spot. "You think you're worthy of the name Wolf Fong? First, you must pass me." Xia Yu remained unfazed by Wolf Fong's fury, maintaining a broad smile. "Insolent brat, prepare to meet your end." As the adept wielder of nunchaku approached Xia Yu, he displayed his impressive martial arts skills. No, it was not the Wolf Fong, but rather the Boar Fong, who sought to demonstrate what true martial prowess entailed. In response, Xia Yu assumed a martial stance, gliding gracefully on his skates. With a swift maneuver, he seized the nunchaku from the Boar Fong, executing a mid-air somersault, and delivered a series of swift kicks to the Boar Fong's chest, causing him to stagger back and collapse onto the ground. It was at that moment that the Borfong truly recognized the extraordinary capabilities of this young man. Rising to his feet, he approached Qi Long and whispered a few words into his ear. "Brother Long, this lad is no ordinary foe. We cannot confront him openly." Xia Yu surveyed the tranquil skating rink, feeling disheartened that what was meant to be a delightful outing had been marred by these individuals. Dampening his spirits significantly, Qi Long was well aware that even without the Borfong's counsel, he understood the strategy of retreating to advance, biding his time for an opportunity to deal with Xia Yu. Yet, Qi Long felt his pride would not allow him to concede. Unable to simply declare, "You dance with my girlfriend, and I shall express my gratitude," at that moment, a throng of people entered, led by none other than Li Tianhu. Xia Yu had a vivid recollection of Li Tianhu, the first nefarious character he encountered upon his arrival in Shunan. Qi Long, "What brings you to my skating rink? Are you not aware that I, Li Tianhu, own this establishment?" Li Tianhu addressed Qi Long, still oblivious to Xia Yu's presence, who was, in fact, the main attraction. "Brother Hu, how could I dare to cause a ruckus in your territory? It's merely that this insolent brat dares to pursue my girl. And that is a matter too grave to overlook." Qi Long pointed an accusatory finger at Xia Yu. Although Qi Long and Li Tianhu were rivals, they maintained a mutual respect, avoiding disturbances on each other's turf. The audacity of this young man to approach Qi Long's woman was also a sign of disrespect towards Li Tianhu. Initially, Li Tianhu had not noticed Xia Yu, but upon completing his statement, he was startled to finally see him. "Brother Xia Yu, my sincerest apologies. I was blind to your esteemed presence." In an abrupt shift, Li Tianhu's demeanor transformed entirely, bowing and speaking in a subdued tone. "Brother Hu, do you know this insolent lad?" Qi Long appeared bewildered, feeling lost amidst the unfolding events. "Of course I know him. He is merely another defeated opponent. Much like yourself." Li Tianhu recalled how easily Xia Yu had bested the four great kings, causing a multitude of insecurities to swell within him. Qi Long, "It seems this may be a misunderstanding. Xia Yu does not strike me as the sort of individual to act in such a manner." Li Tianhu appeared to possess a fair understanding of Xia Yu's character. "The situation is as follows. I enjoy ice skating, and coincidentally, Qi Long's girlfriend was also skating, so we engaged in a brief ice dance. Was it truly necessary to create such a commotion over it?" Xia Yu recounted the events, hoping to quell any escalating tensions. "Qi Long, isn't this a fault on your part? It was merely a dance, devoid of any inappropriate conduct." Li Tianhu sought to mediate and restore normalcy to the skating rink. "Brother Hu, out of respect for you, I shall spare this insolent brat. However, should I encounter him in the company of this woman again, do not blame me for taking action." Though Qi Long voiced these words, his true intention was to defuse the situation, recognizing the significant disparity in strength and opting for a battle of wits instead. "Is this the correct approach? Harmony breeds prosperity. Today, I shall treat you both. Would you care to join me for a drink?" Li Tianhu seemed intent on extending an invitation to Xia Yu and Qi Long. Fully aware that Xia Yu had previously defeated him, while Qi Long remained a competitor within Li Tianhu's domain, "that I have fully grasped Brother Hu's intentions, yet at this moment, I lack the inclination to share a drink with a scoundrel." Upon reflecting on Qi Long's domestic violence against Wang Yuyan, Xia Yu realizes he is indeed a rogue. Xia Yu, who is the scoundrel? Qi Long, having just regained his composure, is taken aback to be openly labeled as a rogue. "I did not refer to you. If you feel it applies, that is beyond my control." Xia Yu then slipped away to join Hua Wanxiu and Gu Sisi. Hua Wanxiu glared at Xia Yu, not due to discontent over his dance with Wang Yuyan, but because he consistently courts trouble, inevitably bringing disaster upon himself. In contrast, Gu Sisi always gives Xia Yu a thumbs up. "You little rascal. Do not let me see you again. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." Qi Long proclaimed loudly as he approached Xia Yu's side. "Brother Hu, my apologies for the disturbance today. Perhaps we shall have an opportunity to share a drink in the future." "You wretched woman, let us depart. Brothers, we shall take our leave." As Qi Long spoke, he took Wang Yiyan's hand and headed towards the exit of the ice skating rink, followed closely by his entourage. "Xia Yu, my friend, I truly need someone of your caliber. Would you be interested in joining my team?" Li Tianhu had already experienced Xia Yu's prowess, and having him under his command would be an undeniably lucrative venture. "Li Tianhu, are you jesting? As the saying goes, those who do not share the same path cannot collaborate." Xia Yu had no intention of working here. He had previously declined an offer to be a bodyguard for the president of Honghai Company. "Xia Yu, since you have other avenues, I shall not insist. However, Li Tianhu assures you that whenever you wish to join, you are always welcome." Although Li Tianhu is a rogue, he values talent greatly at Li Tianhu. Thank you, but I prefer to remain a diligent worker. Now I must take my leave, and I hope you will excuse my intrusion. With that, Xia Yu gestured to Hua Wanxiu and Gu Sisi that he was departing. Following Xia Yu's lead, Hua Wanxiu and Gu Sisi changed their shoes and exited the Milan ice skating rink. Chapter 33. Tonight we drink. Tonight we get drunk. Xia Yu declined Li Tianhu's invitation. Aware that these individuals came with ulterior motives, at 8 o'clock in the evening, the streets of Poland were bustling with people, the night lights particularly dazzling. The temperature during the day in Shunan was exceedingly high, making an evening stroll refreshingly pleasant. Xia Yu, Hua Wanxiu, and Gu Sisi exited the skating rink, having agreed to explore the night market together. The night market on Poland Street was thriving, renowned for its delectable street food. A true paradise for food lovers. It featured famous snacks from across the nation, including Wuhan's hot dry noodles, local delicacies from S County and Fujian, and countless servings of stinky tofu from Hunan. As they strolled through the thronging crowd, everything felt so novel to Xia Yu. While once you bought 3 skewers of candied hawthorn. Xia Yu, this candied hawthorn is a specialty from my hometown, Liaoqing, Ping County. You must try it and see how it tastes. After purchasing, Hua Wanxiu quickly ran over to Xia Yu. May I have a taste? Xia Yu replied as he walked, accepting the candied hawthorn she had bought for him. How is it, Xia Yu? Hua Wanxiu appeared genuinely concerned about his opinion on the taste. Hua Wanxiu, this is absolutely delicious. If only they added a bit more sugar, it would be even better. After finishing one, Xia Yu gave a thumbs up in enthusiastic approval. Xia Yu, I shall make some for you and Sisi when the opportunity arises. Hua Wanxiu expressed her satisfaction with Xia Yu's recent assessment of the candied hawthorn. Excellent. If I manage to learn it, I shall be the first to prepare it for you. As Xia Yu indulged, remnants of the vibrant red candied coating lingered at the corners of her mouth. Sister Wanxiu, are you two flirting while I, the third wheel, am left to the side? Gu Sisi, unable to match the pace of Xia Yu and Hua Wanxiu, hastened her steps to catch up. Sisi refrained from making baseless remarks. Xia Yu and I are merely friends, Hua Wanxiu clarified, offering a tissue to Xia Yu. Sister Wanxiu, it's fine if you don't want to explain, but you must treat me to a lavish dinner tonight. What shall we eat? Let me think. Gu Sisi observed Xia Yu and Hua Wanxiu's interaction with keen interest as she walked. Sisi, did you not proclaim a fasting diet for weight loss? Why do you contradict yourself? Hua Wanxiu, aware of Gu Sisi's increasingly serious weight issues, understood that indulging in greasy foods would only exacerbate the situation. Sister Wanxiu, I can eat less, but the key is that you must treat Xia Yu to dinner. Gu Sisi deliberately shifted the focus onto Xia Yu. Sister, you have convinced me. Tonight, I shall treat you. Choose whatever you desire. Hua Wanxiu, familiar with Gu Sisi's singular passion for food, replied. Xia Yu, do share your cravings. Let Sister Wanxiu take us to dine, Gu Sisi urged, leaning towards Xia Yu. What I wish to eat is beyond your reach. Forget it. I shan't say any more, Xia Yu replied, surveying the various storefronts lining the street. Xia Yu, do speak up. There's no need for us to guess, Hua Wanxiu responded, equally puzzled. Point 2 Lovely ladies, I must warn you not to retaliate if I divulged on second thought. Perhaps I shall remain silent. Xia Yu shook his head. Xia Yu, that won't do. You must speak. Hua Wanxiu and Gu Sisi echoed simultaneously. That I wish to eat. I desire to eat you both, Xia Yu exclaimed in jest, fearful of their impending onslaught. And he darted ahead. Xia Yu, you rogue, Hua Wanxiu called out, chasing after him, with Gu Sisi following closely behind. Xia Yu, Sister Wanxiu, wait for me, Gu Sisi panted, struggling to keep up with the pace. Xia Yu, let us be serious. Let us dine at this barbecue restaurant. Hua Wanxiu pointed toward a roadside establishment. This Songji barbecue restaurant was particularly bustling, well known among the local factory workers who seldom remained unaware of its popularity within the working community. As soon as Gu Sisi arrived, the trio quickly sought an available seat, aware that any delay would result in no vacancies remaining. Xia Yu approached the barbecue proprietor, observing the grill exhaling plumes of black smoke. Despite this, throngs of patrons continued to flock, displaying a blatant disregard for health among the youth. Holding the menu handed by the owner, Xia Yu candidly admitted his ignorance regarding the delectable offerings and randomly ordered a variety of dishes. In contrast, Gu Sisi exhibited expertise in her choices, opting for grilled squid and shrimp, dishes that Xia Yu had never tried before. Recalling his days on Tongwang Mountain, Xia Yu remembered how his master would often take him to hunt hares, grilling them over an open flame on the mountainside. Tonight, I shall treat you,
so feel free to order whatever you wish, Hua Wanqiu graciously offered. Ladies, the specifics of the meal matter little, but we must not forget the drinks. Boss, bring a case of beer and 2 bottles of Nutritional Express, Xia Yu remarked, as if it had been an eternity since he last enjoyed a beer. Xia Yu, who accompanies you in your drinking? With so many bottles, are you truly to consume them all alone? Gu CCT's Xia Yu with playful intent. If you do not drink, I shall still pour for you. Xia Yu had not anticipated that the two of them would indulge in alcohol. Hence she had deliberately ordered 2 bottles of soft drinks. Xia Yu, I shall drink with you, Hua Wanqiu volunteered, knowing full well that she had never partaken in alcohol before. If one could count, they would see that she had never drunk at any collective gatherings. Hua Wanqiu, can you truly drink? Cici inquired. Is she capable? Xia Yu took plastic cups and poured each of them a glass before serving herself. Hua Wanqiu, Gu Cici, today, I, Xia Yu, am immensely gratified to be here with you to share in this drink. I am especially thankful for your kindness in accepting me, a stranger. Xia Yu's words were imbued with sincere emotion. It is worth noting that in Shunan, their families were neighbors yet remained strangers, particularly with Xia Yu, whose origins were shrouded in mystery. Xia Yu, you are far too modest. If it were not for you, my phone would have been stolen. If it were not for you, that unscrupulous instructor at Neo by driving school might have done something dreadful to me. Thus, it is I who should express my gratitude to you. Hua Wanqiu rose, lifting her glass as she looked down at Xia Yu. Xia Yu had no choice but to stand as well. To her, it was a matter of principle to assist anyone in need. Hua Wanqiu, let us not be overly formal. Instead, let us toast to one another. May you soon find your ideal partner. Upon finishing her words, Xia Yu swiftly downed the refreshing beer, and if one were to describe her current state in a single word, it would undoubtedly be exhilarating. Xia Yu, seeing you so eager to drink, I too shall toast you. May you achieve success in Shunan and find a beautiful wife, Hua Wanqiu declared, also finishing her beer in one swift motion. A rare feat for her, Xia Yu continued to drink with Gu Cici, engaging in delightful conversations about life and the future, until the proprietor's preparations to close at midnight prompted them to cease. This night, filled with merriment and libations, was an extraordinary one for Xia Yu and her companions. Chapter 34. Diligent endeavors. Xia Yu accompanied Hua Wanqiu and Gu Cici, reveling in the night market until the late hours. Such evenings are a rare treasure for those laboring tirelessly. Upon returning to the dormitory, it was already past midnight, and the inhabitants had long since succumbed to slumber, rendering the atmosphere particularly tranquil. However, the sounds of snoring from her colleagues could be heard, and more unsettling was the report of a male colleague in the adjacent dormitory grinding his teeth, initially disconcerting, but eventually merely bothersome. There were also those prone to sleepwalking, making communal living rather uncomfortable. Yet, the sole advantage lay in the lively camaraderie, dispelling loneliness. Nonetheless, Xia Yu yearned for the day she could depart from this place and construct a splendid home through her own efforts. That night, Xia Yu dreamt vividly. She found herself transported to the ancient Qing dynasty, within a grand household. The hall was abuzz with voices, and Xia Yu donned the attire of a groom, while the bride was adorned in a red satin tang suit. Both knelt on the ground, and seated above them were their master and mistress. They performed the ceremonial bows, first to heaven and earth, second to the high hall, and finally, the couple bowed to one another. As Xia Yu listened to the butler's words, he took the initiative to grasp the bride's hand, lifting it gently to bestow a soft kiss upon the back of her hand. With deliberate tenderness, he began to unveil the bride's crimson veil, which left him utterly astonished to discover that the bride was none other than Hua Wanqiu. Startled awake from his dream, Xia Yu was struck by the realization that he had dreamed of Hua Wanqiu as his bride. Disbelief washed over him. Could this be an omen? Despite Hua Wanqiu's undeniable beauty, characterized by her natural allure and absence of makeup, she had explicitly stated that she would never choose a man like Xia Yu. To him, they were merely ordinary friends, and he was perplexed as to why he had dreamt such a thing. With squinted eyes, he reached for his phone, checking the time. 6:30 a.m. Unaccustomed to lingering in bed, he rose early, completing a swift morning routine before stepping out of the dormitory. The early morning in Shunan was as bustling as ever. By 7 o'clock, the streets were teeming with pedestrians. Xia Yu sought out a relatively clean breakfast spot, casually purchasing a basket of dumplings and a cup of soy milk, hurrying along to the office. Xia Yu, wait for me, called Zhong Yanhong, who had somehow found herself walking behind him. Zhong's supervisor. What a coincidence. Xia Yu replied, turning around to face her, realizing it was indeed Zhong Yanhong. She was dressed in a white dress, and her long, Fair legs were particularly eye-catching. With the sun rising early, she had also taken to carrying a parasol. Xia Yu, what is the current situation with Gu Cece? Should I report to the company? Though not closely acquainted with Gu Cece, Zhong Yanhong wished to express her concern for someone Xia Yu cared about. Thank you for your concern, Zhang's supervisor. Gu Cece is fine. She merely experienced a fright and has some minor scrapes. There is nothing serious, and she is likely to return to work today. Xia Yu expressed his gratitude. Aware that if he approached Wang Gang, approval would be unlikely, especially during the peak season. It was possible that He could no longer bear the long hours of overtime, leading her to leave Siku Electronics for the ice rink. Xia Yu, if you work diligently under my guidance, I can assist you in securing a better position, Zhong Yanhong said, lowering her parasol, perhaps sensing that chatting with Xia Yu while holding it created a distance between them. Zhong's supervisor, I will certainly strive to work hard and change my destiny, Xia Yu replied, not merely to placate her, but expressing his genuine intentions. If you can maintain that mindset, I will be greatly pleased. I hope you can achieve success in Shinan. I have faith in your abilities, Zhong Yanhong remarked, seemingly recognizing Xia Yu's potential, despite the common perception among colleagues that his reluctance to work overtime hindered his prospects. Zhong's supervisor, you may not realize how challenging it is to translate words into action. Behind every successful individual lies a tale of struggle, Xia Yu noted, now walking closely alongside Zhong Yanhong, their proximity perhaps giving the impression to outsiders that they were a couple in love. Indeed, thus, Xia Yu, you must dedicate yourself to your studies. Today, as competition relies not on brute strength, but on intellect, she advised, pointing to her head. Zhong's supervisor, I am truly grateful to you. Were it not for your guidance, I would still be daydreaming, Xia Yu concluded as they reached the entrance of the company. Early in the morning, the entrance of the Siku Electronics factory was blocked by a group of individuals, all of whom appeared to be quite young, likely not yet 20. Their attire was strikingly avant-garde and non-mainstream. Colleagues arriving for work were denied entry, causing a growing crowd, including those unaffiliated with the factory. To gather out of curiosity, among this group stood a slightly older young man in his 20s, positioned squarely at the factory gate. Good morning, employees of Siku, he announced. My name is Dongzi. You may be puzzled as to why you are not being allowed to enter. This is because your boss owes our boss a gambling debt of 15 million. It is quite clear. Dongzi explained further, stating that your boss, Wang, had fled, and they could not reach him via phone, WeChat, or QQ. Thus, they were left with no choice but to take such measures to compel his appearance. His voice resonated loudly, stirring whispers among the gathered colleagues, who feared they might not receive their wages if Wang had indeed absconded. Some expressed serious dissatisfaction with the debt collector's brazen actions. Suddenly, Xia Yu rushed in from behind, with Zhong Yanhong hastening to follow. Hello, I am Xia Yu. You are Dongzi, correct? Please allow my colleagues to proceed to work. As for the 15 million, I will negotiate on your behalf. Xia Yu boldly stepped to the forefront, directly facing Dongzi. What gives you the right to bargain with me? If you can produce 15 million, I might step aside, but judging by your appearance, I suspect you are merely a factory worker for life, Dongzi retorted, flanked by a dozen of his subordinates, who appeared quite imposing. Xia Yu could not stand idly by, knowing that not only did he work here, but so did his friends Zhong Yanhong, Hua Wanqiu, and Gu Cece. He resolved that he must do everything in his power to prevent the factory from collapsing. My friend, please step back and allow my colleagues to commence their work. Orders lead to income, do they not? As for the substantial debt you mentioned, I will reach out to the boss. If he fails to address it, I shall take it upon myself. Xia Yu was determined to take charge of the situation. Who are you? Why should I trust you? I will only discuss this with higher management, Dongzi replied, skepticism evident in his tone. With his entourage echoing his disdain. I am Xia Yu, and that is all that matters, he declared, moving toward the factory's perimeter wall, where he struck it forcefully, creating a significant hole. Chapter 35. A leaderless crowd. Xia Yu's powerful blow to the wall startled Dongzi and his group. Who exactly are you? What is your background? Dongzi inquired, now intrigued by Xia Yu's profession. Who am I? It hardly matters. I am Xia Yu, Xia as in summer, and Yu as in rain. I am merely an ordinary worker at Siku, Xia Yu replied, having repeated this assertion countless times. Xia Yu, regardless of your identity, your boss Wang Fei must repay our boss Qilong the 15 million he owes within 3 days, or we will not relent, Dongzi declared, somewhat uncertain but intent on making a statement to Siku. Dongzi, did you just say your boss is Qilong? Xia Yu asked, incredulity etched on his face. Was it not a case of enemies crossing paths? Just yesterday, Qilong had attempted to confront Xia Yu with his subordinates. Xia Yu, do you know my boss? Dongzi felt perplexed. How could an ordinary worker be acquainted with boss Qilong, whose wealth surpassed 100 million? Oh, it's merely a casual inquiry. One cannot truly claim to know someone after just a brief encounter. Xia Yu preferred to say little, for if Qilong were to discover his employment here, it would lead to greater trouble. Dongzi, how about this? I will consult our boss to ascertain the situation and provide you with a satisfactory response within 3 days. In truth, Xia Yu was uncertain of boss Wang Fei's whereabouts and had only devised a temporary plan to alleviate the pressing crisis. What can we do? Do you think we stand a chance against that kid? Dongzi quietly conversed with his companion nearby. Brother Dong, how can we know unless we try? Allow me to experience that kid's skills firsthand. One of the subordinates, seemingly eager to learn martial arts, sported a black tank top that revealed his chiseled abs in motion. We can always return in 3 days. Such a large factory cannot simply vanish. Dongzi appeared to possess some sense, exhibiting far more rationality than his impulsive subordinate. After all, they were all seeking profit. Brother Xia Yu, since you've made such a statement, I shall not press further. However, if I do not see the money in 3 days, do not blame me for being impolite. Dongzi signaled for his men to retreat, and the obstruction at the entrance was removed, allowing him and a dozen subordinates to exit the factory premises. Once Dongzi departed, the employees gathered at the factory entrance applauded Xia Yu's actions, hailing him as a hero, especially for those with families, as he had safeguarded their employment. Colleagues, please resume your work without concern. I will address this matter with the boss and ensure a favorable outcome for all. Xia Yu wished to minimize the impact of this incident on the employees. The benefits at Siku Electronics were already lacking, and the turnover rate was alarmingly high. Should this incident exacerbate the situation, it would become even more challenging to recruit new personnel. As long as I remain, I trust that those individuals cannot do anything to Siku. Please, everyone, focus on your work. Zhong Yanhong stood out in the crowd, her words carrying significant weight. Security, open the door. Xia Yu called out to the middle-aged guard in the security office. The guard opened the door, trembling slightly despite his own martial prowess. Overwhelmed by the intensity of the situation, the door swung open. An increasing number of colleagues surged towards the company, and among the throngs were Hua Wanxiu and Gu Sisi, who initially struggled to enter due to the crowd. Once the door opened, they flowed in with the masses, missing the chance to greet Xia Yu. Zhong Yanhong was considerably luckier, standing beside Xia Yu. Her beauty and status as a supervisor deterred the general populace from encroaching upon their space. Xia Yu waited for all the employees to enter before he and Zhong Yanhong proceeded into the workshop. Acting as though nothing had transpired, in the dimly lit office, the flickering LED lights overhead illuminated Wang Fei, who languidly sat in the boss's chair, smoking a cigarette. The ashtray was already filled with a dozen cigarette butts, and his hair was disheveled, uncharacteristic of someone who had been at the helm of the company for over a decade. Director Lon, could you please provide me with a report on the company's operational status? Wang Fei exhaled a plume of smoke. Feej, I have examined the company's accounts, and due to factors such as the reduction in the outsourcing unit price leading to declining profits, the increase in raw material costs, coupled with poor management and the ambitions of your relatives to gain a foothold in the company, we are currently facing a net loss of 5 million. Additionally, with your gambling losses amounting to 15 million. I suggest that you and your sister-in-law consider leaving Shunan for Canada. Lon Xian and Wang Fei are classmates. She has been under Wang Fei's wing for over a decade. Apart from Wang Fei's family, she is likely the person he trusts the most. Lon Xian, this is my home. I have never been abroad. If I were to sell the company, how much could it possibly fetch? Wang Fei is contemplating the worst-case scenario. Feej, it is quite challenging to operate in the physical sector these days. Labor costs are high, and similar enterprises have relocated. It is not easy to secure a good price, especially with the urgency of the situation. The appraisal company I consulted has given a valuation of 10 million. Although Lon Xian is in her 40s, she remains captivating and charismatic. He is aware that Chi Fei's men would likely cause trouble at the factory if they could not find him at home, which is why Wang Fei spent the night in the president's office. Feej, fortunately, an employee named Xia Yu drove Qilong's men away this morning. Otherwise, you would have been in dire straits. Lon Xian is deeply concerned about Wang Fei's predicament, as the company he founded might face complete closure. Xia Yu, such a familiar name. Wang Fei stood up, pacing beside the president's desk, seemingly lost in thought. Lon Xian, it just struck me. He is the one who went to repay the loan shark on behalf of my nephew. Wang Gang. Wang Fei appeared to be somewhat unfamiliar with Xia Yu, yet the impression left was profound. Fij, you are correct. This young man possesses a strong sense of justice. If you wish to meet him. Shall I notify him? Lan Xin is quite aware of Wang Fei's thoughts. Very well. Please have him come to the fourth-floor office immediately. I have further inquiries for him. Wang Fei appears eager to understand the situation concerning Qi Long. Although Lan Xin holds the position of financial director within the company, in Wang Fei's eyes, she is a confidant, far surpassing any mere familial ties. Seated beside her laptop, Lan Xin picked up the office phone. Hello, Supervisor Zhong. I believe you have a new employee named Xia Yu in your workshop. The boss wishes to see him. Please send him to the office. Upon receiving the call from Director Lan, Zhong Yanhong felt perplexed, especially since it was coming from the boss's office. The more curious matter was that the boss was specifically asking for Xia Yu. Xia Yu, the boss wants you to come to the fourth-floor office. Zhong Yanhong announced loudly after hanging up. Supervisor Zhong. Understood, Xia Yu replied, setting aside his current task and making his way to the fourth-floor office. He was uncertain about the reason for the boss's summons. Yet he was determined to comply, as 3 days had swiftly elapsed. Wishing my dear readers a day filled with joy. Chapter 36. A sense of crisis. Xia Yu arrived alone at the boss's office. Upon entering, he was struck by the opulence of the environment. The office was lavishly decorated, spacious and bright, with decor that exuded taste, the only incongruity being the display cabinet filled with various mobile phone samples. From a distance, Xia Yu spotted Wang Fei seated at his desk, flanked by the elegant and poised Lan Xin, who was in her 30s, and Wang Fei caught sight of Xia Yu as well. Xia Yu strode directly before Wang Fei, feigning indifference. Boss, I heard from Supervisor Zhong that you were looking for me, Xia Yu remarked with a hint of skepticism. Xia Yu, please take a seat. This is our second encounter. Is it not? I have a favor to ask of you, Wang Fei replied, simultaneously pouring boiling water into a teacup to brew tea. Lan Xin, this is Xia Yu, quite the striking individual. Xia Yu, allow me to introduce you. This is our chief financial officer, Lan Xin. Wang Fei facilitated the introduction. So, you are Xia Yu. You truly are quite handsome. Lan Xin seldom praised others, and her commendation of Xia Yu seemed to signify a recognition of his merits. Thank you for the compliment, Director Lan. Xia Yu scrutinized Director Lan, noting her slender figure, fair complexion, and her elegant black professional attire, complemented by a pair of black-framed glasses. The curves of her figure exuded a captivating allure that could easily stir a man's desires. Xia Yu, the reason I sought you out today is simply to express my gratitude, Wang Fei exclaimed, blowing on the tea in his cup before taking a sip of Longjing tea. Boss, you wish to thank me? I haven't done anything, have I? Is there some sort of misunderstanding? Xia Yu was equally puzzled about Wang Fei's intentions. That I am not mistaken. This is a small token of appreciation amounting to 20,000 yuan. Firstly, you assisted my nephew, Xiao Gang, and secondly, today you helped prevent unauthorized personnel from entering the company, thus contributing to our firm. Wang Fei retrieved a pre-written check from his drawer and handed it to Xia Yu. Lan Xin also felt a sense of intrigue. Having spent years with Wang Fei, she seldom witnessed him reward an ordinary employee in such a manner, clearly indicating his admiration for Xia Yu. Xia Yu, please do not refuse. This is the remuneration you rightfully deserve, Lan Xin encouraged Xia Yu while pouring water for Wang Fei. Xia Yu, I attended a gathering of friends recently, where all attendees were prominent figures. Unexpectedly, I lost a significant amount of money in gambling and even borrowed 15 million from Qi Long. The outcome was as one might expect. Wang Fei's frustration flared at the recollection, lamenting that despite having the best hand, he suffered the worst loss, suspecting foul play yet lacking evidence to confront them. Boss, so that is the case. Those individuals mentioned they would return in 3 days. What are your plans? Xia Yu was now deeply concerned about the situation at Siku, especially since his good friends were employed there. Xia Yu, this is precisely why I sought you out today. The company currently operates on a contract manufacturing basis, with meager profits coupled with rising labor costs, resulting in several consecutive months of losses. Furthermore, during the recent gathering, amidst the encouragement of esteemed guests, we engaged in roundtable gambling. Despite my advantageous hand, I still lost 30 million and borrowed 15 million from Qi Long. I truly am at my wit's end. I could either flee to Canada or end it all. Wang Fei spoke with palpable agitation. Boss, was there any cheating among the players that day? Could they be in collusion? Xia Yu, gleaning from Wang Fei's account, was convinced that there was indeed a conspiracy among them to deceive Wang Fei. Xia Yu, I cannot say for certain, Had I known they were plotting to swindle my money, I would certainly not have participated. Wang Fei, as a businessman, surely possessed discernment. Wang, given your description, it seems highly probable. Are you truly considering leaving Shenzhen for Canada? Xia Yu could hardly believe his eyes. If Wang Fei were to leave, Siku would cease to exist, and all the friends he had come to know would be left unemployed, with no way forward. Xia Yu, I truly find myself at a loss. It used to be quite easy for me to access over 10 million, but now I am at my wit's end and I must choose to leave Shenzhen, or perhaps I might as well end it all. Wang Fei mused, feeling a tinge of sadness as he recalled the past, for this was a company he had painstakingly built from the ground up. That Mr. Wang, how about this? Summon those wealthy merchants once more and take one last gamble. Xia Yu, surprising himself with such audacity, suggested, Xia Yu, you are even more reckless than I am. You must understand that if I lose again, I might as well wager my life. Wang Fei remarked, taken aback by Xia Yu's proposition. Wang Fei had initially invited Xia Yu over, knowing of his commendable skills, believing he could ensure a safe departure from Shenzhen. Mr. Wang, you are the only one capable of bringing them together. I assure you. Your victory is guaranteed, Xia Yu confidently asserted. Should this transpire, Lan Xin would certainly regard Xia Yu with newfound respect, for few could capture her attention. Xia Yu, is this truly feasible? Wang Fei acknowledged Xia Yu's prowess. Yet he was uncertain about the prospect of gambling. Mr. Wang, please rest assured and place your trust in me. Xia Yu had no choice but to proceed. In truth, he despised those who indulged in gambling daily. For Siku, for everyone, I will give it my all. Tomorrow, I shall attempt to arrange a meeting with them at the Shenzhen Grand Hotel. Wang Fei felt a tumult of emotions within, struggling to believe that Xia Yu possessed such capability. Familiar with the Shenzhen Grand Hotel, Xia Yu recalled that the car he drove was a prize awarded by the hotel. He vaguely remembered visiting the hotel previously to treat Gu Cici's parents. Mr. Wang, I am truly grateful that you have chosen to keep me on board. Allow me to express my heartfelt thanks on behalf of all the employees. Xia Yu spoke sincerely. Meanwhile, standing nearby, Lan Xin, though 30 years old and perpetually single, had consistently rebuffed Wang Fei's attempts to introduce her to potential partners. Yet, before her stood Xia Yu, tall and handsome, possessing martial arts skills and a keen intellect, which sparked her keen interest in getting to know him better. Director Lan, what are you pondering? Xia Yu gently nudged the pensive financial director. Startled, she adjusted her glasses, blushing and feeling her heart race. What could prompt such reactions from a 30-year-old woman? Xia Yu noticed her unusual demeanor. Initially thinking he had inadvertently pushed Director Lan, he soon caught her casting furtive glances in his direction. Mr. Wang, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Do remember to arrange that meeting. I will accompany you tomorrow, Xia Yu said, feeling somewhat awkward as he stood there, surprised that a woman in her 30s would blush at his presence, an idea that had not crossed his mind. Not wanting to linger any longer, he hurriedly departed the office, his thoughts swirling with questions about Lan Xion's gaze. He made his way directly to the testing workshop. Chapter 37. The Pursuit of Diligence? At that moment, Zhong Yanhong was absent from the workshop, whereabouts unknown. The site had but a few mobile phone testing machines, suggesting that the orders fluctuated between abundance and scarcity at the outset. Wang Fei expressed concerns about the company's financial losses, and Xia Yu was somewhat skeptical. However, Xia Yu has since come to believe it, having uncovered numerous issues. For instance, she discovered that some employees, who were supposed to clock out at 5, would clock in at 5:30 to work overtime, leaving only half an hour for lunch. Yet, there were those who would clock out at 5 but linger until 5:30 before exiting, only to return at 8 in the evening to record their overtime. Xia Yu also learned that the company, Siku, is a family-run enterprise, with an abundance of relatives employed there, many of whom are profiting. The owner occasionally turns a blind eye, instilling fear in those who might consider reporting misconduct, as they dread potential retaliation. Xia Yu believes that such a company cannot endure in the long term. Without sound management, reliance solely on personnel will ultimately face the scrutiny of the market. Xia Yu did not see Wang Gang around. He had gone to the small booth to call out to her. Wang Yan, at the booth, was engaged in conversation with a long-haired girl who had recently joined the company. Startled by Xia Yu's loud call, she instinctively patted her chest. Xia Yu, have you eaten too much and found yourself with nothing to do? Wang Yin spoke in a carefree manner, her voice carrying a hint of a youthful lilt, reminiscent of a trendy girl. Wang Yin, I'm just bored. I'm the only guy in the entire workshop, and with Wang Gang absent, I thought I'd come chat with you. Xia Yu playfully teased her. Xia Yu, with so many beautiful girls around, You choose to seek me out. Are you still thinking about that beauty who left and hoping I'll provide you with her information? Wang Yin was aware that Xia Yu had spoken the most with Lan Yi during his first visit. Wang Yin, you're so adorable and kawaii. I really like your type. Would you be interested in getting to know me better? Xia Yu was well aware that Wang Yin was referring to Lan Yi, whom he had encountered at the Milan skating rink. Nevertheless, he still wished Lan Yi would not work in such an unsafe environment. Don't deceive me. You are universally acknowledged as the most handsome guy in Siku. And there are plenty of beauties vying for your attention. Why would it come to me? Wang Yin demonstrated self-awareness. Though she was mistaken in her assumption, Xia Yu actually preferred petite and charming girls. Don't you girls have anything to do every day? If anyone deserves to be sealed off, it would be the boys doing that to you. By the way, why haven't you introduced me to the new beauty? Only then did Xia Yu notice the newly recruited female employee who had taken Lan Yi's position. Why don't you just ask her yourself, given how extroverted you are? Wang Yin remarked, testing product while barely glancing at Xia Yu. Who said I'm extroverted? I'm quite introverted, actually. I blush whenever I see a girl I like. Perhaps Xia Yu had yet to encounter someone he fancied. Hence he had never blushed. Handsome, my name is Cha Jingmei. Please take care of me in the future. The new employee initiated conversation with Xia Yu. Cha Jingmei is a lovely name, and you are quite beautiful as well. On behalf of the testing workshop, I welcome your addition, Xia Yu said as he took a closer look at Cha Jingmei. Taken aback by her appearance, her sharp nose and graceful figure made her resemble a mixed-blood beauty. A naturally stunning presence. Handsome, I have much to learn. I just graduated and came over from Pin County that I hope to rely on your guidance. That don't worry. If anyone bullies you, just come to me. You're from Pin County. Xia Yu was taken aback, as Hua Wanxiu and Gu Sisi also hailed from Pin County. She pondered whether they were acquainted, speculating if Pin County was indeed a land abundant with beauties. Indeed, I am from Pin County. Are you, handsome, also from there? Zhao Jingmei expressed her delight, wondering if they had encountered fellow townsfolk, which would allow them to look out for each other in the future. My dear beauty, I must disappoint you. I am not from Pin County. However, I do know two lovely ladies who work on the second floor. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly introduce you to them. Xia Yu replied, yearning to make more friends, considering that Shunan was a rather lonely city, cold in its human interactions. That sounds wonderful. Thank you so much. Zhao Jingmei's voice was sweet and melodious, her words intoxicating enough to leave one entranced. Xia Yu, how should I address you? Just moments ago, you were all chummy with me, and now, upon encountering a beauty, I find myself sidelined. Wang Yin, affectionately referred to as Xia Beautyan, may not have felt any jealousy, yet her words rang true. Xia Beautyan, I ought to make amends. Shall I offer myself in gratitude? Xia Yu recognized that Xia Beautyan was jesting and playfully returned the banter. Xia Yu, do not flatter yourself. Who would be enamored with you? Perhaps you should seek a white-boned spirit to pledge yourself to. Xia Beautyan's words were a tad off the mark in the workshop that day. Besides Xia Yu, there were 7 other colleagues. For in testing, 1 inspector, and 2 packers. In truth, the packers were both male, and Xia Yu had yet to engage with them, unaware of their names, although she remembered one shared a good rapport with Wang Gang. Xia Yu, could you come over here? Zhong Yanhong called as she entered the workshop. Just moments before, Xia Yu had been engrossed in conversation with Xia Beautyan and Zhao Jingmei, having not conducted a single test. If it were based on piecework today, it would surely result in 0 income. Thankfully, it was hourly wage work. Supervisor Zhong, I shall be there shortly. Xia Yu set aside his mobile device, initially intending to hastily test a few machines to meet expectations. As he stood, Xia Beautyan and Zhao Jingmei exchanged covert glances, both stifling laughter, their expressions betraying a hint of schadenfreude. Upon reaching Zhong Yanhong's desk, he noted her seated posture and the way she looked up at him. Her gaze was not that of a superior addressing a subordinate, but rather one of admiration. Xia Yu, did the boss summon you for something? Zhong Yanhong expressed genuine concern for Xia Yu, eager to delve deeper into the life of this handsome man, whom she regarded not only as attractive but also distinctly masculine. Supervisor Zhong, the boss simply wished to thank me regarding Wang Gang and this morning's events. Xia Yu preferred to keep such matters from becoming widely known, even among those as familiar as Zhong Yanhong. Xia Yu, had you not mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Is it true that the boss owes so much money outside? A woman's curiosity often surpasses that of a man's. And Zhong Yanhong was no exception. Supervisor Zhong, I truly do not know. The boss will surely devise a way to handle it, so you needn't worry. Xia Yu wished for the knowledge of such negative news to remain limited, as it could adversely affect morale. Very well, I shan't pry further. However, There is a matter I would like to ask of you. Zhong Yanhong rarely spoke in such a manner. Supervisor Zhong, feel free to let me know how I may assist. I shall certainly oblige if within my capabilities. Xia Yu believed this to be characteristic of his professional demeanor. Zhong Yanhong also rose to her feet. Although they were in the workshop, Xia Yu could sense the rapid beating of Zhong Yanhong's heart, accentuated by her flushed complexion. Xia Yu, I don't have much going on. I live alone in a dormitory, and the faucet in the bathroom is broken. Would you mind helping me fix it? Zhong Yanhong sat back down, feeling that speaking to Xia Yu while standing in such an environment might lead to misunderstandings. Supervisor Zhong, I thought it was something significant. I can help you fix it after work today. Without overtime, Xia Yu assumed there was a pressing issue, yet this trivial matter seemed hardly worthy of concern. Thank you in advance, Xia Yu. I reside in dormitory 308, so please don't forget. If there is nothing else, you may carry on with your tasks. Given that Zhong Yanhong had ascended to the position of supervisor through her own abilities, she undoubtedly possessed a strong sense of control. Chapter 38. Fixing the faucet the entire day. Xia Yu found his work to be exceedingly dull. Despite the company of a beautiful woman, the monotonous life on the factory assembly line lacked the excitement one would hope for, aside from the brief respite during lunch. When he felt somewhat uplifted, the hours spent in the workshop were rather tedious. It was only at 5 in the afternoon that he recalled Zhong Yanhong's request. Upon finishing work, Xia Yu did not see Zhong Yanhong and initially intended to wait for her, but later decided to have dinner first. He followed the throng of employees to the cafeteria on the first floor of the dormitory building. While the company provided meals and accommodation, which was a commendable benefit, the quality of the food left much to be desired. Although the menu promised 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, if the chef lacked expertise, the meals were likely unpalatable. The work meals were merely a means to get by, with some employees opting for late-night snacks due to inadequate portions. Eating late-night snacks was a common practice in Shinin, where nearly everyone who worked overtime would indulge in fried rice or a few simple dishes, accompanied by a beer to reward themselves and replenish their energy. Xia Yu took a few bites of his meal, but found it unappetizing and discarded it instead. The company had a strict policy stating that one should only take as much food as they could eat. If HR discovered that an employee consistently wasted food, they would face fines. What sort of absurd policy was this? Not only was the food unpalatable, but one was also prohibited from discarding it. Just as Xia Yu prepared to step out to a convenience store for a bottle of iced tea, his phone rang unexpectedly. He pulled out his phone from his pocket and noted an incoming call from Zhong Yanhong. Xia Yu, why haven't you arrived yet? I'm waiting for you at home. He could hear her voice on the other end. Supervisor Zhong, I apologize that I was just having dinner, and I'll be there shortly. Xia Yu had no desire to provide excessive explanations, yet he couldn't allow her to perceive him as tardy, especially since she was his superior. He had intended to leave, but had not yet exited the security checkpoint when Zhong Yanhong called. With urgency, Xia Yu raced up to the 3rd floor. Despite his martial arts training, he found himself breathing heavily as he approached the door with the number 308. He read the door numbers aloud to himself. Upon passing room 309, he finally reached 308. He knocked a few times on the door, which was opened by none other than Zhong Yanhong. Xia Yu was met with a striking scene. Zhong Yanhong had her hair elegantly styled up, wearing only a white shirt and denim shorts, her long legs accentuated and visibly defined. Particularly, the curves of her figure seemed to beckon Xia Yu, enticing him irresistibly. Xia Yu, come in. You seem to be lost in thought. Zhong Yanhong pulled Xia Yu inside and promptly closed the door. Zhong supervisor, I must say, your appearance has transformed you into a different person. You look utterly stunning. Today, Xia Yu found Zhong Yanhong particularly beautiful, radiating a unique charm. In the dormitory, there's no need to call me supervisor. Simply refer to me as Yanhong. Zhong Yanhong genuinely wished for Xia Yu to address her by her name, as it felt more intimate. Zhong Yanhong, may I ask where your bathroom is? Xia Yu surveyed the entirety of the room, which was a 1-bedroom apartment, a privilege exclusive to those in supervisory roles. The room was adorned exquisitely, even surpassing the accommodation rented by Hua Wanqiu, exuding a hint of an apartment vibe. Zhong Yanhong enthusiastically guided Xia Yu through her personal quarters, showcasing the artwork displayed in the living area and the goldfish she kept, eager to share every detail of her life. Yanhong, let us fix the faucet first. Xia Yu meticulously examined every aspect of Zhong Yanhong's dormitory, yet remained mindful of the day's essential task. Xia Yu, follow me. Zhong Yanhong beckoned, leading her to the bathroom. The bathroom was small, with barely enough space for 2. and Xia Yu could detect the fragrance of Zhong Yanhong's perfume mingled with the scent of freshly washed hair. Xia Yu, is there an issue with this showerhead? Zhong Yanhong held up the showerhead for Xia Yu to inspect. Taking it in her hands, Xia Yu scrutinized it before attempting to detach it, only to find the faucet still running, causing water to spray out in a myriad of droplets, drenching Zhong Yanhong. Flustered, Xia Yu, who was not behaving like someone trained in martial arts, quickly soaked Zhong Yanhong's white shirt, rendering it translucent enough to reveal her silhouette, the contours of her figure unmistakably visible. Zhong Yanhong instinctively covered herself, while the water cascaded over her hair, obscuring her view of Xia Yu in a moment of unexpected courage. Xia Yu embraced Zhong Yanhong. Although she had managed to turn off the faucet, the gaze Zhong Yanhong directed at her remained filled with affection. Leaning against the wall, droplets continued to trickle from her hair, while Xia Yu held her waist, acutely aware of Zhong Yanhong's quickening heartbeat. Yanhong, you look exceptionally beautiful today. Xia Yu himself was half-soaked. Xia Yu, do you know, I really like you. Zhong Yanhong felt that encountering such a handsome man was the greatest happiness of her life. Zhong supervisor, we shouldn't be doing this. Xia Yu reminded himself to remain rational, avoiding any confusion. Xia Yu, you are mine. Initially gazing at Xia Yu, Zhong Yanhong unexpectedly leaned in to kiss him, leading to an extraordinary moment where they entwined like two gentle worms. Lost in each other. Heavens, my innocence, Xia Yu silently lamented, while Zhong Yanhong, who had been lying flat, turned to nestle into Xia Yu's embrace. Xia Yu, from now on, I belong to you, and you must take responsibility for me. Zhong Yanhong had transformed into a delicate creature, her voice soft and sweet, a stark contrast to her usual commanding presence as Zhong's supervisor. What if I refuse to take responsibility? Xia Yu chuckled. Dare you not take responsibility, beware, or I might make you a eunuch. Zhong Yanhong nestled in Xia Yu's arms, eyes closed, displaying a blissful smile. Zhong's supervisor, you are quite terrifying. Xia Yu was certain he hadn't misheard. Xia Yu, indeed, should you betray me, I shall deal with you accordingly. Zhong Yanhong's face glows with a rosy hue. After fumbling about for what seemed an eternity, Xia Yu finally located her mobile phone atop the bedside table, unlocking it to reveal the time. 7:30 a.m. Zhong Yanhong, rise and shine. It's time for work. Xia Yu was astounded that an entire night had slipped away in slumber. Both Xia Yu and Zhong Yanhong sprang up simultaneously. Hurriedly dressing in a flurry of disarray as Zhong Yanhong tidied the bedclothes, Xia Yu appeared to make a startling discovery. Zhong Yanhong, what is that? Xia Yu noticed a patch of crimson on the bed. Was someone injured? You fool! How can you not know? Zhong Yanhong quietly approached Xia Yu's side. Yanhong, I truly have no idea. Xia Yu might genuinely be a simpleton. Silly, big silly, Zhong Yanhong exclaimed in frustration, tapping Xia Yu's head with a pillow. I said I don't know, yet you still doubt me. Once dressed, Xia Yu settled down with her phone while Zhong Yanhong proceeded to wash her face and brush her teeth. Xia Yu was aware of the prowess of Dunyang. Dunyang, enlighten me as to why there is a patch of red on the bed after sleeping. Chapter 39. Together until old age, Xia Yu mused that Dunyang's abilities were rather limited. Yet the answer brought her a fleeting surprise. Xia Yu, now I belong to you. You must take responsibility for me. After completing her morning routine, Zhong Yanhong entered the living room, wrapping her arms around Xia Yu's waist from behind. Her lovely face nestled against Xia Yu's back. Yanhong, of course, I shall take responsibility, please trust me. Initially engrossed in a game of Honor of Kings, Xia Yu found his focus shattered by Zhong Yanhong's embrace. He set aside his phone, lifted her hands, and turned to face her. Zhong Yanhong's large, beautiful eyes sparkled with allure. Her enchanting, dark irises flickered with every blink, while her delicately curled lashes danced playfully, enhanced by a touch of makeup and clad in her pajamas, rendering her irresistibly charming, enough to stir any man's impulses. Standing at an impressive height of 1.82 meters, Xia Yu gazed down at Zhong Yanhong, who looked up at him with affection. He realized that there was no turning back now. The die had been cast, and any further words would be futile. Zhong Yanhong held onto Xia Yu's waist, resting her head on his shoulder, and they sat in silence, not uttering a single word, simply savoring the moment of unwavering togetherness. Zhong Yanhong, I must take another day off today. The boss will likely call me shortly. Xia Yu suddenly recalled Wang Fei's instructions from the previous day. Who has been kidnapped this time? You certainly have a lot going on. Can you not focus on work? You've taken several days off this month already. How can you afford to support me with such a meager income? Just moments ago, Zhong Yanhong had been silent, Now, she spoke in a rush, her words flowing freely. Zhong Yinhong, what are you rambling about? My frequent absences are thanks to you. That if it were anyone else, would they allow me so many days off? Rest assured, it's for a legitimate cause. Xia Yu playfully pinched Zhong Yinhong's delicate nose. Xia Yu, who doesn't he know that Wang is a notorious philanderer? He is on his third wife now, indulging in revelry. Who would not be aware? His interest in you likely bodes ill. Zhong Yinhong released her hold and promptly guided Xia Yu to the sofa. Fear not, Chief Zhong Yinhong. Even if Wang is that sort of man, he is currently preoccupied with company troubles. Xia Yu draped his arm around Zhong Yinhong's shoulder. Xia Yu, you are deceiving me again. Aren't the company's orders quite sufficient? What crisis could there possibly be? Zhong Yinhong remained unconvinced. Xia Yu, the hour is growing late. I shall take my leave for work now. When you venture out, kindly ensure the door is securely locked. Recently, there have been incidents of colleagues' mobile phones being stolen from the dormitory, and it remains uncertain whether the culprits are outsiders or an insider. Zhong Yinhong suddenly rose to her feet. There were but 10 minutes remaining before her shift commenced, and she needed to change out of her pajamas. As Zhong Yinhong entered her chamber, Xia Yu, uncertain of her intentions, followed suit. Xia Yu, you rascal. Hurry up and step outside, she exclaimed. In her haste to change, Zhong Yinhong neglected to close the door and forgot to remind Xia Yu. Upon entering, Xia Yu was met with the sight of Zhong Yinhong in the midst of changing. Her bare form laid bare before him. Initially rubbing his eyes in disbelief, Xia Yu found himself stealing a few more glances. Zhong Yinhong swiftly donned her attire and approached Xia Yu, playfully thumping his back and pushing him from the door into the living room sofa. Xia Yu, that was quite the scandalous behavior. As a respectable young lady, how could you gaze upon me so? How embarrassing. Zhong Yinhong showed no mercy, playfully pinching Xia Yu's hand with her nails. Dear beauty, I merely entered out of sheer curiosity. It would be odd not to look. Besides, you are mine, so why the modesty? Xia Yu understood that Zhong Yinhong was merely jesting. You infuriate me, Xia Yu. I must hurry to work now. You shall lock the door for me later. If anything goes missing, you shall bear the cost. As a grassroots supervisor, Zhong Yinhong typically arrived at the workshop early to prepare for the morning meeting. Once she had changed her shoes, she grabbed her handbag and gave Xia Yu a playful kiss gesture before departing the dormitory. Xia Yu awaited a call from Wang Fei, but after nearly half an hour without a word, he began to carefully survey Zhong Yinhong's room. Picking up her photo album, he began to flip through its pages. Previously, Zhong Yinhong had shown it to him, but he had not looked. Now, feeling rather bored, he decided to explore. As Xia Yu gazed at Zhong Yinhong's middle school photographs, he couldn't help but chuckle. She appeared so awkward and unrefined, in stark contrast to her current beauty and poise. Xia Yu pondered how a sparrow transforms into a phoenix, and it was only upon viewing Zhong Yinhong's childhood pictures that he grasped the essence of that metamorphosis. Suddenly, Xia Yu's phone rang, the lively tune reverberating through the entire room. Xia Yu, come quickly. I've arranged a meeting. Please pick me up from the office. I cannot drive there alone. Wang Fei, having encountered Xia Yu, felt a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, he would have long fled to Canada to hide away. Very well, Mr. Wang. I shall be there shortly, Xia Yu replied. He understood that such matters could not be delayed and needed swift resolution. With remarkable speed, he ensured he had forgotten nothing and promptly locked the door. The entire third floor of the dormitory was eerily quiet, resembling an empty building. Navigating through the corridor, Xia Yu swiftly descended the staircase and exited the dormitory. He casually purchased a bowl of dan dan noodles from a vendor by the roadside, finishing his meal in under 10 minutes before hopping into the driver's seat and revving the engine. Wang Fei had initially considered driving himself, but, after deliberation, decided that having a bodyguard was far more prudent. Upon arriving at the company, he immediately began contacting various business owners. Xia Yu arrived at the company entrance in approximately 10 minutes. While Wang Fei had been waiting for about 20 minutes, Wang Fei heard the distant sound of a car roaring towards him, and indeed, it was the impressive figure of Xia Yu driving over. Xia Yu parked the car in front of Wang Fei and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, greeted him. Mr. Wang, I apologize. I thought you would drive over yourself. Xia Yu was not entirely mistaken. It was unusual for a boss to ride in a subordinate's modest vehicle instead of his own Porsche. Mr. Wang, there is no need for formality. Serving the company is my duty. Please make yourself comfortable. I will set off immediately. Xia Yu glanced at Wang Fei, realizing it was their first time being so close together. It's all right. Let us go. Before Wang Fei could finish his sentence, Xia Yu pressed down on the accelerator, and the car soared to 200 miles per hour, making it seem as though he were a racing driver on the main road. In no time, Xia Yu navigated the vehicle to the Shinan Grand Hotel. The sun had just begun to rise in the east as Xia Yu parked the car. He and Wang Fei exited simultaneously, shutting the doors in perfect synchrony. Meanwhile, a storm was brewing at the Shinan Hotel, waiting for their arrival. Chapter 40. The King of Gamblers. Although Wang Fei was the boss and had witnessed all manner of scenes, he never anticipated the consequences of his extravagant gambling at the tables. Now, regret was futile. Placing his bets on this young man before him left him feeling quite uneasy. However, there was no alternative. If he did not take the plunge, he would lose everything. With this money, he could live comfortably in Canada, but one must take risks in life. Xia Yu followed closely behind Wang Fei as they entered a luxurious private room on the second floor of the Shinan Grand Hotel. Xia Yu was certain that the black briefcase Wang Fei carried was filled with stacks of cash. Upon entering the room, the opulence was striking. A round table was surrounded by influential figures, with numerous aides standing nearby. "Brother Wang, why have you arrived so late? I thought you had vanished from the face of the earth." An elderly gentleman, perhaps in his 50s, was puffing on a large cigar, releasing smoke rings that drifted languidly into the air. "Boss Hong, please forgive me. The company has been quite busy lately, leaving me no time to socialize with esteemed associates." Wang Fei found the only available seat and sat down, while Xia Yu stood beside him. Xia Yu scrutinized the notable figures at the round table and immediately recognized Qi Long, the very person who had sent his men to blockade the entrance of the Siku company, preventing employees from entering. Qi Long also noticed Xia Yu, regarding him with a cold stare, likely harboring resentment from their previous encounter. Xia Yu assessed each prominent figure. They were either scions of wealthy families, business owners, or individuals with connections in the underworld. Aside from Qi Long, no one paid any attention to Xia Yu, with most merely assuming he was Wang Fei's personal bodyguard. "Mr. Wang, when will you repay the 15 million you borrowed from me last time? Don't force me to resort to extreme measures for debt collection," Qi Long said bluntly, clearly eager to seize Wang Fei's briefcase. "Young Master Qi, my father and I have been good friends for many years. Would it suffice if I returned the amount within 3 days?" Wang Fei had anticipated Qi Long would raise this issue from the moment he stepped in. "Mr. Wang, what shall we do if the money is not returned within 3 days?" Qi Long appeared skeptical of Wang Fei's assurance, as he had already sent men to look for him multiple times without success. "Young Master Qi, rest assured, if the money is not returned within 3 days, CQ Electronics will become yours." Wang Fei harbored an overwhelming sense of reluctance, for the 4 libraries was a company he had painstakingly established himself. "Boss Wang, I shall place my trust in you this once. Yet I have a modest request that I hope you might be able to accommodate." Qi Long gave a cold smirk towards Xia Yu. "As long as you voice your request, I, Wang, shall strive to fulfill it." With no other options at his disposal, Wang Fei found himself in a predicament, having debts to settle. "It's quite simple. Dismiss the bodyguard beside you, and I shall grant you an extension of half a month without charging interest." Qi Long's evident disdain for Xia Yu was palpable. His peculiar restrictions on his girlfriend were surely counterproductive. Even without the interference of Xia Yu, it was inevitable that Wang Yuyan would eventually leave him. "Mr. Qi, I fail to comprehend how my bodyguard could have offended you," Wang Fei stammered, bewildered as to how a mere factory worker could provoke the heir of the Qi family. "Boss Wang, whether you agree or not is irrelevant. Should you decline, I will certainly take matters into my own hands." Qi Long slammed his hand on the table, his heart brimming with rage, unable to disclose that his girlfriend was engaged in a dance with Xia Yu. "Qi Bagua, I eagerly await your attempt to settle scores with me. Moreover, if I discover that you mistreat Wang Yuyan, I shall not let you off lightly." Xia Yu smiled faintly at Qi Long. "Youngsters are far too impetuous," declared Hong Wu, rising to his feet. Though a businessman, his ventures dwelled predominantly in the entertainment sector, hotels, saunas, KTVs, where he navigated both the shadows and the light with considerable finesse. The other businessmen present represented diverse industries, some in jewelry, others in logistics and courier services. "President Wang, you summoned me for an outing. Let us decide how to enjoy ourselves without allowing trivial matters to dampen our spirits." After briefly standing, Hong Wu resumed his seat. "Old Hong, how about this? Let us engage in a game of poker, 10:30, with a minimum bet of 100,000. What say you?" Wang Fei proposed, motivated by Xia Yu's prior suggestion to play at that hour. "Old Jiang, Old Wu, Qi Long, it is settled then. Should any issues arise, speak up beforehand. May we wager and accept the outcomes graciously?" Given that Hong Wu was the eldest, his stature was the highest. and his word left little room for dissent among the others. The hotel, being a five-star establishment, boasted a luxurious private room complete with a dedicated dealer. The dealer, clad in a black and white zip-up leather jacket, possessed strikingly long legs that exuded a unique charm. She unveiled a pristine deck of cards, shuffled them with finesse, and presented them to the four participants before dealing each of them 5 cards. As Wang Fei glanced at his cards, he was dismayed to find a 3, 5, 8, and 10. Xia Yu urged him to forfeit, and thus they played 6 consecutive rounds with a consistent stake of 100,000, leading Wang Fei to a disheartening loss of 600,000. Cold sweat beaded on his brow. This was not merely a game of cards, but a matter entwined with his lifelong fate. The cards of Boss Jiang, Boss Wu, and Boss Hong were equally dismal, each having lost 6 rounds in succession, while Qi Long remained unscathed, amassing a pot of 1,800,000 without placing a bet in the 7th round. The fortunes shifted as each player received commendable cards. Boss Jiang held 4 queens, Boss Wu possessed 4 kings, Qi Long surprisingly revealed 4 aces, and Hong Wu displayed 4 twos, while Wang Fei's hand was lamentably weak, consisting of a 1, 2, 3, and a queen. The dealer then dealt each player an additional card, the contents of which remained concealed from view. Wang Fei was contemplating discarding his cards when he abruptly slammed them onto the table. Wang Zong, how much do we have left? Xia Yu leaned down, whispering into Wang Fei's ear. 4,400,000. Wang Zong, let's wager the entire 4,400,000. Although Wang Fei was perplexed by Xia Yu's intentions, as his hand was evidently inferior to those of the others, he nonetheless followed Xia Yu's counsel and staked the full amount. Jiang Zong and Wu Zong erupted in laughter, brimming with confidence that they would outplay each other. Qi Long and Hong Wu also bet 4,400,000 RMB. The atmosphere was palpable with tension, as each participant believed themselves to be the victor, when the dealer revealed the cards. Astonishment swept over the crowd. Only Wang Fei held a hand totaling 10.5, while the others either landed at 9, 10, or exceeded 10.5, accepting the outcome of the wager. Even the most formidable players had no choice but to concede. Wang Fei was elated, having not anticipated the presence of a MasterCard player within his company. His future seemed promising as he collected each person's 4,400,000, amassing a total of 17,600,000, alongside Qi Long's 15 million, leaving him with 2,600,000 remaining. Yet, did Wang Fei truly believe he could keep this fortune? Unbeknownst to him, Qi Long had dispatched 30 to 40 henchmen stationed outside. Chapter 41. No one can stand in the way, Boss Wang. We have merely just begun. Do you intend to leave after winning? Hong Wu felt that this was insufficient excitement. It was clear that they were employing such tactics, allowing Wang Fei to win initially, only to later conspire with others to leave him in utter defeat. Hong Boss, how would you like to proceed? I, Wang, shall gladly participate. With Xia Yu, a superlative expert, by his side, Wang Fei spoke with newfound confidence. As Hong Wu suggested continuing the game, both Jiang Zong and Wu Zong vocally supported him. While Qi Long grew increasingly cautious, he had already stationed 4 of his subordinates in the adjacent room, and even had men waiting downstairs, despite his father, Qi Tian, being a renowned entrepreneur. Qi Long squandered his father's wealth on various establishments, fostering a cadre of idle parasites. Qi Long approached Hong Wu, leaning in to whisper a few words. Hong Yi, have you noticed the young man beside Wang Fei? He seems to possess knowledge of card tricks. Wang Fei is relying on him for his winnings. Upon hearing this, Hong Wu realized he had overlooked the young man next to Wang Fei. He scrutinized Xia Yu closely, discerning from his piercing gaze that he had encountered a formidable rival today. Boss Wang, why have you never mentioned this young brother beside you? I hear he is adept in the art of deception. Hong Wu feigned ignorance, seeking to uncover the true identity of the enigmatic young man beside Wang Fei. Hong Yi, you flatter me. This young brother is merely a newly hired bodyguard. If you intend to make a play for him, I advise against it. Wang Fei was reluctant to divulge that Xia Yu was simply an ordinary employee of the company. Boss Wang, what are you insinuating? I merely wish to meet such a talented young expert. Do you suspect me? Hong Wu disdainfully glared at Wang Fei, shifting his gaze to Xia Yu. Handsome lad, may I inquire your esteemed name? I, Hong Wui, hold talent in high esteem. Should you wish to change your environment, my domain, Hong Wu's establishments, are scattered throughout every corner of Shunan, and you are always welcome. Hong Wu retrieved a personal business card from the inner pocket of his jacket and handed it towards Xia Yu. Xia Yu cast a few glances at Hong Wu, initially standing behind Wang Fei, before moving to the round table to pick up Hongwu's card. Hong, chairman of the Hong Group, quite impressive, isn't it? However, I have grown accustomed to a laid-back lifestyle, and I particularly cherish my current way of living, so it may not be suitable for me to go. Thank you for your kindness. Xia Yu had no interest in joining Hongwu's company, especially since he knew nothing about it. Mr. Hong, what is my name? It matters not. I am Xia Yu, Xia for summer, Yu for rain, currently working under Mr. Wang. Xia Yu remained courteous towards Hongwu, as he valued talent and recognized it. Brother Xia Yu, what a pleasure to meet you. I shall certainly pay a visit when the opportunity arises. Hongwu's appreciation for talent surpassed that of anyone else, which is the true reason behind the strength of his commercial empire. Indeed, Mr. Hong, you truly cherish exceptional talent. As the legends suggest, I am quite blind to such brilliance. Xia Yu was recommended to me by another, or else I would have remained unaware of such a prodigy within the company. Wang Fei felt remorse for recognizing Xia Yu so late. Seated beside them, Ji Long was filled with intense rage. He had initially considered leveraging Hongwu's influence against Xia Yu, but was taken aback by Hongwu's reverence for talent. Knowing he would not suppress Xia Yu, the thought of Wang Yuyan filled him with an overwhelming desire to control her, forbidding her from interacting with any male acquaintances. When he witnessed Wang Yuyan and Xia Yu sharing an electric intimacy while performing a pair's skating routine at the mile and ice rink, he was consumed by anger and resentment. Anger that Wang Yuyan had never looked at him with such deep affection, and resentment towards Xia Yu, whose striking handsomeness instilled in him a profound sense of inferiority. Mr. Hong, we cannot simply let them go. Have you forgotten what happened a decade ago? Qi Long sought to touch upon Hongwu's sore spot. Of course, I have not forgotten. It is a memory that will haunt me for a lifetime. That scoundrel Wang Chong demolished my home and nearly beat me to death. How could I ever forget? Hongwu appeared to recall a multitude of past events 10 years prior, during the demolition of his hometown. Wang Fei's father, Wang Chong, had led a group of thugs to forcibly raze Hongwu's residence, almost killing him in the process. This grudge was forever etched in his heart. Later, when Wang Fei's father died in a car accident, Hongwu transferred his vendetta onto Wang Fei, occasionally contemplating the idea of leaving him without a proper burial, ensuring that Wang Chong's lineage would end. Yet, he eventually came to terms with the notion that the grievances of one generation should be resolved by that very generation. And thus, he had refrained from taking any action against Wang Fei. Qi Long, in stark contrast to Hongwu, was solely focused on dealing with Xia Yu, wishing nothing more than to eliminate him in one swift motion. Since we are all acquainted today, let us prioritize peace. If there are any grievances between you, I ask you to spare me the trouble and refrain from causing a scene. Hongwu had long discerned Qi Long's dissatisfaction with Xia Yu from his expression. Since Mr. Hong has spoken thus, what more can I say? Qi Long made a gesture, seemingly prepared to forego this excellent opportunity to confront Xia Yu. Is this truly acceptable, since we can set aside personal interests? I believe my visit today has not been in vain. At the very least, I have met such an outstanding talent as Xia Yu. Hongwu persistently praised Xia Yu, leaving one to wonder what schemes he harbored within. Xia Yu, however, was acutely aware that among the individuals before him, few possessed clean hands. They were all scoundrels, having committed unspeakable deeds, and it was best not to be complicit with their ilk. Today, I, Hongwu, am in high spirits, so I invite everyone to drink. That I hope you will honor me with your presence, he stated, his voice resonant and seasoned, seemingly eager to extend this invitation. Hong Yi is treating us. How could we, as his subordinates, deny him our respect? Wouldn't you agree? Qi Long remarked, though his gaze was fixed intently on Xia Yu. Xia Yu did not spare Qi Long a glance. In his eyes, Qi Long was nothing but a scoundrel, and he could only imagine the torment he had inflicted upon Wang Yuyan. Xia Yu found it incomprehensible that a man like Qi Long could retain Wang Yuyan's loyalty. Had it been him, he would have fled long ago. Since Hong Yi is treating us, we, the minor players, cannot refuse to show our respect. I, Xia Yu, will certainly accompany you to the end, he asserted, standing tall and entirely forgetting his subordinate status. Even with his employer seated beside him, how delightful. My brother Xia Yu is willing to honor me. Hongwu. Ordinary hospitality will not suffice. Waiter, bring me the finest dishes and the best wine. Hongwu seemed to have discovered a kindred spirit in Xia Yu. Believing him to be a rare talent, and knowing him was an achievement in itself. In no time, under the meticulous arrangements of his subordinates, the card table was transformed into a dining table. Meanwhile, Qi Long, restless and plotting, was concocting a larger scheme to deal with Xia Yu. Chapter 42. A clash without rupture. Xia Yu was pleasantly surprised by the smoothness of the situation, much more so than he had anticipated. He had expected considerable resistance, especially since Wang Fei was the boss and his adversaries formidable. Brother Xia Yu, it is truly an honor to encounter such a skilled player as yourself here in Shinan. Hongwu proclaimed, his outward hospitality belying his ulterior motives, for even the shrewdest of bigwigs sought to recruit Xia Yu for their own gain. Hong boss, you overestimate me. My humble skills are hardly worthy of mention. Xia Yu replied modestly, Brother Xia Yu, you are too humble. Should you hold me in regard, I hope you might consider visiting my company, Hongwu suggested earnestly, indicating his desire to win Xia Yu over. Hong boss, you flatter me excessively. I have only been here for less than a month, and things are going quite well at Wang boss's company, Xia Yu replied, genuinely disinterested in mingling with such individuals. Aware that doing so would inevitably lead to trouble, what a pity it is that such a talent cannot be utilized by me. Do not be so hasty in your refusal. Here is my business card. Keep it, for it may prove useful one day, Hongwu said, pulling out a personal card from his coat pocket. Standing nearby, Qilong seethed with frustration, wishing nothing more than to see Xia Yu suffer. Yet he was compelled to feign support for Hongwu. He whispered a few words to a subordinate, who promptly exited the scene. Wang Fei, on the other hand, proved to be quite the conversationalist, engaging with Boss Jiang and Boss Wu in discussions that spanned various topics: wine, women, and business acumen, completely oblivious to Xia Yu and Hongwu's presence. Esteemed bosses, although today is not a momentous occasion, I am genuinely pleased to make your acquaintances. Should you require any assistance from me, Hongwu, I shall be at your service. Hongwu raised his glass to toast each individual present, as the sweltering heat of Shinan rendered most attendees content with beer, while only a select few opted for baijiu. Had it been the frigid north, baijiu would have been the drink of choice for the majority. Hong Ye's words rang true. My current standing, Qilong, is attributable not only to my father's financial support but also to the substantial assistance I received from Hong Yi in practical matters. Thus, I must first raise a glass in his honor. Qilong's flattery towards Hongwu was well placed, and indeed, his statements bore no falsehood. Xia Yu, unfamiliar with the culture of drinking in such gatherings and having never imbibed in the company of so many strangers, found the experience rather dull, preferring the amusement found within the confines of the factory. Qilong poured another drink, toasting all the bosses present, save for Xia Yu. Xia Yu, my brother, why do you sit there lost in thought? Is the food not to your liking? Hongwu observed Xia Yu's apparent disinterest in drinking, as if he lacked enthusiasm. Boss Hong, you are exceedingly gracious. I have never dined on such exquisite fare. Your generous hospitality leaves me at a loss for when I might repay you, Xia Yu remarked as he picked up a piece of mountain bamboo and placed it in his mouth. My dear brother Xia Yu, managing so many establishments has been particularly exhausting over the years, and I find myself without capable assistance. That I am aging, and the future shall undoubtedly belong to the youth. Hongwu expressed, seemingly reflective. Long ago, I have taken care of the matters you instructed me to, one of his subordinates whispered confidentially. Xia Yu was puzzled by the secretive nature of this exchange. Suspecting it could not bode well. Qilong, I must apologize for any offense I may have caused during our last encounter at Meiluan. I am but a dancer. Please do not misconstrue my intentions. Allow me to offer you a toast, Xia Yu said, initially reluctant to drink but motivated by the thought of Wang Yuyan's mistreatment at the hands of this treacherous individual. Ultimately, she was someone else's girlfriend, and he could only endure the situation. You insolent brat, do not feign nobility. I am well aware of your true nature. Do not let me catch you with Yuyan again, or I shall see to it that you meet a gruesome fate. Qilong, usually composed, erupted in fury, unaware that he had provoked a response from Xia Yu. My brother Xia Yu, perhaps this is all a misunderstanding. Let us value harmony, Hongwu interjected, unable to bear the tension any longer. It was only due to Hongwu's calming words that Qilong ceased his outburst, yet he did not raise his glass in acknowledgement of Xia Yu's toast, a reaction Xia Yu had anticipated. Honorable Hong, esteemed bosses, I present to you a fine fragrant tea, imported directly from Thailand. Please partake, Qilong announced, signaling to his subordinate, who promptly placed a glass of premium aromatic tea before Xia Yu. The cup bore the emblem of the blue dragon, and the tea exuded a particularly delightful fragrance that invigorated the senses. Xia Yu lifted his cup and took the first sip. Qilong's gaze remained fixated on Xia Yu, a stark contrast to the disdain he had previously shown, and a sly smile crept across his lips, heralding his perceived triumph. This imported tea indeed surpassed anything available in Shinan. Before Xia Yu could finish his remarks, The other bosses quickly downed the so-called imported fragrant tea. Why, brother Xia Yu? You truly possess discerning taste. Why not indulge in a few more cups? Qi Long suggested, greeting his subordinates. They swiftly moved to refill Xia Yu's glass. Such fine tea. It is truly delightful. Xia Yu had never sipped such exquisite tea. It was his first experience in his 19 years of life that Xia Yu was poised to take a sip from the teacup. Boss Jiang, Boss Wu, and Boss Wang all collapsed onto the table. At that moment, Xia Yu, as if stricken by poison, also slumped over the table. You all thought this is bad. Along. You, Hongwu murmured, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. Realizing that Qi Long had tampered with the tea, before long, except for Qi Long and his subordinates, everyone else had succumbed to the table's surface. You old scoundrel, you've swindled my father's money and yet pretend to be righteous before me. Today marks your demise. Xia Yu was taken aback by how smoothly things were unfolding, far more so than he had anticipated. Initially, he expected to face significant resistance. Qi Long's gaze was unwaveringly fixated on Xia Yu. His previous disdain for him starkly contrasting with his current demeanor, as he smirked ominously, revealing a triumphant smirk. Indeed, this imported tea surpassed anything Qi Long had offered in Shinan. Chapter 43. Such enmity. Xia Yu and Hongwu found themselves shrouded in black cloth bags over their heads by Qi Long's underlings. Despite being enveloped in darkness, Xia Yu could still utilize his ability to see through the fabric, though the images appeared as if captured in a vintage photograph. Brother Long, you are incredible. Even Hongwu is no match for you. One of Qi Long's subordinates lauded him, displaying his knack for flattery. This subordinate, named Luo Xing, was not only adept at sycophancy but also executed his duties with unwavering decisiveness, earning Qi Long's utmost trust. Brother Long, we have arrived. Ahead lies the Hegu warehouse. Luo Xing gestured towards an old, dilapidated building that had seen better days. The van, besides Qi Long and Luo Xing, also contained two other subordinates, who were impeccably dressed in formal suits. Exuding an air of authority, the two subordinates first carried Hongwu into the warehouse, followed closely by Xia Yu. The Hegu warehouse had once been a rice noodle processing factory, now filled with abandoned equipment cloaked in dust, and spider webs adorned every corner, making it nearly impossible to find a clean spot. Surprisingly, there was a table and matching stools, utterly spotless, indicating that this must be Qi Long's lair for nefarious deeds. The two subordinates unceremoniously tossed Xia Yu and Hongwu onto the ground before positioning themselves behind Qi Long, who sat casually on the stool, lighting a cigarette, inhaling languidly, and releasing perfectly formed smoke rings that slowly dissipated into the air. Luo Xing, having initially stood behind Qi Long, approached Hongwu and delivered a harsh kick. He then bound both Hongwu and Xia Yu to a pillar of machinery, removing the black cloth bags from their heads. While Hongwu remained unconscious, Xia Yu was unscathed, feigning unconsciousness to discern Qi Long's intentions towards Hongwu. Luo Xing instructed his subordinates to fetch a basin filled with water. One of the subordinates was poised to douse Xia Yu and Hongwu. Wait, let me handle this. Qi Long rose from his seat and approached his two subordinates, seizing the basin of water and splashing it upon Xia Yu and Hongwu. The hotter the environment, the colder the water drawn from the well. Undoubtedly, the icy water had been sourced from a nearby abandoned well. Xia Yu had cursed Qi Long innumerable times in his heart, wishing he could rise at that moment and bind Qi Long to a pillar. Delivering 1,000 lashes, Hongwu gradually regained consciousness, having completely forgotten the events that had just transpired. His hands were bound behind the pillar, and it was only upon opening his eyes that he recalled Qi Long had kidnapped him. He surveyed his surroundings and lowered his gaze to discover that Xia Yu lay beside him. Xia Yu feigned awakening, putting on an act of sheer terror. Boss Hong, it's all my fault. He was targeting me and Shun Ti have involved you. Xia Yu had once harbored similar thoughts. Brother Xia, do not speak thus. It was clear that Qi Long's intentions were directed at me. You are merely an unfortunate casualty of today's gathering. Hongwu had already deduced Qi Long's motives. Rest assured, Boss Hong, should they dare to use violence against you, I will not let them off lightly. Xia Yu sincerely believed this, though if Hongwu had committed any unspeakable acts, Xia Yu would likely refrain from aiding him. Brother Xia, I knew I could trust you that if we managed to escape today, my company will always welcome you, should you desire. Hongwu was a man of his word, unwavering and resolute. Old Master Hong, in times of great peril, you still find time to engage in idle chatter. Qi Long grinned menacingly as he stood before Xia Yu and Hongwu. He found amusement in the sight of these two soon to meet their fate, yet a plethora of grievances within him compelled him to prolong their suffering. He intended to torment Hongwu slowly. Old man, let me tell you, my father treated you with such kindness, yet you dared to lay your hands on my mother. In the end, my mother could no longer endure the humiliation and jumped to her death. You expect me to forgive you. Spare me the pretense. Qi Long was brimming with resentment. And you wretched boy, who is Wang Yuyan? She is my girlfriend, and you had the audacity to covet her. Do you not deserve to die? Qi Long's temperament had always been extreme since childhood. Xia Yu pondered, realizing that Qi Long had kidnapped Hong Wu for this very reason. Undoubtedly, he had misunderstood him. No wonder Qi Long had been haunted by shadows since his youth. It was utterly absurd for him to react so vehemently over a mere dance with Wang Yuyan. After your mother's death, I came to despise your father, and he loathed me in return. We sought opportunities to destroy one another. Yet, against all odds, we eventually became friends. Hong Wu reminisced, tears welling in his eyes. Old man, I have no desire to hear your explanations. All I know is that I lost my mother at a young age, and my stepmother relentlessly tormented me. I vowed that one day, those who wronged me would meet a fate worse than death. Qi Long was unwilling to listen to Hong Wu's justifications, convinced they were mere tricks. Sensing the escalating tension, Xia Yu recognized that Qi Long's emotions were exceedingly unstable and knew he had to act swiftly. Taking a deep breath, he focused his energy into his hands, channeling 30% of his strength. Miraculously, the ropes binding him snapped, allowing Xia Yu to deftly free himself without Qi Long's awareness. The old man, today marks your demise. That I have no desire to hear any further explanations from you. Brace yourself for your fate. Moreover, today commemorates my mother's passing. I hope she finds peace in the afterlife. It appears that Qi Long will not easily let Hong Wu escape today. And of course, Xia Yu is not exempt from misfortune. Luo Xing, eliminate him. I wish to see him no more. Qi Long, having finally quelled his tumultuous emotions, turned to his subordinate Luo Xing and spoke. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, placing it between his lips, his hand trembling as he ignited it, revealing the depths of his inner hatred. Brother Long, rest assured, if you spare him, I, Luo Xing, shall take it upon myself to end him. Old man, do you remember Luo Ping? He was my brother, and today, I must avenge him. It seems that Luo Xing harbored a grudge against Hong Wu as well. Explaining his unwavering loyalty to Qi Long, they shared a common objective. Chapter 44, Rescuing a Life Youth. This must be a misunderstanding. I have never known anyone by the name of Luo Ping. How could I possibly have harmed him? I have lived half my life without taking a single life. Otherwise, I would have long been imprisoned. Hong Wu was utterly confounded by the words of the young man before him. Luo Xing had procured a whip, which would inflict considerable pain upon contact, leaving a red mark within moments. Qi Long, merely agitated moments ago, possessed a degree of education and composure, unlike Luo Xing, whose years of experience as an enforcer had instilled in him a swift, precise, and ruthless survival instinct. Luo Xing, it must be a misunderstanding. The Luo Ping you speak of, is he not the security guard at the KTV? He succumbed to a terminal illness. No one harmed him. My subordinates merely had a brief altercation, and no actual violence ensued. Bring it on, you coward with the whip. Spare the elderly and direct your wrath towards me. Xia Yu could no longer bear to watch and shouted loudly at Luo Xing. Luo Xing, initially poised to continue his violent assault on Hong Wu, halted at Xia Yu's call. He slowly approached Xia Yu, his pent-up rage finding an outlet in this confrontation. You insolent brat, are you tired of living? Allow me to attend to you properly. Luo Xing cracked the whip in the air with a resounding snap. Meanwhile, Hong Wu, witnessing this scene, began to worry for Xia Yu. After all, the young man had been drawn into this predicament solely to rescue him. Otherwise, he would have remained an outsider. Long, I have always regarded you as my own son. I never anticipated you would treat me this way. That a true man takes responsibility for his actions. Do not make things difficult for this young brother. Hong Wu did not gaze at Luo Xing, but instead directed his attention towards Qi Long, who stood over a meter away. Old man, you are aware of the need for assistance? I shall inform you that today, I will ensure you and that young lad meet Yama together. However, before you depart, I shall take my time to torment you, leaving you in a state of unbearable suffering. Ha ha ha. Qi Long approached Hong Wu, his laughter grotesque, revealing a complete descent into madness. Brother Long, this brat had the audacity to dance with my sister-in-law last time. Allow me to teach him a lesson first. Luo Xing, robust in physique, clearly bore the marks of countless battles. Qi Long cast an ominous glance at Luo Xing, who seemed to grasp his intent and proceeded to perform a warm-up gesture. With a swift motion, he lashed the bullwhip violently towards Xia Yu. The force behind the strike would have left several deep gashes on an ordinary person, yet to everyone's astonishment, Xia Yu caught the bullwhip effortlessly in his hands. In truth, Xia Yu had long harnessed his inner strength to sever the ropes binding him to the machine pillar. He refrained from making his move earlier because he wished to ascertain the true intentions of these individuals towards Hongwu. "You little rascal, how did you manage that?" Luo Xing growled, eager to demonstrate his prowess to avoid the accusation of bullying. The two grappled with the bullwhip, and Luo Xing, sensing Xia Yu's formidable abilities, resorted to bluster for courage. "You call yourself Luo Xing. Let me tell you, you are unworthy to contend with me," Xia Yu retorted disdainfully. Hongwu gazed at Xia Yu in astonishment. From their very first encounter, he had sensed that Xia Yu was no ordinary individual, but rather someone remarkable. Indeed, his intuition proved correct. Should the opportunity arise, he would undoubtedly invite Xia Yu to join him in his endeavors. The two subordinates were equally taken aback. Having procured the nylon ropes themselves, they realized that even those trained in Shaolin martial arts might struggle to sever them. They pondered the true identity of this 19-year-old youth before them. Qi Long, having previously experienced Xia Yu's martial prowess, now regretted not eliminating him sooner. Reversing their fortunes would prove a daunting task. "You little brat, prepare to meet your demise," Luo Xing exclaimed, his eyes wide with menace, his chiseled abs vowing to eradicate Xia Yu completely. However, it was Luo Xing who found himself kneeling in pain, pleading for mercy, while his two subordinates, drenched in cold sweat, hesitated to retreat, resorting instead to feigned aggression. Most fearful of all was Qi Long, who had just heard the sickening crack of Luo Xing's broken finger. It was essential to note that Luo Xing was a highly prized henchman, renowned for his skills. Trembling uncontrollably, Qi Long, who had previously exuded arrogance before Xia Yu, now resembled a quivering coward. "You two spineless fools, attack him," Qi Long shouted in exasperation, kicking one of his subordinates who stood too close. With no other option, the two subordinates steeled. Hongwu felt deeply wronged. He had always regarded Qi Long as a son, yet he could not fathom from where such falsehoods had emerged to tarnish his reputation. "Boss Hong, as long as you have done nothing wrong, you should be at peace with your conscience, regardless of what others say." Xia Yu was at a loss on how to console Hongwu. "Brother Xia, you speak the truth that it is better not to dwell on these unhappy matters. One must look forward." Hongwu rose to his feet, the wounds inflicted by Luo Xing's whip still vivid in his memory. Xia Yu supported Hongwu as they made their way to a chair beside the table. "Brother Xia, if you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." As Hongwu spoke, memories of his deceased son flooded his mind, and he thought to himself that if his son had lived, he would now be of an age similar to Xia Yu's .88 Lanqin Road, the Diwang family estate. Hongwu mentioned casually. Xia Yu assisted Hongwu out of the Haga warehouse and, after a long wait, finally managed to hail a private car heading towards the city center. Rest assured to read, collect, and reward. 100% complete, 100% thrilling. Chapter 45. The factory flower as beautiful as jade at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The heat was so intense it felt almost supernatural. Standing outside for just 10 minutes would surely leave one as soft as a ripe persimmon. Xia Yu and Hongwu found themselves in a stranger's DD car. Grateful for the air conditioning that provided respite from the scorching temperatures outside. "Boss Hong, I will consider it. I would like to get off at the Shinin Grand Hotel. My car is still parked there." Xia Yu gazed out the window and spotted the 33-story Shinin Grand Hotel in the distance, its billboards striking and imposing, particularly radiant when night fell. "Boss Hong, you are too kind. I will certainly visit you when the opportunity arises." "Driver, please stop," Xia Yu instructed, and the driver pulled over by the roadside of the Shinin Grand Hotel. He tossed 100 yuan to the driver, opened the door, and stepped out. Meanwhile, when Wang Fei and the other two bosses awoke in the private room of the Shinin Grand Hotel, they found themselves utterly alone, bewildered by the events that had transpired. Boss Jiang and Boss Wu left the hotel with a sense of confusion. However, Wang Fei sensed that something was amiss with Xia Yu, especially given that a large sum of cash had mysteriously vanished, leading him to suspect that Xia Yu had been abducted by either Hongwu or Qi Long's subordinates. As Xia Yu watched the car Hongwu had occupied drive away, he walked to the first-floor parking lot of the Shinin Grand Hotel, quickly spotting his beloved vehicle. Yet, under the relentless sun, it appeared particularly forlorn. Xia Yu opened the door, swiftly seated himself in the driver's seat, closed the door, activated the air conditioning, and tuned into the radio. He then pressed the accelerator, and the car gradually departed from the Shinin Grand Hotel. Xia Yu had always believed that such a license plate number was reserved for high officials and wealthy merchants. But to his surprise, fortune had favored him. After leaving the vehicle management office, Xia Yu initially intended to head to the company, but as he drove past the company dormitory, He remembered that his stomach was growling. He had not eaten a single bite all morning. Xia Yu found a small stall selling sweet drinks across from the dormitory of another company and parked his car. He stepped out and made his way to the innermost seat of the shop. "Boss, please bring me a cup of mung bean ice." Xia Yu's forehead glistened with sweat as he dabbed at it with a tissue. It was at that moment that Xia Yu noticed a stunning beauty seated before him. Sipping on iced milk tea. Her hair was tied up in braids on either side, her oval face complemented by a pair of alluring legs accentuated by her shorts. She wore a white shirt adorned with a butterfly motif. Her figure curvaceous and undeniably captivating. Perhaps due to the sweltering afternoon heat, the dessert shop was rather devoid of patrons. Nevertheless, Xia Yu felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered her before. Sipping on his mung bean ice, he observed her intently from just 2 seats away, utterly entranced by her beauty. The enchanting lady seemed oblivious to his gaze, engrossed in a fruit-matching game. It wasn't until a while later that she sensed the piercing gaze directed at her. She looked up, meeting Xia Yu's eyes, having never seen such a handsome gentleman during her time working here. She found his relentless stare somewhat unsettling. It was then that Xia Yu recalled who she was. He had heard Wang Gang mention her as the factory flower of the nearby Rishang factory. Meng Ling, whose admirers were said to be an endless supply. Intrigued, Xia Yu wished to discover what made so many men lose their wits over her. After finishing his mung bean ice, he stood up and, with deliberate slowness, moved to take a seat directly opposite Meng Ling, now in close proximity. Xia Yu could appreciate her beauty up close, and he could only sum up his feelings in 3 words. Breathtakingly beautiful. No wonder so many young men fell at her feet. The beauty put down her phone and shot a few irritable glances at Xia Yu, bluntly asking, "Handsome, do I know you, with so many seats available? Why did you choose to sit across from me? Beautiful lady, while you may not recognize me, I certainly know who you are. You are the factory flower of Rishang, and I've heard that many pursue you. I simply wish to see if I might have a chance to win your heart," Xia Yu replied, feigning a romantic gaze at Meng Ling. "Handsome, judging by your appearance, you seem just like an ordinary assembly line worker." Meng Ling retorted disdainfully, pouting. "My name is Xia Yu, Xia for summer, Yu for rain. So what if I'm an ordinary worker? I can still excel at my job," he declared, locking his gaze with hers, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. "Rogue, scoundrel," Meng Ling thought to herself, surprised that such a handsome fellow could utter such base words. "Beautiful lady, do you believe that within a month, you will fall deeply in love with me, unable to extricate yourself from my charms?" His confidence made her question the sanity of the young man before her. "Xia Yu, is it? I am curious to see how you plan to make me fall for you within a month," Meng Ling replied, secretly intrigued despite his brash demeanor. She had indeed never encountered such a strikingly handsome man in this area. "Boss, please prepare 2 more cups of iced milk tea for me," she called out. "Let me tell you, in this world, no woman can escape the grasp of my heart, provided she catches my eye," Xia Yu proclaimed proudly. "Handsome, don't let your confidence overflow. Beautiful lady, do you believe that within a month, you will fall in love with me, unable to escape my pull?" His audacity made her wonder if he truly was of sound mind. "Xia Yu, is it? I am indeed curious to see how you will make me fall hopelessly in love with you within a month," she replied, a blend of skepticism and intrigue in her voice. Meng Ling was indeed quite curious. Although the young man before her spoke in a rather rude manner, he undeniably possessed an attractive charm, one that she had never encountered in this vicinity. "Boss, please prepare 2 more iced milk teas for me. My dear beauty, let me tell you this. In this world, no woman can escape my heart. As long as she captures my gaze," Xia Yu proclaimed with pride. In chapter 46, "It's not that simple," he continued. "Today, I shall treat you. I forgot to mention that I reside just opposite your dormitory. So if you wish to reach out to me, do remember to send me a text." Xia Yu finished his iced milk tea in one swift motion. "Dream on, handsome. Farewell, and thank you for the treat," Meng Ling replied as she stood up and departed from the dessert shop. Xia Yu chuckled, settled the bill, and also exited the establishment. Upon emerging, he found no trace of Meng Ling. Perhaps she truly feared interacting with unfamiliar males, especially someone as familiar and handsome as Xia Yu, who hardly acknowledged her presence. Xia Yu had hoped to engage the beauty in further conversation, but it seemed today was not in his favor, as Meng Ling was not receptive to his advances. As soon as he settled into his car, Xia Yu's phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Zhong Yanhong. "Xia Yu, are you all right? President Wang just called me to say you've been kidnapped." Zhong Yanhong sounded exceedingly anxious. "I'm fine," he reassured her. "You made me worry sick that I thought I might never see you again." Zhong Yanhong appeared on the verge of tears. She truly began to weep on the other end of the line, and despite Xia Yu's attempts to console her, she remained unconvinced of his safety. Having heard from Wang Fei that Xia Yu had been taken by some ruffians. All right, I will appear before you immediately, okay. Xia Yu had never encountered a woman crying before him. Thankfully, it was over the phone, as he would not have been able to withstand such an encounter face-to-face. Truth be told, that night spent with Zhong Yanhong had been a moment of impulsiveness, a lapse in judgment. There were no remedies for regret in this world, only the courage to face the future earnestly. After ending the call, Xia Yu could no longer tolerate the sight of a woman in tears. By the time he returned to the company, it was nearly 4 in the afternoon. Although he initially intended to seek out Zhong Yanhong, he ultimately decided against it and proceeded directly to the 4th floor to the boss's office. He knocked on the door, which was opened by Wang Fei. Typically, when someone knocked, Wang Fei would be seated at his desk, simply inviting them in. However, this time, he had been awaiting Xia Yu's return. Wang Fei was astonished to see Xia Yu emerge unscathed. Not only was he surprised, but he also felt a genuine admiration, knowing well how ruthless Qi Long could be, despite his outwardly genteel demeanor. Xia Yu, it's good to see you unharmed. I owe you a debt of gratitude. At least I am no longer indebted to Qi Long. He took my money, and I consider it a repayment of sorts, though I fear he might persistently demand more from me. Alas, Wang Fei felt a pang of shame at his own carelessness. Recollecting how he had been unconscious and oblivious, even allowing Qi Long to take his money. Rest assured, President Wang, as long as I remain at Siku, Qi Long will not dare to cause any trouble. Xia Yu reassured him. Xia Yu remained quite confident about this matter, believing that Qi Long would not dare to approach him again to demand repayment. Xia Yu, to have you working on the production line seems somewhat beneath your talents. Speak up. Which position at Siku has caught your eye? Feel free to choose, with the exception of this one, of course. Wang Fei was exceptionally promoting Xia Yu. He felt an inexplicable intrigue towards Xia Yu's actions, particularly since Xia Yu was a well-rounded individual. Offering such favorable conditions for employees to freely choose was an unprecedented exception. Thank you for your kind intentions, but at present, I truly know very little. I have only scratched the surface of my understanding. It would be best for me to remain in the testing workshop, Xia Yu expressed, having no desire to change departments, as he could not predict whether he would be assigned to a position inferior to his current one or to a role he had never encountered before. By the way, General Wang, I almost forgot. I actually have a small request. It was at this moment that Xia Yu recalled the matter he had intended to inquire about. Go ahead, as long as it is within my capabilities. I will certainly offer my utmost assistance. Wang Fei had never so readily acquiesced to another's request. It was noteworthy that he had never done so in years past. General Wang, I have a minor request, though not insignificant. I would like to ask for your assistance in transferring Hua Wanxiu and Gu Sisi from the welding workshop to the testing department. Would that be possible? Xia Yu stood before Wang Fei, who was seated at his desk, sipping Longjing tea while attentively listening to Xia Yu's request. Xia Yu listened intently as Wang Fei made a phone call to none other than Guamimi, the beautiful recruitment officer who had welcomed him upon his arrival at Siku. Guamimi, this is Wang Fei. Please go to the welding workshop shortly and instruct Supervisor Huang to transfer employees Hua Wanqiu and Gu Sisi to the testing workshop. Is there any issue with that? Guamimi listened intently to her boss, aware that most office employees tended to be somewhat apprehensive around him. General Wang, the welding workshop is currently facing a severe shortage of personnel. Do we really need to transfer people to testing? The HR representative, Xiaomei, was puzzled about her boss's intentions, recalling that he had never participated in personnel assignments before. All right, General Wang. I thought you never involved yourself in recruitment matters? Guamimi, being youthful, felt compelled to voice her curiosity. Xia Yu, this is not something you need to worry about. I've already mentioned that to you, haven't I? It's all fine, Wang Fei responded, taken aback by Xia Yu's sudden hesitance. Guamimi soon arrived at the second-floor welding workshop office, where she found Supervisor Huang. After explaining the situation, as the welding supervisor, he was certainly reluctant, but this was a command from the boss. Could he defy it? Supervisor Huang, with a face full of concern, looked particularly anxious, his eyes squinting to the point of barely seeing. He walked straight to the welding workshop and found Hua Wanqiu. Hua Wanqiu, please tidy up the site and then go to the first floor to see Supervisor Zhong Yanhong. You have been transferred to her department. Hua Wanqiu gazed at Supervisor Huang in astonishment. She had never expressed a desire to leave welding, and she had not made any mistakes in her work. Supervisor Huang, why are you transferring me? Hua Wanqiu felt utterly bewildered. Chapter 47. Why are you making decisions for me? Supervisor Huang scratched his head, having just received the notification from Guamimi, and had forgotten to ask for the specific reasons behind the decision. Hua Wanqiu, I am uncertain about the exact reasons, but Xiaomei from the Human Resources Department approached me, stating that the testing workshop is preferable to the rework workshop, as it offers more opportunities for advancement in the future. Supervisor Huang explained. Supervisor Huang, I have spent a considerable amount of time in this workshop and am quite familiar with it. A sudden transfer to another workshop may pose some challenges, and is this truly considered a promotion? Aren't the testing and rework workshops on equal footing? Hua Wanqiu's mind was filled with a myriad of questions, yet she found no one to confide in. Hua Wanqiu, you have always been diligent and responsible in your work. You should have been promoted long ago. Now that you are moving to the testing workshop, I will speak to Supervisor Zhong Yanhong to ensure she takes good care of you, Supervisor Huang said with a hint of resignation. This Supervisor Huang, whose name is Huang Chong, is known for his steadfast work ethic. Having gradually ascended from a junior employee through sheer determination, he particularly appreciates employees who demonstrate a strong sense of responsibility and high professional standards. Thank you, Supervisor Huang, for your continued support of me and Gu Cc. We will certainly make it a point to visit you often. Hua Wanqiu recalled her first day in the company, feeling completely lost, and how Supervisor Huang had patiently guided her from the very beginning. Hua Wanqiu, I have confidence in you. You and Gu Cc must set a shining example in the testing workshop. All of our external transfers are exceptional individuals. Just as Huang Chong finished speaking, Gu Cc arrived after receiving a call from Hua Wanqiu. Sister Wanqiu, do you know? We are being transferred to the testing workshop. I wonder who initiated this, but it's not all bad. You'll get to see your dream man every day, Gu Cc teased Hua Wanqiu playfully, fully aware that Xia Yu held a special place in her heart as her ideal man. Yet she believed that only Hua Wanqiu truly deserved him. Cc, please refrain from such talk. Supervisor Huang is still here, Hua Wanqiu replied, her cheeks flushed, although she did not truly feel that way. Supervisor Huang. There's no need for concern. GUCC, and I will diligently fulfill our duties in the testing workshop. GUCC grasped Hua Wanqiu's hand, preventing her from expressing any reluctance. Very well. If you find yourself struggling to adapt, do come to me. Now, you should head to the first floor to meet Supervisor Zhong Yanhong. I have already informed her, and she will arrange your future tasks. Wang Chong had always sought to retain exceptional employees, occasionally engaging in disputes with external departments over a few outstanding individuals. Supervisor Huang, we shall take our leave now. Hua Wanqiu appeared reluctant to depart from this familiar environment. She was quite nostalgic and disliked the thought of starting anew in an unfamiliar place. Gu Cc strongly urged Hua Wanqiu to accompany her to the first floor, while Hua Wanqiu felt somewhat passive. Although she had been at Siku Electronics for over a year, the prospect of switching departments filled her with a profound sense of unfamiliarity. Upon reaching the first floor, they observed the employees in the testing workshop diligently engaged in their tasks, the atmosphere particularly bustling. Their eyes quickly fell upon Xia Yu, who was conducting a seismic resistance test on a mobile phone. Xia Yu noticed them as well and waved in their direction. Hua Wanqiu and Gu Cc reciprocated the gesture. The two approached Zhong Yanhong's desk, where she was looking at her phone, reviewing candid photos she had just taken of Xia Yu at work. Upon noticing the two girls before her, she promptly put her phone away. Supervisor, we are the employees who have been reassigned as per the upper management's directive. Hua Wanqiu possesses a melodious voice, and in terms of physique and appearance, she surpasses Zhong Yanhong. However, Hua Wanqiu does not particularly enjoy dressing up. When compared to Zhong Yanhong, who has a penchant for beauty and spends a considerable amount on cosmetics each month, it is evident that their priorities differ. By the way, you are Hua Wanqiu, are you not? Supervisor Huang informed me of your arrival a mere 15 minutes ago, and I am delighted to welcome both of you to our team. Zhong Yanhong picked up the employee information sheet that Guamimi had given her. Indeed, you were correct. I am Hua Wanqiu, the welding employee, and this is my best friend, Gu Cc. Hua Wanqiu introduced their names to Zhong Yanhong. You are Hua Wanqiu. It is an honor to finally meet you. I have long heard tales of the factory flower on the first floor and have always wished to make your acquaintance, yet never had the opportunity. Of course, Zhong Yanhong would not indulge in such trivialities herself. She had gleaned this information from the male employees. Supervisor Zhong, you flatter me excessively. In my eyes, you are the most beautiful of all in the entire facility, possessing both elegance and personality, and I cannot fathom how many young men are enchanted by you. Hua Wanqiu scrutinized her closely and indeed confirmed the praises she had heard from others regarding Supervisor Zhong's grace and individuality. Hua Wanqiu, You truly have a way with words. You are even more stunning than I had imagined, Zhang Yanhong remarked, feeling somewhat overshadowed in the presence of Hua Wanqiu's beauty. Very well, let me give you a brief tour. Hua Wanqiu and Gu Cixi followed closely behind Zhang Yanhong as she guided them through the various equipment in the testing workshop, explaining the requirements for mobile phone production processes and the quality standards of the company's main products. You two must quickly familiarize yourselves with the equipment's performance and mobile phone quality control to integrate into our team seamlessly. As Zhang Yanhong walked, she elaborated on the control requirements for mobile phone testing and the standards for product quality, distinguishing between lead-free and lead-containing products. Now, I will arrange for your mentor. Currently, we operate under a master apprentice model. As Zhang Yanhong continued her explanation, she approached Xia Yu, initially intending to have Wang Gang arrange this. She discovered that Wang Gang was not present in the production area, leading her to seek out Xia Yu directly. Xia Yu, I have found you two beautiful apprentices to assist you. Hua Wanqiu. You and Gu Cixi will follow Xia Yu in your work. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask your mentor or come to me. Zhang Yanhong patted Xia Yu on the shoulder. Xia Yu, who had been testing a mobile phone, immediately set aside his work upon seeing Zhang Yanhong approach with Hua Wanqiu and Gu Cixi. Ladies, I warmly welcome you to our team. You will be accompanying me from now on. Xia Yu stood and extended his hand to shake Hua Wanqiu's. Xia Yu, what is this charade? Are you pretending not to know me? Gu Cixi exclaimed. Xia Yu, I have found you two beautiful apprentices to assist you. Hua Wanqiu, you and Gu Cixi will follow Xia Yu in your work. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask your mentor or come to me. Zhang Yanhong patted Xia Yu on the shoulder, who, seeing Zhang Yanhong with Hua Wanqiu and Gu Cixi, promptly set aside his tasks once more. Chapter 48. No good deed goes unrewarded. As soon as Zhang Yanhong walked away, Xia Yu sprang to life. Gu Cixi was elated. She had never anticipated the joy of working alongside the man of her dreams. What a splendid experience it would be. However, Hua Wanqiu's spirits were not as high. Although she was in the same workshop as Xia Yu, she felt a certain unease and preferred to remain in the second-floor workshop. Hua Wanqiu, the stunning beauty, why not grace us with a smile? Are you displeased to be working with me? Xia Yu noticed that Hua Wanqiu's smile seemed somewhat forced. Hua Wanqiu, no, it's not that. I am merely accustomed to a different environment. I feel somewhat out of place here. She wished to clarify her feelings to Xia Yu, hoping he would not misinterpret her demeanor. Hua Wanqiu, you and Gu Cixi are together. What do you have to worry about? If you truly feel uncomfortable, remember that I am here as well. Xia Yu's intentions were genuinely kind. Thank you for your concern. But I failed to comprehend why the company decided to transfer us from the welding department to the testing workshop. That I am utterly perplexed and unsure how long I can endure this. Hua Wanqiu expressed her confusion, while Gu Cixi flanked her on either side. Xia Yu guided the two of them through the various processes of the testing workshop, choosing not to disclose that it was his persuasion that had facilitated their transfer. Hua Wanqiu, you and Gu Cixi have always been diligent and responsible in the welding workshop. Why not embrace this new opportunity? Xia Yu understood well that their transfer was a direct result of his discussions with the leadership. Little did Xia Yu realize how exceptionally conscientious Hua Wanqiu was. She pursued perfection in every task, regardless of the challenges she faced. All right, is it not permissible for me to remain in the testing workshop? Hua Wanqiu did not wish to voice her complaints. The situation had progressed to this point. Is this correct then? Should you encounter any issues in the future, feel free to seek my assistance. Xia Yu never turned down a request for help from beautiful women. Wang Gang had harbored aspirations of pursuing Zhang Yanhong, yet he soon discovered that she held no feelings for him. The moment Xia Yu entered Zhang Yanhong's world, Wang Gang relinquished any impossible fantasies. Now, with two beautiful women assigned to the workshop, he saw an opportunity to make their acquaintance for future considerations. Xia Yu, you go ahead and attend to your duties. I can manage here. Ladies, I am Wang Gang, the team leader of the testing department. Wang Gang positioned himself before Xia Yu, Hua Wanqiu, and Gu Cixi. Wang Gang, quite impressive. You've managed to rouse me, but very well. I shall allow you to converse with the lovely ladies a bit longer. Although Xia Yu wished to engage in conversation, a multitude of recent events had drained his energy, compelling him to focus on his work to improve his standing. Moreover, there was still a matter he had yet to address. Wang Gang's cousin Zhao Yun had previously betrayed Gu Cixi, and Wang Gang had forced Lan Yi to leave. Xia Yu had not found the time to sort out these trifling matters. Xia Yu exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Gang, urging him to seize the opportunity. Wang Gang noted the undeniable bond between Xia Yu and Hua Wanqiu, having witnessed their affectionate interaction at the staff canteen. which had even stirred jealousy in Zhong Yanhong. "Hello, ladies. I am Wang Gang, Xia Yu's team leader. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to approach me." Wang Gang found both of the young women before him strikingly beautiful, if Gu Sisi were considered a beauty in her own right. In the Tang dynasty, she would undoubtedly be a favored concubine, worthy of her exquisite features. In Wang Gang's eyes, Hua Wanxiu's beauty surpasses that of today's top female deities. Regrettably, her humble origins and limited educational background hinder her potential. Otherwise, at Siku Electronics, Hua Wanxiu would undoubtedly reign as the factory's flower. However, Wang Gang believes that the beauty of Zhong Yanhong cannot merely be assessed by her appearance. Hua Wanxiu and Gu Sisi are somewhat reluctant to engage in conversations unrelated to work with Wang Gang, as their familiarity with him is still shallow. "Wang Gang, do look after us more in the future. We should primarily discuss matters pertinent to our work." Hua Wanxiu is not inclined to converse extensively with a male class leader she barely knows. "If that is the case, then very well. Allow me to introduce you both to our colleagues, ensuring a smooth commencement of our future endeavors." Wang Gang feels somewhat helpless. Even these two beautiful women seem disinclined to chat with him. Indicating his lack of popularity, he diligently introduces each colleague to Hua Wanxiu and Gu Sisi, who reciprocate with earnest introductions of themselves. When they reach Xia Yu, Wang Gang initially intends to bypass him and proceed to other employees. Yet, Hua Wanxiu and Gu Sisi choose to linger. "Xia Yu, I must regard you with newfound respect. It is truly remarkable how diligently you apply yourself to your work." Although Hua Wanxiu doesn't wish to disturb Xia Yu, she cannot resist inquiring about him. "Hua Wanxiu, you jest. How could someone as irresponsible and laid back as I catch your attention?" Xia Yu continues to connect the positive and negative terminals to his phone for testing. Yet his gaze remains fixed on Hua Wanxiu. Wang Gang will forever remember the evident affection in Hua Wanxiu's eyes as she gazes at Xia Yu, while both of them engage in self-deception. The most tragic circumstance is when two individuals, clearly meant to be together, unwittingly tread separate paths. Meanwhile, the nearby Xiao Buddy stifles her laughter, having observed Gu Sisi resting her chin on her hands. Gazing dreamily at Xia Yu as he speaks, she finds this particularly amusing, believing that a man of intellect is the most attractive, and thus aspires to find a cultured partner, resolutely avoiding aimless individuals like Xia Yu. Hua Wanxiu playfully nudges Gu Sisi, prompting her to regain her composure. Hua Wanxiu hastily pulls Gu Sisi along behind Wang Gang to continue meeting other colleagues, anxious that their foolishness in public might invite ridicule. Wang Gang introduces the pair to all their colleagues before departing the workshop, advising Hua Wanxiu and Gu Sisi to observe and inquire as needed, reminding them they can approach him or other colleagues with any questions. Xia Yu turns to glance at Hua Wanxiu, releasing a quiet sigh of relief. He has long felt that Hua Wanxiu once graced his dreams, and now, unexpectedly, she stands before him, yet an inexplicable distance lingers between them. Chapter 49. The unexpected guest. Hua Wanxiu never anticipated that she and Xia Yu would find themselves in the same workshop, allowing them to support one another in future endeavors. 3 individuals storm in, led by a particularly unattractive young man of short stature, yet his presence is formidable. Has anyone seen Wang Gang? The leader, Gu Chun, is notorious in the vicinity as a local thug, known for collecting debts on behalf of creditors. "Brother Gu, that one is Wang Gang." Who knows that at this moment, Wang Gang had just emerged from the quality department, and 3 ruffians were vociferously calling out to him, pointing at Wang Gang, who had just stepped out. Brothers, seize him. Upon spotting Wang Gang, 2 of his subordinates hastily rushed over, surrounding him. "Jiu Gu, I truly have no money to repay. Could you perhaps wait a few more days? Once my salary is disbursed, I will personally deliver it." Wang Gang pleaded incessantly, not daring to raise his gaze to meet Gu Chen's eyes. Xia Yu had initially intended to step in and assist Wang Gang. Despite their ongoing conflicts, they were colleagues and shared the same dormitory. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the throng of departing workers, sprinting towards Wang Gang. That he raised his voice, addressing the 3 young men with bravado. He was Zhao Yun. "What are you 3 doing? Do you dare to bully my cousin? Are you tired of living? Do you even know who I am?" Zhao Yun appeared remarkably self-assured. Xia Yu recalled that Zhao Yun was usually calm and collected, often seeking his cousin's help whenever faced with work-related issues. To his surprise, Zhao Yun displayed considerable courage in the face of significant trouble. "Xia Yu, it's that Zhao Yun who deceived me and got me kidnapped. Someone is stirring up trouble, and they deserve it," Gu Sisi remarked, observing the trio encircling Wang Gang, while Zhao Yun disrupted their intimidation. Xia Yu, let us leave. Such incidents are as common as dirt. Let security handle it, Hua Wanqiu stated. Having grown accustomed to such occurrences after spending over a year in Shun and Xia Yu had genuinely considered teaching those intruding ruffians a lesson. But Zhao Yun's intervention prompted him to allow the situation to unfold naturally, not wanting to upset Gu Cc. You think you're someone special, daring to interfere in Brother Qin's affairs? Gu Qin's subordinate sneered at Zhao Yun, shoving him slightly. What does it matter to you? Wang Gang is my cousin, and his troubles are my troubles. How much does he owe you? I'll repay it. Although Zhao Yun was typically reticent, he stepped up for his cousin in this critical moment, fully aware that Wang Gang was a gambler who could potentially jeopardize their entire family. Repay? Look at what you're wearing. Gu Qin initiated the mockery, his laughter insincere, prompting even his two subordinates to join in. You truly underestimate us. Let me tell you, if anyone dares to lay a hand on my cousin, I will fight to the death. Zhao Yun faced the three ruffians without fear, an inexplicable confidence radiating from him. All right then, your cousin owes Brother Qin a total of 100,000 if you don't bring the money today. We'll beat you up every time we meet, without mercy, one of Gu Qin's subordinates declared with a particularly gruff tone, clearly not to be trifled with. Hey, to be honest, we don't have a single cent. Zhao Yun responded, clearly prepared for a confrontation, his fists clenched tightly. Brother Qin, could you please be patient for a few days? I will soon gather the 100,000 to repay you, Wang Gang implored. Not wanting his cousin Zhao Yun to suffer because of his issues. Wang Gang, how many days have I given you? Today, you must provide an explanation. Gu Qin's patience had worn thin, especially with his superior pressing him for results. A subtle glance from Gu Qin signaled to his two subordinates, who quickly grasped his intention. They swung their fists towards Wang Gang's face, and confronted with the dual onslaught, Wang Gang found himself utterly overwhelmed. A brutal punch from Gu Qin's subordinate landed squarely on his face, causing blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Yun could not remain passive. He retaliated, launching his fists at Gu Qin's two lackeys to eye in terms of combat prowess. Zhao Yun's capabilities were formidable compared to Wang Gang. Meanwhile, Gu Qin stood motionless, observing the brawl between his subordinates and Zhao Yun, where both sides seemed evenly matched. Wang Gang, akin to a drenched chicken, shrank back in despair, evoking a sense of pity. Recognizing that inaction would place him at a disadvantage, Gu Qin seized the opportunity. Delivering a fierce kick to Zhao Yun's back while his attention was diverted, Zhao Yun was sent sprawling far away by the strike, and in that moment, Gu Qin's two henchmen seized him, pinning him down and rendering him immobile. Wang Gang, realizing his earlier miscalculation, lamented that had he acted promptly, his cousin might not have fallen victim to such treachery. Now, any regret was futile. Just as he resolved to rush to Zhao Yun's aid, Gu Qin casually extended his leg, tripping Wang Gang, who fell to the ground. From a distance, Hua Wanqiu and Gu Cc couldn't help but chuckle at Wang Gang's feebleness. Rising once more, Wang Gang swung his fists at Gu Qin. Yet his punches resembled mere decorative gestures, lacking any real force, rendering him no match for Gu Qin. With a swift maneuver, Gu Qin countered Wang Gang's assault, inflicting pain that made Wang Gang groan in agony. At that moment, Wang Gang's gaze fortuitously landed upon Xia Yu and Hua Wanqiu. His eyes, filled with a desperate plea for help, directed towards Xia Yu, who felt compelled to assist Wang Gang, albeit hesitating at the thought of Zhao Yun's predicament. Ultimately, Xia Yu decided to intervene, and despite Hua Wanqiu's attempts to restrain him, she was unsuccessful. Driven by a strong sense of justice, Xia Yu could not stand idly by while a colleague was threatened. Even if he harbored little fondness for the two assailants, Yu Qin, noticing Xia Yu's approach, was soon followed by two strikingly beautiful women. You little rascal, who might you be? A cousin of Wang Gang. Perhaps, Gu Qin mocked before Xia Yu could reach him. Qin Gu, is it? You have 1 minute to vanish from my sight. Otherwise, you'll soon learn the meaning of being unable to live or die. Xia Yu spoke succinctly, aware that Hua Wanqiu and Gu Cc had yet to eat, necessitating a swift resolution. You little brat, do you think you can intimidate me? Do you even know who I am? Gu Qin, self-assured in his reputation, assumed that everyone was aware of his name. Little did he know, the factory workers regarded him merely as a petty thug. I care not whether you are a white rat or a black rat. As long as you end up in my belly, you are a good rat. Just then, Xia Yu realized his own stomach was growling, reminding him to hasten the matter. You dare to call me a rat? Prepare to pay with your life. Gu Qin, initially brimming with confidence, felt an ominous foreboding upon encountering Xia Yu. Chapter 50. Trespassing the factory grounds, Gu Chun could hardly endure the scorn that Xia Yu directed at him. He thought to himself that no one within this industrial park had ever dared to mock him so brazenly, especially not the factory workers. You little rascal, are you tired of living? Continue meddling, and you'll find yourself in the same predicament as them, he threatened, gesturing towards Wang Gang and Zhao Yun, who were being subdued by his two henchmen. Xia Yu had never feared engaging in a brawl with anyone. Should someone challenge him intellectually, he might ponder the matter, yet he had never cowered in the face of physical threats. Little mouse, hurry up, my stomach is growling, he exclaimed. Please don't delay my meal. Xia Yu was indeed considering Hua Wanqiu and Gu Sisi, hoping to resolve matters swiftly so he could dine without further ado. Spare me your chatter. Today, you'll learn what it means to be in a predicament where survival is unattainable and death is elusive. Gu Chun prepared for battle but hesitated to strike Xia Yu. Approaching Gu Chun, Xia Yu noted how, despite her usually boisterous demeanor, Gu Chun was rendered momentarily speechless in his presence. You little rascal. I warned you to mind your own business. Just wait and see how I deal with you, she retorted. Though slender, Gu Chun was agile and launched a punch towards Xia Yu's left cheek. Can we not engage in a proper fight? If you're capable, then stand still, she challenged, realizing she was up against a martial arts master. Little white mouse, why would I remain motionless? Do you think I would be foolish enough to let you strike me unopposed? Xia Yu teased. Hua Wanqiu and Gu Sisi, witnessing the exchange, could not suppress their laughter, nor could Gu Chin's subordinates. Damn it, you two imbeciles, stop laughing at my expense. Gu Chin barked at her subordinates, who, upon hearing her admonition, promptly silenced their mirth. Determined not to underestimate Xia Yu any longer, Gu Chin circled around, cracking her knuckles, resolved to establish dominance. Xia Yu, however, regarded Gu Chin with indifference. Her feeble skills were scarcely sufficient to tickle him. You little brat, die, Gu Chin shouted, unexpectedly brandishing a gleaming dagger from her pocket, its blade sharp and glistening. This development caused Hua Wanqiu and Gu Sisi to anxiously fret for Xia Yu, regardless of his prowess. Facing such a sharp dagger could spell disaster. As Gu Chun lunged to stab Xia Yu, he miraculously seized her wrist, eliciting a melodious cry of pain. Ji Yu Chin's wrist trembled in agony as Xia Yu's grip tightened, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground with a resounding clang. Handsome, spare me. Gu Chin's desperate pleas fell on deaf ears. Xia Yu's grip only intensified, bringing Gu Chun to the brink of tears as she repeatedly begged for mercy. Little white mouse, do you dare harass others in the factory again? What grievance do you have with Wang Gang? Resolve it outside. The factory is a place for industrious work, not for your antics. Xia Yu admonished with a serious tone, prompting a chuckle from Hua Wanqiu. Seemingly easing his grip, Xia Yu allowed Gu Chun a moment of respite. Lord Xia, I promise I will never do it again. Please let me go. I renounce Wang Gang's money. Gu Chun pleaded, fearing further torment would yield dire consequences. Little white mouse, am I truly that old? You should refer to me as Big Brother instead, Xia Yu quipped. Well aware that Lord was a respectful address, yet it grated on him. Yes, Big Brother Xia, please show mercy, for you are magnanimous, Gu Chun replied, her wrist still aching, despite Xia Yu's slight alleviation of pressure. Given your earnestness, I shall spare you this time. However, should I ever catch you again, do not expect my kindness, Xia Yu warned as he released her. Ji Yu Chin, now freed, sprang up like an antelope liberated from captivity. Her spirit considerably lifted. You insolent brat, do you know who my boss is? Speaking it aloud might startle you, so I advise you to mind your own business. Ji Yu Chin abruptly shifted his demeanor, launching a verbal assault on Xia Yu. Little white mouse, do share. I hope you are not yet another insipid creature like yourself. Xia Yu pondered, realizing he had yet to encounter a true adversary, and let out a soft sigh. Insolent brat, you don't even recognize the illustrious Hui Xiao? It seems you are tired of living. Ji Yu Chin spoke with remarkable confidence as he revealed the identity of his superior. Little white mouse, I truly do not know any Hui Xiao. Could you kindly provide the full name? Xia Yu contemplated, finding no recollection of such a person. Insolent brat, you don't even know the local powerhouse Zhonghui. Yet you venture forth? Gu Chun, devoid of patience, was taken aback by the youth's exceptional skills but limited experience. Xia Yu, could it be the ruffian Zhang Hui we encountered at that Sichuan restaurant by the factory gate last time? Hua Wanqiu whispered to Xia Yu. Hua Wanqiu, your words jog my memory. Indeed, he is that uncouth underling Zhang Hui. I had thought it was someone else. Xia Yu had encountered numerous nefarious individuals, and without Hua Wanqiu's reminder, he would have hardly remembered so many. Insolent brat, do not speak so recklessly. Our brother Hui is not someone you mere workers can slander. Guchen utterly dismissed the idea that the Zhang Hui Hua Wanxiu mentioned could possibly compare to the Zhang Hui in his mind. Little white mouse, believe it or not, you now have 1 minute to contemplate. When time is up, do not blame me for being rude if you do not depart. Xia Yu had lost patience for their frivolous banter. Brothers, what are you waiting for? All of you charge. Guchen believed in the strength of numbers. No matter how formidable Xia Yu was, he could not possibly fend off 3, assuming Wang Gang and Zhao Yun would not retaliate. The 2 underlings, one pinning down Wang Gang and the other restraining Zhao Yun, were compelled to release them upon hearing Gu Chun's command. The 2 henchmen, brutish and fierce, clenched their fists and charged at Xia Yu. Hua Wanxiu and Gu Sisi, standing beside Xia Yu, swiftly sidestepped the sudden assault, with Xia Yu gently pushing them aside for their safety. The raw strength of Gu Chun's underlings might have sufficed against ordinary individuals. But against Xia Yu, they were merely unfortunate. He employed Tai Chi techniques, leaving them disoriented, and their heads unexpectedly collided with each other. In pain and confusion, they stumbled behind Gu Chen. Damn it, 2 cowardly fools. Gu Chen, upon uttering this, launched himself at his 2 subordinates. Insolent brat, we shall see, Gu Chen declared, pointing a finger at Xia Yu. At that moment, the middle-aged security guard, Song Jiayong, rushed to the scene. Ji Yu Chun, are you causing trouble in my factory again? If you do not leave, do not blame me for calling the police. Song Jiayong seemed to recognize Gu Chen. Old Song, I merely came to have a bit of fun. All is well now. Gu Chen replied, retreating with his subordinates, looking quite dejected as they exited the factory premises. Chapter 51. Ordinary days. Xia Yu watched Gu Chen leave in disgrace without pursuing him. Wang Gang and Zhao Yun had already risen. They seemed to have something to say to Xia Yu, but the guard Song Jiayong stood beside him. Brother Xia Yu, I am immensely grateful for your presence. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss when addressing the company. Just a moment ago, during my brief visit to the restroom, those rascals managed to slip in. I shall be more vigilant in the future. Song Jiayong held Xia Yu in profound admiration, feeling as though he were bowing down in reverence. Brother Song, you flatter me. Who among us is without fault? Just be more cautious moving forward. Xia Yu bore no resentment towards Song Jiayong, as the responsibility primarily lay with Wang Gang. This was not the first time Wang Gang had caused such trouble for Siku Company. If everyone behaved as he did, the company would be on the brink of collapse. Brother Xia, should you require any assistance from me, Song, do not hesitate to ask. I shall be at your service without fail. The middle-aged man, Song Jiayong, spoke with unwavering conviction, regarding Xia Yu as a paragon of justice in his eyes. Brother Song, please do not speak in such a manner. I have much to learn from you. Xia Yu believed that every person possesses both strengths and weaknesses, and one should seek to learn from the former while utilizing them wisely. Brother Xia, let us learn from one another and strive for improvement daily. I shall treat you to a drink when the opportunity arises, and we can converse at length. However, I must attend to the security office promptly, as it is currently unattended today. As soon as Song Jiayong concluded his statement, he made to head in the direction of the security room. Brother Song, allow me to extend an invitation next time. Furthermore, I would appreciate your continued support. Xia Yu understood that working in the factory inevitably involved interactions with the security personnel. Xia Yu, please do not find this amusing. As long as I, Song Jiayong, remain at Siku, you need only call upon me, and I shall not hesitate to rush to your aid. Song Jiayong was acutely aware of his own character. Brother Song, your words are overly grand. Simply looking out for me would suffice. The factory's numerous rules and regulations are quite stringent, so if you could overlook some, I would be grateful. Xia Yu had not anticipated such a lengthy conversation with the middle-aged security officer. Song Jiayong, Hua Wanxiu and Gu Sisi, standing nearby, were likely bewildered, pondering why these 2 men had so much to discuss. Brother Xia, I must take my leave now. As for the 2 of you, should you err again, I shall report the matter to the company. Song Jiayong, with a smile, addressed Xia Yu before turning to Wang Gang and Zhao Yun with a warning. Wang Gang and Zhao Yun dismissed Song Jiayong's advice, treating his words as mere background noise without a second thought. As Xia Yu observed Song Jiayong's departing figure, he became aware of his own stomach grumbling, prompting him to pat his belly. Feeling quite famished, Wang Gang and Zhao Yun approached Xia Yu, initially intending to express their gratitude, but the words caught in their throats. Xia Yu, as always, we are profoundly thankful for your assistance. It is thanks to you that we have escaped peril. Wang Gang stated earnestly. Brother Xia, There is no need for Zhao Yun's gratitude. I have yet to settle the score with her. You must advocate for me that Gucci had been standing beside Xia Yu all along. Her gaze fixed intently on Zhao Yun. She had once placed her complete trust in him, only to be betrayed. Cici, it is my greed that has led to your kidden Gucci, weary from her exertions, was reluctant to release her grip. Fortunately, Hua Wanxiu held her tightly. Otherwise, Zhao Yun would undoubtedly bear the marks of her ire for quite some time. Cici, you have struck and scolded him adequately. I perceive that Zhao Yun genuinely wishes to atone for his misdeeds. I implore you to forgive him, Xia Yu remarked, realizing that further time wasted on this matter was unwise. Cici, Xia Yu speaks the truth. One should show mercy when in a position of power. He acted out of momentary greed, and we are still colleagues who must encounter one another in the future. Hua Wanxiu also hoped to gently guide Gu Cici towards understanding. You scoundrel, she continued. In light of Xia Gu and Wanxiu Jia pleading on your behalf, I shall grant you forgiveness. However, should there be a next time, do not expect me to show you any leniency. Gu Cici cast a glance at Xia Yu and Hua Wanxiu before fixing her gaze upon Zhao Yun, declaring, I swear that if I, Zhao Yun, ever deceive Gu Cici again, I shall be struck by the wrath of heaven and bear children without fortune, despite being slightly unsteady from Gu Cici's kick. Zhao Yun raised his right hand to the heavens, vowing, very well, let us prioritize harmony. You both may depart now. And Wang Gang, you are no exception. Should I catch you gambling again, not even your father's influence will save you. Xia Yu was eager to resolve the matter swiftly. Xia Yu, you are correct. I simply cannot resist, an old habit that is difficult to break. I shall strive not to cause further trouble. Wang Gang, a natural gambler, would find it no easy feat to amend his ways. After speaking, he supported Zhao Yun and exited the testing workshop through the outer corridor. Hua Wanxiu, we have finally reached a resolution. To express my gratitude for your companionship, allow me to treat you to a meal outside. It will surely be too late to head to the company canteen now. Xia Yu noted the time, realizing that, although the workday was not yet over, the journey from the factory to the dormitory canteen would take approximately 20 minutes. The recent events concerning Wang Gang had consumed at least half an hour. Xia Yu, how much do you earn in a month? If you keep dining out, you will become a spendthrift. Hua Wanxiu and Gu Cici walked alongside Xia Yu, and the trio soon reached the factory's exit. Hua Wanxiu, do not worry about me. Money is but a transient possession. If I must live paycheck to paycheck, so be it. Xia Yu understood the hardships many employees faced, working long hours and relying on overtime to make ends meet. Xia Yu, simplicity is key. As long as one can fill their stomach, there is no need for extravagance. Hua Wanxiu observed Xia Yu gazing longingly at a more upscale restaurant. Hua Wanxiu, did you notice the sign for the affordable fast food restaurant on the left side of the road? Xia Yu inquired, peering ahead. Today, all three wore denim jeans, with the only distinction being that Xia Yu's jeans featured several rips, a style he had noticed many other young people adopting. They all wore black work uniforms emblazoned with the words Siku Electronics. After a moment of searching, Hua Wanxiu and Gu Cici finally spotted the budget-friendly eatery approximately 10 meters away, and they couldn't help but admire Xia Yu's keen eyesight, unaware of his unique ability to see through objects. Hua Wanxiu, my favorite pork gravy rice is only 18 yuan a serving. That seems reasonable, doesn't it? I highly recommend you both try it. Xia Yu entered the restaurant first, with Hua Wanxiu and Gu Cici following closely behind. 18 yuan is not particularly cheap, but it is acceptable. Is the pork gravy rice truly delicious? Hua Wanxiu inquired, seated on a red plastic stool while gazing at the menu displayed on the front counter. Boss, please bring me 3 bowls of pork soup rice. Xia Yu observed Hua Wanxiu and Gu Cici taking their seats. He stood up to look for the boss who had yet to appear. Life is not easy. Cherish each moment as it comes. Chapter 52. Who poisoned it? The proprietress of the budget fast food restaurant squatted in the kitchen, taking a considerable amount of time to rise. A few faint scars adorned her face, hinting at a significant safety incident she had endured. Though she was a few years older than Hua Wanxiu, she appeared much more mature, having become taciturn through the trials of time. Yang Zai, I apologize for the delay. I was quite busy. You ordered 3 portions of pork soup rice, correct? If my memory serves me right, I will prepare it right away, the proprietress said courteously to Xia Yu. Liang Zai, I truly apologize. I didn't hear you call me just now. Please enjoy some tea to quench your thirst while I prepare your meal, she added, her graceful figure and seasoned demeanor evident in her speech. After the proprietress retreated to the kitchen, Xia Yu, Hua Wanxiu, and Gu Cc had barely exchanged a few words when the pork soup rice was delivered. The proprietress placed a bowl in front of each of them, followed by servings of rice. Gazing at the delectable dishes, Xia Yu's appetite surged. He could finally pick up his chopsticks and indulged. Gucc, even more excited, typically slow in her movements, now devoured her food with remarkable speed. Just as Hua Wanqiu and Gu Cc were about to savor their pork soup with chopsticks, Xia Yu called out to them to stop. He had sensed the proprietress's peculiar behavior. She had been warmly greeting them just moments ago, yet now she stood in a corner, fixated on Xia Yu and the two women with an eerie, sinister smile. I see. Don't eat. The soup is poisoned. Xia Yu's warning startled Hua Wanqiu and Gu Cc. What do you mean, Xia Yu? I'm starving. Gu Cc exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Xia Yu could empathize with her. He too was ravenous after a hasty breakfast that morning. Don't scare me, Xia Yu. I've been eating fast food around here for over a year if I don't dine in the cafeteria, Hua Wanqiu queried, astonished as Hua Wanqiu and Gu Cc reached for their chopsticks once more. Xia Yu halted them again. He retrieved a test needle from his pocket and placed it on the surface of the pork soup, releasing a noxious cloud of toxic smoke that caused Gu Cc to cover her mouth in fright. While Hua Wanqiu clasped her hands in disbelief, realizing that such scenes were typically reserved for television dramas, yet here it was playing out before her eyes, Xia Yu sprang to his feet and dashed toward the kitchen. While the proprietress, who had been observing him, had already vanished through the back door, the real proprietress was bound to a kitchen shelf, her mouth gagged with a cloth, emitting muffled cries for help. Miss, your name is Zhao Min, right? Please check if there has been any loss in the restaurant. Xia Yu scanned the kitchen surroundings. Handsome, how should I address you? I just checked, and nothing is missing, Zhao Min replied, exhibiting an intimate knowledge of her establishment as she inspected the larger kitchenware and the cash drawer. Beautiful lady, I am Xia Yu, Xia for summer, Yu for rain. Rest assured, it is likely they were targeting me. Of course, you may also choose to call the authorities for assistance, Xia Yu said, his brow furrowed, aware that although he had not been in Shinin for long, he could easily count the number of people he had offended on one hand. The beautiful proprietress, we shall not disturb you any longer. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call me. Having concluded her statement, Xia Yu picked up a ballpoint pen from the cashier's desk and inscribed her phone number on a blank sheet of paper. Fair lady, very well then. Henceforth, I shall address you as Zhao Min.as. Xia Yu spoke. She emerged from the kitchen, with Zhao Min and Hua Wanqiu trailing closely behind. Xia Yu, do you intend to investigate? Matters of this nature should be reported to the police for their resolution. We are uneasy about you going alone. Wherever you venture, we shall accompany you. Hua Wanqiu was acutely aware of Xia Yu's martial arts training and his ability to subdue multiple adversaries. Yet she recognized that one could never be too cautious. Misfortune could strike unpredictably. Xia Yu, you are overthinking. I have previously stated that I am not fond of boys who engage in violence. I merely extend my concern as I would for an ordinary friend, right? Cc. Hua Wanqiu was taken aback by Xia Yu's inquiry, her lovely visage flushing with color, as she nervously nudged Gu Cic's shoulder. Wanqiu, if you so despise Xia Yu, why does your face betray such a rosy hue? Throughout our time together, I have never witnessed you so flustered, Gu Cici spoke candidly, and Hua Wanqiu was taken aback that her closest confidant did not come to her defense. Cici, how dare you take Xia Yu's side? Just wait until I deal with you. Gu Cici swiftly concealed herself behind Xia Yu, while Hua Wanqiu pursued her, demanding clarity on her previous statement. Hua Wanqiu chased Gu Cici around Xia Yu, both of them panting heavily, exhausted, and unable to continue their antics. Whoever becomes his girlfriend is doomed. Day in and day out, I hope for collections and rewards. Chapter 53. The sole clue. The enchanting Zhao Min from the fast food establishment gazed at Xia Yu from a distance, a satisfied smile gracing her lips, though Xia Yu remained oblivious to her scrutiny. Once Xia Yu lost sight of Hua Wanqiu and Gu Cici, he turned to find Zhao Min watching him, prompting her to hurriedly lower her head and tidy up the area. Xia Yu was perplexed as to who harbored such animosity towards him. Perhaps this was merely a coincidence, not aimed at him. Supervisor Zhong, I am feeling a bit unwell this afternoon and shall not be coming in. I have already handed over my responsibilities to Hua Wanqiu. Please arrange for her to cover my shift. Xia Yu had no choice but to fabricate such a reason for his absence, and naturally, Supervisor Zhong Yanhong had never denied his requests for leave, for Xia Yu was her most cherished individual. Xia Yu, are you all right? If your condition is severe, would you like me to accompany you to the hospital? Zhong Yanhong had not seen Xia Yu during lunch and had searched the cafeteria for him in vain. Supervisor Zhong, you worry too much. It's merely a slight cold that a bit of rest in my dormitory will suffice. Xia Yu disliked being questioned, especially when there was nothing amiss. Then do take care to rest. I will ensure that work is managed in your absence, so you need not fret. Zhong Yinhong was not overly concerned about work. Her worry was primarily for Xia Yu's well-being. Thank you. Supervisor Zhong, goodbye. Once Xia Yu ended the call, he mused that he could likely converse with her for an entire afternoon. Women are quite chatty, and it was time to conclude the conversation. Xia Yu's thoughts returned to the singular clue, the poison found in the pig's blood soup. If he could ascertain the source of the toxin, uncovering the mastermind behind it would become considerably easier. Zhao Min, do not spill it. Just in the nick of time, Xia Yu reached Zhao Min, who had already poured 2 bowls, leaving only 1 remaining. Zhao Min was undoubtedly taken aback, for she held in her hands a bowl of soup containing toxic liquid. Xia Yu accepted the plastic bowl from Zhao Min. Yet what it contained remained a mystery to my dear. If you trust me, hand it over to me, and I shall certainly uncover the identity of the perpetrator. Xia Yu merely sought to allay her concerns, as it was more fitting for the police to handle such matters. Xia Yu, given that the other party is capable of such actions, you must exercise caution. How you choose to manage this is entirely up to you, as long as it does not interfere with my small business. Zhao Min remarked sagely, as long as those nefarious individuals ceased to trouble her, she could endure in silence. After all, entrepreneurship was no easy feat. My dear, then await my good news. Upon concluding his words, Xia Yu procured an empty beverage bottle to transfer the soup into. Carrying the bottle filled with the toxic liquid, Xia Yu proceeded to the factory entrance and entered his car. He was aware that he could not approach any legitimate testing facilities. His only recourse was to seek assistance from the black market to analyze the toxin's composition. After much effort, he finally located a private laboratory that could conduct the examination. The individual who attended to him was an elderly doctor adorned with spectacles, who boasted of his decades-long experience in drug testing. If you wish for me to conduct an analysis, the fee must be 10 times that of the official channels. Good sir, you are extorting me. How can one charge such exorbitant fees? Xia Yu could only endure. Young man, you may opt to visit the regulatory agency. Upon inspection, it is evident your substance has an obscure origin. Should you choose to use it to harm others, I might find myself implicated. Hence the elevated price is not unreasonable. The old doctor, seasoned in his experiences, had discerned Xia Yu's intentions. You are only partially correct. For this is my lunch. Should I consume it, my life would be forfeit. Therefore, I implore you to kindly assist in identifying its contents. Xia Yu recounted the entire sequence of events truthfully. Young man, at first glance, I could tell you are no ordinary office worker. You must have offended someone of influence, which has led to your current plight. The elderly doctor appeared particularly intrigued by the unfolding situation. Good sir, you flatter me. I am merely a factory worker earning less than 4,000 a month. Xia Yu was taken aback by the doctor's high regard, for he considered himself a veritable novice in the realm of chemistry. Young man, you do not strike me as a villain. Thus, I shall offer my services for free, but I have a request. I wonder if you could accommodate me. The elderly gentleman, with half his hair turned white, spoke at a notably deliberate pace. Pray, speak plainly. As long as it is not an immoral request and within my capabilities, I shall do my utmost. Xia Yu took pride in his willingness to help others, harboring the spirit of altruism still within him, even in an age where such ideals seem scarce. Young man, it may be somewhat abrupt for me to pose this question upon our first meeting. Yet I sense you will be the most reliable youth I have encountered. The doctor set aside his reading glasses, wiping away the tears that had gathered at the corners of his eyes. I still do not know your name. I am Wenxin. The story is this. At the age of 52, my wife bore me a lovely daughter, Wenhui, who is now 18 and studying in Canada. Since my beloved departed, I have been afflicted with severe diabetes and many ailments that accompany old age. The elderly gentleman couldn't help but reminisce about numerous past events, a wave of nostalgia washing over his eyes. Wenhui is my everything. I am aware that my time is limited, and I wish to entrust you with the care of my daughter. Even when she grows up and marries, I hope you will look after her well. I shall be eternally grateful to you from beyond the grave. In truth, the old man had already tested the toxic components in the pig's blood soup. He set down the test tube and retrieved a photograph of a girl from a drawer, sliding it across the table to Xia Yu. Originally standing to listen to the old doctor, Xia Yu had grown weary and took a seat opposite him, accepting the photograph. Mr. One, my name is Xia Yu. Summer she reigns you. Your daughter is quite beautiful. Thank you for your trust. I assure you, as long as I am around, No one will dare to bully her. However, Xia Yu found himself at a loss for words, having never met the girl. He wondered how he could be of assistance. Mr. Wen, wealth is of no consequence to me, but I fear I may not have the time to care for her, and I dread the thought of failing to fulfill your wishes. Despite his desire to help the old man, Xia Yu was acutely aware of the differences between genders, especially when it came to a girl he had never encountered. Young man, as long as you do your utmost, everything else can be discussed. Moreover, the test results have come back. The pig's blood soup contains the highly toxic plant, Duanchenko. Mr. Twin's revelation startled Xia Yu. He recalled his master mentioning long ago that ingesting Duanchenko would lead to the intestines turning black and adhering together, resulting in excruciating abdominal pain and death. The standard antidote involved gastric lavage, activated charcoal, followed by alkaline solutions and emetics, with a subsequent decoction of mung beans, honeysuckle, and licorice for detoxification. Chapter 54. Relentless Pursuit. Mr. Wen had not anticipated that the long-lost Duanchenko would manifest before him. After years of practice, he had traversed countless mountains, yet had never encountered this perilous plant. Young man, this Duanchenko is exceedingly toxic. If you feel frightened, I suggest you contact the authorities immediately. Mr. Wen rose and walked towards the window. Thank you for your warning, Mr. Wen. But for now, I prefer not to alert the police, lest I provoke a snake into revealing its lair. Xia Yu stood as well, moving to Mr. Wen's side. Xia Yu, seeing you reminds me of my younger self, brimming with confidence. Alas, one cannot refuse the passage of time, and perhaps it is time for me to seek rebirth in another world. Despite the glory of his youth, Mr. Wen now faced the stark reality of aging. Xia Yu had not strayed far from Mr. Wen, standing to the right of the window, admiring the photographs adorning the wall, images of Mr. Wen's travels and medical pursuits around the world, evoking a sense of admiration within Xia Yu. Young man, proceed as you see fit. However, do not forget the promise you made to me. My daughter is naturally spoiled and will require your guidance in many areas. The thing Mr. Wen treasured most was his young daughter, Wenhui. Though she was now 18, her mischievous nature meant she would have to navigate life on her own in the future. You have my word. Mr. Wen, with your assurance, I believe I can find a quiet place to rest for the remainder of my days. Mr. Wen reflected wistfully. Mr. Wen, I have faith that you will live a long and prosperous life. Do not be disheartened. There are still many days ahead. Xia Yu clearly understood the sentiments expressed by the elderly Wen Xian. Despite battling a grave illness, facing it with a positive mindset surely brings about a different outlook. Mr. Wen, please do not say such things. I would like to inquire about the locations where the, or breaking heart grass, is cultivated. Is it possible to find its source in Shannon? Xia Yu is filled with confusion. That is quite simple. It thrives abundantly in Xishan, but it cannot be found elsewhere. In Shannon, it is likely that only Bolin Street would have it. Having spent over a decade in Shannon, Mr. Wen possessed profound knowledge of traditional Chinese herbs, making this question rather easy for him to answer. Bolin Street. Xia Yu was taken aback. It was there that he first encountered Li Tianhu attempting to extort him for protection money, resulting in Xia Yu delivering a thorough beating to him. Indeed, Bolin Street serves as both a bustling market and a wholesale center, with a continuous influx of various goods. As a local, Mr. Wen was acutely aware of the market dynamics. Thank you immensely for providing me with such valuable information. Mr. Wen, numerous images flooded Xia Yu's mind. Could it have been Li Tianhu's doing? Based on Xia Yu's understanding of Li Tianhu, he was merely a brutish simpleton, and it was hard to fathom that he harbored such deep animosity towards Xia Yu. Then who could it be? Xia Yu was beset by a whirlwind of thoughts. Li Tianhu, Zhang Hui, Qi Long. All were possibilities, yet none possessed a motive for murder. Mr. Wen, I shall not disturb your rest any further. I will take care of your daughter's matters, so please rest assured. After exchanging pleasantries with Wen Xian, Xia Yu prepared to leave the private clinic. Wen Xian did not utter another word. He merely made a simple gesture, assuring Xia Yu it was fine to go. With lingering doubts, Xia Yu drove to Bolin Street. It was now just past 2 in the afternoon, and the sun beat down mercilessly upon the ground, rendering it scorching hot. Walking barefoot would certainly feel like being roasted. The streets were particularly devoid of pedestrians, starkly contrasting with the usual throngs of people at the market. Xia Yu parked his car in a relatively shaded spot, and upon stepping out, beads of sweat cascaded down his face. Fortunately, there were vendors selling ice water nearby. Xia Yu sought refuge in a small shop and polished off a bottle of refreshing iced tea in one go. Excuse me, have you heard of Li Tianhu? He asked, harboring little hope, merely uttering the question casually. Li Tianhu, who in Bolin Street hasn't heard of him? He forces his way into the market. Young man, you are. The shopkeeper gazed at Xia Yu for a considerable time, pointing at him without letting go. What is it? Boss, do you know me? Xia Yu could hardly believe that someone actually recognized him. Little brother. I recognize you. You're the one who took down Li Tianhu last time. You truly avenged us. It serves him right. The shopkeeper's excitement was palpable, akin to encountering a superstar, and he insisted on taking a photo with Xia Yu. Naturally, the shopkeeper did not let Xia Yu leave empty-handed, promptly retrieving an icy beverage from the cooler and offering it to him. Despite Xia Yu's insistence to decline, he was unable to resist the shopkeeper's hospitality. Boss, you must know about Li Tianhu's activities and where he usually hangs out. Xia Yu reluctantly accepted the offered drink. Thank you very much. You have provided me with invaluable insights that I shall treat you to a meal when the opportunity arises. Xia Yu spoke with utmost sincerity. Young man, I cannot thank you enough. I have dreamed of pressing Li Tianhu to the ground and giving him a good thrashing. The small shop owner spoke words of heartfelt truth. And those who shared his sentiments were scattered throughout the bustling streets of Poland. Brother, I shall not impose on your business any longer. Let us converse another time. Xia Yu greeted the shop owner and proceeded towards the mile and ice rink. The distance from the shop to the rink seemed short, yet the oppressive heat soon made Xia Yu feel quite uncomfortable. Upon reaching the entrance of the mile and ice rink, a blast of refreshing air from the central air conditioning enveloped him, prompting an involuntary exclamation of delight at this hour. The rink was not particularly crowded. However, a considerable number of individuals gathered outside to enjoy the free cool AI. As Xia Yu entered, no one took note of his arrival, save for Lan Yi, who spotted him from afar. Lan Yi, initially absorbed in her phone at the cash register, happened to glance up and smiled brightly upon seeing Xia Yu. He waved at her and made his way directly to her side. Lan Yi, do you know if Li Tianhu is at the rink? Xia Yu inquired, revealing the purpose of his visit. Xia Yu, I knew you wouldn't come just to see me. Li Tianhu, the one from Poland Street, is in the room behind me. Please do not provoke those individuals, Lan Yi replied, tilting her mouth with a gesture towards the back. Xia Yu pushed the door open and stepped inside. Chapter 55. It truly wasn't me. The office of the Mile and Ice Rink was less an office and more a reception area for Qi Long. Upon entering, Xia Yu found the front room empty, but the noise from the inner chamber was deafening. Inside, the air was thick with a noxious mix of tobacco and betel nut, making it difficult for Xia Yu to endure even before stepping fully inside, causing him to stifle several yawns that a group of individuals gathered around a table engaged in gambling. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the dealer was none other than Li Tianhu, who was spinning 2 1-yuan coins on the table. Quickly covering them with a black plastic bowl, the gamblers leaned forward, their eyes fixed on the coins, only daring to place their bets on odd or even once the coins were covered. With crisp bills of red-hued 100-yuan notes scattered across the table, Xia Yu's entrance went unnoticed, as he was treated like mere air. Just as he contemplated how to intervene, a large, dark rat scurried past him. Without breaking a sweat, Xia Yu captured the rat, which squeaked in protest. Holding the rat by its tail, he inverted it and addressed the creature. Oh, rat, today, I rely on you. With that, he tossed the rat into the circle of gamblers surrounding the table. Initially focused on the spinning coins, the sudden appearance of the rat startled everyone, causing them to gasp in shock. All present patted their chests in fright, including Li Tianhu himself. Damn it, who the hell is so incredibly dull? You cowardly bunch, afraid of a mere rat. How can you follow me? Li Tianhu fumed, for the rat had escaped from his grasp and scurried towards the balcony. Boss, it's him, a slender subordinate with earrings and a lisp pointed at Xia Yu, declaring, who in the world possesses the audacity to provoke the revered Tai Sui? Li Tianhu, casting a glance towards the entrance, spoke loudly. He had already lost a considerable amount of money today and had been humiliated by a mere mouse. Upon realizing that the individual confronting him was Xia Yu, his voice abruptly dwindled to silence. You little rascal, who do you think you are? How dare you challenge brother who, brothers, advance? Among his entourage, one known as Axe, donned in a black shirt, with a sun-kissed complexion and well-defined muscles, spoke with an air of arrogance. Also present were subordinates of Qi Long, whose silence suggested they were merely onlookers at the skating rink. At the behest of Axe, a throng of henchmen encircled Xia Yu, with Qi Long's men joining the fray. Xia Yu, what brings you here? My brothers lack respect and have dared to offend our brother Yu. Li Tianhu gestured for a retreat, leaving his perplexed subordinates to fall back behind him. Li Tianhu, I assure you, my presence here is not to cause trouble, but rather to seek your counsel on a matter. Xia Yu exhibited no fear, boldly walking to a round table and taking a seat. Brother Xia Yu, only I, Li Tianhu, can fulfill your request, and I will certainly assist you. Although Li Tianhu was a brash individual, he possessed a keen sense of awareness. He recognized that Xia Yu's visit was not merely benign to Li Tianhu. I merely wish to inquire if there are any sales of the deadly plant within your jurisdiction. Xia Yu deliberately posed this question, knowing Li Tianhu was among those he suspected. Brother Xia Yu, do not jest. I am a legitimate businessman. While I may employ a cadre of ne'er-do-wells, I have never dabbled in such perilous substances, which I hear are highly toxic. Li Tianhu was taken aback by Xia Yu's inquiry. Deep down, Li Tianhu recalled that many years ago, when he first entered the trade, he often interacted with a certain leader surnamed Ma, who delved in. However, that leader met a tragic fate while negotiating business far from home, betrayed by his own product. From that moment on, Li Tianhu vowed to steer clear of. And now he found himself bewildered by Xia Yu's allegations regarding its presence in his market. In Shunan, I have only offended you and Qi Long. I cannot identify a third party. Moreover, I have inquired, and the poison originates from your market. From Li Tianhu's demeanor and dialogue, Xia Yu had effectively ruled him out as the culprit. Could it be Qi Long? Xia Yu pondered, for only Qi Long harbored a deep-seated grudge against him over his girlfriend, Wang Yuyan. Their innocent dance had ignited an unfathomable jealousy in Qi Long. Brother Xia Yu, although I lost to you and the four great kings during our first encounter, I have always admired you rather than sought revenge. Li Tianhu had never spoken so humbly to anyone before. Boss, why should we fear this kid? Let me take him down. Axe, standing beside Li Tianhu, could no longer contain his disdain. It was shameful for a leader to cower before an 18-year-old and speak so deferentially. Of course, Axe refrained from overtly criticizing his boss, yet his actions spoke volumes of his dissatisfaction. Axe, do you truly believe you can best Brother Xia Yu? You wouldn't even know how you met your end. Even I and the four great kings stand no chance against him. Li Tianhu retorted curtly. Brother Hu, I cannot bring myself to believe he is that formidable unless he possesses skills akin to those of Bruce Lee. Axe is hardly convinced by Li Tianhu's words. Axe, while I can understand your discontent, remember that there are always higher mountains beyond the hills. Often, survival is reserved for the fittest. Acting impulsively can jeopardize the lives of our comrades. It is quite astonishing that such a brutish individual as Li Tianhu could utter words of such uncommon delicacy. You insolent brat, just because Brother Hu believes in you does not imply my submission. Upon finishing his statement, Axe seized an empty beer bottle, presumably from their midday revelry, and hurled it towards Xia Yu's head. With remarkable reflexes, Xia Yu deftly caught the incoming bottle, twisting it in his grasp, and exerting pressure on Axe's wrist, causing him to relinquish his grip in pain. The empty beer bottle shattered upon impact with the floor, sending shards scattering throughout the room. Brother Xia, Brother Yu, I must confess my ignorance. Please, spare me, Axe pleaded, wincing as Xia Yu held his wrist tightly, causing him to stamp his feet in agony, crouching down as he tugged at Xia Yu's pants, begging for mercy. Axe, do not deceive yourself. Do you believe I would stoop to fooling you? Li Tianhu had been plagued by an ominous feeling in recent days. Brother Hu, I apologize. I was blind and misjudged you. Please, help me. My hand hurts terribly. At that moment, Axe realized his inferiority, vowing never to act impulsively again should he encounter Xia Yu. Serves you right. You ignored my counsel. Brother Xia, my companion here is merely playful and overly competitive. As a magnanimous person, please let him go. Li Tianhu, who seldom begged for favors, found himself sacrificing for his beloved comrade. You may leave now, and do not let me see you again. Xia Yu released Axe's wrist, granting him freedom, and he quickly retreated behind Li Tianhu, cradling his pained hand at Li Tianhu. If not you, then who could it be? Moreover, the source of the heartbroken herb lies within the marketplace. Xia Yu had run out of patience and could not wait any longer. Brother Xia, regardless of the circumstances, I am innocent. I cannot entirely deny the presence of the heartbroken herb in the marketplace. As Li Tianhu spoke, his words became increasingly muddled, leaving him uncertain of how to earn Xia Yu's trust. Is there a song that reminds you of me? The beautiful tycoon has fallen for me. I seek your support, recommendations, and rewards. Read freely, cherish life, and love reading. Chapter 56. Who sent you here? From Li Tianhu's demeanor and expressions, Xia Yu had essentially ruled him out to Li Tianhu. If you possess any information regarding the heartbroken herb, please share. I am eager to discover who harbors such animosity towards me. Xia Yu scanned Li Tianhu's subordinates, who regarded him with peculiar gazes. Brother Xia, rest assured, I shall inform you at the first opportunity should any information arise. Who feigned compliance with a hollow smile, merely placating Xia Yu at his whim. Xia Yu surveyed his surroundings, finding nothing amiss. Remaining in this murky atmosphere would only exacerbate his discomfort. He took a few steps back, gradually approaching the door, which remained shut, necessitating its opening to exit. Brother Xia, I shall not see you off. I will not forget to notify you of any news. Who called out, his voice resonating as his subordinates finally heard the volume he typically employed. Xia Yu paid no heed to Li Tianhu's words as he unlatched the door, preparing to step outside. To his surprise, just as he opened the door, a figure was pushing it from the other side. It was serendipitous. Xia Yu had not anticipated that the person emerging was none other than the counterfeit proprietress he had been desperately seeking. Astonishingly, the faux proprietress was equally startled, her instinct to flee kicking in. Yet, Xia Yu's movements were quicker. Before she could reach the cash register, he apprehended her. Lan Yi, who had been assisting a customer with a membership application, was also disturbed by the commotion stemming from the office. It was only when Xia Yu confronted the counterfeit fast food restaurant owner right before Lan Yi that the situation unfolded. Xia Yu seized her wrist, causing her to grimace in pain. Handsome, I haven't done anything to provoke you. You're such a nuisance. Let me go. The faux proprietress, initially humming a tune as she entered, now found her arm firmly grasped by Xia Yu. Provoked me? Take a good look at me, and you will understand my intentions. Xia Yu replied, pulling and pushing her toward the office. This impostor, named Ming Zihua, was entangled with Li Tianhu, and had also worked in the realm of entertainment. Blessed with beauty and a sweet tongue, she often engaged in flirtatious antics before men, winning the favor of both Li Tianhu and Qilong. Ming Zihua scrutinized Xia Yu intently, her eyes wide as she gazed at his handsome visage. Thinking to herself how such a striking man could exist, she lamented her own lack of discernment, having been misled by the nefarious, nearly ruining her chance to appreciate such an appealing type. Handsome, please don't be angry. You know, from the moment I first laid eyes on you, I sensed you were extraordinary. I never imagined that upon closer inspection, you would be so incredibly handsome that you've completely captivated me. The counterfeit proprietress, Ming Zihua, began to engage in alluring gestures, attempting to entice Xia Yu. However, Xia Yu remained unmoved. In his eyes, despite her beauty and enchanting aura, she was still a far cry from the type he admired. He dragged her before Li Tianhu, finally releasing her to roam freely. Li Tianhu was poised to commence gambling, surrounded by a throng of subordinates at the round table, but Xia Yu's arrival disrupted his plans once more. Brother Hu, come save me. Handsome, could you be a bit gentler? Ming Zihua maintained her composure, having encountered numerous grand occasions and capable of handling herself, though she lamented the ineffectiveness of her allies. Li Tianhu, how do you intend to explain this? And what is your connection with her? Xia Yu shot a sidelong glance at Li Tianhu. Brother Hu, what on earth are you doing? Instead of helping me, you're siding with an outsider? I was merely acting on someone else's orders to place a laxative in his drink. Ming Sui Hua, a laxative? I am utterly speechless. Can you speak the truth for once? These is a highly toxic substance. What are your true intentions in trying to harm me? Xia Yu had never been one to easily forgive such women. Xia Yu, I never intended to harm you. This matter has nothing to do with Brother Hu. As for the person who commissioned me, I cannot reveal their identity. I would rather perish than utter the name of the murderer. Ming Sui Hua spoke emphatically, oblivious to the fact that allowing the poisoner's plan to succeed would cost 3 lives. Ming Zihua, the notorious poison known as the heartbreak herb, is indeed a formidable toxin, yet it can also be transformed into remarkably beneficial products. Should you divulge the mastermind behind this scheme, I shall consider a lenient course of action towards you. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy towards a mere woman. Xia Yu fixed his gaze upon Ming Sui Hua, ensuring that she could not entertain the notion of escape. Li Tianhu, how do you intend to explain yourself now? And what is your relationship with her? Xia Yu cast a sidelong glance at Li Tianhu. Brother Hu, what are you playing at? Instead of assisting me, you choose to speak on behalf of an outsider that I merely acted on behalf of another, placing a laxative in their beverage bottle. Ming Zihua, a laxative? I am utterly speechless. Can you not speak a single truth? The heartbreak herb is an extremely toxic substance. What exactly is your aim in wanting to harm me? Xia Yu was never one to easily forgive such a woman. Xia Yu, I have never harbored intentions to harm you. This matter has nothing to do with Brother Hu. As for the individual who entrusted me, I cannot disclose their identity. I would rather face death than utter the name of the murderer. Ming Suehua spoke with fervor, oblivious to the fact that allowing the poisoner to succeed would cost 3 lives. Chapter 57. The dormitory turmoil. Li Tianhu observed as Xia Yu exited without attempting to intervene. He remained still while the other subordinates dared not act impulsively. Qi, there is truly nothing amiss. There was merely a slight misunderstanding with Xia Yu from our last encounter at the skating rink. Li Tianhu wished to keep Qi Long in the dark, for their relationship was one of both collaboration and rivalry. That brat. I just encountered him outside. Had you informed me sooner, I could have apprehended him. Qi Long remarked, secretly hoping for a confrontation between Xia Yu and himself. Brother Qi, truly, there is no need for concern. The misunderstanding between him and me has been resolved. You are worrying unnecessarily. Li Tianhu turned to check if Ming Zihua was injured. And she, with tear-streaked cheeks, embraced him in a display of sorrow. Sister-in-law, what brings you here today? This is merely a small shop. It was at this moment that Qi Long noticed a bewitching woman standing behind Li Tianhu. Xiaolong, what are you saying? Do you mean to imply that I am unwelcome? Ming Suehua released her hold on Li Tianhu and stepped towards Qi Long, her large, alluring eyes fixed upon him. Qi Long, being seasoned in matters of the heart, was unfazed by Ming Zuo's profound gaze. An ordinary man would have already been ensnared by love. Brotherly, very well. The Mile and Ice rink is always open for your enjoyment. Qi Long found a place at the desk and took a seat. Li Tianhu chose not to continue the conversation with Qi Long. He took Ming Zuo's hand and headed straight for the exit. Leaving the Mile and Ice rink, he was curious to discover what was occurring, only to find that a broadband installation worker was setting up the service. The door to room 308, painted a vibrant red, was ajar, and it seemed someone was conversing inside. Manager Hu, please do not continue to pursue me. I harbor no feelings for you whatsoever. Xia Yu could hear her voice from outside. Yet she was unaware of the identity of the person with whom she was speaking. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Yu stepped inside, where Zhong Yanhong noticed her arrival. Xia Yu, you came just in time. Manager Hu, this is my boyfriend, Xia Yu. I hope you will cease your advances, or I shall not hesitate to report you for harassment. Upon seeing Xia Yu, Zhong Yanhong beamed as though she had discovered a new continent, while Xia Yu was utterly bewildered, having no idea what was transpiring. Yanhong, I cannot believe you would find favor with such a scoundrel. He is clearly a penniless fool. My intentions towards you are sincere. Can you not feel my heart? The man speaking reached out to grasp Zhong Yanhong's hand, attempting to guide it to his heart. Manager Hu, do not touch me. Xia Yu, why are you just standing there? Come to my aid. As Zhong Yanhong spoke, she pushed away Manager Hu's hand, her deep-set eyes glaring at Xia Yu for an extended moment. My friend, since Supervisor Zhong has no affection for you, why persist in your futile affections? With your qualifications, you could surely find a far better woman. Xia Yu offered words of comfort, secretly thinking to himself that the woman he desired had already become his own. You insolent brat, which department do you belong to? Do you wish to remain at Siku? If so, just turn a blind eye and stop pretending to be the boyfriend of this so-called beauty. Do you really think you are worthy? It was clear that Manager Hu did not regard Xia Yu as a rival. You scoundrel, just because I am being polite to you does not mean you are a person of great importance. I am taking charge of this situation, Xia Yu replied with no hesitation. You little brat, do you know who I am? The revelation would terrify you. Yanhong, listen to me. You are the most beautiful woman I have ever encountered, and my heart has turned to mud, awaiting your sowing. Manager Hu was not unattractive, of average height, and educated, which typically appealed to women. You insolent fool. I care not who you are. You have 1 minute to vacate Zhong Yanhong's dormitory. Or do not blame me for being uncivil. Xia Yu seems to believe that it is unnecessary to make a grand show of dealing with such a man, yet it is indeed quite pragmatic. You arrogant little scoundrel, I shall make you gradually aware of my prowess. Manager Hu is filled with ire towards Xia Yu. What was about to succeed has been thwarted by him. Yanhong. These 999 roses have been meticulously prepared by me. They symbolize my heart for you, you know that every night I dream of you. If you become my woman, I shall ensure you experience wealth and splendor. Regardless of how romantically Manager Hu professes his feelings, Zhong Yanhong is utterly unmoved. Manager Hu, please take your roses away. I truly am not suited for you. Moreover, I already have someone I hold dear. I implore you not to disturb my life any further, she explains with exasperation. Xia Yu can hardly contain his impatience to push Manager Hu away. He steps in front of Zhong Yanhong and gives Manager Hu a gentle shove. Manager Hu, we are all civilized individuals. Will you leave of your own accord, or shall I be compelled to assist you? It would be best if you chose to leave on your own. he taunts intentionally. Zhong Yanhong stands behind Xia Yu, suddenly feeling a flicker of warmth. It is only in Xia Yu's presence that she finds a sense of comfort. Even a single rose, in that moment, feels like the most exquisite bloom. You arrogant little scoundrel, I shall make you gradually aware of my prowess. Manager who is filled with ire towards Xia Yu. What was about to succeed has been thwarted by him. Yanhong, these 999 roses have been meticulously prepared by me. They symbolize my heart for you. Adiko, you know that every night I dream of you. If you become my woman, I shall ensure you experience wealth and splendor. Regardless of how romantically manager who professes his feelings, Zhong Yanhong is utterly unmoved. Chapter 58. Your smile is sweet like honey after Hudong departs. Zhong Yanhong dares to breathe a sigh of relief only after closing the door. Before meeting Xia Yu, she had never felt a flutter for any boy. Many have pursued Zhong Yanhong, with Hudong being one of them, yet she found none of them appealing. Xia Yu leans against the doorframe, quietly gazing at Zhong Yanhong, seemingly pondering some matter. He vaguely hears his stomach grumbling, indicating his hunger. Supervisor Xia, I truly apologize for what transpired last time. I was swept away in the moment and lost all restraint. I shall take responsibility for you. Xia Yu himself is uncertain why he has acted foolishly. He now cannot discern whether his bond with Zhong Yanhong stems from physical desire, genuine love, or perhaps neither. Xia Yu, please do not speak. I willingly choose to be with you because I love you. Without you, I would lose my entire world. Zhong Yanhong replies, her cheeks flushed, entirely shedding her former goddess-like dominance. Zhong Yanhong, although I do not comprehend the essence of true love, I shall forever cherish the kindness you have shown me. Might we converse about a different topic? Xia Yu, despite yearning for genuine affection, is currently uncertain about the nature of her relationship with Zhong Yanhong. Xia Yu, where have you been this afternoon? I tried calling you, but you did not answer. Zhong Yanhong, holding her phone, intended to show Xia Yu the call she had made. Yanhong, I sincerely apologize. I was indeed focused on my phone, and I had it set to silent mode. Xia Yu prefers to avoid interruptions while attending to important matters. Xia Yu settled onto the sofa, retrieved a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and then exhaled, the smoke swirling gently in the air. Yanhong, do not mention it. I have yet to have lunch, and now I have not even had dinner. I am utterly famished. Is there anything to eat that you could bring forth? While Xia Yu lounged on the sofa, Zhong Yanhong had intended to join him for a chat. Xia Yu, I too have not eaten dinner. I will treat you to a meal outside shortly. Zhong Yanhong approached the corner of the living room where a refrigerator stood, adorned with a basket of fruit that appeared particularly exquisite, overflowing with apples, oranges, and bananas. Xia Yu, would you prefer an apple or a banana? As Zhong Yanhong moved to grab one, Xia Yu began to observe her. Today, she was clad in a white dress, her long, graceful legs accentuated by their form, her skin exceptionally fair, and her cascading hair draped over her right shoulder, creating a visually pleasing image that easily captivated the attention of many suitors. Xia Yu, I am speaking to you. Why are you so entranced? Zhong Yanhong turned briefly to assess her attire, finding nothing amiss. Yanhong, I am indeed gazing at you. Seeing you alone is enough to satiate my appetite. Perhaps I shall indulge in a banana. Xia Yu extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray. Xia Yu, you scoundrel, could you not be a bit more serious? Zhong Yanhong peeled a banana and sat beside Xia Yu, preparing to feed it to him. Yanhong, I knew it was my playful nature that attracted you. Xia Yu draped his arm around Zhong Yanhong's shoulder, opening his mouth in anticipation of her feeding him. Do not flatter yourself. It is your charm, humor, and depth that endear you to me. Do others believe that? Zhong Yanhong had already placed the banana in Xia Yu's mouth. As he munched on it, he mumbled to himself, causing Zhong Yanhong to stifle a laugh at his eager demeanor. As long as you are the only one who cares for me, it matters not if others perceive me as a monster. After finishing the banana, Xia Yu seized the moment, stealing a kiss from Zhong Yanhong while her attention was diverted. Xia Yu, what was that for? I can taste the banana, Zhong Yanhong remarked, yet she did not resist, instead playing along with Xia Yu's affection. After about 5 minutes of this sweet exchange, Xia Yu's boldness began to wane. Unaware of how many times he had swallowed. Xia Yu, you are incorrigible. Zhong Yanhong straightened up immediately after adjusting her slightly disheveled attire, leaning back against the sofa. A man must possess a touch of mischief for a woman to be enamored. Yanhong, shall we dine out? I shall treat you to a grand feast. Xia Yu's previously playful demeanor shifted dramatically. Indeed, I shall eat you out of house and home. I will dine with you for a lifetime and see how long you can maintain your fade of affluence. Zhong Yanhong playfully pouted in front of Xia Yu, seemingly shedding her reputedly tough demeanor. Yanhong, shall we go? As long as you can eat, I shall support you for a lifetime, even to the point of exhaustion. Xia Yu declared with unwavering confidence, joining his hands in a gesture of promise towards Zhong Yanhong. Xia Yu, how about I take a shower first? Please wait a moment. Otherwise, I will smell of the factory. Zhong Yanhong seemed to plead for him to hold on. She rose to her feet, yet their hands remained intertwined, creating an almost palpable closeness between them. Yanhong, you smell delightful. How could there be any factory odor? Xia Yu teased her deliberately. All right, I am burdened with the sin of mildew today. Would you assist me in getting rid of it? Xia Yu remarked as he caught a glimpse of Zhong Yanhong passing through the living room. The sound of water cascading in the bathroom filled the air as Zhong Yanhong began to sing while showering. Feeling somewhat bored in the living room, Xia Yu lit a cigarette. There exists an inexplicable surge of desire within men when women are bathing, and a rational person can endure it. Xia Yu was such a person. Before long, Zhong Yanhong emerged from the bathroom, adorned in a youthful, vibrant dress, her hair still damp and dripping water. She wrapped a towel around her head and bent down to dry her hair. Xia Yu, aren't you coming in? Yanhong, I understand, but I have no change of clothes, Xia Yu replied, his gaze lingering on Zhong Yanhong's alluring figure, swallowing hard. Within a mere 15 minutes in the bathroom, Xia Yu completed his shower, the scent of the suave soap lingering on his skin, a fragrance that many women find appealing. As he exited the bathroom, Zhong Yanhong was at the vanity, styling her hair with a blow dryer. Her enchanting visage reflected in the mirror. Standing behind her, Xia Yu playfully seized the blow dryer from her hands and directed it towards his own dapper hairstyle. He was aware that she had been watching him closely, and they shared a tender gaze. Xia Yu, we can leave now, Zhong Yanhong urged, turning to grasp his hand and push him towards the exit. Xia Yu could not resist her fervent insistence, locking the door before stepping out. Chapter 59. Who is he? Upon reaching the security guard's post on the first floor, Xia Yu and Zhong Yanhong finally released their hands. Mindful that their romantic relationship remained undisclosed, they both understood the unspoken agreement to conceal their connection for as long as possible. The security guard on duty appeared quite young, and Xia Yu did not recognize him. The guard regarded Xia Yu with an odd expression, having just witnessed him holding hands with the factory's flower. You two are going out. May I see your identification? The young guard unexpectedly obstructed Xia Yu's path, preventing him from exiting the dormitory. Typically, employees could enter freely with their factory badges, with identity checks only occurring around midnight. It seemed the guard was intentionally creating trouble for Xia Yu, perhaps noting his absence of work attire. Are you asking me? Xia Yu replied with a hint of impatience, sensing the guard was clearly looking for a confrontation. Yes, I am indeed asking you. Am I inquiring of her? The young guard appeared spirited, reminiscent of a recently discharged soldier. Under Zhong Yanhong's persuasion, Xia Yu retrieved a 10-yuan black wallet he had purchased from a street vendor from his pants pocket. Although it bore a modest price tag, the craftsmanship was undoubtedly commendable, and its appearance was quite refined. Extracting his identification from the wallet, he presented it to the young guard, awaiting the verification. The young security guard, clad in a full uniform, wore his cap impeccably and sported an electric baton attached to his belt. Tongwang Mountain in summer rain sounds like an appealing place, yet despite my travels across the vast lands of the south and north, it seems I have never heard of it. It remains unclear whether the young guard was intentionally challenging Xia Yu or was genuinely unaware that in such a vast land as Shenzhou, there must be countless places unknown to one. Is there a problem? If not, may we proceed? Xia Yu inquired with palpable impatience. She shot a glare at the young guard and then greeted Zhong Yanhong as they exited the company dormitory together. The streets at night were teeming with people. Shangan, renowned as the city that never sleeps, remained a bustling hive of activity even past midnight. Some shops operated around the clock, and considering it was merely 7 o'clock, the crowds were particularly dense. The road leading from the company dormitory to Poland Street was a straight thoroughfare, seldom frequented by vehicles, yet brimming with workers. Occasionally, cars would navigate through the throngs, gradually transforming this area into a veritable pedestrian street. In less than 3 minutes after leaving the dormitory, they encountered numerous street vendors, 2-yuan shops, stalls selling stinky tofu, and an array of other offerings. The majority of pedestrians were laborers, with some couples strolling hand in hand. Reminiscent of Xia Yu and Zhong Yanhong's leisurely pace through the crowd, today, Xia Yu opted not to drive. He yearned for a delightful meal followed by a stroll through Shengan's night market. What shall we eat? Xia Yu? Zhong Yanhong nestled into his embrace, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. willing to eat whatever he chose. Let us simply walk and see. Perhaps we could try the Sichuan restaurant up ahead. Xia Yu's fondness for Sichuan cuisine prompted him to gaze toward a distant establishment. Huangji Authentic Sichuan Restaurant. Zhang Yanhong leaned against Xia Yu's shoulder, experiencing a swift wave of joy. Whatever you choose, I shall have too. I enjoy spicy food as well. The restaurant was packed to the brim, making it quite challenging to find an available table. The front was surrounded by customers placing orders, and without actively securing a reservation, one might not even make the cut. People love to gather and socialize. This was our nature. After considerable time, Xia Yu finally placed their order. Yan Hong, I've ordered a lamb hot pot for 188 yuan, along with some side dishes. If there's anything else you fancy, do let me know. Squeezing out from the cashier, Xia Yu led Zhong Yanhong to a corner table that had just become free. The server swiftly brought the hot pot base, which began to bubble vigorously on the electric stove, sending water splashing. Xia Yu added some side dishes and commenced eating, naturally pairing the hot pot with beer. Zhong Yanhong raised her glass, seemingly brimming with words for Xia Yu. Thank you so much, Xia Yu. I am grateful for our acquaintance. Regardless of the sweet and sour, bitter and spicy, I wish to share it all with you. As she spoke, she coughed incessantly. The chili was exceedingly spicy, and she fanned her mouth with her hand in a futile attempt to alleviate the heat. An action no one could ascertain the effectiveness of, yet it was a common response. Yan Hong, you claimed you could handle spicy food, yet it appears you cannot tolerate it at all. A mere taste sends you into a coughing fit. Xia Yu realized then that Zhong Yanhong was not particularly adept at handling spice. Perhaps she had initially pretended to align with his palate to please him. Zhong Yanhong, I think next time I shall order a lighter hot pot for us to share. Otherwise, if you wish to indulge, you might find yourself unable to partake. I believe a dual-flavor hot pot would be most suitable. Let us opt for that on our next reservation, Xia Yu earnestly conveyed to Zhong Yanhong. Naturally, Zhong Yanhong welcomed Xia Yu's suggestion. Before she met him, she had never experienced such fiery Sichuan cuisine. She listened intently to Xia Yu, as if every word he uttered was an undeniable truth. At that moment, the Sichuan restaurant was still bustling with patrons. Xia Yu was seated in a direction facing the second-floor loft, and he seemed to notice a familiar yet strange face ascending to the upper level. Yan Hong, please start eating. I shall go take a look, Xia Yu stated hurriedly, darting up the stairs without allowing Zhong Yanhong the chance to inquire further. She was left bewildered, unsure of Xia Yu's intentions. Given his anxious demeanor, it was evident he recognized someone well, or he would not have reacted so. The staircase and the second floor were adorned with wooden tiles, amplifying the sound of footsteps. Xia Yu endeavored to tread lightly. The second floor housed for private rooms, and after inspecting 3, he found no trace of the person he sought. It was until the 4th room that he caught sight of Ming Zuo, the woman who had entangled him in trouble, yet was determined to keep secrets for that man. The man, whose back was turned to Xia Yu, might very well be the poisoner he was looking for. At that moment, a waitress emerged from within, casting a peculiar glance at Xia Yu as he stood at the doorway. Xia Yu gestured for silence with a finger to his lips. Fortunately, the waitress remained silent, albeit filled with confusion as she departed. Zuo, I always knew you were a trustworthy person. I did not misjudge you. Since today is such a joyous occasion, indulge a little more, he remarked. Ming Zuo ordered the exact same hot pot as Xia Yu. Dong Dong, you must know that my relationship with that Li Tianhu is merely a pretense. My heart belongs to you, she declared, and Xia Yu vividly recalled her attitude and gazed towards Li Tianhu. Sui Hua, I am aware of your kindness towards me. Rest assured, when the time is right, I shall certainly marry you. The man, still with his back to Xia Yu, remained faceless. Dong Dong, I will wait for you. Are you truly considering letting that Xia Yu from Siku off so easily? Ming Zuo's words astonished Xia Yu, who was hidden nearby. She had revealed both his company and his name. Who, then, was this man referred to as Dong Dong? Chapter 60. Intricate relationships. Ming Zuo rose and perched herself on the lap of the unfamiliar man. Appearing coy and youthful, exuding an air of flirtation, the stranger embraced Ming Zuo passionately, engaging in a fervent display of affection, seemingly oblivious to others around them. Xia Yu attempted to discern the man's features, but his efforts repeatedly ended in failure. Despite his desire to unveil the man's true identity or confront him directly, he ultimately relinquished the notion, fearing the possibility of a hidden scheme that could alert the target. Xia Yu yearned to continue eavesdropping. However, he inadvertently knocked over a glass on the nearby coffee table. Ming Zuo seemed to perceive the noise from outside and turned towards the door to investigate, prompting Xia Yu to abandon his position and wait for a more opportune moment. Xia Yu, why have you been gone for so long? Is there someone you know upstairs? Zhong Yanhong had certainly not been idle. With such a delectable hot pot before her, she relished it even more, particularly since she could not tolerate spicy food. She dabbed her mouth with a napkin and said to Xia Yu, "Is there no one you recognize? How about an enemy?" Xia Yu took a seat and picked up his chopsticks, eagerly grabbing a piece of delicious lamb to savor, while replying to Zhong Yanhong. "Xia Yu, how long have you been in Shunan? Do you really have an enemy?" Zhong Yanhong, perplexed, was completely unaware of Xia Yu's lunchtime ordeal. Only Hua Wanqiu and Gu Sisi were privy to the fact that Xia Yu had been wronged that morning. "Yanhong, do you truly believe I would deceive you? It was merely a greeting to someone I know." Xia Yu pondered for a moment, deciding it best not to divulge the details to Zhong Yanhong, as there was no need to incite unnecessary panic in her. "Xia Yu, as long as you're fine, do let me know if you encounter any difficulties," Zhong Yanhong said, placing her hand on the back of Xia Yu's. She hoped Xia Yu would share her sentiments. "Yanhong, I assure you, everything is fine. I was merely teasing you. Now, let us eat quickly, for there is still so much more. In truth," Xia Yu yearned to confide in Zhong Yanhong. Yet a sense of responsibility held him back. Zhong Yanhong picked up a black meatball and fed it to Xia Yu, who reciprocated by offering her a slice of lamb, gently placing it into her cherry-like mouth. As they nearly finished their meal, Xia Yu patted his now sated belly and stood to stretch. "Xia Yu, shall we go shopping now?" Zhong Yanhong asked, gazing at him while picking up a small round mirror to check her appearance. Women always pay keen attention to their attire and beauty. "Wait a moment, just a moment," Xia Yu replied, sitting back down and glancing toward the stairway. "Xia Yu, have you not dined yet? Would you like me to order you another serving of fried noodles?" Zhong Yanhong, puzzled by Xia Yu's appetite, casually inquired, having never observed him eating much before. "Zhong Yanhong, do you think I'm a pig? How could I possibly eat more?" Xia Yu teased, testing her attitude towards him. "Xia Yu, I truly did not mean to imply that. You just told me to wait, so I thought you hadn't had enough?" Zhong Yanhong looked bewildered, taken aback by Xia Yu's raised voice. Feeling a sense of grievance she could not articulate. "Hush, quiet." Xia Yu raised his right hand to signal Zhong Yanhong to be silent, covering his face with both hands to avoid being seen, leaving a gap between his fingers through which he could observe their target. Following Xia Yu's cue, Zhong Yanhong maintained her silence and composure, while Xia Yu remained fixated on the direction of the target. Ming Sui Hua emerged first, her high heels clicking as if she were strutting down a runway, her body swaying in a manner entirely unbecoming of a young girl, resembling a woman of experience instead. She seemed oblivious to Xia Yu's presence, her gaze solely fixed on the man behind her. As the man in a suit approached the cash register to pay, Xia Yu caught a clear glimpse of his features. Almost simultaneously, both Xia Yu and Zhong Yanhong exclaimed his name. "Hudong." Xia Yu was bewildered. The man for whom Ming Suhua was so fiercely devoted turned out to be Zhong Yanhong's suitor. Xia Yu had scarcely exchanged a word with Hudong during their time in Siku Electronics. As a managerial figure, he was merely a rival to Xia Yu. What if the person who had previously plotted to take Xia Yu's life was indeed Hudong? Where, one might wonder, did Xia Yu ever offend him? Xia Yu was utterly perplexed. Only after Hudong and Ming Sui Hua departed did Xia Yu and Zhong Yanhong dare to lift their heads fully. "Xia Yu, is he not simply the production department manager? Hudong, are you truly afraid of him?" Zhong Yanhong remarked, recalling how earlier that afternoon Xia Yu had been adamant about sending him away from the dormitory. She sensed something was amiss with Xia Yu. Earlier, he had stood before Hudong like a hero, yet now he seemed to be playing a game of hide and seek. "Yanhong, you will never comprehend. Before I even met him, I had already experienced his underhanded tactics. Of course, I am not afraid of him. I will deal with him, but the right moment has yet to arrive." Xia Yu felt compelled to clarify matters to Zhong Yanhong, lest she misunderstand and inadvertently stir up unnecessary trouble for everyone. "Xia Yu, I am utterly in the dark and have no idea what connection you have with him." Zhong Yanhong began to feel a twinge of concern for Xia Yu. "Yanhong, do not worry. I assure you, I will provide you with a satisfactory explanation." Xia Yu earnestly took Zhong Yanhong's right hand and gently kissed it near his lips. Zhong Yanhong shut her eyes momentarily, then opened them to reveal a gaze filled with affection. "Xia Yu, if you have any burdens, please do not hesitate to share them with me. I hope you will not only share joy with me while shouldering all the pain alone. I desire for us to face difficulties together and enjoy blessings side by side." Zhong Yanhong gazed deeply into Xia Yu's face, entrusting her future to this man. "Yanhong, truly, there is nothing to worry about. If anything arises, you will be the first to know." Xia Yu regretted discussing these matters with her, anticipating that Zhong Yanhong would incessantly inquire, fearing the loss of clarity. After settling the bill, Xia Yu took Zhong Yanhong's hand as they exited the Sichuan restaurant. Upon reaching the street, Ming Zihua and Hu Dong had long vanished without a trace. However, Xia Yu had no intention of pursuing them. He sought to unravel the mystery of who bore a grudge against him. Xia Yu, where shall we wander now? Zhong Yanhong was uncertain of Xia Yu's plans. Yanhong, a romantic film has recently been released. Shall we go watch it? Initially, Xia Yu had intended to accompany Zhong Yanhong for shopping, but his mind was consumed with uncovering the identity of the schemer behind his troubles. Xia Yu, that sounds wonderful. It is rare to see you interested in a romance film. Quite unexpected. Zhong Yanhong had never anticipated that Xia Yu would take the initiative to invite her to the cinema. Zhong Yanhong, what do you mean? Is it only girls who indulge in romantic tales? Are we boys incapable of enjoying them? As he spoke, Xia Yu gently tugged Zhong Yanhong's hand towards the direction of the cinema. Zhong Yanhong felt no resistance. Instead, she nestled closer to Xia Yu's left shoulder, blissfully heading towards the movie theater. To the readers of Yuan, Happy New Year. Little Bug wishes everyone smooth sailing and great fortune in the year of the dog. Please support with recommendations, collections, and donations. Chapter 61. A great crisis approaches. Upon arriving at the cinema, they were met with a throng of people. Xia Yu held Zhong Yanhong's hand as they stood in line at the ticket counter. Yanhong, why not take a moment to rest over there? I will call you once the tickets are secured, Xia Yu suggested, pointing to a nearby bench for resting. Xia Yu, all right, thank you for your kindness. Zhong Yanhong replied, surprisingly compliant with Xia Yu's request, a stark contrast to her assertive demeanor in the department. Xia Yu finally managed to queue for 2 movie tickets, which were for a film centered around a first love story, depicting the male protagonist's serendipitous encounter with the female lead during their university days. Approaching Zhong Yanhong, Xia Yu took her hand and rose to his feet, and together they strolled hand in hand to the ticket verification area of the screening hall. Xia Yu guided Zhong Yanhong to a couple's seat, a cozy spot meant for 2, located towards the back, where most of the seats were designated for couples. The astute vendors were well aware of the influx of outsiders in Shenan. Thus, the cinema was intentionally designed to cater to young lovers. Before Xia Yu and Zhong Yanhong could settle in, the film commenced. Xia Yu, hurry and take a seat, Zhong Yanhong urged, quickly sitting down herself and prompting Xia Yu to do the same to avoid obstructing the view of the audience behind them. Xia Yu wrapped his arm around Zhong Yanhong's shoulders, while she, holding a tub of popcorn, playfully fed him. Xia Yu relished this treatment, as he had never experienced such care from a woman before, and Zhong Yanhong felt similarly. Despite the numerous suitors vying for her attention, most were merely seeking fleeting encounters that eye in her heart. She recognized Xia Yu's genuine affection for her. Xia Yu, I speak only the truth. If there's a hint of falsehood in my words, Zhong Yanhong whispered softly into Xia Yu's ear. Yanhong, why can't you finish a single sentence? Xia Yu teasingly challenged her. Xia Yu, do whatever you wish. Just don't lead me to my demise, Zhong Yanhong retorted, unable to match Xia Yu's playful banter. Xia Yu, a man of emotions, was captivated by Zhong Yanhong's enchanting appearance, particularly her deep, alluring eyes and the white dress that accentuated her charm. However, before he could muster the courage to make a move, Zhong Yanhong leaned in closer, leaving Xia Yu exhilarated and completely at her mercy. Such beautiful moments are often fleeting, and Xia Yu wished for time to remain suspended in that instant. As the film approached its conclusion, Zhong Yanhong remarked that she could predict the ending without watching, prompting her to take Xia Yu's hand and exit the cinema. Initially bewildered, Xia Yu was unsure of Zhong Yanhong's intentions as she led him away from their seats. Upon stepping outside, he felt the air was remarkably clear, a stark contrast to the suffocating atmosphere of the cinema. Taking a deep breath, he pondered why Zhong Yanhong was in such a hurry to pull him out. Glancing at the temperature on his phone, he confirmed that it was indeed significantly cooler than it had been when they entered. The street remained unchanged, yet Xia Yu's perspective had shifted after experiencing different environments. He hoped Zhong Yanhong would always stand by his side. Time flew by swiftly as Xia Yu, with his arm around Zhong Yanhong's shoulders, walked hand in hand down a street that was now less crowded than before. Traversing the bustling marketplace to the quieter paths of the industrial area, in the center of the empty road, apart from Xia Yu and Zhong Yanhong romantically strolling together, there were few pedestrians, with only the occasional car whizzing by, which surprised Xia Yu. Zhong Yanhong's cheeks were flushed, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a rosy hue that moment. For her, whatever Xia Yu proposed seemed reasonable. and she was willing to fulfill any of his reasonable requests. Xia Yu, you two, if that manager who gives you any trouble, you must let me know that I shall have a thorough discussion with Hudong. Distinguishing between public matters and private affairs, wouldn't you agree? Zhang Yanhong is typically eloquent. Her verbal fluency surpasses that of most women. Suddenly, Xia Yu noticed two figures standing motionless ahead on the road. Their imposing physiques wielding wooden clubs. This sight reminded him of the four heavenly kings led by Li Tianhu, known for their formidable strength. Xia Yu, what is the matter? Your complexion appears quite pallid. Is something amiss? Zhang Yanhong, unaware of the impending danger, nestled in Xia Yu's embrace, her eyes brimming with bliss, completely oblivious to the looming peril, intoxicated by love. Xia Yu, a man of emotions, was equally affected. Zhang Yanhong looked particularly enchanting, especially her deep, captivating eyes and her white dress, which was utterly irresistible. Chapter 62. An eye for an eye as adversaries approached from various directions. Xia Yu remained composed. While Zhang Yanhong began to tremble with fear, she grasped his hand tightly, as if seeking solace. Xia Yu held her hand firmly, staying rooted in place, attempting to calm her anxious disposition, acutely aware of her quickening pulse. Xia Yu, I am so frightened. Who are these people? Zhang Yanhong, having never witnessed such a grand scene, felt a surge of concern for Xia Yu's safety, contemplating that if it were merely a robbery, surrendering their possessions would suffice. Rubbing her eyes, she realized she had never seen Xia Yu engage in a fight. Despite his martial arts training, the men approaching from all sides were heavily armed, rendering Xia Yu no match for them. Soon enough, 6 burly men obstructed Xia Yu and Zhang Yanhong's path. Each was muscular and menacing, clad in black tank tops, adorned with a variety of tattoos, resembling a grotesque tattoo exhibition that sent shivers down one's spine. The 6 quickly surrounded Xia Yu and Zhang Yanhong, whose anxiety escalated. Brat, you must be Xia Yu. Today marks your demise. Prepare to meet your end. One of the towering men stepped forward, the tallest among them, a veritable giant compared to ordinary folk, poised to strike with his club. Hey, hold on a moment. You're jumping to violence before I've even had a chance to speak. How dreadfully dull. Xia Yu, with Zhang Yanhong's hand in his left, raised his right hand in a gesture of refusal. Speak, brother. Your words are rather displeasing to me that in truth, I had long suspected that it was Hudong who had employed you to deal with me. Am I not correct? Xia Yu released Zhang Yanhong's hand, his gaze fixed intently upon the countenance of the burly man, searching for any signs of deceit or acknowledgement. Spare me the chatter, whether it is true or not. We are determined to make you regret this day. The burly man struggled to articulate his words, his stammering demeanor making it evident to Xia Yu that the mastermind behind this scheme was indeed Hudong. Ha ha ha, so I was not mistaken. Just today, I was feeling rather drowsy while watching a film, and here you all appear with your grotesque visages. If you wish to provoke me, come forth quickly. Xia Yu beckoned to the burly man. You insolent brat, daring to insult us, prepare to pay for it with your life. The leading burly man gestured, and the 2 at the back surged forward alongside the 2 in front, charging at Xia Yu. Fortunately, the left side was bordered by a railing, allowing Xia Yu to pull Zhang Yanhong back to safety, instructing her to stay aside. Xia Yu clenched his fists. He had never failed to subdue such brutish thugs. Xia Yu, be careful, Zhang Yanhong exclaimed, her heart pounding in fear, as a hulking thug brandishing a club prepared to strike Xia Yu on the head. Remarkably, within 30 seconds, Xia Yu dodged to the side, causing the club to swing wildly and miss its target in a swift motion. Xia Yu retaliated, delivering a kick that sent the assailant crashing into a corner, eliciting cries of pain from him. The remaining thugs, witnessing this, were no longer dismissive. They had initially underestimated Xia Yu, thinking that someone of his stature could easily be subdued by just one of their brothers, encircled by 5 burly men. Xia Yu evaded their simultaneous assaults. Perhaps due to his exceptional skills, these 5 brutes could not even lay a finger on him. Beads of sweat dripped from the brow of the leading thug, who had not anticipated that the handsome young man he faced possessed such prowess. Had he known, he would never have taken on this job, thereby sparing his brothers from harm. Xia Yu was ready to engage in a more intense brawl. But to his surprise, the leading thug retreated like a turtle, his speech becoming incoherent. You insolent brat, just you wait. With that, the burly man turned on his heel and fled, shouting for his subordinates to follow suit. The others, seemingly heeding his command, excitedly supported one another as they hastily exited the scene. Xia Yu, splendid work. Let us see if these ruffians dare to commit misdeeds again in the future. Zhang Yanhong gave Xia Yu a thumbs up, her admiration for him growing deeper. With a boyfriend like him to protect her, she felt reassured about her safety moving forward. Yan Hong, are you all right? It's nothing serious. Dealing with such scoundrels is merely a matter of convenience. However, it seems they were indeed targeting me. Xia Yu brushed the dust from his clothes, adjusting the disheveled attire that had resulted from the scuffle. Xia Yu, have you offended them? Or do you owe them money? I can lend you some if you need it. Zhong Yanhong looked perplexed. She perceived Xia Yu as someone incapable of wrongdoing and had never heard of him being a gambler or indebted to anyone. Yanhong, you are overthinking it. In fact, the person who sent them to attack me is someone you know as well. Xia Yu retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, shielding the lighter as he ignited it. Exhaling a deep plume of smoke. Xia Yu, you say I know this person? Pray tell, who exactly are you speaking of? Zhong Yanhong asked, half in disbelief, as she contemplated everyone she knew in her mind. Xia Yu grasped Zhong Yanhong's hands, gazing deeply into her enchanting eyes. After a moment of hesitation, he finally mustered the courage to speak. Yanhong, you are indeed acquainted with this person. He is Hu Dong, the manager of the production department who lingered at your dormitory this afternoon. Xia Yu felt an inner turmoil about whether to reveal the truth to Zhong Yanhong. Xia Yu, are you joking? Do you realize that he is the production manager, earning at least 30 to 40,000 a month? I know he is interested in me. He wouldn't go so far as to hire someone to harm you. Would he? Zhong Yanhong's expression was a mix of bitter laughter and confusion, unable to believe that Hu Dong would resort to such actions. Yanhong, you are right. Initially, I only suspected him, doubting he would go to such lengths for you. It isn't merely about harming me. However, I can assert that he has indeed sought to poison me, that I cannot yet confirm whether he is the mastermind. But he certainly played a role. Xia Yu comforted Zhong Yanhong by wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Though it was she who needed solace most. Happy New Year to the readers of Yu. Chapter 64. Pursuit of the truth. Xia Yu chased after, witnessing the assailant's escape, yet he found himself powerless. Unable to discern the criminal's appearance. The only detail he could confirm was the assailant's attire. A blue tracksuit, a red helmet with a white stripe, and an old second-hand motorcycle. He took Zhong Yanhong's hand, and they ran, finally halting beneath the company dormitory after nearly 10 minutes. Yanhong, I've considered this. If we report to the police now, we will undoubtedly be suspected as accomplices, while the true culprit remains at large, leaving us no time to investigate the underlying conspiracy. Xia Yu inhaled deeply, turning to fix his gaze on Zhong Yanhong. Xia Yu, I am so scared. Zhong Yanhong had never encountered such a daunting situation in her life and collapsed into Xia Yu's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Yanhong, fear not. I am here, and I will protect you and uncover the true mastermind behind this. Xia Yu gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her. The dormitory is just a few steps away. Once we separate, you must act as if nothing has occurred. Xia Yu hoped fervently that Zhong Yanhong could maintain her composure, leaving the subsequent matters to him. Zhong Yanhong, following Xia Yu's advice, released him and cautiously approached the dormitory door. As if in a trance, he had intended to stay with her longer, but the current circumstances compelled him to seek the truth. Xia Yu pondered why trouble seemed to find him repeatedly. If someone intended to take his life, they could simply confront him directly, sparing others from involvement. He quickly spotted a vehicle parked by the roadside, glanced around to ensure the area was clear, then swiftly opened the door and slipped inside, shutting it behind him. His only hope now rested with Ming Zihua, Hu Dong's lover. More accurately, Hu Dong was her paramour. This woman was no ordinary individual. Xia Yu started the car and drove towards Li Tianhu's residence, having previously inquired about its location, which now proved invaluable. After approximately 15 minutes, he arrived at the residential complex of Li Tianhu, marked prominently at the entrance with the words Kangcheng Shijia. After considerable effort, Xia Yu finally located a parking space by the roadside. The parking lot of the residential community required real name authentication for usage, a rather cumbersome procedure. Thus, Xia Yu chose to park farther away rather than face the hassle. Once the car was secured, he swiftly traversed the landscaped area at the entrance, arriving at the gate manned by a security guard. The guardhouse was brightly lit, and from a distance, one could observe a middle-aged security officer seated inside, sipping from a thermos. Whether it contained hot water or tea remained uncertain. Xia Yu pondered the strict access controls of such a high-end community. It was quite possible that facial recognition or fingerprint scanning was required for entry. He feigned the demeanor of a resident, acting oblivious as he approached the entrance. However, as soon as he stepped into the area equipped with infrared sensors, alarms blared incessantly. and the red indicator light on the automated gate flashed frantically. The middle-aged security guard rushed out swiftly, obstructing Xia Yu's path. Initially, Xia Yu had harbored a casual attitude, hoping to test the waters and slip through unnoticed. But the outcome was contrary to his expectations. He should have registered with the guard beforehand. "Hello, young man. What brings you here at this late hour?" The security guard inquired courteously. Xia Yu had anticipated a loud reprimand. Considering the demeanor of factory security personnel, yet it appeared that the property management security was of a markedly higher caliber. "You're absolutely right. My name is Xia Yu, Xia as in summer, and Yu as in rain. My girlfriend resides here," Xia Yu asserted, just as he received a call from Hua Wanqiu. After terminating the call, he presented Hua Wanqiu's phone number to the security guard for verification. "Young man, you must know which building and unit your girlfriend lives in." To avoid the necessity of confirming with the homeowner, the middle-aged guard stated, typically inquiring in great detail for safety reasons, "Building 18, Unit 3, Zone A, Room 3208. Xia Yu replied that he had previously researched various details about Contractual before arriving, and the homeowner he mentioned was indeed a female resident. The middle-aged guard harbored no suspicions regarding Xia Yu. Instead, he dialed the number provided. "Hello, miss. There is a visitor named Xia Yu at the entrance claiming to be your boyfriend. Should I allow him entry?" The guard's tone was gentle, and judging by his sturdy build, he appeared to be a veteran. Hua Wanqiu, upon receiving the call, was momentarily taken aback, taking a moment to respond. "Yes, please let him in." "All right, my apologies for the disturbance." The guard concluded the call and permitted Xia Yu to enter. Internally, Xia Yu rejoiced, surprised at the effectiveness of his ruse. Had the guard been more observant, he would have likely been exposed. Xia Yu strode confidently inside, but shortly thereafter, his phone rang again. This time, it was Hua Wanqiu. "Xia Yu, are you all right? Where are you? When did I become your girlfriend?" Hua Wanqiu had merely intended to check in on Xia Yu, as he had not been to work or visited her rental apartment in recent days. "I'm currently in a residential community in the city. I'm doing well. I just entered a community that required verification from a resident. And your call came at the perfect moment, so I took advantage of it. Thank you for your assistance." Xia Yu felt it necessary to clarify the situation to Hua Wanqiu. "Xia Yu, I was quite startled as well. So that's what happened. What brings you to the city? Have you found that wicked woman who means to do us harm?" Hua Wanqiu seemed genuinely concerned about the matter. Summer rain. Summer rain. Hua Wanqiu Autumn sat on the couch in the rental apartment. While Summer Rain had already ended the call, beside her, Gu Cece munched on snacks while engrossed in a time travel costume drama. Summer Rain only had Li Tianhu's number in her possession, which represented her sole glimmer of hope. She was utterly oblivious to the whereabouts of Li Tianhu and Ming Sui Hua. She dialed Li Tianhu's number, and as expected, it was indeed him on the other end. "Hello, who is it? What do you want?" "I'm busy working," Li Tianhu panted. Out of breath, "It's me, your esteemed Summer Rain. Remember that small favor I asked of you? I was wondering if you might be free tomorrow." Summer Rain had never told such a lie before. Li Tianhu lay on his bed, recently exhausted from labor, while a woman beside him curled up in the blankets, her hair in disarray. "It's you, Summer Rain. I hope I haven't offended you too much earlier. Please forgive me. What can I assist you with? As long as it's within my capabilities, I will certainly do my utmost." Li Tianhu sat at the edge of the bed, leaning against the wall. His well-defined six-pack abs on display, adorned with tattoos of the Azure Dragon and White Tiger. "Well, I was hoping to purchase an apartment in Contractual, and I would like to ask for your help in finding a place. But I currently have no idea where you reside." "Summer Rain, I live in Building 18, Unit 3, Apartment 3209. If you're coming over, just give me a call beforehand, and I'll treat you to a meal." Although Li Tianhu was involved in a rough lifestyle, he appeared to be a rather practical individual. After hanging up the phone, Summer Rain scanned the distant high-rise elevator buildings, walking for a while before finally locating Building 18. Unit 3.it took several minutes just to reach Building 18. This upscale community was indeed quite expansive. If she were to become wealthy in the future, Summer Rain hoped to purchase a unit here as well. Upon arriving at Unit 3, she dashed up the stairs, finally exhaling in relief upon reaching apartment 2809. Meanwhile, while Li Tianhu was conversing with Summer Rain, the astute Ming Sui Hua sensed something amiss. After all, Summer Rain finding Li Tianhu could hardly bode well for her. Checking the time on her phone, it was precisely 11:30, an hour that should not disturb others. Yet, in her quest for the truth, she felt compelled to clarify matters. She knocked on the door, and surprisingly, Li Tianhu heard the sound of her knocking. Muttering curses under his breath, Li Tianhu grumbled a string of unsavory words before dragging himself to the door. Who is it? Who's knocking at this hour? Fatigue weighed heavily on him. He had just finished working and had not yet recovered, and sleepiness was overtaking him as he yawned repeatedly, peering through the electronic peephole. He was taken aback to find it was Summer Rain. Confused and unsure of her intentions, he nonetheless opened the door. Summer Rain, you're not here to discuss the apartment at this late hour. Are you? He asked, his curiosity piqued. Li Tianhu, I'm not here to see you. I need to speak with your girlfriend about something, rather than conversing with Li Tianhu. Summer Rain boldly entered his bedroom. Li Tianhu was understandably displeased by her unexpected visit, especially as she was seeking out his lover, Ming Zihua, rather than him. Ming Zihua, upon hearing the noise, hastily donned her nightgown, for she had just been without any clothing, with garments strewn about the floor belonging to both her and Li Tianhu. Ming Zihua, you have arrived quite late today, for there is a matter of great importance I wish to discuss with you that I hope you will speak truthfully. By the time Xia Yu burst into the room, Ming Zihua had already dressed and was sitting up. Handsome, if your intention is to seduce me, I might consider it, but you must inquire about the person who harmed you with the herb known as the heartbreak grass. I have nothing to divulge. Ming Zihua exuded a beguiling charm, her gaze ignited with sparks that ensnared the unwary. Xia Yu had no intention of peering at her, yet her words stirred his thoughts. When he activated his X-ray vision, Ming Zihua's delicate pink nightgown appeared as though she wore nothing at all, laid bare before him. Xia Yu, what are you staring at? Why is your face so flushed? Ming Zihua glanced at herself, finding no improper exposure. Xia Yu endeavored to divert his attention elsewhere, striving not to let his eyes linger upon her. Ming Zihua, I often blush when conversing with beautiful women. I must share some unfortunate news. Hu Dong has passed away. I hope you will assist me in uncovering the true culprit. Xia Yu's purpose for visiting today was to investigate this matter, his resolve unwavering until he achieved his goal. Handsome, do you take me for a fool? I dined with him just last night. Do not attempt to deceive me. Ming Zihua was utterly incredulous regarding Xia Yu's claims. Zihua, clarify your statement. You dined with that man today, yet you did not mention it to me. Upon hearing Xia Yu refer to another man in Ming Zihua's company, Li Tianhu was suddenly beset by a feeling of betrayal. Tiger brother, do not misunderstand. I have not wronged you. I mentioned to you before that when I first arrived in Shinin, he assisted me greatly. Ming Zihua, anxious and somewhat incoherent, feared Li Tianhu's reproach, though she feigned calmness. Xia Yu had not paid much attention to Ming Zihua's visage during their previous encounters, but in this close proximity, she was undeniably stunning, radiating femininity. Zihua, for the moment, I shall take your word for it. I have treated you well. Should you dare to cause me humiliation, do not blame me for my harshness. Li Tianhu cherished this woman dearly, since the tragic loss of his ex-wife in an accident. He had not harbored genuine feelings for anyone until he encountered Ming Zihua at a nightclub. Falling deeply in love. He had expended a considerable sum to extricate her from the nightclub. And though they had not formalized their union, she was undeniably his legitimate fiancée. Yet Xia Yu, my brother, to be candid, I have always held you in high regard. However, your reckless intrusion into my home tonight warrants an explanation. Li Tianhu had consistently shown deference to Xia Yu, possibly due to the sense of submission following his defeat. The weak always bow to the strong, and those who recognize the times are truly wise. Tiger brother, I have already stated that Hu Dong's death was shrouded in mystery. He was significant to your sister-in-law, and my purpose here is to uncover the truth. If she remains silent, she may very well become the next target. Xia Yu hoped that Li Tianhu would understand his impetuous entry into the dwelling. Li Tianhu turned his gaze toward Ming Zihua, who looked back at Xia Yu. In her heart, she mused that she could discern no deceit in that wretched boy's eyes. Yet she feared that if this were a trap, it might endanger Dong Gu. Ming Zihua perused her call history and unearthed the number she had dialed to reach Hu Dong that evening. After a moment's hesitation, she made the call. We apologize. The number you have dialed is currently switched off. Undeterred, Ming Zihua attempted 3 more times, then reached out to another number belonging to Hu Dong, only to be met with the same disheartening automated message. The wave of anxiety washed over her. As she began to fret whether Hu Dong had indeed taken drastic measures, it was imperative to note that Hu Dong was her true love. Her dalliance with Li Tianhu was merely a fleeting charade. Ming Zihua, what time is it? Xia Yu could only devise ways to persuade her of his sincerity. It was precisely midnight. Ming Zihua sat at the edge of her bed, her phone clutched tightly in her hand. Quick, turn on the television and tune into deep and satellite TV. Xia Yu had already anticipated potential news coverage. To her surprise, Ming Sihua complied with Xia Yu's instructions without resistance. She seized the remote and switched on the television, swiftly navigating to deep and satellite TV. The trio's gaze was fixed upon the screen. The rain fell incessantly, a relentless downpour. She turned on the heater, listened to classical English songs, and typed away. Life felt so solitary. If you have recommendation tickets, please cast them. Chapter 66. At a loss, the television was broadcasting the evening news on the hour, featuring a male anchor clad in a suit, delivering updates on the standard poor est. Ming Zihua's heart sank as she beheld Hu Dong's lifeless body being carried to an ambulance by paramedics. Tears streaming down her cheeks, revealing the depth of her affection for him. Alas, her beloved Hu Dong was merely a master of romantic affairs, now entangled with Zhong Yanhong, and now he was gone forever. Xia Yu, if you wish to know anything, I shall disclose it all. I must avenge Brother Dong. Ming Zihua's eyes were brimming with tears, yet she maintained a steady gaze upon Xia Yu, decisively turning off the television. Ming Zihua, do you know who Hu Dong's mastermind is? Xia Yu had hurriedly come this evening in pursuit of that very answer. Li Tianhu offered a tissue to Ming Zihua, who dabbed at the moist corners of her eyes. Handsome, I need to know who it is. I will confront him right away. Brother Dong once mentioned that if he were to eliminate you, he could secure 5 million. I firmly believe the murderer must be a wealthy individual, and he is targeting you. Xia Yu contemplated the individuals present in deep and, realizing that the number of those who could be deemed wealthy was rather scant. Aside from Li Tianhu, Qi Long, and Wang Fei, the rest were mere passers-by. Gentlemen, I sincerely apologize for the disturbance. I cannot think of anyone else that I kindly request Brother Hu to inquire through his connections. I shall not intrude further. Xia Yu surmised that remaining at Li Tianhu's residence would likely be a waste of time, and that a more measured approach was necessary. Brother Xia Yu, your matters are my concerns. I shall assist you to the very end. Li Tianhu accompanied Xia Yu to the door. Brother Hu, I apologize for the intrusion. Farewell. Xia Yu opened the door, uttering a final remark before departing from Li Tianhu's abode. With fatigue and unease weighing heavily upon him, Xia Yu exited the community. The security guard made no effort to impede his passage, allowing him to leave with the confidence befitting a genuine property owner. That night, he dreamt of his master guiding him up the mountain to forage for herbs, hunt, and practice martial arts. Xia Yu, were the chicken legs your master roasted delicious? Master, your roasted chicken legs are the most delectable. Xia Yu found himself ensnared in a lengthy dream, only awakening at dawn the following morning. Upon rousing, he glanced at the time and exclaimed in disbelief. It was nearly 8 o'clock. Sitting up, Xia Yu surveyed the dormitory. Noticing that Wang Gang and Shi Shuai were preparing to leave for work, Xia Yu mused to himself, wondering why they hadn't called out to him. He was undoubtedly going to be late for work again. Brothers, why didn't you wake me? Wang Gang replied. I intended to call you, but you appeared to be lost in a reverie of spring dreams. I didn't want to interrupt your pleasant slumber. With that, laughter erupted among the colleagues. Nonsense. Who was dreaming of spring? I just dreamed about my master. You lot should hurry off to work and stop your foolish chatter. After this exchange, the colleagues indeed departed the dormitory. Xia Yu sprang from his bed, dressing with remarkable speed. In less than 5 minutes, he brushed his teeth and washed his face, then turned to admire his handsome visage in the large mirror hanging by the balcony wall. Adjusting his hair with care, his sole focus was on reaching work early. 8 o'clock had long passed, and he was assuredly going to be late. The financial penalty was trivial, but the disruption of his daily routine of early rising was far more disheartening. He cursed the late night that had led to this predicament. Just as Xia Yu was about to leave the dormitory, he suddenly slapped his forehead, recalling an important task he had nearly forgotten. Mr. Wen Xian had entrusted him with the responsibility of picking someone up from the airport that morning. He almost let it slip his mind. From his pocket, he retrieved the photograph Mr. Wen had given him, which depicted a stunning young woman riding a black horse with an air of elegance. His phone vibrated incessantly in his pocket. Pulling it out, he saw it was a call from Zhong Yanhong. Xia Yu, why haven't you come to work yet? The morning meeting is about to commence. Hurry over. Have we identified the culprit from last night? Xia Yu, are you all right? If you need anything, don't hesitate to reach out. Zhong Yanhong expressed her concern for him, though she couldn't neglect her work to accompany him. Yanhong, don't worry. You know who I am. I am the indomitable Xia Yu, he assured her, fully aware that a young woman faced with such turmoil would likely be in distress. All right then. Remember to stay in touch. Goodbye. Zhong Yanhong reluctantly ended the call, as employees had already lined up, awaiting her to commence the meeting. After hastily purchasing a bowl of rice noodles from a street vendor, Xia Yu hopped into his car. The journey to the airport would take approximately an hour, but had Mr. Wen not solicited his help, Xia Yu would have preferred to remain uninvolved. As he was already burdened by the troubles of being wrongfully accused and the mysterious departure of Hu Dong. This time, however, was different. Xia Yu first drove to a car wash for maintenance and cleaning. With Mr. Wen's daughter scheduled to arrive at 11, he figured a half hour of servicing would suffice, after a lengthy period without maintenance. Xia Yu's car emerged revitalized, exuding a refreshing aura. Having settled the bill, he set off towards the Shun and Ostrich International Airport. Although the journey was supposed to take merely an hour, Xia Yu found himself delayed. Taking an hour and a half to reach his destination, the highways were congested with traffic, and without a driver's license, he feared the repercussions of being caught by the traffic police. Missing the pickup would be one thing, but wasting his own time could lead to dire consequences, perhaps even a stint behind bars. On this day, no distressing incidents befell Xia Yu. He safely arrived at the Ostrich International Airport. He hurriedly jogged to the designated pickup point. Just as the flight C-1208, carrying Wen Xian's daughter, had landed, after waiting for what felt like an eternity without any sign of Wen Xian's daughter, Xia Yu pondered, could that old coot Wen Xian have deceived me? Happy New Year. Chapter 67. The arrogant beauty. Just as Xia Yu began to lose hope in his weight, he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he was greeted by the sight of an extraordinarily beautiful woman. With an oval face and an S-shaped figure, adorned with black sunglasses, her fair complexion stood out strikingly. The cascade of lustrous black hair flowed down her back, with a few stray strands playfully drifting across her chest, enhancing her delicate charm. "Miss, you startled me. I don't recognize you," Xia Yu remarked, unable to place the girl before him, who was certainly not the Wen Hui from the photos he had seen. "Handsome, you may not know me, but I know you. Your name is Xia Yu, correct?" The beauty seemed familiar with Xia Yu, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Indeed, I am Xia Yu, with Xia meaning summer and Yu meaning rain. Might you be Wen Xian's daughter?" "Wen Hui?" Xia Yu scrutinized the chic young woman standing before him. "Yes, I am Wen Hui. You are the Xia Yu my father spoke of. Could you help me with my suitcase?" Wen Hui pointed towards a pink suitcase resting in the distance. "Of course, it's a trivial task." Xia Yu promptly rushed over to retrieve the suitcase and brought it before Wen Hui. "Handsome, I'm so tired. My legs are cramping a bit. Would you mind giving me a massage?" Wen Hui said playfully, attempting to tease Xia Yu. Xia Yu was no fool. He recognized Wen Xian's daughter's mischievous nature and was resolute in not falling for her antics. "Massage, you say? Please extend your pig trotter my way," he retorted, knowing exactly how to handle such unreasonable demands. "Who are you calling a pig trotter? Just so you know, I am a PhD graduate returning from overseas. That my request for a massage is a mark of respect towards you." Wen Hui boasted about her academic credentials, likely expecting to intimidate Xia Yu. She lifted her leg, showcasing her shapely limbs. However, Xia Yu was unimpressed by her educational accolades. In his eyes, both undergraduate and doctoral degrees bore the same weight of high learning yet low capability. He crouched down. GL2 middle-aged ruffians, one clad in a floral shirt and the other in a tank top, were idly smoking as they searched for their next target, upon spotting Wen Hui approaching alone to catch a ride. The man in the floral shirt set his sights on her. Wen Hui was seething with anger over Xia Yu's persistent absence, just as the two miscreants obstructed her path. "Hey there, little lady, where are you headed all alone? How about letting your big brother escort you?" The ruffian in the floral shirt extended his arm to block Wen Hui's way, casually blowing a puff of smoke in her direction. "Filthy scoundrel, do not provoke me, or you shall face dire consequences," Wen Hui retorted, her foot tapping in fury as she redirected her frustration with Xia Yu onto these two ruffians. "Doh, such bravado, my little beauty. Your cherry lips certainly have a sharp sting. I think it's time for your big brother to teach you a lesson." The muscular man in the tank top, his six-pack abs rippling, seemed eager to showcase his brute strength. "Scoundrel, perish." Wen Hui unleashed a fierce kick to the ruffian's vital region, causing him to howl in agony. "You shall soon learn what it means to have nothing." The man in the floral shirt sneered, brazenly reaching for Wen Hui's clothing. The more she resisted, the more exhilarated he became, until she delivered a resounding slap to his face. "Raucous wretch, today you shall experience the pleasures of life." The man in the floral shirt, nursing his stinging cheek, vowed to exact revenge on Wen Hui, while the other ruffian had regained his composure and closed in on her. "What do you intend to do, you vile miscreants? That boy up ahead with the suitcase is my boyfriend. I advise you both to think twice before provoking me." Realizing the peril she was in, Wen Hui felt a wave of fear wash over her. She began to lament Xia Yu, believing that if not for him, she would not have encountered these two ruffians. After all, she had never even held a boy's hand, and if she were to be bullied today, her resentment towards Xia Yu would be boundless. My dear, if he were truly your boyfriend, he would have come to your aid by now. You'd best comply with us. We promise to make you feel exquisite pleasure, the ruffian in the floral shirt declared, and both men erupted in a sinister laugh. Unbeknownst to them, Xia Yu possessed extraordinary hearing. He merely wished to teach Wenhui a lesson. Just as the ruffians prepared to advance on her once more, Xia Yu seized both their wrists. Brat, mind your own business. Interfering will only bring you misfortune. The muscular thug believed his physique would intimidate Xia Yu, though you two insist on being rendered incapable of fathering children before you relent. Xia Yu twisted their wrists, and with a series of audible cracks, their bones fractured. Handsome, spare me. I was blind to your prowess. I shall never again lay a finger on your girlfriend, the ruffian in the tank top pleaded, and both men fled in opposite directions. Went away. When did I become your boyfriend? Xia Yu pondered, utterly perplexed. Xia Yu, how naive of you. I have no desire to be your girlfriend. My previous response was merely a tactical delay. However, I must commend your skills. Unless you take me as your apprentice, I might reconsider. It turns out that Wenhui has a profound admiration for Chinese martial arts while studying abroad, enrolling in numerous martial arts classes. Though her instructors are all showy pretenders, just now, Xia Yu demonstrated the ability to break both their arms simultaneously. It was a sight she had never witnessed before. The idea of me accepting you as a disciple is utterly absurd. As Xia Yu laughed, she made her way toward the spot where her suitcase was placed, her car parked beside it. Xia Yu, if you agree to take me as your disciple, I am willing to meet any condition you impose. Aside from being your girlfriend, suddenly, Wenhui felt a strong desire to learn from him. My dear, are you truly willing to accept any condition? Xia Yu halted abruptly, turning to gaze intently at Wenhui, who blushed like a pink apple under his stare. Very well. All I ask is for you to pledge yourself to me. As a token of your sincerity, let us begin with a passionate kiss. Xia Yu teased her deliberately. You rogue, how are you any different from those two rascals earlier? Yet, for the sake of my martial arts dreams, I shall make this sacrifice. Wenhui scolded Xia Yu before closing her eyes and parting her cherry lips. Chapter 68. The Pain of Losing a Father. Xia Yu couldn't contain his laughter as he walked forward, leaving Wenhui foolishly awaiting his kiss. When she opened her eyes, Xia Yu was already several meters away. With no other choice, Wenhui followed in his wake. In a short while, Xia Yu had stowed her suitcase in the trunk. After finishing his task, he leaned against the side of the car, watching Wenhui approach. Though an observer might think he was admiring her beauty, in reality, he was surveying the passers-by. He pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Initially, he could afford the 20 yuan per pack yellow crane tower. But now he could only manage the 10 yuan white sands. As Wenhui drew nearer, she felt 100 grievances brewing within her. Yet for the sake of learning martial arts from Xia Yu, she forced a smile and a cute expression. Xia Yu, why are you walking so fast? I can barely keep up. Why don't you carry me? Though Wenhui was alone abroad, she was accustomed to others doing things for her, relying on her father at home and her industrious friends outside. Carry you? I wouldn't even carry a pig. Xia Yu took a puff of his cigarette and exhaled it toward Wenhui's face. You are such a terrible person. Fine, I'll walk on my own. Wenhui did not witness Xia Yu loading her luggage. She assumed they would continue on foot. Suit yourself. Having nearly finished his cigarette, Xia Yu extinguished the butt underfoot until it no longer emitted smoke. Afterward, he slipped into the driver's seat, fastening his seatbelt and starting the engine. Wenhui's mind was filled with dissatisfaction towards Xia Yu, and she couldn't comprehend why her father would send such a person to pick her up, only to deliberately make her walk further. Xia Yu drove the car directly to Wenhui's left, prompting her to finally stop. As the summer rain ceased, Xia Yu halted the vehicle, stretching his arm to open the passenger door. This seemingly trivial task proved to be unexpectedly cumbersome. Wenhui, with her extraordinarily large eyes, fixed her gaze upon Xia Yu in silence. She harbored a deep-seated resentment towards him, yet simultaneously yearned to learn martial arts from him, a contradiction that left her bewildered. In a fit of exasperation, she finally entered the car and forcefully slammed the door shut, her dissatisfaction with Xia Yu growing ever more palpable. The automobile gradually set off towards the residence of Mr. Wenexine. Through the rearview mirror, Xia Yu took his first careful look at Wenhui. Her long, lustrous black hair bore an unfortunate yellowish tint, and the pink dress she wore imbued her with a youthful charm. Her exquisite visage captivated the gaze. and her model-like stature, standing at an impressive height of nearly 170 centimeters, made Xia Yu, at 180 centimeters, appear less towering beside her. "Hello, may I inquire if you're Miss Wenhui?" A melodious voice resonated from the other end of the phone. "I am Wenhui. What is the matter?" She felt a tinge of confusion, as she had no acquaintances in Shinan. "Miss Wen, it is urgent. Your father is gravely ill with advanced lung cancer and hypertension. He likely will not survive today, but he wishes to see you one last time. Please hurry to room 36208 on the 3rd floor of the Municipal People's Hospital." The caller's tone shifted to one of grave seriousness, devoid of any embellishments. "Okay, thank you. I will be there immediately. Xia Yu, drive quickly to the Municipal People's Hospital. My father is critically ill." When Huey's face paled in fright. She had always been the apple of her father's eye, and the thought of losing him left her uncertain about her future. Xia Yu, having overheard when Huey's conversation, promptly turned the car around and sped towards the city. Fortunately, it would only take about 20 minutes to reach the Municipal People's Hospital. Only now did Xia Yu comprehend why Mr. Wen Xian had imparted so many words to him previously. He was aware that his time was limited, and the one thing he could not relinquish was his sheltered daughter. The vehicle dashed through the urban streets at an astonishing speed of 100 kilometers per hour, perhaps leading onlookers to believe the driver was engaged in a race. Xia Yu glanced at Wenhui through the rearview mirror, noticing her tear-streaked face, and unexpectedly felt a surge of compassion. He reached for a few tissues from the glove compartment and handed them to the beautiful Wenhui. As she accepted the tissues, Wenhui dabbed at her recently shed tears, fervently praying to the heavens for a chance to see her father one last time. At that moment, Xia Yu found himself at a loss for words. All he could do was accelerate the vehicle, hoping to expedite Wenhui's reunion with her father. This was the only assistance he could offer her, for Xia Yu, having grown up without the presence of his parents, raised solely by his master on Tongwang Mountain, he now found himself in a similar predicament, devoid of any news regarding his master's condition. Time seemed to fly by, and Xia Yu's prowess as a speedy driver earned him admiration. Arriving punctually at room 36208 on the 3rd floor, Xia Yu accompanied Wenhui, who rushed to her father's bedside. Mr. Wen Xian was frail, his arms adorned with numerous 4 drips, and the heart monitor displayed alarming readings. Yet, he still clung to life. "Dad, please don't leave me. What will I do without you?" Wenhui sobbed uncontrollably at her father's bedside. Despite being on the brink of death, Mr. Wen Xian exuded an air of optimism. Casting a long glance at Xia Yu. "Your father has lived for so long, and it is time for him to find a place of tranquility. After I depart, you must heed the words of brother Xia Yu. Remember this well." Wenhui grasped her father's hands, now stiff and pale, as tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. "Father, I shall remember everything you have said. I implore you, do not leave me." Wenhui leaned on to her father, wishing to accompany him in his final moments. "Brother Xia Yu, come here for a moment. Though we have only met once, I hold you in high regard. You are a kind-hearted, accomplished, virtuous, and ambitious young man. I entrust my daughter to you, hoping you will treat her well." As Mr. Wen Xian spoke, he coughed intermittently, occasionally spitting out blood. With one rigid hand, he bore the pain and pulled Xia Yu's hand towards Wenhui, pressing it against hers. Chapter 69. The Heartbroken Pacific Ocean. Xiao Hui, my dear daughter, I shall journey to another world. For my sake, you must live well. That Mr. Wen Xian's complexion was ashen, devoid of any color. He knew he would not survive the day and wished for his daughter to lead a good life. "Father, I will die. I beg you, do not leave Huier." Wenhui had never wept so openly before Mr. Wen Xian. She had countless times disregarded her father's advice, insisting on studying abroad, and now, the thought of being unable to stay by his side was unbearable. "Silly girl, though I may no longer be present, I have found you a lifelong companion. It all depends on your fate. Matters of the heart cannot be forced, but I hope you will find a good family in the future. Then I shall have no regrets in this life." Mr. Wen Xian's condition was deteriorating. He coughed relentlessly while Wenhui offered him gentle pats on the back. "Father, do not worry. I will take good care of myself." Wenhui's tearful visage was far more endearing than her previous confrontational stance with Xia Yu at the airport. "Xiao Hui, then I shall rest easy. Recently, I drafted a will with lawyer Lu. Apart from my clinic and a property, which have been transferred to your name, the remaining assets will be handled by lawyer Lu." Mr. Wen Xian's voice grew increasingly labored. Xia Yu could distinctly feel Mr. Wen Xian's hand growing colder, with the parameters on the monitor becoming increasingly unstable. "Brother Xia Yu, I have lived my life with one great regret. not leaving a male heir for the Wen family. However, upon first seeing you, I felt as though you resembled my own son. Perhaps you may never become my son-in-law, but I have one request. Could you call me godfather? Mr. Wen Xan struggled to speak, finding it increasingly difficult to articulate, yet he managed to express so much. It was evident that time was truly short. Xia Yu listened intently to Mr. Wen Xian's words, exchanging a glance with Wen Hui, who nodded. Xia Yu seemed to understand what to do. Calling him godfather would not diminish anything, and considering his own lack of paternal affection, it was a small joy to embrace. Godfather, rest assured, I will take good care of Wen Hui. You can trust me. Xia Yu was already aware that Mr. Wen Xian would not endure much longer. Mr. Wen Xian smiled at Xia Yu and Wen Hui, his head suddenly drooping as he took his last breath. Doctor, doctor. Regardless of how loudly Xia Yu and Wen Hui cried out for a doctor, Mr. Wen Xian had quietly departed from this world. Dr. Wang, the attending physician on duty on the third floor of the inpatient department, hurriedly rushed over with an assistant upon hearing Wen Hui's anguished cries. The attending physician held a device to measure the heartbeat and placed it against Mr. Wen Xian's chest, only to shake his head in resignation. Wen Hui collapsed by Wen Xian's bedside, weeping uncontrollably. The agony of losing a loved one can only be profoundly understood by those who have endured it. Wen Xian was her sole kin in this world, and now he was gone, leaving her to confront the complexities and uncertainties of life alone. Xia Yu had no choice but to forcibly pull her away from Wen Xian's side. The more he tugged, the more agitated she became, leaving him with no option but to resort to strength to drag her aside. Xia Yu wiped away the tears streaming down Wen Hui's face. Having never encountered such a situation before, he was at a loss as to how to console her. Raising children for the sake of one's old age, this moment also tested Xia Yu as a man. Demanding that he manage this unforeseen crisis and provide guidance for the aftermath, he first arranged for a transport vehicle, and according to custom, enlisted porters to assist in dressing Mr. Wen Xian in a beautiful outfit. Before making a phone call to the funeral home to inquire about the actual situation, after all these arrangements, Xia Yu sat beside Wen Hui, awaiting the arrival of the transport vehicle. She had ceased crying. Sitting vacantly on the chair, devoid of expression, resembling a lifeless puppet, the porters finished their tasks, having changed Mr. Wen Xian's attire, and once completed, Xia Yu settled their payment. Coincidentally, the porter encountered the transport driver on the first floor. Although they were strangers to one another, when the transport driver arrived, each person bore a myriad of emotions. Throughout this process, Xia Yu was hands-on, directing the transport driver on how to lift and load the body, explaining everything in meticulous detail. Wen Hui, no matter how heartbroken you are, death cannot be undone. You must take care of yourself. Now, we must proceed to the crematorium. Xia Yu suddenly found himself at a loss for how to comfort Wen Hui. Offering solace was indeed a vulnerability for him. He took Wen Hui's hand, and she offered no resistance, perhaps too consumed by sorrow to muster the energy for anything else. Xia Yu drove Wen Hui all the way to the city funeral home. At that moment, a torrential downpour began, as if the heavens had orchestrated this arrangement deliberately. Yet it was fortunate that the rain only commenced upon their arrival at the funeral home. The weather in Shun and was capricious, oscillating between cold and warm. The passing of Mr. Wen Xian seemed to be a divine design, urging Wen Hui to mature swiftly. Xia Yu instructed Wen Hui to wait in the lounge while he accompanied the transport personnel to transfer the body into the cremation chamber and then went to the payment window to obtain a receipt. Fortunately, there were only a few elderly deceased at the funeral home that day, and it would soon be Mr. Wen Xian's turn. Once Xia Yu paid the transport fee, the porters began to leave. At this moment, Xia Yu realized that an entire day had been consumed by sorrow and tension. Although physically drained and mentally exhausted, every moment had been worthwhile. Finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, he entered the lounge where Wen Hui was waiting. Although referred to as a lounge, it resembled more of an observation room, with screens on the walls displaying the cremation furnace number and personal information of the deceased. After approximately half an hour, the cremation was completed. Xia Yu led Wen Hui to the reception room. Wen Hui clutched the urn that the staff had handed her, tears streaming down her face once more. The staff conducted a brief handover ceremony, which, if it had taken place in the countryside, would have been particularly elaborate and intricate. Xia Yu accompanied Wen Hui as they carried the urn to the car. Of course, you can. In fact, I intended to ask you how you plan to handle it. Since you've mentioned it, I can't help but feel it's feasible. Later, you can enlist an artist to paint a portrait of your father and hang it on the wall. And that will be a significant accomplishment. Although Xia Yu had never experienced such loss personally, During his time at Tongwang Mountain, he had witnessed many of his senior brothers encounter similar situations. No problem, let's go. Chapter 70. It's wonderful to be home. Xia Yu drove, eager to offer some comforting words to Wen Hui, but the sight of her in the rearview mirror stirred feelings of compassion within him. He decided it was best to let her have some quiet time. After approximately an hour of driving, Xia Yu safely delivered Wen Hui to the community where the clinic was located. He parked the car, stepped out, and stretched lazily. He opened the car door for Wen Hui. She emerged slowly from the back seat, still enveloped in her sorrow. Wen Hui, where does your father live? Xia Yu only knew that her father had a clinic on the first floor, but he was entirely unaware of his actual residence. Xia Yu glanced at Wen Hui and followed her gaze. Indeed, as she had said, all the lights above the clinic were ablaze, except for one apartment on the fourth floor, which remained dark. Wen Hui, could you please let me go up with you? I'm feeling quite afraid to be alone right now. Though Wen Hui was not typically timid, her fear now transcended mere apprehension. More significantly, she felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness, having lost her only family member. All right, Wen Hui, I hadn't intended to accompany you, but since you've expressed your desire, I shall comply. Xia Yu spoke these words. Though his mind was occupied with many pressing matters that required his attention, including the unresolved case of Hudong's demise, which loomed like a ticking time bomb, Wen Hui led the way. While Xia Yu retrieved her suitcase from the trunk and followed her up the stairs, after a moment of catching her breath, Wen Hui approached an apartment numbered 404, she pulled a gleaming set of keys from her handbag, one of which was the key to room 404. Xia Yu glanced at the doorplate. The number seemed ominously inauspicious for 04, a number that carried unfortunate connotations. Wen Hui unlocked the door and switched on the light. Rows of illuminated circular LED lights in the ceiling cast a bright glow upon them. She placed a portrait of Wen Xian on the table, scrutinizing the room's every detail, reminiscing about the times her father had taken her on adventures in nature. Perhaps it was the nostalgia that triggered her emotions. Upon spotting a photograph of herself with her father, she couldn't hold back her tears, a stark contrast to her usually vivacious demeanor. Xia Yu set down the suitcase and surveyed the interior of Wen Hui's home. It was evident that her father was someone who truly cherished life, as reflected in the tasteful layout and decor. Meanwhile, Xia Yu's stomach growled in protest, and he found himself eager to order a meal. Regardless of whether Wen Hui felt like eating, he was determined to order takeout. After finishing the meal, Xia Yu meticulously observed the actual condition of the house that Xia Yu had suspected. It was a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room residence. Although it was somewhat distant from the city center, the price exceeded one's imagination. This house was equally unfamiliar to Wen Hui. She had only spent a single occasion here and was as oblivious to the details of the property as Xia Yu. The living room featured an elegantly understated light gray sofa, while a 55-inch curved LCD television from an unknown brand adorned the wall opposite. Stepping onto the balcony, one could see it brimming with an array of vibrant flowers and plants. It was evident that Mr. Wen had a profound appreciation for birds, insects, and flora during his lifetime. Otherwise, the arrangement of the home would not reflect such a passion. Xia Yu noted that Mr. Wen's bedroom was remarkably simple, containing merely a bed and a substantial bookshelf filled with a variety of books. The other 2 rooms were vacant, with the sole furnishings being a mattress, while Xia Yu examined the rooms. Wen Hui seated herself on the sofa, silent, in stark contrast to her usual demeanor, which would have erupted into a quarrel with Xia Yu by now. The doorbell rang, and Xia Yu, not far from the entrance, approached and opened the door to find the delivery person with their meal. Xia Yu accepted the 2 servings of clay pot rice with a grateful thank you before closing the door. As Xia Yu drove, he yearned to offer Wen Hui some comforting words, yet her reflection in the rearview mirror evoked a sense of pity, leading him to decide it was best to allow her some quietude. After approximately an hour's journey, Xia Yu safely delivered Wen Hui to the residential community where the clinic was located. He parked the car, stepped out, and stretched lazily before opening the door for Wen Hui. The house remained a stranger to Wen Hui. Her solitary visit had left her as uninformed as Xia Yu. The living room's light gray sofa exuded a refined elegance, complemented by the unremarkable 55-inch curved LCD television on the opposite wall. The balcony, too, was a testament to Mr. Wen's love for nature, overflowing with a myriad of flowers and plants. The light gray sofa in the hall exudes an understated elegance, while a 55-inch curved LCD television from an unknown brand adorns the opposite wall. Stepping onto the balcony reveals a delightful assortment of flowers and plants piled up in that space. In Chapter 71, the affluent attorney Tang Jun sits beside Wen Hui, with Xia Yu seated next to her. Tang Jun retrieves from his briefcase the will distribution proposal that he had previously drafted with the late Mr. Wen Xian. Miss Wen, your father had long anticipated this day. I express my deepest condolences regarding your father's passing. According to Mr. Wen's wishes, he currently possesses a registered clinic, a property, and savings amounting to 20 million. As these figures escaped Tang Jun's lips, both Xia Yu and Wen Hui were taken aback. Xia Yu had always perceived Mr. Wen's lifestyle as remarkably simple and unassuming, while Wen Hui could not fathom how her father could amass such wealth from running a clinic. Lawyer Tang, please elaborate on the specific distribution plan. Wen Hui casually inquired, pouring a glass of water for him. Miss Wen, you are your father's only daughter. He wished for your happiness and for you to lead a fulfilling life. In addition to the clinic and property, which can be transferred to your name immediately, the remaining 20 million will be deposited into your account over 4 years, with transfers occurring on March 1st each year to your designated bank card. After taking a sip from his teacup, Tang Jun continued, Thank you for coming here so late, Lawyer Tang. Although Wen Hui had never directly interacted with him, she often heard her father mention his name. Miss Wen, there is no need for gratitude. I have been a close friend of your father's for many years. His matters are my own. Tang Jun had always held this sentiment, by the way. You are Mr. Xia Yu, correct? Mr. Wen mentioned in his will that if you can care for Miss Wen for 5 years and ensure her safety, you will receive a reward of 1 million. With an initial deposit of 50,000. Should you fail to fulfill this obligation, the remaining 950,000 will be directly transferred to Miss Wen's account. The lawyer cleared his throat, glanced at Xia Yu, and nodded repeatedly before speaking. Brother Xia, I firmly believe you will succeed. Miss Wen is of your age, and she hopes you will assist her in her daily life. Tang Jun's words conveyed Mr. Wen's greatest concern during his lifetime. His daughter, though inherently intelligent, had been pampered since childhood and had never undertaken household chores. He entrusted this message to Lawyer Tang Jun, hoping Xia Yu would look after her. Rest assured, Lawyer Tang, I will diligently fulfill Mr. Wen's request. Xia Yu understood Mr. Wen's deep paternal affection but recognized the limitations of their relationship. While safety was assured, the intricacies of personal matters remained uncertain. He could only take it one day at a time, wishing for Wen Hui's well-being, which would ease his own burdens. Xia Yu accepted the business card Tang Jun offered, feeling impressed by his esteemed position. Lawyer Tang, by the way, I wish to sell the clinic. Although it represents my father's lifetime of dedication, I have no aptitude for medicine and hope to transfer it to someone genuinely knowledgeable in the field. Wen Hui's reasoning was quite sound, as her studies in e-commerce were worlds apart from the medical profession. Miss, that is entirely agreeable. I shall abide by your wishes. Tang Jun rose to his feet, acutely aware that he had been seated in Wen Hui's home for quite some time. Could you trouble Lawyer Tang to assist me? My father passed away today, and I am utterly devoid of any spirit. Indeed, Wen Hui appeared to be a different person. The contrast between her demeanor when Xia Yu first encountered her in the airport lounge and her current quietude was striking. Ladies, it is truly getting late. Let us discuss any matters tomorrow. Tang Jun shook hands with Xia Yu, exchanged pleasantries, and prepared to take his leave. When Hui approached the door to assist Tang Jun in opening it, they exchanged a few casual words. And only after Tang Jun's silhouette vanished from her sight did she close the door. When Hui paused momentarily, contemplating inviting Xia Yu to stay the night, yet hesitated to voice it, fearing it might lead him to misconstrue her intentions as those of a frivolous woman. It's rather late. Why not spend the night here? We have 3 rooms available, provided you don't harbor any improper thoughts, Wen Hui suggested, glancing towards the bedroom before looking at Xia Yu. Ha ha ha. Are you not afraid that I might sneak into your room at night? Xia Yu jested, hoping to lighten her mood. That I am not the least bit concerned about you. Rest assured, I possess a lethal weapon specifically designed to deal with those with nefarious intentions. Wen Hui finally revealed a hint of a smile, a rare and precious sound of laughter. Beautiful lady, you possess a lethal weapon? Should I keep my distance? Pray tell, should I be afraid? Xia Yu mused, recalling the various lethal weapons he had encountered before. Xia Yu, I must confess. The secrets of the universe are not to be divulged easily. If you wish to witness it, you are welcome to come and test it tonight, Wen Hui declared with confidence, seemingly assured of her capabilities. Wen Hui, do get some rest. Until tomorrow. Xia Yu, standing at a height of 1.80 meters, towered over Wen Hui, who had to look up to meet his gaze. Approaching the door, Wen Hui opened it for him. Their conversation was minimal. Xia Yu advised her to call him if she needed anything before departing from Wen Hui's home. Once outside the community, he approached his car, climbing into the driver's seat. He glanced up at the light in Wen Hui's room, reflecting on the meaningful deed he had accomplished today. As he ignited the engine, pressed the accelerator, and engaged the gear to leave. A piercing female scream erupted from the fourth-floor window. Xia Yu swiftly exited the car and hurried up to the fourth floor, flinging open the door and rushing into Wen Hui's chamber. She was huddled in a corner, her legs trembling uncontrollably, as if she had lost her very soul, repeatedly uttering the word snake. Xia Yu scanned the room for anything amiss and, after a thorough search, discovered a small green snake on her bed. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was merely a plastic toy intended for children. Shaking his head, he held up the plastic snake for Wen Hui to see, explaining repeatedly until she gradually began to calm down. As he extended his right hand to pull her up, she stood and embraced him tightly, finally feeling a sense of safety. Chapter 72. Affectionate sentiments. Wen Hui's current sensation was akin to holding the cosmos in her arms. Devoid of romantic love, yet enveloped in the warmth of his embrace. After a moment, Xia Yu gently pushed her away. Wen Hui, that thing was merely a child's toy. It must have been something you played with in your youth. Xia Yu hoped to clarify the misunderstanding so that Wen Hui could rest peacefully, rather than be startled by every little thing. Xia Yu, I find myself engulfed in fear when I am alone. Would you be so kind as to stay here tonight? Please do not misunderstand me. My home boasts 3 rooms, and the living room has a sofa for you to choose from at your leisure. Wen Hui suddenly adopted a cute demeanor, resembling a frightened little bird seeking refuge. Wen Hui, you are the one who suggested this, Xia Yu replied. Are you not afraid that I might sneak into your room under the cover of darkness? Or that the neighbors might gossip? He reclined leisurely on the sofa, hands clasped behind his head, exuding an air of relaxation. Wen Hui instinctively distanced herself from Xia Yu upon seeing him settle into the sofa. Yet she quickly took a seat beside him. Xia Yu, with your striking looks, I cannot fathom that you would engage in such behavior. Surely, those who admire you must line up in droves, she remarked, her disbelief evident. Wen Hui, you flatter me excessively. I am not the exalted figure you envision. I am merely a working-class individual wandering through Shunan, still striving to secure my daily meals, Xia Yu replied. His eyes half closed, revealing the toll of sleepless nights. You are far too modest, Xia Yu. Please recline for a moment while I take a quick shower. Do not leave, as I have many inquiries to pose to you. Wen Hui urged, standing as she spoke. Very well. I shall rest for a while, Xia Yu murmured, closing his eyes in hopes of a much-needed slumber. When Wen Hui emerged from her room, Xia Yu remained lost in deep sleep. She made her way to the bathroom, turned on the shower, and adjusted the temperature before stepping under the cascading water. The sound of water splashing onto the floor was particularly melodious, even reaching Xia Yu's ears from the living room. Wen Hui closed the bathroom door, quickly disrobed, and reveled in the soothing embrace of the shower, seeking to alleviate her stress and emerge from the shadows. Warm steam enveloped her, and after a brief respite, she donned a pink nightgown that rendered her irresistibly charming, her long hair cascading gracefully, droplets of water still clinging to her forehead. Meanwhile, Xia Yu found himself in the midst of a dream. Chasing a beautiful woman through a stunning golden field of rapeseed that he ran fervently, calling out the girl's name, pursuing her tirelessly until, at the very last moment, he finally caught up. Yet, her face remained turned away, and he was left in ignorance of her identity. Just as she turned around, Xia Yu jolted awake. To his astonishment, he discovered himself seated on the sofa, beads of sweat adorning his forehead, still oblivious to the identity of the girl from his dream. As Xia Yu opened his eyes in a state of surprise, Wen Hui stepped out of the bathroom, that a sudden brightness filled Xia Yu's gaze. He noticed Wen Hui's beauty had blossomed, especially in her current state, which ignited a surge of impulsive thoughts. Clad in a white nightgown, he was struck by the 4 characters, I love Huaxia. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, I love Huaxia, startling Wen Hui in the process. She glanced down at herself, realizing her white nightgown was indeed thick, leaving her baffled as to how Xia Yu could possibly perceive the words on her undergarments. An impossibility. Xia Yu, you rogue? Wen Hui could not help but exclaim, her arms instinctively crossing over her chest, clutching the fabric of her nightgown. Wen Hui, it matters not how you phrase it. You have invited me to spend the night here, yet now you seem apprehensive about my rising. Xia Yu deliberately spoke in a playful tone to elicit a smile from Wen Hui. Xia Yu, I fear you not. I am well aware of your formidable skills, but I possess a remarkably strong memory and shall not be intimidated by you. Now, confess honestly, did you sneak a glance while I was bathing? Wen Hui pondered this conundrum, Arriving at only one conceivable conclusion, she could accept that my dear, I have already stated that I was asleep just moments ago. There was no impropriety on my part. However, I did have a delightful dream, wherein I chased a girl through a field of rapeseed. She wore a white t-shirt emblazoned with I love Xia. Yet I awoke before I could discern her features. Xia Yu rose and approached Wen Hui, a waft of fragrant femininity enveloping him, intoxicating him with its allure. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a scent. Yet, a myriad of pressing concerns awaited his attention. The identity of those who conspired against him remained undiscovered. And now Hudong had met an untimely and mysterious end. He had not visited Hua Wanqiu and Gu Sisi in quite some time, for they were his two dearest friends in Shunan. Having neglected to bring a change of clothes, the thoughtful Wen Hui rummaged through her father's wardrobe, retrieving several garments he wore in his youth, a stylish denim ensemble, meticulously crafted, both the top and trousers exhibiting exquisite workmanship. Accepting the attire Wen Hui had procured for him, Xia Yu swiftly retreated to the bathroom. Upon entering, he noticed Wen Hui's discarded clothing strewn haphazardly across the bathroom, leaving him at a loss. A man of cleanliness, Xia Yu could not resist tidying up, placing the garments aside. Xia Yu, if you do not change, then it is merely a bath, not a shower. You should keep your clothes on. I feel particularly handsome and spirited this way to I in a moment. I shall wash your old clothes, and it will not be too late for you to wear them in the morning, Wen Hui insisted. Preventing Xia Yu from changing, Xia Yu's captivating gaze lingered on Wen Hui, and they exchanged glances for an extended moment. Ultimately, Wen Hui could not withstand the intensity of Xia Yu's stare, her heart racing. As he drew near, she shut her eyes. Chapter 73. A night's stay. Xia Yu observed Wen Hui with her eyes closed, and could not help but chuckle. Xia Yu, you are incorrigible. What is so amusing? Wen Hui, embarrassed by her earlier actions, longed for a hole to hide in. She approached Xia Yu and lightly punched his shoulder, seeking a semblance of fairness in this playful exchange that he remained still. Allowing her to strike him as she pleased, my dear, enough of the playful blows. It is time for you to rest early. Tomorrow demands an early rise. Wen Hui's gentle hits felt more like a tickle than a reprimand, akin to a soothing massage. Good night, my dear. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call. Xia Yu called after Wen Hui as she gradually made her way to the bedroom. Xia Yu found another room and entered. It contained only a simple spring bed, which felt particularly buoyant and comfortable as he sat upon it. Lying back, he experienced an unparalleled sense of comfort, though the circumstances felt somewhat surreal, leaving him in need of adjustment. Soon, he drifted into slumber, dreaming of cherished memories from his childhood on Tong Wang Mountain, calling out his master's name in his dreams. When Xia Yu awoke, it was already precisely 7 o'clock in the morning. He completed his brushing, face washing, and dressing in just under 15 minutes. Time is money. Xia Yu simply tidied his hair, and with everything in place, he was ready to depart. Wen Hui, I'm leaving now. Call me if anything comes up, he announced, knocking lightly on Wen Hui's door with a particularly vibrant voice. Xia Yu, understood. Make sure to get to work early, Wen Hui replied, her voice still drowsy. Despite her deep slumber, Xia Yu's resonant call roused her. She turned over, propped herself up on her side, and called out a few times towards the bedroom door. Shaking his head, Xia Yu chuckled softly as he made his way to the entrance, opened the door, and locked it behind Wen Hui before heading downstairs and leaving the community. He stopped at the roadside for a quick breakfast, relishing a satisfying meal, and didn't he forget to order a delivery for Wen Hui. Upon returning to the company, the workshop was as bustling as ever, filled with a lively atmosphere and a plethora of orders. Xia Yu spotted Hua Wanqiu, Gu Sisi, Xiaobu Jian, and Wang Gang all present in the workshop. From a distance, Zhong Yanhong caught sight of Xia Yu. A day without seeing him felt like an eternity. Her thoughts were consumed by him, and in his absence, she often found herself lost in reverie at her desk. Even once nearly spilling hot water on her hand. Before Xia Yu had even crossed the threshold into the workshop, Zhong Yanhong dashed to the entrance. Hua Wanqiu harbored the same intention of greeting Xia Yu. Yet upon seeing Zhong Yanhong already advance, she hesitated, leaving Gu Sisi to voice her discontent on Hua Wanqiu's behalf. In Gu Sisi's eyes, Hua Wanqiu was the one most deserving of Xia Yu. Although, in reality, their relationship was merely that of ordinary friends, far from anything romantic, which perplexed Gu Sisi and allowed Zhong Yanhong to take the lead. Supervisor Zhong, nothing significant has happened in the company lately. Has it? Xia Yu casually inquired. To his surprise, Zhong Yanhong's expression shifted dramatically, turning somber as she recalled Hudong's case, sending a shiver down her spine. Xia Yu. The police have visited the company numerous times regarding Hu Dong's death, and they are still investigating, she disclosed, her tone laden with helplessness. It was evident she had witnessed Hu Dong's murder but had not glimpsed the perpetrator. The underlying conspiracy remained shrouded in countless unknowns. Yin Hong, I apologize for bringing this up and distressing you. I will make it my mission to uncover the true culprit and bring them to justice, Xia Yu reassured her, realizing the weight of her sorrowful demeanor and regretting his choice of topic. Xia Yu, let's hope so. The perpetrator must not escape unpunished, Zhong Yin Hong affirmed, her spirit still filled with hope, believing that one day the truth would prevail and justice would be served. Yin Hong, aren't we holding a morning meeting today? Why are some colleagues already busy? Xia Yu observed, noticing a dozen unread messages on his phone, including those from Zhong Yin Hong and Hua Wanqiu. Production is being expedited. The morning meeting has been cancelled, Zhong Yin Hong explained, glancing at the assembly line bustling with activity before turning back to Xia Yu. Xia Yu approached Hua Wanqiu, who was evaluating the overall performance reliability of a smartphone. Her desk cluttered with various refurbished and counterfeit devices, all imitations of renowned brands. Xia Yu, it has been a long time since we last met. How have you been lately? Hua Wanqiu has not seen Xia Yu for several days, and she must have been worried about him. It is evident to an observant person that Hua Wanqiu actually cares quite a bit for Xia Yu. Hua Wanqiu responds, I am doing well, but I feel ill at ease without your presence. Xia Yu playfully teases Hua Wanqiu. Xia Yu, your nature remains unchanged. You are beyond redemption. Let me tell you, the person who feels out of sorts is right here. Hua Wanqiu gazes in the direction of Zhong Yin Hong, convinced that Zhong Yin Hong and Xia Yu are the true couple. Hua Wanqiu, I speak the truth. If you don't believe me, come and feel my heart. Xia Yu takes Hua Wanqiu's hand and places it over his heart. Meanwhile, the surrounding colleagues remain diligently focused on their work, completely oblivious to the playful banter between Xia Yu and Hua Wanqiu, which alleviates her unease considerably. Xia Yu encourages Hua Wanqiu to stand, and he fetches his phone to assist her in measuring something. Onlookers might easily mistake them for a couple. However, Gu Sisi nearby appears somewhat displeased. Having noticed that Xia Yu has spoken a word to her, with the testing apparatus towering between them, she finds it challenging to engage Xia Yu in conversation, while Xia Yu is engrossed in lively chatter with Hua Wanqiu. Outsiders might indeed perceive them as a romantic pair. Chapter 74. Peril lurks everywhere and is a place teeming with a diverse population, no matter where one hails from. This city possesses a remarkable inclusivity and does not discriminate. Xia Yu relishes his time here, particularly in the 4 libraries. However, amidst his conversation with Hua Wanqiu, there is one individual who is decidedly unhappy, Wang Gang, aware that he cannot compete with Xia Yu. His resentment has been festering over time. Although Xia Yu had once assisted him, Wang Gang now finds himself powerless to manage him as the class leader, often subjected to Xia Yu's influence. He yearns for revenge, but has yet to find an opportune moment. Meanwhile, Xia Yu continues to engage in light-hearted banter with Hua Wanqiu. Wang Gang, have you taken the wrong medicine today? Xia Yu looks at Wang Gang. Puzzled. No, it is you who has lost your senses. Let me tell you, how many days have you missed work? There is no way to conduct business like this. If you had shown up, I would have had to cover your duties. If it weren't for Supervisor Zhong's protection, the company would have already dismissed you. Wang Gang vents his grievances against Xia Yu, despite the fact that Xia Yu had once helped him. Wang Gang, is your discontent really warranted? Tell me, how have I wronged you? Xia Yu simply wishes to understand the root of this unwarranted animosity. Before you arrived, I was pursuing Zhong Yanhong. Although she did not accept me, she treated me well. But since you came to the 4 libraries, she only has eyes for you, refusing even to speak to me outside of work. Wang Gang pulls Xia Yu aside, anxious that Hua Wanqiu might overhear their conversation. Xia Yu nods slightly, refraining from contradicting Wang Gang's words, as he merely wishes to allow Wang Gang to articulate his grievances. Xia Yu, there is one more thing. You may deceive others, but you cannot deceive me. Since you are in a relationship with Zhong Yanhong, why do you continue to cast your net wide? You think I am unaware of your special concern for Hua Wanqiu? Wang Gang's long-standing discontent with Xia Yu finally erupts. Wang Gang, you are not entirely incorrect, yet your assertion lacks completeness. My close rapport with Hua Wanqiu stems from our long-standing friendship. She was the one who introduced me to the factory. As for Zhong Yanhong, that is a personal matter in which you have no right to inquire. Xia Yu's outburst towards Wang Gang was not born of anger. He understands that silently cherishing someone can be a burdensome endeavor. Xia Yu, consider my interference as unsolicited advice. I implore you to refrain from straddling two boats, for one day you may find yourself capsized. Wang Gang maintained an impassive demeanor, mistakenly believing he could compete on equal footing with Xia Yu. Yet he failed to recognize his own limitations, or perhaps he simply could not discern the true nature of Xia Yu. Both factory flowers of the 4th Division seemed eager to orbit around him. While Hua Wanqiu diligently worked, she observed the exchange between Xia Yu and Wang Gang, sensing a hint of dissatisfaction from Wang Gang towards Xia Yu, yet the specifics of their conversation eluded her comprehension. Xia Yu, the boss just called for you. He wants you to go see him. When Zhong Yanhong received the call, she too was perplexed, questioning why a prominent company executive would repeatedly seek out a mere employee for matters. Zhong supervisor, do you have any idea why President Wang is looking for me? Xia Yu inquired, equally bewildered, as it had been quite some time since he last conversed with the head of the 4th Division, and his rank hardly warranted such attention. Xia Yu, I do not know, but you should hurry up. Perhaps President Wang has an urgent matter for you. Do not miss this opportunity, Zhong Yanhong urged, patting Xia Yu on the shoulder, hoping he would handle the situation promptly. Xia Yu nodded in acknowledgement, cast a glance at Wang Gang and Hua Wanqiu, and then strode purposefully out of the workshop towards the president's office. Upon arriving at Wang Fei's office, Xia Yu found him not seated at his desk, but rather rummaging through the bookshelf, seemingly in search of something. It was only when Xia Yu approached that Wang Fei noticed his presence. Xia Yu, your timing is impeccable. I have a significant matter that requires your assistance, Wang Fei stated, halting his search and standing to meet Xia Yu's gaze with earnestness. Xia Yu, this situation is more dire than the last. I hope you can stand strong on my behalf. Wang Fei's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. President Wang, what exactly is the matter that has you so restless and preoccupied? To speak frankly, I owe a substantial sum to external creditors, and they have come knocking that I may have to liquidate the company to settle my debts, estimating a shortfall of 10 million that I need you to manage employee relations effectively. As the new owners plan to lay off all staff without exception, and no amount of persuasion on my part will change that. Wang Fei rarely disclosed such matters within the company, save for his longtime friend, the financial director. President Wang, how could you treat us this way? So many employees stand to lose everything due to your gambling debts. How can they possibly accept such a fate? Xia Yu's indignation was palpable. There is but one solution, that I have always regarded you as an exceptional talent. If you can muster 10 million as collateral, I will relinquish my position at the 4th Division to you. For I am weary of this burden. Wang Fei felt desperate, believing it preferable to entrust the company to a reliable individual than to hand it over to predatory lenders, especially since this company represented the culmination of his life's work. He could not bear to see it destroyed so easily. President Wang, do not lose hope. Matters have not yet reached such a dismal state that I possess little knowledge of corporate management, and placing me in charge would only hasten the demise of the 4th Division. As Xia Yu comforted Wang Fei, he pondered where to procure the elusive 10 million in cash flow. Brother Xia Yu, please don't be modest. I am well aware of your capabilities. Rest assured. If you take charge, I guarantee that my entire family of relatives will have food on their tables, and I shall harbor no grievances. Wang Fei was opening up to Xia Yu. Had it been a few years prior, he would have swiftly dismissed anyone with such strong ambitions. Mr. Wang, 10 million is an astronomical figure for me. Not to mention 10 million, I don't even have 5,000 at present. It's a daunting task. Nevertheless, I shall endeavor to find a solution. I cannot allow Siku to fall into the hands of loan sharks. Xia Yu conveyed the stark reality to Wang Fei, urging him not to harbor excessive hopes. Just as they were engrossed in their conversation, individuals sent by the loan shark company were preparing to forcefully breach the company's entrance, heralding an impending storm. What fate awaited the employees of Siku? Chapter 75. No disturbance. Please. The security guard at the factory gate attempted to thwart the advance of the loan shark's henchmen, yet to no avail. 3 burly men barged in without regard for any objection. Regardless of the guard's entreaties, they remained unmoved. When the security personnel attempted to impede their progress, the lead collector simply shoved one to the ground. All 3 were robustly built, and when it came to physical confrontation, the guards were no match, leaving them to endure the humiliation and report to their superiors. While Xia Yu was conversing with Wang Fei, the latter received a call from the security guard on the first floor, who recounted the unfolding events in detail. Wang Fei hung up the phone, fully aware that the debt collectors would undoubtedly come for him, yet he felt no concern that it was merely a tactic to instill fear. They had already promised that by the 15th of next month, they would not resort to any destructive measures, Xia Yu, with your assurance, what do I have to worry about? As long as you manage to gather the funds within the stipulated time frame of the contract. I have faith that they will adhere to the agreed terms. In truth, Wang Fei was hoping Xia Yu would deliver the money. Though he spoke as such, he had been on the receiving end of the loan shark's threats more than once and had to swallow his pride. Reporting the assailants to the police would only lead to detrimental long-term consequences for Siku. Mr. Wang, I truly doubt these individuals possess any semblance of elegance. Their role is that of enforcers and collectors, and the likelihood of their resorting to violence is particularly high under any circumstances. Xia Yu approached Wang Fei, offering words of solace. Xia Yu, you are indeed correct. Some matters require patience to navigate. And I hope you understand that not every situation calls for bravado. Attempting to play the hero may ultimately lead to your downfall. Wang Fei held Xia Yu in high regard, consistently admiring his fortitude. Mr. Wang, please wait a moment. I shall confront those ruffians. Xia Yu hoped that the three imposing figures would delay their entrance, allowing him time to speak with them properly. Otherwise, their intrusion into the office area would cast a negative shadow over the employees' work environment. At that moment, the trio of debt collectors had just passed through the office area, drawing the attention of colleagues who paused their tasks to observe, bewildered by the manner of their entry and their apparent direction towards the president's office. Just as Xia Yu was about to step outside, he found himself face to face with the three hulking men at the doorway. Three robust men donned black vests, adorned with the images of the azure dragon on the left and the white tiger on the right. Yet each design was uniquely distinct. Their trousers were deep black casual wear, complemented by sneakers that were predominantly black with white accents. Xia Yu scrutinized these three individuals, though they seemed to regard him with utter indifference. Their sights set solely on raiding Wang Fei's lair to deliver a stern warning. Halt. Xia Yu had just crossed paths with the trio when he positioned himself in their path, obstructing their advance. You insolent brat, are you addressing us? Do you not realize your boss is obliged to show us respect? Who do you think you are? A mere nobody seeking death. The leader of the trio remained silent, while the man to his left bellowed at Xia Yu. Ha! You three truly overestimate yourselves, completely unaware that even your own father would deny you. Xia Yu deliberately mocked them, inciting their wrath. You dare to insult me? What an audacious fool you are! Let me demonstrate how I shall deal with you. The angered thug tightened his fists, awaiting the leader's command. Is that what you call a threat? Let me make it clear. No one can take anything from the four libraries. Inform your boss that as long as I am present, none shall dare to claim anything. Xia Yu, brimming with suppressed fury, seized the opportunity. Though the leader appeared brutish, he exhibited a remarkable steadiness and clarity of thought, in stark contrast to the two simple-minded brutes behind him. Young brother, you speak with great bravado. Let me tell you, as long as we receive the payment within the agreed time frame, all shall be well. However, should the deadline pass without payment, we will be compelled to seize the company as collateral as stipulated in the contract. At that point, any resistance on your part will be futile. You would do well to contemplate how to procure the funds. The leader, having sensed that Xia Yu was no ordinary adversary, intended for his words to echo back to Wang Fei at the factory entrance. Security attempted to thwart the entrance of the loan shark's henchmen, but their efforts proved futile. The three burly men barged in without regard for reason, disregarding the security's protests. When the guards attempted to intervene, they were swiftly overpowered and cast to the ground by the leader of the debt collectors. Towering and formidable, the trio easily dispatched the guards, who were no match for their strength, leaving them to endure the humiliation as they reported back to their superiors. Three formidable men barged in without a hint of discretion, disregarding the securities and treaties as if they were mere whispers in the wind. Despite the guards' attempts to intervene, the leader of the debt collectors forcefully pushed one of them to the ground. Towering over the guards, these three men were a stark contrast to their opponents, rendering the security personnel utterly outmatched in any physical confrontation, left with no choice but to endure the humiliation. The guards reported the incident to their superiors at the factory entrance. The security attempted to halt the advance of the loan shark's henchmen, but their efforts proved futile. Chapter 76. Overcoming obstacles working within the factory was particularly exhausting, especially in the free market city of Shunan, where long hours and high labor intensity were the norm, resulting in a notably high employee turnover rate in Xia Yu's department. Amidst a few familiar faces, there was an influx of unfamiliar personnel. As the closing bell rang, the crowd surged toward the exit like a tide of ants. Xia Yu found himself jostled among the throng, having initially left with Hua Wanqiu and others, only to be separated from them by the pressing crowd. Given the distinction between the sexes, he was reluctant to push forward too aggressively, fearing the potential for reputational repercussions to his utter astonishment. Some men insisted on squeezing in alongside the female employees, prompting whispers of impropriety. Perhaps Xia Yu was overly cautious, as it took him quite some time to finally emerge to be why then. Hua Wanxiu and Gu Sisi had been waiting for him. Gu Sisi, upon spotting Xia Yu, was brimming with excitement, waving eagerly in his direction. Xia Yu, noticing them, reciprocated the gesture. Xia Yu, why are you so slow today? You were supposed to leave with us. Can't you come out a bit earlier? My stomach has been growling for ages. Gu Sisi, a true foodie, was rather displeased at having to wait. Fortunately for Xia Yu, being who he was, he escaped the wrath that would have surely befallen another young man in his position. Sisi, it's all my fault. What do you want to eat? Today, it's on me, Xia Yu replied, casting a glance at Hua Wanxiu before playfully addressing Gu Sisi. Really? Let me think. That's sizzling beef, braised yellow fish, shredded pork and garlic sauce. Gu Sisi exclaimed, linking her arm with Hua Wanxiu's as she spoke. Walking alongside Hua Wanxiu, Xia Yu felt Gu Sisi deliberately nudging her closer to him. Hua Wanxiu reproached Gu Sisi, believing she should not put her in such an awkward position. Even as Gu Sisi relentlessly endeavored to facilitate a connection between her and Xia Yu. Nevertheless, Hua Wanxiu held the conviction that Xia Yu was suited for friendship rather than romance, disapproving of his propensity to resort to forceful means in resolving conflicts. A trait that ultimately sealed his fate in her eyes. Certainly, to Xia Yu, Hua Wanxiu exists like a goddess, rarely encountered and truly unattainable. He understands well that Hua Wanxiu hails from a distinguished family. Yet misfortune has befallen her lineage, resulting in her needing to seek employment far from home. Xia Yu realizes that he has never heard Hua Wanxiu mention her family, nor does he often discuss his own with her. Thus, while Hua Wanxiu appears close, she feels extraordinarily distant to Xia Yu. Xia Yu returned to the restaurant where he almost fell victim to a scheme previously. Once more, he encountered the young proprietress. Zhao Min. She seemed much more optimistic than before. Upon seeing Xia Yu, she took the initiative to greet him warmly. The dimples that appeared when Zhao Min smiled were particularly endearing. Xia Yu, it has been a while. What would you three like to eat? Zhao Min, for reasons unknown, displayed an unusual excitement at Xia Yu's arrival, treating him with utmost respect, as if she were even more familiar with him than Hua Wanxiu and her companions. Zhao Min, since we missed out on the pig offal soup rice last time, let us have that today. Sic. What do you think? Xia Yu initially addressed Zhao Min before turning to inquire Cici's opinion. Brother Xia Yu, it's entirely up to you. I was also hoping to try something we missed last time. It's a pity I couldn't have the sizzling beef you bought. Gucc always spoke in a particularly sweet manner. Cici, I promise to treat you to a grand meal when the opportunity arises. That I'll definitely come by tonight if I can. Xia Yu wished to avoid appearing miserly in front of the three beauties. Xia Yu, you're right. Had it not been for your timely intervention last time, neither Hua Jie nor I would know where we are today. So, when the occasion arises, Hua Jie and I will surely treat you to a meal. Gu Sisi finally acknowledged her previous oversight. Let us not dwell on that. If you truly wish to assist me, I have something important I need your help with. Xia Yu recalled what the boss had mentioned to him earlier that morning. Xia Yu, feel free to speak about any difficulties you faced. We have known each other long enough. Both Cici and I are well aware of your character. Do not hesitate. Is it a matter of finances? Hua Wanxiu picked up her pink handbag, opened it, and retrieved her wallet, from which she extracted 1,000 yuan, placing it on the table before pushing it towards Xia Yu. Xia Yu shook his head, returning the 1,000 yuan to Hua Wanxiu. Hua Wanxiu, do you know why the boss sought me out today? Xia Yu cast a few glances at Hua Wanxiu. To be frank, the boss, Wang Fei, approached me today with a significant matter. He is a man who knows no repentance, having gone out to borrow money at exorbitant interest rates, accruing debts of over 10 million. He claims he is at his wit's end and has no friends willing to lend him money. Xia Yu, you must be feverish. How do you intend to gather 10 million for him? That would be akin to courting disaster. Both Hua Wanxiu and Gu Sisi exclaimed in astonishment, even startling the restaurant's proprietress who was serving them. I speak the truth. If I can amass 10 million for the loan shark, then the ownership of Siku will be transferred to me, Xia Yu asserted earnestly to the two of them. As he would typically keep such matters private from ordinary friends. Xia Yu, how much have you gathered thus far? Gu Sisi was equally curious about Xia Yu's endeavors. To be candid, I currently have not a single cent. Today, I invited you all out in the hope that you could assist me. Xia Yu speaks nothing but the truth. At present, he finds himself rather financially constrained, while he could perhaps gather a few tens of thousands. The sum of 10 million is, for them, An astronomical figure. Xia Yu, what are your plans in this regard? This is no trifling amount, and mishandling it could lead to considerable trouble. Hua Wansiyu's concern for Xia Yu is quite evident, especially given their long-standing friendship. Do not worry. I am determined to devise a solution. Come what may, I will secure this 10 million within the stipulated time. Although Xia Yu harbors some anxiety, he remains confident in his ability to accomplish the task. What I speak of is indeed the reality. Should I manage to procure 10 million for the loan shark company, the ownership of Siku will be transferred to me by its proprietor, Wang Fei. Xia Yu conveyed this matter with utmost seriousness to the two of them, as he would typically keep such matters to himself when approached by casual acquaintances. Xia Yu, how much have you managed to gather thus far? Gu Sisi, too, was curious about Xia Yu's endeavors. To be honest, I currently do not possess a single cent. The reason I invited you here today is to seek your assistance. Xia Yu reiterated the truth of his financial predicament. While gathering a few tens of thousands might be feasible, 10 million remains an insurmountable challenge. Chapter 77. Self-delusion. Zhao Min ultimately served the last bowl to Xia Yu. As Xia Yu gazed at the pig-offal soup rice that Zhao Min brought over, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath, savoring the enticing aroma wafting through the air. How delightful! Xia Yu opened his eyes, having not indulged in such rare delicacies for quite some time. Today he could finally feast to his heart's content. Fortuitously, his previous visit to this establishment allowed him to discover this authentic pig-offal soup rice. Xia Yu, is it delicious? Zhao Min observed as Xia Yu savored the broth with his spoon. Hua Wansiyu and Gu Sisi, listening intently to the exchange between Xia Yu and Zhao Min, were eager to partake in the delectable fare. Xia Yu, my family has been engaged in this trade for 4 generations. In my era, I aspire to strengthen and expand this remarkable craft. Zhao Min could not help but stifle a giggle at the sight of the three indulging heartily. Zhao Min, that sounds splendid. If you persist in your efforts, I am certain you will achieve great success in the future. Xia Yu believed wholeheartedly that this industry held immense potential. The food and beverage sector is a burgeoning industry, and the flavors Zhao Min has crafted are a feast for the senses, garnering much admiration from customers. There is no reason not to strive for greater heights. Xia Yu, I truly appreciate your high praise for my signature dish. To be candid, my parents passed away early, and managing everything alone is quite exhausting. At times, I contemplate closing shop and enjoying the freedom of working in a factory like you all. Zhao Min surprisingly opened up to Xia Yu about her innermost feelings. My dear, do not think that way. You must persevere. You know, the flavor you prepared today is my absolute favorite. If you were to close your establishment, where would I find such exquisite taste? Xia Yu found Zhao Min's desire to close the shop utterly perplexing. If there was a shortage of staff, one could simply hire more help. Failing that, he could certainly lend her a hand when he was free. Xia Yu, as long as you say so, I will undoubtedly continue to operate the business for a long time, ensuring that you indulge to your heart's content, until you compel me to shut it down, Zhao Min asserted, a sentiment that held a measure of truth, as dedicated patrons were something every shopkeeper valued highly. By the way, I just overheard you discussing borrowing money with those 2 lovely ladies in the kitchen. In fact, I have some savings, 500,000, on hand if you are in urgent need of funds. Feel free to take it for your operations, Zhao Min offered. Her words left both Hua Wansiyu and Gu Sisi astonished. They had not anticipated that this girl, who had met Xia Yu only once, would be so generous. Xia Yu, too, was taken aback by the trust this beautiful shopkeeper placed in him. Though it defied logic, he couldn't help but feel elated. Zhao Min, I truly don't need your money. I'm looking forward to you expanding your business so that I can work for you in the future, Xia Yu replied, struggling to find any justification for Zhao Min to assist him. Come now, Xia Yu, don't jest. I really am not cut out to be a boss. Cooking is more my style. Zhao Min hesitated for a moment before insisting. Let us not beat around the bush. Consider this 500,000 a loan from me. You can repay me with interest in the future. How does that sound? Zhao Min's heartfelt desire to help Xia Yu stemmed not only from her respect for his character, but also from the fact that he was the embodiment of her dream partner. Even if such a possibility seemed entirely out of reach at present, Xia Yu glanced at Hua Wansiyu and Gu Sisi, seemingly seeking their counsel. Hua Wansiyu nodded in approval, while Gu Sisi gave a thumbs up, supporting any decision Xia Yu might make. Please, carry on with your tasks. I have customers to attend to, Zhao Min said, eager to find an excuse to depart. Otherwise, Hua Wansiyu and Gu Sisi would surely find her recent display amusing and mock her. For Zhao Min, leaving at this moment was ideal. Xia Yu, how well do you know the shopkeeper? Why is she so willing to lend you such a substantial sum? I truly cannot fathom it. Hua Wanxiu inquired after Zhao Min had exited, eager to discuss the nature of Xia Yu's relationship with her. Wanxiu, are you feeling jealous? You know I've only met Zhao Min twice, and that is the sole reason for this. Xia Yu replied, leaning in closer to Hua Wanxiu, nearly inhaling the alluring scent of her perfume. You are quite delusional. Xia Yu, I know many girls are fond of you, but let me be clear. You are not my type. I prefer mature and handsome men like Fa Go, Hua Wanxiu retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Xia Yu. As if mere words were insufficient to convey her feelings, Zhao Min eventually brought the last bowl to Xia Yu. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply as she presented him with a bowl of pig's offal soup rice. How fragrant, he exclaimed, reopening his eyes that it had been a long time since he had savored such a rare delicacy. And today he could finally indulge. He was grateful for his previous visit to this establishment. Otherwise, he would have missed out on this authentic dish. Is it delicious? Zhao Min asked, watching as Xia Yu savored the soup with his spoon. Hua Wanxiu and Gu Sisi listened intently to the exchange, eagerly anticipating a taste of the delectable offering. Xia Yu, my family has relied on this trade for 4 generations, and in my generation. I hope to preserve this extraordinary skill. Zhao Min finally brought the last bowl to Xia Yu. As Xia Yu observed the pig's offal soup rice that Zhao Min presented, he closed his eyes, inhaling deeply to savor the enticing aroma wafting through the air. How delightful! Xia Yu opened his eyes, having not indulged in such rare delicacies for quite some time, and today he could finally feast to his heart's content. Fortunately, during his last visit to this establishment, he had the chance to taste this authentic pig's offal soup rice. Xia Yu, is it delicious? Zhao Min inquired, her gaze fixed on him as he savored the soup with a spoon. Hua Wanxiu and Gu Sisi listened intently to the exchange between Xia Yu and Zhao Min, eagerly anticipating their turn to relish the exquisite flavors. Chapter 78. The suspect appears. The midday sun blazed like a furnace, and passers-by hurried along their way. Xia Yu spotted a figure reminiscent of the individual he and Zhong Yanhong had witnessed shooting Pudong just days prior. He could never forget that familiar silhouette, clad in the same attire as that fateful night. If not the perpetrator, then who could it be? The industrial park was teeming with life, filled with workers from nearby factories enjoying their meals. Gathering in lively clusters, Xia Yu trailed behind that familiar figure, traversing an unknown distance until they finally halted at a rental apartment in an urban village. The individual, approximately 1.7 meters tall, neither too short nor too tall, donned a beige coat and jeans that exuded youthful vigor, with a single pair of black sunglasses obscuring their identity completely. Xia Yu witnessed him enter the rental unit, but chose not to follow immediately. Wary of alarming the suspect, he had finally stumbled upon a lead that he meticulously observed his surroundings, noting that the area comprised about 10 8-story buildings, their proximity creating a labyrinthine network of narrow pathways. Just then, he received a timely message from Hua Wanxiu via WeChat. He learned that the suspect had ascended to the 3rd floor and had not continued upward, suggesting he likely resided there. Xia Yu cautiously followed the suspect's trail, making every effort to tread quietly up the stairs, acutely aware of the risk of losing this critical opportunity. As he reached the 3rd floor, a palpable tension enveloped the atmosphere. Wet clothes dripped down from a nearby balcony, and the fierce sunlight beat down upon his face, creating an oppressive heat that threatened to turn him into a pancake if he lingered too long. Xia Yu, relying on his intuition, made his way toward the right side of the corridor. The atmosphere was particularly hushed, so quiet it was somewhat unsettling. Even the slightest rustle could alert the suspect. He dared not be negligent, and only came to a halt when he reached the last room. Xia Yu thought to himself, without a doubt, this must be the place, within the rental unit. The sound of a man bathing resonated, accompanied by the splashing of water. The suspect sang love songs while washing himself, appearing particularly exuberant, blissfully unaware that a calamity loomed ahead. Xia Yu, harnessing a modicum of his internal energy, decisively concentrated his strength in his legs, and with a resounding crash, the door was flung wide open. Who is it? The suspect called out from the bathroom, his face smeared with shower gel as he attempted to peek out to ascertain the commotion. Unfortunately for him, Xia Yu offered no such opportunity. He had swiftly advanced into the bathing area and yanked the suspect out, unleashing a flurry of kicks and punches. The suspect, utterly bewildered, could not comprehend what was transpiring. Hey, what have I done to you? Why are you kicking me? It hurts. The suspect was at a loss, unable to fathom the motives behind the intrusion. What is your name? You must know why I am seeking you. Think carefully. Have you done anything heinous recently? Xia Yu restrained himself from further assaulting the suspect. My name is Wei and I have no grievances with you. Why are you barging into my home and beating me like this? The suspect, having never encountered such aggression, was taken aback. Wei, or should I say comfort? Reflect on when you last committed an act of wrongdoing. Today marks your end. Do you understand? Xia Yu dismissed the suspect's scant attire. Noting his audacity despite his vulnerable state, that it seemed that without imparting a lesson, he would remain oblivious to the severity of his situation. You little brat, daring to draw a knife on me. I'll tell you the truth. If you walk out of this door today, I will not believe it, Wei retorted defiantly, as he hurried to fetch a change of clothes from the bathroom. Xia Yu made no attempt to hinder him. He would question him further once he was dressed, seeking the truth about whether he was indeed the actual perpetrator, and more crucially, who the mastermind was behind it all. You insolent fool, barging into my home and disrupting my affairs, you will soon learn what it means to have no place to be buried, Wei shouted brazenly at Xia Yu, gesturing wildly. Completely dismissive of him, as he donned his clothes, Xia Yu allowed him to arm himself, beckoning for him to commence his attack. However, Wei hesitated. To him, a handsome figure like Xia Yu was typically the object of infatuation for beautiful girls. Yet this striking individual exuded an aura of innate dominance and regal bearing that unnerved him. Xia Yu approached steadily, his hands resting at his sides, a gesture that bewildered the battle-hardened Wei. Previously, only others had felt fear and trepidation in the face of his ruthless demeanor. Now, he found himself experiencing a similar apprehension, surrendering without a fight. The midday sun grew increasingly intense. Yet Xia Yu felt a subtle chill within the confines of the room. He beheld Wei and silhouette, which was none other than the very figure he and Zhong Yanhong had witnessed gunning down Hudong days prior. Now, this familiar silhouette loomed before him, and he was determined to bring him to ruin, while also uncovering the mastermind behind the heinous act. Brother, let us reason together. I am unaware of any offense I may have caused you, so please enlighten me so that I may rectify it. Wei retreated 3 steps, secretly preparing to seize the fruit knife resting on the table. Wei, do you comprehend the lengths I have gone to in order to find you? Speak swiftly. Why did you take Hudong's life? He bore you no ill will. Who, pray tell, dispatched you to commit this atrocity? Xia Yu sought resolution, unwilling to squander precious time on trivialities. Who are you? Truly, could it be I have finally recalled? You were the intended victim that fateful night. You ought to express gratitude for my intervention in eliminating those who wished to see you dead. Wei appeared incredulous, his demeanor betraying disbelief. You insolent wretch, I would rather die than reveal anything. Truth be told, even if you were to learn the answer, you would not dare confront it. It is far more prudent to feign ignorance and remain unburdened. Wei found himself with no avenue of escape. He was compelled to confront the situation. Though he uttered such words, his hand had stealthily retrieved the fruit knife from the table behind him. Chapter 79. Speak the truth. At the moment Wei Long lunged forward, wielding the fruit knife toward Xia Yu's chest, Xia Yu evaded with remarkable swiftness, causing Wei Long to miss his target entirely. Seizing Wei Long's hand with a modicum of force, Xia Yu elicited cries of pain from him, causing the knife to clatter to the floor. Wei Long's expression was one of blatant indignation. Since his initiation as an assassin, he had never faltered, a testament to his lifelong dedication to martial arts and the successful completion of every task assigned to him. Today, he remained obstinate, unwilling to believe he could be bested by an 18-year-old youth. Yet, reality often defies expectation. This time, he found his hand ensnared by Xia Yu, unable to break free. With his other hand, he swung a fist towards Xia Yu's face, yet Xia Yu denied him any opportunity to retaliate. Their hands collided with a resounding impact, leaving Wei Long's expression contorted in pain, his hand trembling from the force, as he hastily blew on it in an attempt to alleviate the ache. Brother, that hurts terribly. I beg you, spare my life. Wei Long, having underestimated Xia Yu, was taken aback by the latter's formidable prowess. In mere moments, he had been subdued, though Wei Long had never lowered his head to anyone. The encounter with a stronger opponent compelled him to acknowledge Xia Yu's strength. Wei Long, if you wish for me to spare your life, first divulge who sent you to assassinate Hudong. Why extinguish a life that posed no threat? Xia Yu had no intention of exacting further punishment. The law would duly address Wei Long's transgressions. Wei Long feigned a pitiful demeanor, pleading for clemency. Xia Yu remained unmoved, having encountered countless such rogues, individuals as plentiful as feathers in the wind. Yet, Sensing Wei Long's lack of intent to cooperate, Xia Yu resolved to teach him a lesson. Seizing the opportunity when Xia Yu relaxed his vigilance, Wei Long grasped a glass beer bottle from the table behind him and swung it towards Xia Yu's head. Fortunately, Xia Yu dodged with remarkable agility, the bottle shattering behind him, leaving shards of glass scattered across the floor. Xia Yu, incensed, swiftly approached Wei Long and struck him thrice across the face, the rapidity of his movements reminiscent of a theatrical performance. Soon, Wei Long's visage bore the marks of numerous crimson handprints, a testament to the assault. Clutching his face with one hand while his other was firmly grasped by Xia Yu, he found himself utterly immobilized. Xia Yu, having lost patience for further games, was resolute in his desire for a swift resolution. Eager to compel Wei Long to divulge the identity of the mastermind behind the sinister plot, failure to do so would inevitably endanger innocent lives. Thus, it was imperative to bring these societal miscreants to justice for the greater good. Yet Wei Long, ever defiant, exhibited the tenacity of a stubborn rebel. Vowing to fight Xia Yu to the bitter end, he relentlessly kicked at Xia Yu, who adeptly countered each attack. When Wei Long lifted his leg once more to strike, Xia Yu seized the opportunity, capturing his foot with remarkable speed. A series of swift kicks sent Wei Long tumbling to the ground, blood gradually seeping from the corner of his mouth. "You little brat. You've got some guts. Even if you kill me today, I will never reveal the identity of the true culprit," Wei Long declared, his loyalty to his benefactor unwavering. "Is that so? I find it hard to believe," Xia Yu retorted, advancing towards Wei Long before the latter could react. Xia Yu's sneaker-clad foot came crashing down upon his hand. "Spare me, please. I'll talk," Wei Long cried out, the agony etched on his face conveying a depth of suffering that words could scarcely express. His earlier bravado and grandiose declarations were starkly at odds with his current state. "Speak. Who orchestrated the plot against Hudong?" Xia Yu demanded, pressing down harder on his hand. "I'll tell you. You know the mastermind. It's Wang Fei, the owner of Siku." Wei Long laughed mockingly, fully aware that a storm was brewing. "If you deceive me, I swear you will rot in prison. However, if you comply, perhaps I might plead with the judge for leniency." "Brother Xia Yu, I beg you, please don't alert the authorities. I have aging parents and small children depending on me. What will become of them if I'm captured?" At this moment, fear began to seep into Wei Long's demeanor. "Weren't you quite the tough guy moments ago? If you genuinely care for your family, refrain from committing heinous acts. I might grant you a reprieve. But should the police apprehend you, that is a different matter altogether." Observing the despair in Wei Long's expression, Xia Yu could not help but acquiesce to his plea. "Thank you, brother. If I am imprisoned, I may never emerge again. My hands are stained with blood. I am a man of sin. I hope to accumulate some virtue in the future and repay society in kind. In Xia Yu's eyes, Wei Long epitomized an individual incapable of change, yet his words brought a flicker of solace to Xia Yu's heart. "Very well. I shall not burden you further. I hope you will never set foot in Shenzhen again." "Can you manage that?" Xia Yu implored, wishing to avoid any future encounters between Wei Long and Wang Fei, which would surely spell disaster for him. "Brother, I can promise you that, but I require 3 days' time." Wei Long appeared to have matters to attend to. "Do you have any idea why Wang Fei would conspire against me? I hold no grudge against him," Xia Yu inquired, a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. Unable to comprehend Wang Fei's motives, Xia Yu lifted Wei Long from the ground. Despite the stark contrast between their characters, one righteous and the other nefarious, Xia Yu recognized the genuine nature of Wei Long. Deeming him worthy of friendship, Wei Long was utterly taken aback that Xia Yu, who had once schemed against him, bore no grudge. This singular quality resonated deeply with Wei Long. "Brother, heed my advice. Distance yourself from that boss. He is nothing more than a cunning old fox. Exercise caution, or you may find yourself in dire straits without knowing how you met your demise." To his surprise, Wei Long began to express concern for Xia Yu's safety. "Rest assured, I shall live my life well and not burden you with worry." Xia Yu smiled faintly at Wei Long, choosing to say nothing further as he departed from the rented room. He vowed to confront his boss, Wang Fei, and uncover the true nature of this enigmatic individual and the reasons behind his unjust treatment. Chapter 80. Sparring and countering. As Xia Yu exited Wei Long's residence, his mind was a blank slate. Once, Wang Fei had been the spiritual leader of the Siku Electronics employees, his business philosophy and corporate culture permeating every corner of the company. Some female employees even measured their future husbands against him. Xia Yu could not comprehend why Wang Fei, with whom he held no animosity and whom he had assisted on several occasions, would conspire against him. This perplexity weighed heavily on his mind, leaving him uncertain of what lay ahead. Supervisor Zhong, I apologize. I stepped out for lunch and ended up wandering aimlessly, losing my way in the industrial park that I searched for quite some time, which caused my tardiness. Please forgive me. Upon encountering Zhong Yanhong, Xia Yu struggled to find the right words and hastily concocted an excuse to deflect concern. Yanhong, you are absolutely right. There have been numerous matters to address lately, and I prefer to avoid company that I hope you understand. Xia Yu found himself devoid of the energy to engage in matters of romance. His sole focus was on uncovering Wang Fei's motivations. Xia Yu, if something is troubling you, please feel free to share. Don't bear it alone. Don't you wish to share your joys with me? Zhong Yanhong exhibited an unusually gentle demeanor towards Xia Yu, revealing a playful side that was rarely seen in front of others. Typically, she appeared quite domineering, and no one had ever witnessed her in a state of sorrow. Yet today, both she and Gu Sisi sensed that something was amiss with Xia Yu, who sullenly made his way to his desk, twirling a gel pen absent-mindedly, lost in contemplation, which left them both perplexed. Suddenly, Xia Yu's phone rang, displaying the incoming call from none other than Wang Fei, the owner of Siku Electronics. After a moment of hesitation, Xia Yu brought the phone to his ear. Xia Yu, please come to my office at once. I have matters to discuss with you, Wang Fei stated before abruptly hanging up. Xia Yu had intended to end the call first, but was caught off guard by Wang Fei's swiftness. Rising and stretching, he pondered the nature of Wang Fei's summons. Why would someone who had plotted against him now summon him so boldly? Xia Yu silently resolved that if he were to uncover the truth behind Wang Fei's machinations, he would not let him off lightly. With a sense of trepidation, Xia Yu approached Wang Fei's office, where, in addition to Wang Fei, the financial director, Lan Xian, was also present. Xia Yu, you have arrived. Hastened to the conference table. The chief financial officer, Lan Xian, greeted Xia Yu at the entrance, having meticulously adorned herself in anticipation of his arrival, yearning to showcase her most beautiful self before him. Xia Yu would remain oblivious to the fact that from the very first moment she laid eyes on him, Lan Xian was captivated by his handsome demeanor. Since that fateful encounter, she often found herself lost in daydreams while gazing at his pictures on her phone. That on one occasion, Wang Fei stumbled upon her secret admiration. It is worth noting that Wang Fei held a deep affection for her, going so far as to quarrel with his wife in hopes of winning her heart. The more Lan Xian cherished Xia Yu, the greater Wang Fei's discontent grew towards him. He was acutely aware that Xia Yu could never be with a woman over a decade his senior, yet he still felt jealousy towards Xia Yu, even harboring sinister thoughts of wishing him away. Regrettably, Lan Xian remained blissfully unaware. Had she known of Wang Fei's ill intentions towards Xia Yu, she would have undoubtedly severed ties with the company. Mr. Wang, what brings me here? Xia Yu inquired directly, standing resolutely without the slightest inclination to take a seat, eager to discern the true intentions of this enigmatic Wang Fei. Xia Yu, I have a matter of great importance to discuss with you. Last time, I requested your assistance in raising funds to settle my debts, and I am prepared to relinquish 100% of my shares. How is that progressing? Wang Fei gestured for Xia Yu to sit, and he too took a seat. Lan Xian was particularly elated. It had been quite some time since she had seen Xia Yu, and today her wishes were fulfilled. However, she understood that her affection for a younger man would invite ridicule, compelling her to love him silently. At that moment, both Xia Yu and Wang Fei were burdened with their own thoughts. Wang Fei's greatest indulgence in life was women, despite having taken 3 wives over the years. The only one to ignite genuine feelings within him was a longtime female colleague. He even found himself harboring inappropriate thoughts about Lan Xian during her solitary moments. Yet each time he attempted to express his feelings, he was met with her steadfast rejection. Consequently, Wang Fei sought solace in alcohol. On one occasion, he ventured to a bar named Dottie, where excessive drinking led him into a trap set by others, nearly wagering his entire fortune at the gambling table. That fateful night at Dottie, Wang Fei suffered a devastating loss. His repeated confrontations with Xia Yu proved futile, ultimately resulting in the collapse of his own career. In the wake of his professional troubles, he thought of Xia Yu as a potential savior. Had Xia Yu known what kind of scoundrel Wang Fei truly was, he would have surely left the company in anger, demanding retribution for the wrongs he suffered. Mr. Wang, I have yet to even begin. I will do my utmost to fulfill the task, but as of now, I am completely devoid of funds and have no idea where to procure the 15 million you require. If possible, I suggest you find a way to resolve this yourself. I am currently at my wit's end, Xia Yu declared, feeling it unnecessary to continue the conversation. How could that be? You are so resourceful. I believe you have the ability to assist me, Wang Fei insisted, continuously seeking ways to manipulate Xia Yu. Chapter 81. The feast at Hongmen. Xia Yu found it increasingly difficult to refute Wang Fei. After all, he was the owner of the company. Xia Yu comprehended that Wang Fei harbored ulterior motives, covertly plotting against him while demanding his assistance in the company's time of need. However, Xia Yu held a differing view. Siku Electronics had sustained numerous workers from all corners of the world, and he could not allow it to falter. Yet, he also could not permit Wang Fei to reap the rewards without effort. Rest assured, Mr. Wang, as long as I, Xia Yu, am here, Siku Electronics shall never face closure. Confronted with Wang Fei's current aggressive demeanor, Xia Yu could only play along with the charade. At that moment, Wang Fei was elated. With Xia Yu's assistance, Siku Electronics was undoubtedly salvageable. He believed that his scheme to frame Xia Yu was flawlessly executed, remaining undetected as long as it sank without a trace. He could exploit this young man for substantial profit before ultimately eliminating him. Brother Xia Yu, with your word, I can breathe easy. As long as you apply yourself diligently, wealth and honor shall not forsake you. Wang Fei tentatively praised Xia Yu, secretly relishing the thought that it would not be long before he regained his former glory. Mr. Wang, rest assured, even if not for you or the company, I will face the challenges with composure and seek a path to survival for the firm. This sentiment was genuinely shared by Xia Yu. He remained in Wang Fei's office, discussing matters of high-interest loans, while the finance director, Lan Xian, poured a cup of hot tea for Wang Fei, then another for Xia Yu. As she poured, she scrutinized Xia Yu intently, perhaps too engrossed in her observation, causing his teacup to overflow and spill onto his attired in a flurry. Lan Xian's delicate oval face flushed crimson as she hurriedly grabbed a tissue to wipe the tea from the desk. Xia Yu, I am truly sorry. I did not mean to. The finance director had never before been so flustered. She had never submitted to anyone other than her employer. A dignified finance director in disarray before an ordinary employee was a sight to behold. Director Lan, what has happened to you? You have never been so unsettled. It is all right. You may attend to your duties. Wang Fei, of course, was irate. He was intent on winning over the finance director, Lan Xian, but had faced countless failures in his pursuit. Hearing Wang Fei's reprimand, Lan Xian had no choice but to step away from the desk. She had intended to seize the opportunity of pouring tea to observe Xia Yu further. His handsome appearance had left her momentarily entranced, and even after leaving the office, she found herself reflecting on his striking features, particularly his deep-set eyes that seemed to pierce her heart like a bolt of lightning. Xia Yu was aware of Lan Xian's unusual behavior, but was unaware of the reason behind her discomposure. The most displeased was Wang Fei. The very scene he dreaded had unfolded before him. A pain only those who truly understand love could fathom. Xia Yu, please do not take offense. I do not know how much you have prepared to assist me in repaying the high-interest loans, as I am truly at a loss. Wang Fei spoke to Xia Yu only after Lan Xian had departed. Mr. Wang, I currently have no funds, but I believe that fortune favors the diligent, and one day Siku will rise again. Xia Yu replied with a wry smile, attempting to console Wang Fei. Xia Yu, you have not prepared a single cent. Are you jesting with me? Do you have any plans you could share? On the surface, Wang Fei feigned indifference. Yet inwardly he cursed Xia Yu countless times, particularly after witnessing the uniquely warm gaze that financial director Lan Xian cast upon him, which left Wang Fei seething with rage throughout the night. Brother Xia, with your strikingly handsome appearance, I am certain you are surrounded by numerous enchanting young ladies. I wonder if you currently have a girlfriend. If not, I would be more than happy to introduce you to someone. Wang Fei sipped his tea, his eyes fixated on Xia Yu, gritting his teeth and vowing that he would ensure Xia Yu met the king of hell. Brother Xia, you are far too modest. Clearly, you could thrive on your looks alone, yet you insist on relying on your talents instead. How many people aspire to be like you but fail to achieve it? Wang Fei excessively flattered Xia Yu, fully aware that the more he praised him, the more arrogant Xia Yu would become, drawing ever closer to failure. What do you think of Director Lan? Wang Fei suddenly seized the opportunity to inquire about Lan Xian while she was absent. Director Wang, I know very little about Director Lan. However, when I first entered the office and laid eyes on her, I found her to be exceptionally graceful and composed, executing her tasks with remarkable efficiency and decisiveness. Xia Yu was genuinely perplexed as to why Wang Fei would pose such questions. His knowledge of financial director Lan Xian was minimal. Xia Yu, you are quite similar to what I had imagined. You two are undoubtedly from entirely different worlds. Do you realize how rare it is to find a confidant in life? I have always regarded her as such, and she was once very kind to me. But ever since I encountered, but never mind. It's best left unsaid. Xia Yu found himself at a loss against Wang Fei, especially considering he was the company's owner. Xia Yu understood that Wang Fei harbored ulterior motives, secretly plotting against him while expecting him to rescue the company from its troubles. Yet, Xia Yu held a different perspective. Siku Electronics supported numerous workers from all walks of life, and he could not allow it to falter. Nor could he permit Wang Fei to reap the benefits effortlessly. Director Wang, rest assured, as long as I, Xia Yu, am here, Siku Electronics will never face bankruptcy. Chapter 82. Whispers in his current state, burdened with heavy thoughts. None of his colleagues seemed to notice anything amiss, not even Zhong Yanhong, who failed to perceive any of Xia Yu's inner turmoil. However, Hua Wanxiu was aware from the moment Xia Yu entered the workshop that he was entirely different from the Xia Yu she had previously encountered. As though he harbored some unutterable burden, Hua Wanxiu's work was momentarily set aside as she approached Xia Yu's workstation, seeking to inquire about the recent events that had transpired. Xia Yu, who had been seated testing the performance of a mobile phone, feigned an air of diligence, yet had been lost in thought, oblivious even to Hua Wanxiu's presence before him. Xia Yu, are you feeling unwell? If you are facing any challenges, please confide in me. I assure you. If it is within my power, I will assist you wholeheartedly. Hua Wanxiu gently tapped Xia Yu's desk, rousing him from his reverie. As he turned to face her from his chair, he was taken aback by her presence. He mused to himself how striking Hua Wanxiu appeared while standing, particularly from his seated vantage point, where her figure possessed a remarkable grace, a sight too enticing to overlook, and it cost him nothing to admire. Thank you, Hua Wanxiu, for your unwavering encouragement. In truth, I am grappling with some issues related to our boss's management, and I find myself at a loss for effective solutions. Xia Yu's gaze lingered on Hua Wanxiu's eyes, taking a considerable time before he was willing to divert his focus. Xia Yu, please do not speak like that. What is our relationship? I am your steadfast ally. Any difficulties you encounter, both Gu Cixi and I shall endeavor to help you resolve. Hua Wanxiu finally exhaled in relief. Perhaps her concern for Xia Yu is unwarranted. Is what you say true? There is indeed something I wish to request of you. Xia Yu suddenly transformed, his face lighting up with an attractive expression. He gestured for Hua Wanxiu to lean closer, ensuring that his words would not reach the ears of their colleagues nearby. Heeding his request, Hua Wanxiu supported herself on the desk, leaning in to hear what Xia Yu wished to convey. After Xia Yu whispered something into her ear, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Scoundrel, a complete rogue. It was the first time Hua Wanxiu had heard such audacious words from a male, and the sheer vulgarity of it left her astounded. Soon as Hua Wanxiu took her seat, Gu Cixi craned her neck, eager to engage her in conversation. My dear, what did Xia Yu say to you? His words seemed to have utterly unraveled your composure. What on earth did he tell you? Wanxiu Jie. The more Hua Wanxiu hesitated, the stronger Gu Cixi's curiosity grew. Wanxiu Jie, you might deceive a monk. But not me. I know he must have confessed his feelings for you. Am I right? Gu Cixi playfully made faces at Xia Yu. Cixi, your imagination is running wild. I have never claimed that there is anything special between us. You must understand, I do not appreciate Xia Yu's personality in that way, so please refrain from such wild speculations. Hua Wanxiu sighed deeply, unsure how to clarify her stance to Gu Cixi. Wanxiu Jie, just look at Xia Yu. What a handsome young man. Can you truly say you do not hold any feelings for him? Gu Cixi gazed at Xia Yu multiple times, convinced he epitomized the ideal male figure. Though she acknowledged that personal preferences varied, Cixi, I genuinely am not interested. I consider Xia Yu to be my best friend, and he feels the same way. So please, stop overthinking it. Hua Wanxiu had little patience for gossip. No comment, she whispered into Gu Cixi's ear. Gu Cixi sensed the unfolding drama, but only heard Hua Wanxiu's simple declaration of no comment. In his current state, burdened by unspoken concerns, he appeared as though he were lost in thought. A perception unnoticed by his colleagues, including Zhong Yanhong, who failed to discern any peculiarities in Xia Yu's demeanor. However, Hua Wanxiu, from the very moment Xia Yu entered the workshop, recognized that he was entirely different from the Xia Yu she had previously encountered. As if he were grappling with some ineffable craving, setting aside her tasks, Hua Wanxiu approached Xia Yu's workstation, attempting to inquire about the events that had just transpired. Xia Yu, who had been seated testing the performance of the mobile phone circuit board, feigned a serious and responsible demeanor. Yet in truth, he had been daydreaming, completely oblivious to Hua Wanxiu standing before him. Xia Yu, are you feeling unwell? If you are facing any difficulties, please feel free to confide in me. I will certainly assist you to the best of my ability, Hua Wanxiu said, gently tapping on Xia Yu's desk, which finally roused him from his reverie. As he turned to look at Hua Wanxiu from his chair, he was momentarily taken aback by her presence. He thought to himself, Hua Wanxiu stands out remarkably. From my seated vantage point, her figure possesses a striking elegance, and it costs nothing to appreciate. Thank you, Hua Wanxiu, for your constant encouragement. Honestly, I'm not troubled by much. It's just that I find myself at a loss for effective solutions to the managerial issues facing our boss, Xia Yu responded, gazing into Hua Wanxiu's eyes. Lingering on her gaze before finally shifting his focus. Xia Yu, please refrain from saying such things. What kind of relationship do we share? I am your steadfast friend. Whatever difficulties you encounter, both Gu Cece and I will be here to help you find a resolution. Hua Wanxiu sighed with relief, perhaps realizing that her concern for Xia Yu was unwarranted. Chapter 83. The Gathering. As Xia Yu drove, he attentively focused on the directions displayed on the navigation system. He cast a glance at the reflections of several beautiful women in the rearview mirror. Gu Cece and Wen Hui remained silent, and suddenly, Xia Yu realized he ought to introduce them. Wen Hui, the beauty beside you is Gu Cece. You two should get acquainted. Next to me is the stunningly gorgeous Hua Wanxiu. As Xia Yu focused intently on driving, he verbally introduced Hua Wanxiu and Gu Cece to Wen Hui. The car gradually came to a halt on a bustling street lined with eateries in Poland, where a throng of people had gathered. The four exited the vehicle, with the three ladies trailing closely behind Xia Yu. Without this mutual following, it would have been all too easy to get lost in such a crowded urban setting. Hua Wanxiu and Gu Cece walked hand in hand, while Wen Hui lagged behind. She dashed to Xia Yu's side, wrapping her arm around his waist, which left him feeling particularly awkward, as onlookers might mistakenly assume she was his girlfriend. Gu Cece looked on with disdain, pondering who this girl was. Daring to compare herself to her elder sister, Wanxiu, she felt a strong sense of discontent at the scene before her, expecting Hua Wanxiu to be upset, yet instead, she was greeted with a radiant smile, seemingly offering her blessings. Throughout this period, Gu Cece held on to her protective sentiments for Hua Wanxiu, yet she was taken aback by Wanxiu's reaction, which left her sweating with anxiety. Xia Yu was wrapped in Wen Hui's embrace. Or rather, it was Wen Hui who clung to him more tightly. He attempted to extricate himself from this unwarranted misunderstanding, but Wen Hui only tightened her hold. Xia Yu shook his head, recalling how he had originally agreed to Mr. Wen's request to look after Wen Hui, ensuring her swift growth and shielding her from bullying. The monotony of working life consisted solely of going to work, eating, and sleeping. Being able to invite colleagues out for a meal was a rare occurrence that Xia Yu cherished, especially with three distinct personalities. Hua Wanxiu was beautiful and poised, exuding an aura of untouchable divinity. Gu Cece was innocent and naive, always fighting for others' rights. Wen Hui was naturally intelligent and charming, perpetually evoking the essence of youthful romance. Xia Yu led the three lovely ladies into one of the most renowned Sichuan restaurants on the local Polish street, where the cuisine was exceptionally authentic, despite the coastal location, as the chef was a true Sichuan master. He chose a relatively small private room, and, just as he was about to order from the menu, it was snatched from his hands by Wen Hui. Xia Yu, today I'm treating, whatever you wish to eat. I shall order, please, do not hesitate. It's a rare occasion for us to gather. Wen Hui perhaps was treating a boy for the first time, and naturally, she took it very seriously, especially since this was the individual her father had mentioned most frequently before his passing. Hua Wanxiu, don't be shy. With such a handsome gentleman accompanying you for dinner, you two beauties should definitely enjoy yourselves together. Xia Yu attempted to listen to Wen Hui's stories, yet his gaze remained fixed on Hua Wanxiu. Perplexed by her apparent indifference despite his striking appearance, Wen Hui, I just introduced you to Hua Wanxiu and Gu Cece in the car. You should now be acquainted with them. Xia Yu broke the silence that had enveloped them. Xia Yu, understood. I have just come to grasp the shortcomings you mentioned, and I shall diligently enhance my own weaknesses. Wen Hui still retains the temperament of a young lady, showing no signs of improvement whatsoever. Xia Yu ordered a rabbit meat hot pot, which was soon served at their round table. During their conversation, the eye in the center of the table, charcoal embers glowed, and the hot pot filled with rabbit meat began to bubble shortly thereafter. As Xia Yu drove, he attentively monitored the directions on the navigation system. He glanced at the rearview mirror, catching sight of the lovely ladies behind him, Gu Cixi and Wen Hui were silent. Suddenly, Xia Yu thought it appropriate to introduce them. Wen Hui, the enchanting lady beside you is Gu Cixi. You two should get to know each other. Next to me is the stunning beauty. Hua Wanqiu. While concentrating on driving, he introduced Hua Wanqiu and Gu Cixi to Wen Hui. The car gradually came to a halt on a bustling street in Poland, now teeming with people. The four of them exited the vehicle, with the three ladies following closely behind Xia Yu. In such a crowded area, it would be easy to get lost if they did not stick together. Hua Wanqiu and Gu Cixi walked hand in hand, while Wen Hui lagged behind. She rushed to Xia Yu's side, wrapping her arm around his waist, which left him feeling quite embarrassed. Passers-by might mistakenly assume she was his girlfriend. Gu Cixi looked on with disdain, pondering who this girl thought she was to compare to her sister Wanqiu. She found it utterly shameless for Wen Hui to cling to Xia Yu in such a manner. Expecting Hua Wanqiu to be upset, she was surprised to see her smiling radiantly, seemingly offering her blessings instead. Throughout this encounter, Gu Cixi harbored a sense of injustice for Hua Wanqiu. Yet the latter's demeanor made her break into a cold sweat. Xia Yu found himself with his arm around Wen Hui, or rather, it was Wen Hui who had entwined herself around him. He attempted to extricate himself from this unfounded misunderstanding, but when Hui held on even tighter, Xia Yu shook his head, recalling how he had once agreed to Mr. Wen's request to look after Wen Hui, ensuring her rapid growth and protection from bullying. Life at work was rather mundane, consisting primarily of work, meals, and sleep. Being able to invite colleagues out for a meal was indeed a rare occurrence. And Xia Yu cherished this opportunity, especially as it involved three distinct personalities. Gu Cixi, glancing at Xia Yu, was thrilled at the prospect of sharing a living space with such a handsome gentleman. If Xia Yu had any ulterior motives, they would likely be directed towards the stunning Hua Wanqiu, leaving no chance for her. By the way, Xia Yu, may I ask you something? What did the boss want with you this morning? Hua Wanqiu inquired, showing a keen interest in Xia Yu's every move. Xia Yu picked up a disposable teacup and took a sip of tea, relishing the refreshing taste, savoring the moment of enjoying Longjing tea after such a long time. He gazed at Hua Wanqiu, his eyes reflecting an indescribable sense of helplessness. Hua Wanqiu, do you still remember the incident when we were poisoned and framed at Zhao Min's shop? Xia Yu scanned the expressions on their faces, each curious heart eagerly anticipating her narration of the unfolding tale. Xia Yu, have you uncovered the identity of the perpetrator? Gu Cixi, with an insatiable appetite, vigorously gnawed on a large chicken leg, her words likely muddled even to her own ears. Xia Yu, you brought this upon yourself. Who told you to frequently bully others? When Hui cast a disdainful glance at Xia Yu, convinced that Xia Yu's tendency to stand up for others must have earned her numerous enemies. Xia Yu, I recall that the individual who poisoned us was a young woman. I faintly remember you chasing after her as she fled, but I am uncertain if you managed to identify the culprit afterward. However, I am certain that this villain is not far from us. Hua Wanqiu vividly recalled the scene from that day. Unable to contain herself, Xia Yu burst into laughter. These three girls were no ordinary individuals, each possessing the potential to be a detective. Ladies, to be candid, I have indeed located the woman who poisoned us, as well as the mastermind behind the scheme. Unfortunately, just as I began to uncover some leads, the true culprit dispatched individuals to silence the witnesses, leaving no trace behind until I could unravel the mystery. Xia Yu spoke with a sense of pride. When Hui lay on the table, dismissive of the story Xia Yu had just recounted, her indifferent demeanor surprisingly endearing to Gu Cixi, on the other hand, was utterly bewildered, longing to spend her days in the restaurant, eating and chatting simultaneously. I have already identified the mastermind. However, I lack sufficient evidence to substantiate their culpability. Xia Yu was always confident in her judgments. She would never speak unless she was certain. Xia Yu, who is it? Hurry and tell us. Don't keep us guessing. Wanqiu Jia, please manage Xia Yu. Gu Cixi, with her impatient nature, yearned for immediate answers. Cixi, I cannot control this big bad guy. If he refuses to speak, there is nothing I can do about it. Hua Wanqiu fully understood the implication behind Gu Cixi's words. Ladies, could you please refrain from discussing my future boyfriend as a villain? What flaws does he possess that warrant your disdain? When Hui doused Hua Wanqiu and Gu Cixi's remarks with cold water, believing that her father had entrusted Xia Yu with her care for a reason. Hey, Wen Hui, what do you mean? When did my Xia Yu become your future boyfriend? If he were to seek a partner, It would surely be someone as beautiful and gracious as Xia, or at the very least, a pure and virtuous Tang beauty like myself. If I were to traverse back to the Tang dynasty, perhaps I would already be a princess. Gu Cece could not abide when Huey's occasional shoulder touches or her arm linking with Xia Yu. Gucc. With your size, you should be called chubby girl or silly girl. How could you possibly be worthy of Xia Yu? Jia. Just look at the compatibility between Xia Yu and me. We are truly a match made in heaven. Therefore, you two should stop wasting time on Xia Yu. Wen Hui maintained her haughty demeanor. Although Mr. Wen had not been gone for long, it seemed her life had not undergone any significant changes. Wen Hui, clarify yourself. Who is the chubby girl? Who is the foolish girl? Let me tell you, Wen Hui, Xia Yu would never consider a woman like you, one who is ignorant and indulges in laziness. As a potential girlfriend, Gucc was particularly infuriated, her hands on her hips, ready to confront when Gucc. Good eater? Just take a look at what lies before you on the dining table. How dare you accuse me of being lazy and indulgent when you epitomize that very notion? Wen Hui replied with a cold smile, having endured enough mockery from foreign peers during her studies abroad. It was then that Gucc noticed the remnants of chicken legs, chicken feet, and fish bones scattered on her own plate. She instinctively touched her forehead, fearing that Wen Hui might once again bring up her past vulnerabilities. Wen Hui felt a sense of accomplishment in having bested Gucc. She was aware that her words had likely struck a nerve. Yet she would never capitulate to Xia Yu. Observing the squabble between Wen Hui and Gucc, Xia Yu grew increasingly quiet, allowing them to argue to their heart's content while he kept a watchful eye on Hua Wanqiu's demeanor. Who, of course, did not disappoint him. Xia Yu firmly believed that one day, when he achieved greatness, he would undoubtedly pursue Hua Wanqiu. Ladies, could you perhaps cease this bickering? I would rather not hear you disparaging my future boyfriend as a villain. What faults does he possess that warrants such scorn? Wen Hui splashed cold water on Hua Wanqiu and Gucci's remarks, convinced that her father had entrusted Xia Yu with her care for a reason. He must have exceptional qualities. Hey, Wen Hui, what do you mean? When did my Xia Yu become your future boyfriend? If he were to choose a girlfriend, it would surely be a beautiful and gracious girl like Wanqiu. If not, he might as well seek someone pure and exquisite like me. Had I lived in the Tang dynasty, perhaps I would have already become a princess. Gucc could not stand seeing Wen Hui lean on Xia Yu's shoulder or link arms with him. Gucc, with your figure, you ought to be called chubby girl or foolish girl. How do you think you are worthy of Xia Yu? Wanqiu, just look at how well Xia Yu and I complement each other. We are truly a match made in heaven. So you two should stop wasting your time on Xia Yu. Despite the recent loss of her father, Wen Hui's demeanor remained unchanged, still exhibiting her spoiled temperament. Wen Hui, clarify, who is the chubby girl? Who is the foolish girl? Let me tell you, Wen Hui, Xia Yu would never choose a woman like you, so ignorant and lazy. As his girlfriend Gucc was particularly agitated, her hands firmly on her hips, ready to challenge when Gucc. A good eater? Just look at what is on your dining table. How can you have the audacity to call me lazy when you are the very definition of it? Wen Hui replied with a cold laugh. Having seen too much ridicule from others while studying abroad, Gucc then realized the remnants of chicken legs, chicken feet, and fish bones she had devoured lay before her. She instinctively touched her forehead, fearing Wen Hui would once again bring up her past wounds. Chapter 85. Urgent call. Where there are three, there must be a teacher among them. Since Xia Yu began associating with these beautiful women, he gradually found himself more inclined to listen to others' opinions and to approach matters from various perspectives. Wen Hui, did I not pose a question to you? My company has recently encountered significant issues and is in dire need of funds for operational turnover. If you have any financial resources available, could you kindly lend me some to help with the situation? Xia Yu leaned in closely to Wen Hui's ear and tentatively inquired. Wen Hui sighed. To be honest, I truly do not have much cash to lend you. You are aware that the inheritance my father left me is being dispersed in installments, and at present, I am completely devoid of funds. She felt a profound sense of helplessness. She genuinely wished to assist Xia Yu, yet her lack of liquidity left her feeling deeply ashamed. Hua Wanqiu attentively listened to the exchange between Xia Yu and Wen Hui. Earlier that morning, she had sensed that President Wang had summoned Xia Yu for a matter of great importance, and it turned out that the company was facing a perilous risk of bankruptcy. Hua Wanqiu cherished her position at Siku Electronics, as it was her first job transitioning from campus life to the professional world. Consequently, she was resolutely determined to prevent Siku from descending into ruin. Although she held a junior quality control role, She had always regarded Siku as her family. Among three people, there must be a teacher for me. Since Xia Yu began associating with these remarkable women, he gradually found himself more capable of earnestly considering others' opinions and adopting a multifaceted perspective to fulfill his responsibilities effectively. I posed a question to you that my company is in serious trouble and needs a sum of money for turnover. If you have any available, could you lend me some? Xia Yu leaned in once more to Wen Hui's ear, tentatively asking again. Xia Yu, to speak candidly, I truly lack the liquid assets to lend you. As you are well aware that my father's inheritance is disbursed to me in installments, leaving me currently destitute. Wen Hui felt a profound sense of helplessness. She genuinely wished to assist Xia Yu, but was overwhelmed by her own lack of cash flow, which filled her with deep shame. Hua Wanxiu attentively listened to the conversation between Xia Yu and Wen Hui. Earlier that morning, she had surmised that Mr. Wang sought Xia Yu for a matter of great significance, and it was revealed that the company faced the peril of bankruptcy in the company of these remarkable women. Xia Yu gradually realized the importance of earnestly considering others' perspectives and engaging in empathetic thinking to fulfill her responsibilities effectively. Wen Hui, have I posed a question to you? Xia Yu inquired that my company is currently encountering severe issues and requires a sum of money for a temporary financial maneuver. If you possess any funds, could you kindly lend me a portion to tide me over? Xia Yu leaned closer to Wen Hui's ear, tentatively broaching the subject. Xia Yu, to be completely honest, I genuinely do not have much cash to lend you. As you know, my inheritance from my father is also received in installments, and I find myself financially barren at present. When Hui's sense of helplessness deepened, she yearned to aid Xia Yu but felt an acute sense of embarrassment due to her own financial constraints. Hua Wanxiu continued to listen intently to their exchange, already aware that Mr. Wang's summons to Xia Yu was undoubtedly linked to a pressing matter, namely the looming threat of corporate insolvency. Chapter 86. The President Takes Charge. 1. It was only then that Xia Yu realized that the individual blocking his path was none other than Bajio, who had previously come to the company dormitory to confront Wang Gang about repaying a debt. I was wondering who had the audacity to act so arrogantly. It turns out to be you, Bajio. Since I didn't manage to inflict any pain last time, are you eager to experience my leg techniques today? Xia Yu pondered why these individuals, instead of pursuing legitimate work, chose to engage in such nefarious activities. Though Bajio proclaimed his intent to retaliate against Xia Yu, he cautiously retreated a considerable distance. Fully aware of the formidable prowess of Xia Yu's leg techniques, it was common knowledge that anyone struck by Xia Yu's leg skills would require at least a month to fully recover. Brother Xia Yu, we bear no grudges against each other. We are all merely trying to earn a living. Our boss is currently negotiating with yours, and if there is nothing pressing, I advise you to refrain from interfering for the time being. Bajio, having shed his previous brutish demeanor, addressed Xia Yu with unexpected politeness. Bajio, to be candid, the crux of today's negotiations between your side and my company hinges on her, so I suggest you let us go. Xia Yu had no desire to entangle himself with these thugs, as he understood the purpose of his visit to the company. Brother Xia Yu, please do not make this difficult for me. If you insist on forcing your way in, you must first get past me. Bajio was known for his resolute nature and never regretted his decisions. Xia Yu surveyed his surroundings, noting that Bajio's 6 accomplices had once again encircled him tightly. The atmosphere, more intense than ever to Bajio's subordinates, appeared relatively youthful, likely in their 20s, yet they exhibited a trendier appearance than their peers, adorned with tattoos and flamboyant clothing, and demonstrated a maturity beyond their years. Xia Yu gestured towards these young men, hoping to subdue them all at once. Before Xia Yu could make a move, several of Bajio's men had already closed in on him, surrounding him in a tight formation. Hua Wanxiu, feeling a surge of fear, had never encountered such a daunting situation before. She cowered behind Xia Yu, her hand resting on his back. Xia Yu cast a few glances at his surroundings. As Bajio's 6 subordinates once again encircled him tightly, the atmosphere more intense than ever before. The individuals under Bajio's command appeared relatively youthful, likely in their 20s, yet they exhibited a trendiness that set them apart from their peers. Tattoos and flamboyant attire were commonplace among them, but more notably, they possessed a maturity beyond their years. Xia Yu waved his hand at these young men, hoping to subdue them all in one swift motion. However, before he could make a move, several of Bajio's men had already formed a tight circle around him. Hua Wanxiu's fear was palpable. She had never witnessed such a formidable display and had shrunk back behind Xia Yu. Her hand resting on his back. It was then that Xia Yu realized that the one blocking his path was none other than Bajio, the very man he had confronted last time at the company dormitory in pursuit of debt from Wang Gang. I wondered who it could be. So it's you, Bajio. Last time I didn't manage to hurt you. Are you eager to experience my leg techniques today? Xia Yu mused, perplexed as to why these individuals, instead of pursuing legitimate work, chose to engage in such nefarious activities. Bajio, while claiming he intended to retaliate against Xia Yu, had actually retreated a considerable distance. He was well aware of Xia Yu's formidable kicking prowess, understanding that anyone struck by it would require at least a month to recover fully. Xia Yu, my friend, we harbor no animosity towards one another. We are all merely trying to earn a living. Our boss is currently negotiating with your company's owner, and if you have no pressing matters, I would advise you to refrain from interfering for the time being, Bajio said, his tone markedly more courteous than during their previous encounter. Bajio, to be candid, the crux of today's negotiations between your side and my company still hinges upon her, so I suggest you release both of us, Xia Yu replied, unwilling to become entangled with Bajio's thugs. Fully aware of his purpose for being at the company. Xia Yu, please don't put me in a difficult position that if you insist on forcing your way in, you'll have to get past me first, Bajio asserted, resolute in his stance. Chapter 87. President, you take the lead, too. Wang Fei was elated to see Xia Yu appear at the venue, certain that he had come bearing the overdue payment. However, he remained perplexed by the meaning behind Xia Yu's earlier words. Xia Yu, I do not comprehend what you just said, Wang Fei admitted, bewildered by Xia Yu's intentions. That Mr. Zhu, my meaning is quite clear. You may seize Siku Electronics, and I will support you wholeheartedly, Xia Yu stated. Zhu, initially anticipating an entertaining spectacle, was taken aback by this young man's unexpected support for the acquisition of Siku Electronics. Xia Yu, what schemes do you harbor? I have treated you well. Why do you treat me this way? Wang Fei and Lan Xian found the situation utterly incredulous. Mr. Zhu, we can discuss the details of the contract once you have signed it, Xia Yu replied, feeling a sense of relief as he took a seat beside Lan Xian, with Hua Wanxiu and Zhong Yanhong standing behind him. Mr. Wang, the situation is dire. If the debt cannot be settled, your company must be exchanged. I am a businessman, ill-versed in the realm of industry. If you can procure the funds now, I may be willing to wait. Zhu's gaze was laced with contempt for Wang Fei. Convinced that he would be unable to produce such a sum, Wang Fei glanced at Lan Xian, who was entirely focused on Xia Yu, not sparing him a glance. Prior to Xia Yu's arrival, Lan Xian had shown Wang Fei considerable care, but since Xia Yu's emergence, she seemed enchanted by this youthful charmer, a decade her junior. Unaware of Lan Xian's unusual behavior, Xia Yu regarded her as a sister. Wang Fei, witnessing his lifelong toil and empire crumble in an instant due to a mere wager, felt an overwhelming wave of despair wash over him. The friends and family he had nurtured had deserted him, leaving him to confront this calamity alone. Consumed by thoughts of vengeance, a bet must be honored, he declared, signing his name with an artistic flourish using a black gel pen, rather than feeling sorrow. Xia Yu was exhilarated and was the first to applaud, prompting several others to join in. Today is the happiest day of my life. Although Siku is Wang Fei's hard-earned empire, we should regard him with reverence. However, what I wish to discuss today is unrelated to Siku Electronics. Xia Yu stood, surveying the room with gravitas as he prepared to announce something astonishing. Xia Yu, brother, speak plainly. No one can harm you here. What is it that you wish to reveal? Zhu's curiosity piqued. He too was eager to uncover what monumental secrets this small company harbored. Listen closely, everyone, that I am about to divulge a secret. He is merely a wolf in sheep's clothing. A heinous murderer. As Xia Yu uttered this revelation, gasps rippled through the crowd. Even Lan Xian, who had followed him for years, gasped in disbelief. Xia Yu, you have no evidence. Do not slander me without proof. Be wary of my defamation suit. Wang Fei erupted, standing in a fury, pointing at Xia Yu and unleashing a torrent of invective, a stark departure from his usual courteous demeanor. Brother Fei, is what Xia Yu said true? Standing opposite Wang Fei, Lan Xian could hardly believe that her longtime friend had never realized he was such a despicable person. Xia Yu, if you have the capability, present your evidence instead of spinning fantastical tales to slander me. Be cautious, or I shall sue you for defamation. Wang Fei uttered these words with a lack of conviction, merely a thief consumed by guilt. Mr. Wang, evidence is indeed required for a court case, is it not? Not a moment less, Xia Yu remarked, glancing at the wall clock, which had just struck 5 in the afternoon at that moment. Fully armed police officers burst into the office, bringing along the perpetrator of the crime. Quickly identify who instigated you to commit this act. 2 uniformed officers urged him to point out the assailant. The culprit unabashedly pointed at Wang Fei's face, showing no mercy, merely seeking self-preservation. Before he could finish speaking, the police rushed to the CEO's desk, pinning Wang Fei down and placing handcuffs on him as he was led away. Wang Fei glared at Xia Yu, his hatred for her intensifying. Upon witnessing Xia Yu's unexpected arrival at the venue, Wang Fei assumed she had come with the overdue payments, filling him with delight. Yet he remained puzzled by her earlier words. Xia Yu, I do not comprehend what you just said, Wang Fei muttered. Utterly confused about Xia Yu's intentions, Mr. Zhu, my intentions are quite clear. You may take control of Siku Electronics, and I will support you 100%. Zhu Shang had anticipated an entertaining spectacle. Yet he was taken aback by this young man's unexpected endorsement of his acquisition of Siku Electronics. Xia Yu, what are you truly up to? I have treated you well. Why do you repay me in this manner? Wang Fei and Lan Xin found it utterly incredulous. Wang Fei, initially elated by Xia Yu's presence, still grappled with the meaning behind her earlier statement. Xia Yu, your words elude my understanding. Wang Fei remained in a state of bewilderment. Unaware of Xia Yu's true motives, Mr. Zhu, my intentions are abundantly clear. You may seize Siku Electronics, and I will wholeheartedly support you. Zhu Shang, who had anticipated a show, was astonished by the young man's unexpected backing for his acquisition of Siku Electronics. Chapter 88. Mr. President, you shall take the lead. 3. Zhu Shang took the contract pushed forward by Lan Xin, casually glancing through it before it surprisingly aligned with his expectations. Xia Yu understood well that Zhu Shang possessed no experience in tangible business operations, nor did he harbor any genuine interest. He was merely looking to inflate the price or extract certain promises of benefit from Xia Yu. The conference room had unmistakably transformed into a gathering of formidable women. Zhong Yanhong, Hua Wanqiu, and Wen Hui were all staunch supporters of Xia Yu, and it was certain that Lan Xin would also back Xia Yu's decisions that a gentleman never engages in clandestine dealings. Thus, I propose that you assume the role of the company's consultant, with the annual repayment of your owed funds continuing as usual, in addition to an extra 5% share of the company's internal dividends. Xia Yu could only devise such a solution, which further complicated the management of Siku Electronics. Brother Xia Yu, you said this yourself. Should you renege after signing the contract, you would face legal repercussions. Zhu Shang exclaimed with delight. He had conducted discreet investigations into the financial standing of Siku Electronics, finding its overall operations to be relatively normal, aside from some minor disturbances caused by Wang Fei's family. Rest assured, Mr. Zhu, I will keep my word, Xia Yu asserted confidently. Zhu Shang reopened the contract, scrutinizing the details, and added the 5% share of dividends before elegantly inscribing his signature. Xia Yu, I have complete faith in you. The youth have boundless potential, Zhu Shang proclaimed, giving Xia Yu a thumbs up. However, Xia Yu could not share in this joy. He understood that involving Zhu Shang only exposed a Wan to outsiders, rendering him a potential target for coercion. Mr. Zhu, I appreciate your trust in me. Shortly, I will collaborate with my colleagues to ensure the successful management of Siku Electronics. The details of the specific shareholders will be formally conveyed to your office, Xia Yu stated as he rose and extended his hand to Zhu Shang. Zhu Shang accepted the contract pushed forward by Lan Xin, glancing through it casually before folding it away. Xia Yu knew all too well that Zhu Shang had no experience in tangible operations, nor did he possess any interest. His sole aim was to inflate the price or secure certain benefits from Xia Yu. Mr. Zhu, I sincerely appreciate your trust in me. Shortly, I will collaborate with my colleagues to ensure the successful operation of Siku Electronics. The specific list of shareholders will be delivered to your office in written form. Xia Yu rose and approached Mr. Zhu, extending a handshake. Mr. Zhu glanced at the contract pushed over by Lan Xin and, after a cursory inspection, seemed satisfied. Xia Yu understood that Mr. Zhu possessed no experience in tangible business operations, nor did he express any interest. He merely sought to inflate prices or secure certain advantages from Xia Yu. The conference room had transformed into a gathering of supportive women, as Zhong Yanhong, Hua Wanqiu, and Wen Hui all stood firmly behind Xia Yu, with Lan Xin likely to endorse his decisions as well. A gentleman never engages in underhanded dealings. Therefore, I propose that you take on the role of the company's advisor, with the annual repayment of your owed funds continuing as usual, in addition to an extra 5% share of the company's internal dividends. Xia Yu realized that, given the circumstances, this was the best course of action, though it would undoubtedly complicate the management of Siku Electronics further. Brother Xia Yu, you must remember this, should you later renege after signing the contract. Legal repercussions await, Mr. Zhu exclaimed, his delight palpable. He had conducted a discreet investigation into Siku Electronics' financial status and found the overall operations to be relatively stable, aside from minor disruptions caused by Wang Fei's relatives. Rest assured, Mr. Zhu, I will uphold my word. Xia Yu asserted with unwavering confidence that Mr. Zhu opened the contract once more, scrutinizing the details, and added the 5% dividend clause before inscribing an elaborate signature. Xia Yu, I have every confidence in you. The youth of today hold boundless potential, Mr. Zhu commended, giving Xia Yu a thumbs up. Yet, Xia Yu could not share in the joy. He understood that involving Mr. Zhu merely opened a wound, making him a potential target for external coercion. Mr. Zhu, I genuinely appreciate your trust in me. Shortly, I will collaborate with my colleagues to ensure the successful operation of Siku Electronics. The specific list of shareholders will be delivered to your office in written form. Xia Yu stood and approached Mr. Zhu, shaking his hand. Chapter 89. The Game of Strategy. Xia Yu walked over to Hua Wanxiu, carefully observing the attitudes of the attending management, esteemed leaders, if there are no objections. We formally appoint Hua Wanxiu as the company's president to forge a prosperous future for our organization. As Xia Yu circled the conference table, he gauged the expressions of the assembled management team. I oppose this. Wang Kainan, the general manager of Siku, rose in protest. Colleagues, while the company may not bear the Wang name at present, it is unseemly for a young woman to assume the presidency. I propose that the position be filled by someone with substantial experience and qualifications, such as myself. After making his case, he boldly nominated himself, being Wang Fei's cousin and having served with distinction at Siku for a significant duration. He had people placed in various management roles and was unwilling to see the company fall into the hands of outsiders. Noticing the room's occupants exchanging uncertain glances and lacking a clear stance, he sensed a growing support for his opinion, filling him with quiet satisfaction. Let us proceed this way. If those in favor of my candidacy are fewer than those supporting Hua Wanxiu, I shall willingly step aside. Wang Kainan was undoubtedly confident in his assertion, hence his audacity. In the marketing department, Lu Jun, from the process engineering division, Dong Fei, and Li Caixiao from the procurement department, all voiced their opinions, increasingly supporting Wang Kainan's speech. After all, Wang Kainan had often bestowed favors upon them in the past. Had he foreseen the crisis that would befall Wang Fei, he would not have invested his funds in the real estate market. And extracting capital now would prove difficult. Recently, when Wang Fei approached him for a loan, he genuinely lacked the funds and thus declined, refraining from inquiring further into Wang Fei's specific circumstances. Those who support me, please raise your hands, Wang Kainan proclaimed, hoping to secure victory through this method. Hua Wanxiu's voice softly reached Xia Yu's ear as she leaned closer, whispering a secret. Xia Yu, I think it's best to let him have it. I certainly do not covet the position. Xia Yu, however, rejected Hua Wanxiu's request with a glance and directly approached the CEO's seat. Colleagues, if you are willing to allow a usury company to manage Siku, I shall withdraw my investments immediately. At that point, you may find you have no opportunity to work at Siku at all. Xia Yu scanned each individual in the conference room. Those who had previously supported Wang Kainan lowered their heads, while only Wang Kainan remained obstinately defiant, utterly dismissing Xia Yu's words. As for Hua Wanxiu's capability to assume the role of CEO, how could one know without giving her a chance? Perhaps she could lead Siku to greatness, and even to an eventual public listing. Xia Yu himself harbored uncertainties regarding Hua Wanxiu's suitability, yet he believed that her work ethic would surely not fall short. Mr. Wang, do you have anything further to say? If you are dissatisfied with Hua Wanxiu as CEO, you are free to depart. Alternatively, you could invest to become a major shareholder, and we assure you there will be no objections, Xia Yu stated, positioning himself directly opposite Wang Kainan, urging him to make the right choice. Xia Yu, who do you think you are? Merely an ordinary employee on the assembly line. When did it become your place to wield influence here? If the investor is Hua Wanxiu, then what is your standing? How dare you point fingers at us in a high-level company meeting? Wang Kainan continued to be unrelenting, completely unaware of how many times Xia Yu had come to his rescue, even amidst perilous situations. Mr. Wang, my worth is inconsequential. What truly matters is that I am an employee of Siku, Once we enter the gates of Siku, we are family that I have made a small contribution, and as for why I am presiding over this meeting today. Have you not observed the current state of the company? A slight misstep could lead to our downfall. I merely wish to lend my modest support, although Xia Yu's speech may not have garnered Wang Canon's approval. The remaining colleagues erupted into applause, particularly Wen Hui and Hua Wanxiu, whose claps were notably resounding. With Yi and Lan Xine joining in, the applause reverberated throughout the conference room. The fervent applause did little to quell Wang Canon's ambition. But for the time being, he dared not act impulsively, instead feigning a supportive demeanor. He had no choice but to align himself with the prevailing sentiment and pretend to support Hua Wanxiu. Since you are aware he has committed a grave error, refrain from emulating his tactics. Otherwise, you may indeed bring calamity upon yourself and others. Xia Yu felt compelled to persuade Wang Canon, for he had been in this line of work for many years, rich in experience, that if he could be subdued and utilized for their benefit, it would indeed be a fortuitous outcome. Xia Yu, you are absolutely correct. However, no one is born perfect. A single mistake can lead to eternal regret. And I sincerely hope such incidents never occur again. Wang Canon's remarks, made in the presence of so many, were not solely for his own ears, but were also directed towards Xia Yu and Hua Wanxiu. Esteemed colleagues, without further ado, although I was not selected, and there remains considerable skepticism regarding my capabilities, I aspire to create value for the company and earn your recognition in the endeavors ahead. Hua Wanxiu and Xia Yu exchanged glances, seemingly in silent communion. In truth, Hua Wanxiu harbored some grievances against Xia Yu for not consulting her on such a significant matter beforehand, which further fueled her discontent. She continued, the boss's arrest has had a profound impact on the company. I hope the administration department will engage in more thoughtful discussions regarding employee sentiments in the coming days. I will familiarize myself with the company's personnel and financial status. Xia Yu found a vacant seat and listened attentively, while the nuances in her gaze towards Hua Wanxiu shifted, igniting a quiet ire within Wen Hui, who had always supported Xia Yu. She murmured to herself, alas, after a long day's toil, I am merely weaving garments for others. Seated beside Wen Hui, Zhong Yanhong discerned the undertones of her words. Though Wen Hui's voice was barely above a whisper, her meaning was unmistakable. Zhong Yanhong bore no ill will towards Xia Yu. She recognized that while Hua Wanxiu was her subordinate, she hardly knew her well. Furthermore, she believed she was ill-suited for the role of president, struggling even in her capacity as a department head. Hua Wanxiu, or rather, General Manager Hua, I conducted an analysis with General Manager Wang prior to this meeting. Currently, the company's order volume appears satisfactory, and barring unforeseen circumstances, profitability remains achievable. However, our cash flow has been entirely depleted, as General Manager Wang has withdrawn all available funds. Initially perplexed by Wang Fei's actions, Lan Xine finally grasped the rationale behind them. Director Lan, thank you for your insights. I will seek you out later to discuss the issue of financial deficits. Hua Wanxiu held deep admiration for Lan Xine, having once regarded her as a benchmark for her own future ambitions. Chapter 90. Roommates and beauties. Hua Wanxiu had anticipated Wang Canon's attempts to undermine her during the meeting, and Xia Yu had foreseen Wang Canon's desire to seize the opportunity for advancement. Albeit he encountered the wrong individuals at the right moment. When Hua Wanxiu declared the meeting adjourned, she exhaled a sigh of relief, never expecting Xia Yu to audaciously propose her as the company's president in such a significant setting. Despite her diligent study of business management literature, she understood that theory was merely academic. Given the fierce competition in the corporate arena, she was genuinely concerned about her capacity to manage such a sizable enterprise. Though Siku may be modest, it had already established itself as a commendable company in Hua Wanxiu's eyes. Wang Canon stormed out of the conference room, followed by several supervisory subordinates. Zhong Yanhong intended to wait for Xia Yu to finish before departing together. But seeing Xia Yu, Hua Wanxiu, and Wen Hui engaged in conversation, she hesitated to intrude. Approaching Xia Yu, who was seated at the president's conference table, she gently tapped her shoulder. Xia Yu was engrossed in discussing the company's strategic layout with Hua Wanxiu. Unable to resist, she leaned closer to Xia Yu and whispered, Xia Yu, would you care to join me for lunch this afternoon? Though Zhong Yanhong felt a twinge of irritation, she also recognized the earnest intentions behind Xia Yu's actions. Understanding that his tireless efforts were solely aimed at ensuring the smooth operation of Siku Electronics, she reflected on her recent complaints to Xia Yu, deeming them somewhat petty, and subsequently left the conference room alone. Xia Yu, why didn't you join Supervisor Zhong for dinner when she called for you? I imagine she must be quite disheartened. Shouldn't you rush out now? Perhaps you can still catch her, Hua Wanqiu remarked. Always considering others before herself, never once contemplating her own lifelong affairs, she believed in leaving everything to fate, convinced that if destiny were to arrive, it would do so inexorably. Don't worry about her. Hua Wanqiu, a SA supervisor. She is well aware of the complexities and stakes involved in matters. After today, she will surely forget, Xia Yu replied dismissively, not wishing to utter Zhong Yanhong's name in Hua Wanqiu's presence. Perhaps, he mused, his thoughts did not dwell on Zhong Yanhong at all. He had silently interrogated himself on this matter. Xia Yu, please refrain from indulging in flirtation before me. Am I not a stunning beauty? Serving as your third wheel. And hey, you promised me that once I retrieve my money, you would take me out for a grand feast. Furthermore, I have nowhere to stay tonight, so you must resolve that. Or I shall cling to you indefinitely. When Hui, ever playful and mischievous, with her whimsical charm, felt her cheeks flush with color whenever her gaze lingered on Xia Yu. My Snow White, spare me your sarcasm. Shortly, I shall treat you both to a lavish dinner to celebrate Hua Wanqiu's official appointment as the president of Siku Electronics, and then I will arrange for you to stay at Hua Wanqiu's place for a few nights. Xia Yu assured, tirelessly brainstorming solutions for Wen Hui's predicament, especially since she had been a tremendous help to him earlier that day. Xia Yu, shall we depart now? I am utterly famished, Wen Hui exclaimed. Resting her head on Xia Yu's shoulder as she scrutinized Hua Wanqiu, contemplating why Xia Yu chose to engage in conversation with her. If they were a couple, they would indeed be a perfect match. Fairy sisters, action speaks louder than words. It is time to act without delay, Xia Yu declared, springing up from his seat with such enthusiasm that even Hua Wanqiu was momentarily taken aback. The three of them exited the conference room and made their way out of the Siku factory. As Xia Yu approached the parking area, he hopped into the driver's seat and drove up to where Hua Wanqiu and Wen Hui were waiting. President, please hurry and get in the car, he said playfully, a grin adorning his face as he stepped out to open the back doors for Hua Wanqiu and Wen Hui. Both women, in high spirits, climbed into the back seat with radiant smiles. Especially Wen Hui, whose dimples added a touch of carefree joy to her demeanor. Xia Yu, where are we dining? By the way, could you first drive us to the rental house? I am certain Gu Cece is unaware of where to go alone. We should bring her along, Hua Wanqiu remarked, unable to forget her dear friend Gu Cece, no matter where she went. Before long, Xia Yu arrived at the foot of Hua Wanqiu's rental building. Hua Wanqiu had called Gu Cece in advance, and the latter was waiting by the roadside at the entrance. Upon spotting Gu Cece, Xia Yu immediately recognized her, while Hua Wanqiu waved her delicate hand from the car window, prompting Gu Cece to return the gesture. The predicament that Hua Wanqiu, faced with Wang Canon's harassment during the meeting, was entirely foreseeable. Xia Yu had already anticipated Wang Canon's intent to seize the opportunity to usurp her position, yet sadly, he encountered the wrong individual at the right moment. When Hua Wanqiu declared the meeting adjourned, she finally exhaled in relief. She had not expected Xia Yu to audaciously propose her as the company president in such a significant setting. Although she diligently studied corporate management literature, it was merely theoretical knowledge in the current fiercely competitive business landscape. She was deeply troubled by her perceived inadequacy to manage such a large enterprise. Despite its modest size, Siku had already established itself as a commendable company in Hua Wanqiu's eyes. Wang Canon stormed out of the conference room, trailed by several managerial subordinates who followed his lead in departing. The wind rustled. One might ponder, where were you? The interplay between Hua Wanqiu and Xia Yu was indeed captivating. Chapter 91. A night of sleepless heartache. Ultimately, Xia Yu was forcibly seated on the sofa by Gu Cece and Wen Hui. He seldom indulged in alcohol, yet today, his jubilation over Hua Wanqiu's ascension to the presidency compelled him to drink more than usual. It was only then that he began to feel the disorienting effects of dizziness, a nauseating sensation that was particularly distressing. Cece, stay with me tonight, when Hui can retreat to her own bed. If Xia Yu remains inebriated, let him rest on the sofa, he murmured. Hua Wanqiu, slightly tipsy, leaned on Gu Cece and Wen Hui for support, while Xia Yu reclined at the other end of the sofa, his eyes closed. Struggling to comprehend Hua Wanqiu's words, he incessantly called out for the remote control, pondering if the situation would have escalated had Gu Cece not intervened. Wen Hui, closest to Xia Yu, closed her eyes and handed him the television remote. Xia Yu, the remote controlled. As the summer rain fell, Xia Yu closed his eyes, feeling the potent after-effects of the white liquor intensifying. His right hand wandered about the sofa, as if searching for fish. until it inadvertently grasped Wen Hui's delicate hand, and he held on, oblivious to the fact that he was not clutching the remote control, but rather her hand. Xia Yu, are you being mischievous? You've caught my hand, while the remote is right beside you. Though Wen Hui had indulged in a bit of red wine and felt slightly tipsy, the alcohol's lower potency meant she was merely pleasantly inebriated. Xia Yu's grip on her hand was distinctly felt. It was the first time a boy had taken her hand, an experience she had never encountered before. Nearby, Hua Wanxiu and Gu Sisi were in fits of laughter, thoroughly entertained by the sight of Xia Yu holding Wen Hui's hand. Despite his intoxication, Xia Yu retained a semblance of clarity, and as his hand brushed against the remote's control buttons, he turned on the television. The screen displayed local news broadcasts. Our station reports. In the industrial park of District A in Shunan, the owner of a small electronics factory has been arrested on suspicion of framing others. It is said that a regular employee of the company will take over his responsibilities. Drunkenly, Xia Yu listened to the announcer's voice, while Hua Wanxiu and Gu Sisi nestled against each other, completely absorbed in their own world. After a while, Xia Yu opened his eyes, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. Wen Hui had shed her outer garment, revealing a simple, white tank top, and he could clearly discern the contours of her figure without even straining his vision. Xia Yu could only describe the scene with 3 words: beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. He was unwilling to be a coward. After all, fate had bestowed upon him such fortune, so why should he concern himself with others' opinions? Love requires courage. Unable to resist, he stole a few more glances, unaware that his body's responses were undergoing a transformative change. He felt fortunate to have 3 beautiful women by his side, a blessing he considered himself lucky to possess. As he gently pushed Wen Hui, who had unknowingly leaned against him and fallen asleep. He took his jacket to cover her. Sitting up, he then noticed the 3 beauties on the sofa appeared rather disheveled. Had it been another man, they might have become mere objects of desire. Afterward, Xia Yu went to the bathroom for a refreshing shower, feeling rejuvenated. The scent of the shower gel wafted through the air, carried by a gentle breeze to every corner of the room. When Xia Yu emerged from the bathroom, Hua Wanxiu had also awakened. Xia Yu, come help me carry Gu Sisi to my room, she said, glancing at Gu Sisi and when Hui.no need. Look how peacefully they are sleeping. Xia Yu replied casually. Then where will you sleep tonight? I'll sleep with you. Xia Yu, when did you learn to be so cheeky? It's the essence of manhood. Though Xia Yu said this, he crouched by the sofa, gesturing for Hua Wanxiu to help carry Gu Sisi to her room. It was then that Hua Wanxiu realized he was merely jesting, that Gu Sisi was indeed heavy, and both Xia Yu and Hua Wanxiu struggled slightly as they carried her into the room. By the time they laid Gu Sisi down in Hua Wanxiu's room, she was breathless from the exertion. Without hesitation, Xia Yu scooped up Wen Hui in one smooth motion, carrying her effortlessly. He felt that although Wen Hui possessed a slender figure and long, beautiful legs, she was undoubtedly malnourished, weighing less than 45 kilograms, which stirred a sense of pity within Xia Yu. Xia Yu, you've worked hard. You should rest early. I'll take a shower before heading to bed. Hua Wanxiu's voice resonated softly. Xia Yu gazed at the enchanting Hua Wanxiu, at a loss for words. He found her increasingly beautiful, more captivating than he had imagined. He settled onto the sofa, reclining back into its embrace, while the incessant sound of water droplets from the shower room led his thoughts astray, and soon he drifted into slumber. Ultimately, he was forcibly pulled back to the sofa by Gu Sisi and Wen Hui. Typically, he seldom indulged in alcohol, but today, not solely due to Hua Wanxiu being appointed as CEO, but rather his overwhelming joy for her, he found himself consuming an excessive amount of white liquor. At that moment, he began to feel dizzy, caught in a particularly uncomfortable sensation of wanting to vomit yet resisting the urge. Sisi, you stay with me tonight. When awake and take your bed. If Xia Yu has tea sobered up, let him remain on the sofa. Hua Wanxiu, slightly inebriated, supported by both Wen Hui and Gu Sisi. Xia Yu leaned against the opposite end of the sofa, eyes shut, struggling to comprehend Hua Wanxiu's words. He kept calling out for the remote control, pondering whether he would indeed face significant trouble had Gu Sisi not intervened. Wen Hui, closest to him, with her eyes closed, felt her way to the television remote and pushed it towards Xia Yu, the remote control. With his eyes still closed, Xia Yu found the after effects of the white liquor particularly potent as he aimlessly searched the sofa with his right hand until he inadvertently grasped Wen Hui's delicate hand and, after a prolonged moment, did not release it. In his muddled state, he remained unaware that he was not holding the remote control, but rather Wen Hui's hand. Xia Yu, are you being mischievous? You've caught my hand. The remote is beside us. Although Wenhui had consumed a bit of red wine and felt slightly tipsy, the alcohol content was relatively low, and she was merely mildly intoxicated. The sensation of being held by a boy was entirely new to her, an experience she had never encountered before. Ultimately, he was once again compelled to sit on the sofa by Gu Sisi and Wenhui. He typically refrained from drinking, but today was exceptional, not only due to Hua Wanxiu's promotion, but also his genuine happiness for her, which led him to drink excessively. Now, he felt the dizzying effects of the alcohol, battling a particularly uncomfortable urge to vomit. Sisi, you accompany me to sleep tonight. Let Wenhui take your bed that if Xia Yu is still inebriated. Allow him to sleep on the sofa. Hua Wanxiu, slightly tipsy, supported by Wenhui and Gu Sisi. Xia Yu, on the other side of the sofa, leaned back, eyes shut, struggling to make sense of Hua Wanxiu's words. Chapter 92. A transformation. Ordinary individuals lead ordinary lives. Xia Yu had always aspired to such a life, yearning to find a beloved companion and navigate life's journey smoothly. Yet, fate seemed determined to prevent him from achieving this. Upon awakening, he found Hua Wanxiu diligently preparing breakfast. After enjoying the meal she had made, he settled onto the sofa to watch television. Xia Yu, this male guest possesses such a distinct personality. He is precisely my type, Hua Wanxiu exclaimed, her cherry lips savoring the congee with preserved egg and lean pork, her eyes sparkling with admiration for the male guest on the screen. Hua Wanxiu, your lack of discernment is rather astonishing. Although a gentleman of my remarkable poise and talent may not pique your interest, I cannot fathom your affinity for such an effeminate dandy. Xia Yu expressed his dissatisfaction, remarking that while the male guest on television may possess a certain charm, the presence of earrings and the occasional display of delicate gestures render him a complete pretender. In the eyes of a lover, Xia Yu found beauty in the unconventional. It remains unclear whether Hua Wanxiu spoke with intention or if she genuinely harbored a fondness for such fashionable pretenders. Rather than appreciating the authenticity of a man skilled in martial arts like Xia Yu, Hua Wanxiu, I never anticipated your taste to be so peculiar. Thankfully, I refrained from pursuing you, or I would surely have faced rejection. Xia Yu, in a moment of self-deprecation, recalled that upon their first meeting, he found Hua Wanxiu exceptionally beautiful and brimming with personality. Yet as time passed, he lamented the lost opportunity to court her. Xia Yu, that is not a certainty, she retorted, but it may be too late now. Supervisor Zheng treats you with such kindness. You ought to reciprocate. Hua Wanxiu seemed aware of Zhong Yanhong's deep affection for Xia Yu. She vividly remembered witnessing Zhong Yanhong, gazing dreamily at Xia Yu in the cafeteria, lost in her thoughts. This realization prompted Hua Wanxiu to wish for the happiness of Xia Yu and Zhong Yanhong, urging her to maintain a respectful distance to avoid unnecessary complications. Hua Wanxiu, could you refrain from mentioning Zhong Yanhong? Perhaps holding her hand was a monumental mistake. Xia Yu pondered whether to voice such sentiments. Xia Yu, why do you say that? Zhong Yanhong is quite wonderful. You should cherish her, Hua Wanxiu asserted, echoing a truth that men ought to shoulder their responsibilities. Hua Wanxiu, let us not speak of her. The extent of my journey with her is dictated by fate. By the way, we need to convene Director Lan today to discuss personnel arrangements. We cannot allow Wang Kainan to threaten us at any moment. Xia Yu regarded this matter with utmost seriousness. The only obstacle preventing Hua Wanxiu from occupying the presidential seat was the cunning Wang Kainan, compounded by the uncertainty of whether Wang Fei's friends and family would side with him. Gu Sisi and Wenhui were certainly not roused by Hua Wanxiu's encouragement to rise early for breakfast. They would undoubtedly sleep until they awoke naturally, after enjoying the breakfast prepared by Hua Wanxiu. Wenhui settled beside Xia Yu, while Gu Sisi took her place next to Hua Wanxiu, the four of them forming an eye-catching assembly of handsome men and beautiful women. Wenhui, what are your plans? Xia Yu inquired, demonstrating concern for her well-being, especially since he had promised Mr. Wen to take good care of her, ensuring that no one would let her down. Moreover, Mr. Wen's true intention was for Xia Yu to eventually marry Wenhui. Though he felt awkward broaching the subject, particularly regarding the acceptance of an unfamiliar suitor from afar. I have no particular plans. I will follow you until I am hungry, since you promised my father to look after me. Wenhui replied with a smile, sitting across from Xia Yu. Wenhui, this is serious. The company is beset with internal and external troubles, facing the risk of closure at any moment. I may find my time consumed by assisting Hua Wanxiu in managing the company, Xia Yu declared earnestly. However, Wenhui remained unconvinced. With her charming disposition, She believed all men should be enamored by a girl as delightful as she. Xia Yu, you are a fickle-hearted fellow, disguising your intentions under the pretense of work, when in truth, you merely wish to pursue Sister Wanqiu. When Hui deliberately raised her voice, ensuring that Hua Wanqiu could hear her. When Hui, you are truly formidable. I surrender unconditionally, for I am genuinely intimidated by you. Xia Yu conceded, realizing that further argument would only lead to discomfort for both him and Hua Wanqiu. Thus, he raised his hands in a gesture of surrender towards Wen Hui. All right, do not be so petty. I assure you, if I were to join your company, I would never cause you or President Hua any trouble. Rather, I believe my legal education could be of great benefit to you. Wen Hui unexpectedly volunteered herself. Wen Hui, the three of us welcome you to our team, united in the pursuit of our dreams. Upon learning that Wen Hui also aspired to join Siku Electronics, Hua Wanqiu recognized that with her graduate degree, any company would eagerly embrace her. Ordinary people lead ordinary lives, and Xia Yu had always yearned for such a life, seeking a beloved partner to traverse life's journey in tranquility. Yet, fate seemed intent on thwarting his desires. When Xia Yu awoke, he found Hua Wanqiu diligently preparing breakfast. After enjoying the meal she had made, he settled on the sofa, turning on the television. This male guest possesses such a unique charm. He is precisely my type, Hua Wanqiu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she savored the century egg and lean meat porridge while fixating on the television's male guest. Hua Wanqiu, your taste is rather questionable. While you might overlook a dashing gentleman such as myself, surely you do not fancy this effeminate pretender, Xia Yu retorted, feeling a tinge of indignation. Despite the male guest's decent appearance, the earrings and flamboyant gestures rendered him a quintessential pretender. Beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. I am drawn to him, Hua Wanqiu replied, leaving Xia Yu uncertain whether her words were a jest or a genuine preference for such fashionable pretenders over a true man of skill like himself. I never expected you to have such peculiar tastes. I am fortunate not to have pursued you, as I would undoubtedly have faced rejection, Xia Yu quipped. In truth, Xia Yu had found Hua Wanqiu exceptionally beautiful and full of personality from their very first encounter. Yet time had slipped away, causing him to miss the opportunity to court her. That may not necessarily be the case, but it is too late now. Supervisor Zhong has treated you exceptionally well, so you ought to reciprocate her kindness. Hua Wanqiu seemed to understand Zhong Yanhong's affection for Xia Yu. You truly lack discernment. While you may dismiss a suave and talented gentleman such as myself, I cannot fathom your attraction to this effeminate pretender. Xia Yu remained unconvinced, noting again the male guest's decent looks overshadowed by his effeminate demeanor. Chapter 93. Delving into the grassroots, Hua Wanqiu understood perfectly that in order to manage a company effectively, one must invest effort in understanding the grassroots and the actual circumstances, such as the working conditions of the laborers, the intensity of their labor, the control of product quality, cost management, and the financial settlement cycle. Among other factors, accompanying Hua Wanqiu, their first stop was the testing workshop. At first glance, she spotted Zhong Yanhong, busy with the packaging process. Early in the morning, Zhong Yanhong had canceled the morning meeting due to the urgent production demands. And with the newly hired workers yet to arrive, she found herself compelled to work with her own hands on a rainy summer day. Xia Yu accompanied Hua Wanqiu as they approached Zhong Yanhong. It was only then, prompted by her colleagues, that Zhong Yanhong became aware of their arrival. Hello, Supervisor Zhong. May I tour your workshop? Hua Wanqiu spoke with remarkable gentleness, as she had only been an employee there the day before. Zhong Yanhong set aside her current task. She had been assisting in counting defective packaged goods, and glanced at Xia Yu before addressing Hua Wanqiu. Wanqiu, I apologize that I am so accustomed to calling you that. It may take me a moment to adjust. Of course, feel free to explore. Supervisor Zhong, it's quite all right. That form of address feels warm and familiar. Please continue with your work, Xia Yu, and I will take a look around. Hua Wanqiu replied, seemingly unfazed by Zhong Yanhong's manner of address, finding it entirely natural. In fact, being called President Hua made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. President Hua, please feel free to look around. May I have a moment alone with Xia Yu? Zhong Yanhong had never before found it so challenging to meet Xia Yu's gaze. Of course, you may. We will rely heavily on your support in the future. Hua Wanqiu appeared to sense Zhong Yanhong's feelings. She had long been aware, through other colleagues, that Zhong Yanhong held a deep affection for Xia Yu. Xia Yu, Supervisor Zhong wishes to speak with you. I'll take a look around, Hua Wanqiu said as she turned towards the first step of the testing process. Go ahead. I'll stay here, Xia Yu casually replied. Zhong Yanhong walked directly up to Xia Yu. raising her delicate hand to playfully punch him on the shoulder. Xia Yu, you're so naughty. I've missed you dearly. And you haven't even called that I was worried something might have happened to you. Zhong Yanhong pouted charmingly, while two female colleagues whispered to each other as they worked, occasionally stealing glances at Zhong Yanhong with amused smiles. In contrast, Hua Wanqiu appeared utterly focused and serious, oblivious to Zhong Yanhong's playful antics before Xia Yu, as it seemed unjust for her not to be the president. Observing the affectionate look in Zhong Yanhong's eyes directed at him, Xia Yu refrained from criticizing her for not being mindful of the impression she was making in such a setting. Xia Yu, are you free this evening? It has been ages since we've had a meal together. Just the two of us. Zhong Yanhong gazed at Xia Yu with doe-like eyes, her expression brimming with charm and warmth. Yanhong, I can't say for certain right now, but if I'm free, I'll definitely join you for dinner. Xia Yu was uncertain, as it was still early in the workday. All right then, I'll call you after work. Remember, we must not miss each other tonight. Zhong Yanhong harbored great expectations. She knew Xia Yu was her destined partner, and she wished for no one else. Yanhong, when have I ever deceived you? Rest assured, if I have the time, I will come to pick you up. Xia Yu stated, though his gaze remained fixated on Hua Wanqiu's movements. Well, I will never go back on my word. You can count on me. Xia Yu's attention was divided, as he navigated between Zhong Yanhong's affectionate demeanor and the direction in which Hua Wanqiu had disappeared. Xia Yu, it seems you would rather spend time with Hua Wanqiu than chat with me, Zhong Yanhong teased, having noticed his lack of focus. I truly annoy you so much. Observing your apparent lack of focus. Perhaps you should seek out your esteemed president's younger sister? Zhong Yanhong seemed to perceive the unusual demeanor of Xia Yu. Yanhong, please attend to your matters. Should you find yourself free this evening, I shall undoubtedly reach out to invite you for dinner, Xia Yu remarked as he began to stride forward. Indeed, Xia Yu was making his way towards Hua Wanqiu, and as he approached the workstation of Xiao Budian, he casually patted Wang Yan's shoulder. Xiao Budian, who had just been using Xia Yu as a topic of conversation, was taken aback by his sudden proximity. Xia Yu, as you ascend the ranks and attain wealth, do not forget about me. Wang Yan, with her mischievous spirit and an adorably petite face, was not particularly tall, yet her complexion was flawless. She and Xia Yu had previously enjoyed playful banter during their breaks in the workshop. No problem. Xia Yu had already passed her by, playfully making a kissing sound and tossing it into the air, a gesture that unmistakably struck a chord in Xiao Budian's heart. She had never been pursued by someone as dashing as Xia Yu. While she had her share of admirers, they were all rather unimpressive in stature and means, failing to align with her romantic ideals. With but a word from Xia Yu, she would willingly fall into his embrace. Yet he would never utter those sacred 3 words to her, having not even expressed them to Zhong Yanhong. Hua Wanqiu was inspecting the fire safety equipment at the entrance when Xia Yu soon stood beside her. Xia Yu, let us explore other workshops, Hua Wanqiu suggested before heading towards the second floor. The second floor housed 2 workshops, one for welding repairs and another for surface mounting. Thus, Hua Wanqiu continued to accompany Xia Yu through numerous workshops, visiting nearly all except for some auxiliary departments. To effectively manage a company, one must diligently engage with the grassroots and comprehend the actual conditions, such as the worker's operational status, labor intensity, product quality control, cost management, and the financial settlement cycle, among other factors. Xia Yu's first stop with Hua Wanqiu was the testing workshop. At first glance, she spotted Zhong Yanhong, who was busily engaged in the packaging process. Zhong Yanhong had canceled the morning meeting early, as production was exceptionally hectic. Both Xia Yu and Hua Wanqiu had emerged from this very workshop, and with the newly hired workers yet to arrive, she was compelled to work herself. Hua Wanqiu fully understood that to manage the company effectively, one must invest effort in grasping the fundamental realities, including the workers' operational conditions, labor intensity, product quality control, cost management, and the financial settlement cycle, among other critical aspects. Chapter 94. Despicable Scoundrels. The office of the Vice President of Siku Electronics. While Wang Kanan held the title of Vice President, the decor within his office was opulent and grand. On the left side of the display shelf were various mobile phones produced by the company, while the right side showcased an array of rare treasures. Whether these were authentic or mere imitations was likely known only to those versed in such matters. This space served as his personal reception room, which was further equipped with another chamber. Opposite the display stand were 3 sofas and a tea table set, around which 4 individuals were engaged in a boisterous game of poker, filling the atmosphere with an oppressive haze. Their voices resonated loudly, transforming the once serene office environment into a veritable playground. Following closely behind Hua Wanqiu, Xia Yu arrived at the threshold of Wang Canon's office, just as Wang's personal assistant, Huang Fong, brushed past Hua Wanqiu. Noticing the palpable tension on Hua Wanqiu's face, Huang Fong feigned nonchalance, although her trembling hands betrayed her anxiety. "President Hua, is there something you need from me?" she inquired, attempting to mask the unease that gnawed at her. "Do you happen to know where General Manager Wang is gone?" Hua Wanqiu inquired amiably, devoid of any airs of authority. "Wang is in the office." Huang Fong replied hesitantly. "If there's something you need, I can relay a message to him." Huang Fong was acutely aware of the unspoken rules regarding what should and should not be discussed. "Huang Fong, you may return to your duties. I was merely passing by Wang Canon's office and thought to inquire." Hua Wanqiu replied, her discernment allowing her to see through Huang Fong's refusal. Yet, she held the belief that Huang Fong must have her reasons, prompting her to pursue the truth behind the facade. "President Hua, I shall attend to my tasks," Huang Fong said, relief washing over her as she hurried away, fearful of any probing questions Hua Wanqiu might pose regarding Wang Canon. Xia Yu refrained from interrupting the intriguing exchange between the two women, choosing instead to observe Hua Wanqiu adeptly navigate the situation. He believed that a woman at work was at her most enchanting, her professional endeavors overshadowing personal happiness, once Huang Fong had departed. Hua Wanqiu exchanged a knowing glance with Xia Yu, signaling the urgency of the matter at hand. Xia Yu positioned himself beside her, confident in her ability to resolve the issue, upon hearing the raucous commotion from inside. Hua Wanqiu was taken aback as she opened Wang Canon's door. Inside the reception area, four robust young men were absorbed in a heated game of poker, each clutching a cigarette. The sudden intrusion of Xia Yu and Hua Wanqiu startled them. Approaching the sofa, Xia Yu observed the game in progress. "Hey, everyone halt. I have questions for you," Xia Yu declared, preempting Hua Wanqiu's inquiry with his bold announcement. Seated against the wall was a burly man dressed in black, known as Xiaoying, whom his subordinates referred to as Eagle Brother. A prominent scar marred his face, and his bald head was striking, adorned with a gold prayer bead necklace and bracelets on both wrists. He shot a glare at Xia Yu, and in a fit of rage, flung his cards aside, his mood evidently soured by a recent loss. "Curse my rotten luck, I'm done playing. Who are you two?" "Unaware that I've just lost money and am in a foul mood." "It seems the two of you are the harbingers of my misfortune," Xiaoying grumbled, his spirits plummeting further as his subordinates reveled in their winnings. "It's no wonder you lost. You're nothing but a vulture. Who do you think you are, daring to play poker in the office?" Xia Yu retorted with a cold laugh, having encountered many gamblers like Xiaoying, whose blustering bravado masked their ineptitude. "You insolent brat. Whom do you call a vulture? Let me tell you, he is the new master sweeping through the streets of Poland. Even the once mighty Li Tianhu has fallen before Eagle Brother. Are you frightened?" The lackeys beside Xiaoying began to flatter him with fervor. "But do you know who she is? And do you realize whose territory you are recklessly trampling upon?" Xia Yu found himself compelled to counter their assertions. Suddenly, Xiaoying rose to his feet, casting a gaze upon Hua Wanqiu that was filled with admiration and wicked intent, as if he had never beheld a beauty before. His eyes were brimming with desire and malevolence. The three subordinates gathered their wealth and encircled Xia Yu and Hua Wanqiu. "Beautiful lady, you are precisely my type. Regardless of who you are, that if you spend just one night with me, I promise to grant you boundless riches and glory," Xiaoying proclaimed, while instinctively reaching to caress Hua Wanqiu's chin. Hua Wanqiu quickly stepped back, narrowly evading Xiaoying's unwelcome advances. Unwilling to concede defeat, Xiaoying attempted once more to violate Hua Wanqiu's space. But his hand was firmly grasped by Xia Yu, who held it tightly in place. Xiaoying had initially dismissed Xia Yu as inconsequential, believing any one of his companions to be mightier than him. Yet he was utterly astonished to discover that he was unable to break free from Xia Yu's grip. In the office of the vice president of Siku Electronics, although Wang Canon bore the title of vice president, his office was lavishly adorned, showcasing an array of mobile devices produced by the company on the left side of the display case, while the right side exhibited an assortment of rare treasures. Only those knowledgeable in the field could discern between genuine artifacts and mere replicas. This was his personal reception area, which also contained a separate room. Opposite the display case were 3 sofas surrounding a coffee table, where 4 individuals were engrossed in a boisterous game of poker, transforming the otherwise pristine office space into a raucous entertainment venue. Xia Yu followed closely behind Hua Wanqiu, arriving at Wang Canon's office door just as his personal assistant, Huang Fong, hastily passed by, visibly tense upon catching sight of Hua Wanqiu. Chapter 95. Ruthless measures. The woman exiting Wang Canan's office was actually a new employee, Tang Xia, who aspired to become a cashier at Siku. With Wang Canan's assistance, her wish had been fulfilled. After a decade of service as a cashier, she was unjustly dismissed by Wang Canan under dubious pretenses, an incident that occurred before Hua Wanqiu assumed the role of president. Director Lan Xin was powerless to intervene, allowing Wang Canan to act with impunity. She had reported the situation to Wang Fei multiple times, but familial ties rendered him ineffective in addressing the issue. Hua Wanqiu could not abide by Wang Canan's inappropriate conduct with employee Tang Xia within the office space, while she could overlook his private life at home. Such indiscretions were intolerable in the workplace, where the integrity of management must be upheld. Vice President Wang, this is a company, not your private courtyard. Hua Wanqiu confronted him bluntly. Standing before Wang Canan with a steely gaze, he shot a few glances at her, took a drag from his cigarette, and exhaled smoke rings, clearly dismissing the presence of these two young and striking individuals. President Hua, a new official naturally brings a fervor for reform. I have no objections to your restructuring. However, if you insist on shadowing me daily, I must protest. Are you not being a tad excessive by meddling in my private affairs? Wang Canan smirked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Brother Nan, do not stoop to the level of that young lady. If she displeases me, I shall eliminate her without hesitation. However, I must admit, she possesses a certain allure. If you desire, I am ready to act at any moment. Upon finishing his statement, Zhao Ying's gaze fixated on Hua Wanqiu, scrutinizing her with an intensity that lingered on her ample bosom, fueling his audacious confidence. Xia Yu could not help but chuckle. What are you leering at? You scoundrel. Xia Yu, you two are joining in the ruckus. Driving me mad. Hua Wanqiu seemed to perceive Zhao Ying's nefarious intentions and glared at him fiercely. Zhao Ying, you truly lack discernment. Even our esteemed female leader of the 4 libraries is not beyond your reach. You must be weary of life. Wang Canan feigned a serious demeanor as he reprimanded his subordinate, though it was perhaps his deepest desire to have Zhao Ying voice such thoughts aloud. Vice President Wang, I grant you 3 days for rectification. Should such an incident occur again, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Hua Wanqiu did not erupt in fury. She understood that with an old fox like Wang Canan, only subtle skirmishes would suffice, as open conflict would only lead to her own detriment. Rest assured, President Hua, I would never commit such a grave error within the company. Wang Canan echoed Hua Wanqiu's words, merely offering a token response. Vice President Wang, I require a written apology regarding today's incident. Let this serve as the final warning, or do not fear my wrath. Hua Wanqiu's fierce demeanor failed to intimidate Wang Canan, instead eliciting a sense of endearing ferocity in Xia Yu. Had it been anyone else, such a countenance would never achieve a similar effect. President Hua, how could I disregard your words, with everyone present? I vow to never engage in any matters unrelated to work within the office. Wang Canan extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, feigning compliance with Hua Wanqiu's remarks. Xia Yu, let us depart. Hua Wanqiu was seething with rage, wishing she could confront Wang Canan physically, yet in this civilized society, she could not resort to actions that would conflict with decorum. Xia Yu remained largely silent upon entering, content with merely safeguarding Hua Wanqiu. The power struggles were of no concern to him at this moment. Just as Hua Wanqiu and Xia Yu stepped out of the office, Wang Canan clenched his fist and struck the transparent coffee table with great force, leaving the table unscathed while his own hand bore the brunt of the impact. Turning crimson, Brother Nan, why were you so courteous to her just now? With a mere word from you, I could deal with her at any time. Zhao Ying, simple-minded, failed to grasp Wang Canan's intentions. Zhao Ying, you know nothing. Why should I bother with an 18 or 19-year-old girl? The 4 libraries will inevitably fall into my hands. Wang Canan brushed off the dust from his trousers. Having just shared an intimate moment with Tang Xia in the private room half an hour ago, Brother Nan, your wisdom is unparalleled. Under your leadership, the 4 libraries are destined for greatness, though Zhao Ying lacked intellect. His cunning tricks were unmatched, and he was no stranger to underhanded tactics. Get lost, stop flattering me. Keep a close watch on those 2 from earlier, especially the bodyguard beside President Hua. He is quite formidable. Inform me of any developments promptly. Wang Canan's eyes glimmered with a sinister intent, causing an involuntary shiver to run down his spine. Rest assured, those 2 will not have an easy time under my watch. With that, Zhao Ying exited with 3 subordinates, determined to ascertain the strength of his adversaries. Wang Kainan sat on the sofa, lost in thought for a moment, when suddenly he recalled an important task that remained uncompleted. He called his female assistant, instructing her to inform him immediately should anyone enter his office. After conveying his instructions, Wang Kainan hastily donned a black suit jacket and rushed out the door. The first detention center of Shunan was heavily guarded. The sun had risen early in the east, casting its light upon the prison yard where inmates clad in uniforms wandered about. Wang Fei sat dazedly on the grass beside a stone bench, his body marred with wounds. Life in prison proved to be far more brutal than he had anticipated. One could suddenly find oneself the target of someone's ire, accompanied by the prison guards. Wang Fei made his way to the visiting window, yearning for a familiar face, particularly that of his wife and children. He longed for the presence of his confidant, Lon Xian, yet despite his hopes, no one came. After being sentenced to 2 years of death row with a reprieve, he had lost all hope for his future. The arrival of Wang Kainan brought him both joy and sorrow. Joy at the presence of a visitor, and sorrow that the person he truly wished to see was absent. "Brother, how are you?" Wang Kainan's words were imbued with warmth. "Kainan, my life is utterly ruined." Wang Fei replied, his eyes filled with desperation, his frail body occasionally succumbing to coughs. "But I have a few requests. Rest assured, brother, I will do my utmost to fulfill your wishes." Wang Kainan, though known for his ruthless demeanor, displayed a gentler side in front of Wang Fei. "Kainan, please take good care of my sister-in-law and Wang Xiang. Also, deal with that scoundrel Xia Yu. My entire misfortune is owed to him." Wang Fei articulated the urgent matters weighing on his heart. "With your words, I can find solace. Life is riddled with regrets, alas." Wang Fei sighed deeply, a lament for the unfulfilled aspects of his existence. "Brother, do you have any other unfulfilled wishes? If it is within my capacity, I shall strive to achieve it." Wang Kainan probed, feigning concern. "Kainan, do not mock me. I have long harbored a lingering heartache. Despite being married to your sister-in-law for many years, our relationship has been devoid of true affection. It was only when Lon Xian entered my life that I found solace. She treated me with kindness, until that dashing Xia Yu appeared, and she turned her back on me completely. I made a grave mistake in trying to eliminate Xia Yu, only to inadvertently cause the death of a long-time subordinate." Though Wang Fei was currently in a visitation room, he recounted the events with clarity. "What do you wish for me to do?" "I shall do my utmost," Wang Kainan vowed. Though he was often driven by greed, he knew Wang Fei had been generous to him throughout his life. "Kainan, let us speak plainly. You must ensure the safety of my wife and children. Moreover, Xia Yu must not be allowed to win Lon Xian's heart." Wang Fei asserted with utmost seriousness, the melancholy etched upon his face. "Rest assured, leave everything to me. Beyond the matter of my brother, I will ensure that scoundrel suffers endlessly," Wang Kainan declared, his eyes brimming with fury, wishing for nothing more than Xia Yu's immediate disappearance from the earth. "Kainan, one must not act impulsively. Let my experiences serve as a lesson. Violence begets violence." Wang Fei harbored no desire for Wang Kainan to tread the same misguided path he once did. "Elder brother, take care," he exclaimed as Wang Kainan observed Wang Fei step inside, handcuffed and lost in thought. A wave of melancholy washed over him, rendering him reluctant to depart. Accompanied by Xia Yu, while Wanqiu conducted an inspection of Wang Kainan's office, yet a simmering discontent lingered within her. She perceived the diligent toil of employees on the production line, while Wang Kainan, as the vice president, brazenly engaged in unsavory dealings within the company's office. This revelation led Hua Wanqiu to realize that the dismal financial state of the company was likely due to the unwarranted appropriation of substantial assets by family members. Determined to investigate the financial situation, she resolved to approach the financial director, Lon Xian, for a thorough audit of the company's accounts, regardless of the cost, to uncover the true reasons behind the profits and losses, thereby enabling targeted remedies. Although Xia Yu hesitated to visit Lon Xian, he was resolute in assisting Hua Wanqiu in swiftly grasping the company's fundamental operations. Upon entering the finance room, they encountered 3 women seated at desks inside. At the forefront was Wang Kainan's mistress, Tang Xia, whose allure was undeniable. The moment Xia Yu stepped in, her electrifying gaze sought his attention, yet he skillfully evaded her advances, determined not to let this unscrupulous woman tarnish his reputation. "Is Director Lon in? I have a matter to discuss," Hua Wanqiu inquired, noticing another room beyond, where indeed, the financial director, Lon Xian, was seated. "Director Hua, the one inside is Director Lon. You may approach her directly, or I can call her out for you," offered a gentle and courteous girl, whose demeanor starkly contrasted with Tang Xia's. "No need, you carry on with your work. Xia Yu, let us proceed inside." Hua Wanqiu replied, turning to the inquisitive Xia Yu. Xia Yu, not sparing a glance for Tang Xia, found himself captivated by the sweet, soft-spoken girl who had stood to speak with Hua Wanqiu. Canaan, your words bring me solace. Life is riddled with regrets, alas, Wang Fei lamented, his voice laden with sorrow. Elder brother, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? If it lies within my power, I shall strive to fulfill them. Wang Canaan feigned concern, probing Wang Fei's sentiments. Canaan, do not mock me. I have long harbored a lingering heartache. After all these years of marriage to your sister-in-law, there has been naught but indifference. It was only upon the arrival of Lan Xine in my life that I found a confidant, who treated me with kindness, until that charming fellow, Xia Yu, appeared, and she abruptly turned her back on me. Subsequently, I made a grave error in attempting to eliminate Xia Yu, which ultimately resulted in the tragic demise of a longtime subordinate. Wang Fei recounted, despite being in a prison visiting room, articulating the entire sequence of events with clarity. Elder brother, what would you have me do? I shall exert every effort, Wang Canaan pledged, though his greed was evident. He felt indebted to Wang Fei for his lifelong support. Canaan, let us dispense with pleasantries. You must ensure the well-being of my wife and children. Moreover, under no circumstances must that insolent Xia Yu be allowed to win Lan Xine's affections. Wang Fei stated solemnly, his melancholic demeanor reflecting a gravity that resonated deeply. Elder brother, rest assured, everything rests upon me, so let us not speak of the elder brother. I shall ensure that insufferable scoundrel suffers a fate worse than death. Wang Canaan's eyes blazed with fury, wishing fervently for Xia Yu to vanish from the face of the earth. Canaan, one must not act impulsively. Let my mistake serve as a cautionary tale. Violence begets nothing fruitful. Wang Fei cautioned, unwilling for Wang Canaan to tread the same erroneous path he once did. Elder brother, take care. Wang Canaan watched as Wang Fei entered, handcuffed and burdened, filled with a multitude of emotions. Reluctant to depart, after Xia Yu accompanied Hua Wanqiu to inspect Wang Canaan's office, Hua Wanqiu simmered with indignation. She felt that while employees toiled earnestly on the production line, Wang Canaan, as the company's vice president, brazenly engaged in unsavory activities within the company's office. This realization struck Hua Wanqiu. It was highly probable that the dismal financial state stemmed from substantial assets being unlawfully appropriated by family members. Chapter 97. What is love? Hua Wanqiu found a kindred spirit in Lan Xine. Hua, you share such a close bond with Xia Yu. Have you ever considered him? Lan Xine inquired tentatively, aware of Hua Wanqiu's youth and beauty. Call me Wanqiu. It feels more comfortable. What were you saying? Hua Wanqiu replied. Xia Yu is merely a friend. He is hardly my type. Who would fancy a brute like him? Hua Wanqiu hastily clarified, fearing Lan Xine might mistakenly link her to Xia Yu. Lan Xine listened intently, glancing at Xia Yu, who was engrossed in a book on the bookshelf in the corner. She found it hard to believe Hua Wanqiu's words. In her eyes, Xia Yu was akin to a deity. Wanqiu, you describe Xia Yu as a brute. I would love to hear more. I truly cannot believe it. He seems exceptionally sensitive and strikingly handsome, Lan Xine challenged, drawing from her vast experience with people to assert that Xia Yu is undoubtedly a good man. Hua Wanqiu raised her gaze towards Xia Yu, who was absorbed in ordinary world by Lu Yao, contemplating the essence of being both steadfast internally and graceful externally to thrive, sensing Hua Wanqiu's secretive glances. Xia Yu looked up, prompting her to hastily avert her gaze, her lovely visage flushed with color. That fellow. I have witnessed him in altercations on more than 3 occasions, thinking that a bit of training grants him the right to flaunt his prowess. Hua Wanqiu proclaimed with conviction, aiming to dissuade Lan Xine from misinterpreting her stance. Yet, Lan Xine appeared particularly cheerful, feeling a burden lifted from her heart. She could now pursue Xia Yu openly, seeking her own slice of love. Despite the age difference, she was willing to endure the mockery of others, as long as Xia Yu was willing to be with her. Wanqiu, I believe Xia Yu is quite wonderful. In fact, I have developed feelings for him. His image frequently occupies my thoughts. Could you do me a favor and arrange for us to dine together? Lan Xine expressed earnestly. Hua Wanqiu nearly gasped. She was astonished that Director Lan, significantly older than herself, could harbor feelings for someone a decade her junior. The notion of such a thing occurring within her circle was beyond her comprehension. How could I possibly be attracted to a brute like Xia Yu? Hua Wanqiu incessantly interrogated herself. Wanqiu, I knew you would lend me your assistance. I shall certainly treat you to a meal to express my gratitude when the opportunity arises. Lan Xine appeared particularly elated, feeling that with Hua Wanqiu's help, her efforts would be more effective than anyone else's. Sister Exine, to be candid, I must dampen your spirits. Xia Yu is involved with Zhong Yanhong that if you enter the fray now, matters may become even more complicated. Hua Wanxiu held little hope for the pairing of Lan Exine and Xia Yu, but even less for herself, believing that she and Xia Yu were worlds apart. In truth, long ago, Hua Wanxiu had silently wished for Zhong Yanhong and Xia Yu to be together. In Hua Wanxiu's eyes, Zhong Yanhong was akin to a goddess. She sought Xia Yu, believing him unworthy of her. And if she was willing to be with him, it would merely be a boon for him. Wanxiu, there is no need to worry. Only exceptional men attract such a multitude of admirers. I fear no competition. The last one standing is the victor. Lan Xian's words resonated with Hua Wanxiu, who realized that when faced with true love, one should confront it boldly. Even in failure, it is worthwhile to try. For how else can one discover where happiness lies? Hua Wanxiu could hardly believe that the chief financial officer, Lan Xian, possessed such audacity. Were it her, she would have retreated to a dark corner long ago. Observing their engrossed conversation, Xia Yu became intrigued and set his book aside, approaching the desk where Hua Wanxiu and Lan Xian were seated. What delightful conversation do you two share? He inquired, curious about the topic that had captivated them so. Hua Wanxiu and Lan Xian found a particularly harmonious connection. Hua, given your close relationship with Xia Yu, have you considered him? Lan Xian tentatively probed, aware that Hua Wanxiu was both younger and more beautiful than herself. Sister Xian, please call me Wanxiu. It feels more comfortable. What were you saying? Xia Yu and I are merely ordinary friends. He is not my type at all. Who would fancy someone as aggressive as him? Hua Wanxiu hastily clarified, anxious that Lan Xian might mistakenly associate her with Xia Yu. Lan Xian listened intently, glancing at Xia Yu, who was engrossed in a book in the corner of the room. Unable to believe Hua Wanxiu's words in her mind, Xia Yu was nothing short of a male deity. Wanxiu, you claim Xia Yu is a violent person. I would love to hear more about that. I truly find it hard to believe. He seems exceptionally sensitive and handsome. Lan Xian was unconvinced by Hua Wanxiu's assertions. Based on her extensive experience with people, Xia Yu is undoubtedly a good man. Hua Wanxiu glanced up at Xia Yu, who was deeply absorbed in a book titled Ordinary World by Lu Yao, reflecting on the essence of being steadfast internally while being gentle externally. A balance necessary for invincibility. Xia Yu seemed to sense Hua Wanxiu's furtive gaze and quickly looked up at her, prompting Hua Wanxiu to avert her eyes, her lovely face flushed with a rosy hue. I have witnessed him in altercations on more than 3 occasions, thinking that a little martial skill would allow him to show off. Hua Wanxiu boldly criticized Xia Yu, intending solely to ensure Lan Xian did not misconstrue her feelings. Yet, Lan Xian appeared exceptionally jubilant, finally liberated from her inner turmoil, allowing her to pursue Xia Yu openly and seek the love that belonged to her, even though she, Xia Yu, belonged to a different era. For the sake of love, she was willing to endure being the subject of ridicule, as long as Xia Yu was willing to be with her. She cared not for anything else. It seemed that you had sensed Hua Wanxiu secretly glancing at him. And he hastily raised his head to look at her. Hua Wanxiu quickly averted her gaze, her beautiful face flushed with a rosy hue. He thought. I have witnessed him engage in fights with others more than 3 times. Presuming that a modicum of martial skills would allow him to show off, Hua Wanxiu boldly criticized Xia Yu, her intent being to prevent Lan Xian from misunderstanding her feelings. Conversely, Lan Xian appeared particularly delighted, though her heart was tinged with unease. Chapter 98. A powerful alliance. Xia Yu remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Hua Wanxiu's mind. Just moments ago, her cheeks had flushed, yet she steadfastly refused to admit it. Naturally, he had always regarded Hua Wanxiu as nothing more than an ordinary friend. Sister Exine, you possess an intimate knowledge of the Siku company. There will be numerous areas where I shall seek your guidance in the future. Your extensive connections are invaluable, and I hope you can assist me. Hua Wanxiu expressed her strong expectations of Lan Xian. Rest assured, President Hua, the fact that Xia Yu places such trust in you, despite your brief acquaintance, must surely be a testament to your virtuous character, compelling him to recommend you. Lan Xian replied that moment, when Wei Long lunged at Xia Yu with a fruit knife aimed at his chest. Xia Yu evaded with remarkable swiftness. Wei Long missed his target, and Xia Yu seized his hand, applying just enough pressure to elicit cries of pain from Wei Long as the fruit knife clattered to the ground. Wei Long displayed an air of disbelief. Since the day he became an assassin, he had never failed a task. His lifelong passion for martial arts, combined with the missions entrusted to him, had ensured his success until now. Today he could hardly believe he was bested by an 18-year-old youth. Yet, Reality often defies expectations. This time, despite his attempts to break free, Wei Long found his hand firmly grasped by Xia Yu, while he swung his other fist towards Xia Yu's face. Xia Yu denied him any chance of retaliation, their hands colliding with force. The impact left Wei Long's expression contorted in pain, his hand trembling as he hastily blew on it. "Brother, that hurts terribly. I beg you, spare my life." Wei Long initially underestimated Xia Yu, not anticipating the strength he possessed. In mere moments, he was subdued. Of course, neither party feared the other. Wei Long had never bowed his head to anyone. However, when the weak encounter the strong, he could not help but admire Xia Yu. "Wei Long, if you wish for me to spare your life, first divulge who sent you to assassinate Hu Dong. Why resort to murder and silencing? A good person has simply vanished," Xia Yu stated, having no intention of taking drastic measures against him, believing that the law would duly punish his transgressions. Wei Long feigned a pitiful demeanor, pleading for Xia Yu to release him. Xia Yu was unimpressed by his act, having encountered such shameless behavior too frequently. In reality, such individuals were as numerous as the stars in the sky. Yet, Xia Yu relaxed somewhat, realizing that this villain before him had no intention of revealing anything. Had he not been taught a proper lesson, Wei Long would remain oblivious to Xia Yu's true nature. Seizing the opportunity while Xia Yu's guard was lowered, Wei Long grasped a glass beer bottle from the table behind him and hurled it at Xia Yu's head. Fortunately, Xia Yu dodged with remarkable agility, the bottle shattering behind him, scattering shards of glass across the floor. The summer rain had also been provoked, and with swift determination, she advanced to deliver 3 resounding slaps to Wei Long's face. The rapidity of her actions resembled a performance, leaving his visage marred with the crimson imprints of her strikes. Wei Long clutched his face with his right hand while his left was firmly grasped by Xia Yu, rendering him immobile. Xia Yu, having lost all patience to indulge him further, sought to expedite the confrontation, pressing him to reveal the mastermind behind the sinister plot. Failing to do so would inevitably endanger innocent lives. Thus, it was imperative to bring such societal miscreants to justice for the greater good. Wei Long, however, remained obstinate, embodying the spirit of a defiant rebel, vowing to fight Xia Yu to the bitter end. He incessantly lashed out with kicks, each met with Xia Yu's adept counterattacks. When Wei Long attempted to strike her once more, Xia Yu swiftly seized his foot, executing a rapid series of strikes that sent him tumbling to the ground. Blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. "You little brat, you certainly have guts. Even if you were to kill me today, I would never divulge the identity of the murderer," Wei Long declared, his loyalty to his benefactor unwavering. "Is that so? I find it hard to believe," Xia Yu retorted, advancing towards him. Before Wei Long could react, her sneakered foot came down forcefully upon his hand. "Please, spare me. I'll talk. I'll talk," Wei Long cried out, the agony etched upon his face, a stark contrast to his previous bravado. "Speak quickly. Who orchestrated the plot against Hu Dong?" Xia Yu pressed, intensifying her grip upon his hand. I'll tell you. You know the mastermind. It's Wang Fei, the owner of Siku." He laughed mockingly, aware of the impending storm. "You must find it strange. How can someone you treat so well conspire against you? If you deceive me, I will ensure you rot in prison," Xia Yu warned. "However, if you cooperate, I might plead with the judge for leniency." "Brother Xia Yu, I implore you, do not call the police. I have elders above and children below. What will become of my family if I am imprisoned?" At this moment, fear finally gripped Wei Long. "Weren't you so boastful just moments ago? If you truly care for your family, refrain from committing heinous acts. I might let you off the hook, but that is contingent upon whether the police apprehend you," Xia Yu replied, observing the despair reflected in Wei Long's expression, which compelled her to acquiesce to his plea. "Thank you, brother. If I end up in prison, I may never emerge again. My hands are stained with blood. I am indeed a wicked person. I hope to accumulate some virtue in the future and repay society," Wei Long expressed, embodying the essence of a man resistant to change. Xia Yu remained skeptical of his capacity for transformation, yet his words brought her a measure of solace. "Enough, I shall not press you further. I hope you will never reappear in Shun, and can you manage that?" Xia Yu wished to avoid any encounter between him and Wang Fei, fearing dire consequences. "Brother, I can promise you that. Just grant me 3 days," Wei Long replied, as if harboring some urgent matter. "Though you know why Wang Fei has sought to ensnare me. I have no enmity with him." Xia Yu pondered, grappling with countless questions that remained unanswered regarding Wang Fei's intentions. Xia Yu lifted Wei Long from the ground. Although Xia Yu and he were fundamentally different, one embodying righteousness and the other embodying wickedness, Xia Yu discerned that Wei Long was a man of genuine character. Worthy of friendship. Chapter 99. The husband sings. The wife follows. Hua Wanqiu felt utterly helpless as Xia Yu suddenly embraced her, relentlessly striking his shoulders while pleading with him. Xia Yu, I implore you. Please let me go. This is the company. Must you behave so recklessly? Her pleading demeanor, coupled with her enchanting appearance, evoked a sense of sympathy. Xia Yu, what is it, if it's not an unreasonable request? I will certainly comply, she said, pouting her captivating eyes as they locked onto Xia Yu's. It was her first time gazing at him from such proximity, and all she could think was how undeniably handsome he was. Hua Wanqiu, my demands are not particularly difficult. I merely require you to agree to one thing. Rest assured, it is something you can undoubtedly manage, Xia Yu replied, his embrace allowing him to feel her soft form. The uneven rhythm of her heartbeat, coupled with the contours of her body, creating a multitude of vivid illusions in his mind. Xia Yu, please hurry and tell me, why are you holding me so tightly? Hua Wanqiu was at a loss for words in response to Xia Yu. Hua Wanqiu, you are now the president of the company. Your current living conditions are quite inadequate. Surely, a change of residence is in order. Let me consider where would be most suitable, Xia Yu mused, contemplating which property in Shun and would be ideal. Xia Yu, are you out of your mind? With the company's finances so strained, how could we possibly afford to buy a house? Besides, the property prices in Shun are such that we might never be able to afford them in our lifetime. Stop dreaming. Hua Wanqiu seemed to be cautioning Xia Yu, reminding him of her own financial struggles. Hua Wanqiu, you are overthinking it. I was referring to renting a place, just you, Gu Sisi, Wen Hui, and me, Xia Yu thought, delighting in the prospect of cohabiting with three beautiful women. Nearly swallowing his own saliva at the thought. Xia Yu, you're being delusional. Who agreed to that? You're simply indulging in wishful thinking. Hua Wanqiu thought to herself, considering the potential scandal should they share a residence, which could complicate her prospects of marrying into a reputable family. Of course, you need not agree, but the matter of changing rental accommodations must be addressed. Otherwise, your current residence significantly tarnishes the company's image. Xia Yu teased. Xia Yu, whether I let go or not is my concern. Your current behavior is already severely impacting the company's reputation. Hua Wanqiu found herself utterly powerless against Xia Yu's grip. No matter how she struggled, she could not escape his hold. All right, I will truly let go. But if you fall, I bear no responsibility, Xia Yu announced, preparing to release her. Please, just set me down. You may not be tired. But I certainly am, Hua Wanqiu implored once more. Before she could finish her sentence, a loud thud echoed as Hua Wanqiu tumbled to the ground, almost speechless from the pain. Ouch, that hurts. Xia Yu, you really let go. I expected you to assist me down, not just release me. Xia Yu clapped his hands, taking pride in his recent triumph, pondering that this time, Hua Wanqiu would surely despise him even more. Hua Wanqiu extended her right hand, gesturing for Xia Yu to help her up, but Xia Yu stubbornly refused. Left with no choice, Hua Wanqiu summoned her strength to rise, her enchanting eyes glaring at Xia Yu, filled with palpable dissatisfaction and anger. Xia Yu, you wicked rascal, why do you treat me this way? Standing up, she brushed the dust off her clothes. Even though the office floor was practically spotless, it was merely a habit that compelled her to do so. You think I'm a wicked rascal? I concede that I am, but I am only so towards you, Xia Yu said, ruffling his jet-black hair as he approached Hua Wanqiu. Xia Yu, don't flatter yourself. Who doesn't he know you are merely a notorious flirt? You think you can treat me like some naive little girl? Not a chance, Hua Wanqiu exclaimed in indignation, not even glancing at Xia Yu. Despite his handsome visage attracting countless young women, Hua Wanqiu, your words are truly ungracious. When have I ever been a flirt? If I were, I would only bloom for you. And what is this nonsense about being a notorious flirt? Xia Yu circled around the motionless Hua Wanqiu. Xia Yu, you are indeed a notorious flirt. I cannot count how many girls have fallen for that repugnant face of yours. The more she spoke, the more she recognized Xia Yu's exterior. Yet deep down, she yearned for a dashing, gentle man. Someone who respects the elderly and cherishes the young, possesses kindness, responsibility, education, and integrity. That in her heart, Xia Yu was nothing more than a brute. Lacking ambition, he could easily be a CEO, yet he stubbornly relinquished that opportunity to her. Moreover, Xia Yu often stirred up trouble during moments of leisure, rendering him utterly unreliable in her eyes. She concluded a universal truth. One should never marry a brute, especially not one like Xia Yu. Xia Yu, however, never considered himself merely a martial artist but rather a person of thought and conviction, believing that martial arts were but a means of survival. Hua Wanqiu, come with me. I shall take you to a place, Xia Yu declared, not waiting for her response as he seized her hand and dashed out, completely disregarding their colleagues working in the expansive office area. All heads turned towards them, and some female co-workers whispered among themselves, Xia Yu, let go of me. I can walk by myself. Hua Wanqiu's charming face flushed with alternating shades of red and yellow as she attempted to pry Xia Yu's strong grip from her wrist. But he held on tighter. Hua Wanqiu was utterly unprepared for Xia Yu's audacity. With no other option, she followed his lead, regardless of where they ventured, feeling the curious gazes of employees upon them. Xia Yu, are you serious? In this manner, who would dare to pursue me? Upon reaching the parking lot at the factory entrance, Xia Yu still refused to release her, dragging her into the car that he took the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, and ignored Hua Wanqiu's protests as he started the engine, swiftly driving out of the premises. Sit tight. I'm taking you to a place you have never been, Xia Yu said. Glancing at Hua Wanqiu in the rearview mirror, she sat there, bewildered, uncertain of his intentions. Regret washed over her as she pondered why she had ever engaged with a vagabond, allowing him to torment her now. The more she contemplated, the angrier she became, and the more she felt compelled to unleash her frustration upon Xia Yu. On an ordinary road, Xia Yu astonishingly accelerated to a speed of 200 miles per hour, prompting Hua Wanqiu to hurriedly fasten her seatbelt. Faced with a madman, she felt utterly helpless. Xia Yu's sole intention in such reckless driving was to ensure that she could work happily each day, free from worries. That was all there was to it. Fourth Master has passed away. Chapter 100. Deep affection amidst the drizzle. At this moment, Shunan was ablaze with lights, bustling with traffic. After traversing the vibrant urban area, Xia Yu brought Hua Wanqiu to a desolate seaside, parking the car on the sandy beach. Hua Wanqiu alighted, discarded her golden sandals, and felt an exquisite sense of relaxation as her bare feet touched the sand. Naturally, Xia Yu also removed his well-worn black leather shoes, walking barefoot alongside Hua Wanqiu on the beach. Hua Wanqiu, how does this place feel? Xia Yu inquired, glancing around. Apart from the tumultuous waves crashing against the shore, the area was utterly devoid of life, not even a single bird in sight. Xia Yu, it feels wonderful. I haven't been in such a tranquil place for ages. Thank you for bringing me here. Hua Wanqiu suddenly perceived that the young man before her was not merely the Xia Yu she had casually known. He was not only skilled in martial arts but also possessed profound sensitivity. As long as you enjoy it. When I feel troubled, I often come here to sit idly on the beach. Gazing at the sea allows me to cast my worries aside. Xia Yu accompanied Hua Wanqiu, both of them relishing the serenity of the seaside as they walked barefoot. Xia Yu, shall we wade into the water? Hua Wanqiu suggested, leading Xia Yu toward the shoreline, dressed in a white professional shirt. The red undergarment beneath it became thoroughly soaked by the seawater, rendering it visible to the naked eye, accentuating her figure. Xia Yu also bore the brunt of the water, appearing as though he had just taken a bath. The two frolicked by the sea for quite some time, and an onlooker might have mistaken them for a couple in the throes of romance, playfully bantering. Xia Yu, I'm so tired. Would you carry me? Hua Wanqiu, drenched in seawater, appeared exceptionally cheerful despite her fatigue. Hua Wanqiu, call me husband and I shall carry you. I only carry my wife. Otherwise, you shall walk by yourself. Xia Yu feigned indifference to her request, adopting a cold demeanor. Dream on during the day, Hua Wanqiu retorted, determined to walk on her own. Observing Xia Yu's lack of response, she glared at him with her large eyes, limping through the water as she made her way toward the car parked on the beach. Xia Yu, unable to bear her plight, sprinted ahead of her, bending down to wait for Hua Wanqiu to climb onto his back. After a moment's hesitation, she nevertheless continued forward. Xia Yu realized she was still upset. A bit of playful teasing should remedy the situation. Once again, Xia Yu dashed in front of her, yet she continued to resist his offer to carry her, though deep down, she longed for him to do so. Xia Yu surveyed his surroundings. Apart from the tumultuous waves crashing against the sandy shore, the area was utterly desolate, devoid of any signs of life. Not even a solitary bird in sight. Xia Yu, this is quite lovely. It has been ages since I have found myself in such a tranquil place. Thank you for bringing me here. Hua Wanqiu suddenly realized that the young man before her was not merely the Xia Yu she had come to know. Beyond his martial prowess, he possessed a thoughtful nature. As long as I can enjoy it, that's enough. Whenever I feel troubled, I seek refuge here. Sitting idly on the beach, gazing at the sea allows me to cast my worries aside. Xia Yu accompanied Hua Wanqiu, both barefoot, relishing the serenity of the seaside. Xia Yu, shall we take a stroll in the water? Hua Wanqiu suggested as they walked towards the shoreline, clad in a white professional shirt. Hua Wanqiu's red undergarment was thoroughly drenched by the seawater, making it startlingly visible, particularly accentuating her curves. Xia Yu, too, appeared unfortunate, as he was soaked as if he had just stepped out of a shower. The two frolicked along the beach for quite some time, appearing to any onlooker as a pair of enamored lovers playfully bantering to tea that moment. Shunan was aglow with lights, bustling with traffic. Navigating through the vibrant urban district, Xia Yu led Hua Wanqiu to a secluded beach, parking the car on the sandy shore. Upon exiting the vehicle, Hua Wanqiu removed her golden sandals, relishing the sensation of the cool sand beneath her bare feet. A feeling of profound relaxation enveloping her. Xia Yu, too, shed his well-worn black shoes, walking barefoot alongside Hua Wanqiu on the beach. Hua Wanqiu, how do you find this place? Xia Yu inquired, glancing around once more. The scene remained unchanged, the sea's fierce waves relentlessly battering the shore, the vicinity still barren and silent. Xia Yu, it is quite delightful. I have not experienced such tranquility in a long while. Thank you for bringing me here. Hua Wanqiu once again felt that the young man before her was more than just the Xia Yu she thought she knew. He was not only skilled in martial arts, but also possessed a keen sensitivity. As long as I can enjoy it, that's enough. Whenever I feel troubled, I come here to sit idly on the beach, and the sight of the ocean helps me forget my worries. Xia Yu walked barefoot beside Hua Wanqiu, both savoring the peacefulness of the seaside. Xia Yu, shall we walk into the water? Hua Wanqiu suggested as they made their way to the shoreline. After some time spent playfully splashing in the waves, they appeared to any onlooker as a couple caught in the throes of romance, engaged in flirtatious banter. Chapter 101. The sea assassin. While Xia Yu reveled in this idyllic moment, an immense danger was stealthily encroaching upon him. Though he stood on the beach, exhilaration coursed through him as he admired the distant factory flower, the elegant and slender beauty of the CEO. Cautiously, Hua Wanqiu urged Xia Yu to turn around once more. She dressed herself before tossing his shirt back to him, signaling for him to turn back. As Xia Yu faced her again, he grasped his white t-shirt and inhaled deeply, savoring its scent. That it smells wonderful. It carries your fragrance. If only I could enjoy this scent every day, Xia Yu remarked half-jokingly. Xia Yu, you are becoming increasingly absurd. Have you never encountered a woman before? Hua Wanqiu was aware that Xia Yu was surrounded by numerous beautiful women. Yet his current demeanor resembled that of someone fresh from a realm of masculinity. Although he had encountered many women, he had never laid eyes on a stunning, slender, and naturally fragrant female CEO, particularly one who seemed to harbor an interest in him. Xia Yu, with an air of unshakable confidence, perhaps an innate talent, proclaimed, Hua Wanqiu, are you truly interested in me? Don't flatter yourself. Suddenly flushed with embarrassment, Hua Wanqiu believed she had exercised great restraint. To suggest she liked him was a notion that had only recently crossed her mind. Could it be that Xia Yu had discerned her feelings so swiftly? She began to scrutinize herself, resolute in her determination to conceal her affection for him, fearing that if he were to discover it, he would soar to the heavens. Unbeknownst to her, Xia Yu's remark was merely casual banter, and he was taken aback by Hua Wanqiu's intense reaction, leading him to indulge in playful speculation. Xia Yu, thank you for bringing me to such a splendid place today. Although I had heard tales of the beauty of Shunan's coastline, I never anticipated it would surpass my imagination. As she gazed at Xia Yu, she instinctively turned her eyes towards the vast ocean when he focused on her. Hua Wanqiu, your words are rather ungracious. What is our relationship? We are good friends who share both joys and hardships, and you can always rely on me. For instance, if you feel cold now, would you like to snuggle up to me? Xia Yu paused momentarily during his speech, and when he mentioned their relationship, Hua Wanqiu couldn't help but be taken aback, only regaining her composure after he had finished speaking. Xia Yu, are you serious about what you just said? Hua Wanqiu took the initiative to rise and sit beside him, with the fire on her other side. Of course, I am sincere. Xia Yu boldly draped his arm over her shoulder and gave it a gentle shake. Hua Wanqiu, startled by this sudden gesture, felt her heart race, yet was inexplicably warmed by the moment. She even took the liberty of wrapping her arms around Xia Yu's sturdy waist, resting her beautiful face against his chest. This scene unfolded under the night sky and lingered for quite some time. Perhaps both Xia Yu and Hua Wanqiu were entranced by the enchanting atmosphere, unaware of the impending danger that loomed ever closer. In the distance, at the entrance of a modest dwelling, four men of varying physiques sat within a car, seemingly deliberating over an important matter. Brother Ostrich, I just took a look at the beach. And that brat is busy flirting. Now is the perfect moment for us to take action. But a young man spoke respectfully to a middle-aged man in his 30s who sported sunglasses. The man referred to as Brother Ostrich was none other than the notorious outlaw Jiang Ding. Known in the underworld as Crow Brother, famed for his commanding presence, booming voice, and decisive nature. Listen up, all of you. Boss Wang has declared that whoever dispatches that fellow named Xia Yu today will receive a hefty reward. Upon finishing his statement, Jiang Ding produced a stack of 100 yuan bills from his pocket, estimated to be around 20,000 yuan. His subordinates, upon witnessing the cascade of bills, were eager to seize the money immediately to indulge in a foot bath, a sauna, and perhaps some female company. What a splendid prospect. Crow Brother, rest assured, we shall accomplish the task tonight. If we fail to deal with that wretched brat, I'll eat my words. This subordinate spoke with sincerity, proving himself to be a man of action, and in terms of strength, he was comparable only to Jiang Ding himself. With your presence, I feel reassured. Eliminating that scoundrel would grant us both a vehicle and a companion. Leading the charge is Jiang Ding, known as Crow Brother, who is acutely aware that today must culminate in victory, not defeat. As Jiang Ding, accompanied by 3 subordinates wielding various weapons, advances menacingly towards Xia Yu. He remains unaware that Xia Yu and Hua Wanqiu are still lost in a reverie of enchantment. The heavy footsteps of the 4 burly men draw ever closer, and Xia Yu, possessing an exceptionally keen sense of hearing, can detect any anomaly within a 10-mile radius. From a distance, Jiang Ding spots a young couple nestled together by the seaside. He cautions his companions to temper their pace, lest they alarm their quarry. Xia Yu, subconsciously alert, pricks up his ears, sensing impending danger. However, he hesitates to disturb Hua Wanqiu, who remains blissfully ensconced in the tender embrace of their shared affection. Hua Wanqiu, it seems someone is approaching us. Xia Yu murmurs, straining to discern the increasingly proximate footsteps. Xia Yu, are you being overly sensitive? It could simply be passers-by. Perhaps they, too, are out for a stroll. Hua Wanqiu replies, still leaning against Xia Yu, gazing up at his handsome visage. Wanqiu, something feels amiss. The footsteps are hurried, as if directed towards us. Xia Yu insists, rising to his feet and swiftly pulling Hua Wanqiu up before extinguishing the fire, just as they prepare to head towards the car. The 4 men have already encircled them. Hua Wanqiu, taken aback by the sudden aggression, realizes that had she heeded Xia Yu's warning earlier, they might not have been surrounded by these ruffians. Xia Yu scrutinizes the approaching quartet, recognizing that he has never encountered them before. It appears they are either after money or something more sinister. Brothers, whoever dispatches this wretched lad will earn a generous reward from me. Crow, Jiang Ding, upon seeing Xia Yu's handsome face, dismisses him as unworthy of martial prowess. Previously, Wang Kainan had boasted of Xia Yu's capabilities, yet upon this first encounter, he finds him lacking. Wait, hold on, gentlemen, we harbor no grievances. If you seek wealth, name your price. If it is beauty you desire, I have a fair maiden here. Grant me clarity in my demise, Xia Yu implores, seeking insight into the mastermind behind this ambush. You think we are fools? Let me enlighten you. I have been sent to collect your life. Jiang Ding gestures, and his 3 accomplices close in on Xia Yu. It is at this moment that Jiang Ding notices the beauty beside Xia Yu. Xia Yu, what have you been up to, attracting such nefarious individuals? Hua Wanqiu, well-versed in Xia Yu's tumultuous life, understands that violence is an inescapable aspect of his existence and fears that following him could ultimately lead to her demise on the streets. Chapter 102. Do not underestimate others. Hua Wanqiu. Is this truly my fault? I do not recognize any of these individuals. Xia Yu yearns to defend himself, for he has never crossed paths with the self-proclaimed Crow Brother Jiang Ding. Nor does he know when they set their sights on him. Xia Yu, explanations are futile. Who knows when you have offended them? Focus on finding a way to deal with these ruffians. Hua Wanqiu, hands on her hips, finds herself at a loss for words, understanding that their immediate priority is to extricate themselves from this predicament. Jiang Ding approached Hua Wanqiu, his physique robust and remarkably resilient, indicative of his dedication to fitness. Instinctively, Hua Wanqiu recoiled, leaning against Xia Yu for support. As a man of valor, Xia Yu naturally positioned himself protectively in front of her. What a fool I am to overlook such beauty. Once I deal with this wretch, you shall accompany me. I assure you, a life of wealth and luxury awaits you, Jiang Ding proclaimed, his intentions brazen. However, the audacity of his advances was met with resistance. As his lecherous hand sought to caress Hua Wanqiu's chin, "Scoundrel, begone," she exclaimed, but before her words could fully escape her lips, Xia Yu had firmly grasped Jiang Ding's offending hand. What manner of creature are you? Preying upon a delicate woman, how cowardly. If you possess any valor, direct your ire towards me, Xia Yu challenged, maintaining a firm yet measured grip. Jiang Ding, emboldened by his numbers, dismissed Xia Yu as a mere obstacle. Is that so? Today, you shall find escape impossible. Ponder whether you can survive this encounter. Your dreams of gallantly rescuing the fair maiden are but folly, he sneered, underestimating his opponent. Indeed, Xia Yu applied a modicum of pressure, causing Jiang Ding to yelp in pain, nearly collapsing to his knees. If you possess any courage, let us duel. Do not take advantage of my restraint. Jiang Ding trembled, astonished by the unexpected strength of the seemingly frail youth before him. His underestimation had proven grievous. Take advantage? Ha! Should I release you now? Let your companions join forces. Do not waste my time with your romantic pursuits. Time is indeed money. Do you comprehend? Xia Yu regarded them with disdain, confident in his ability to dispatch these ruffians effortlessly. Hua Wanqiu observed him with a peculiar gaze, pondering if Xia Yu's reference to romantic endeavors was directed at her, a thought that elicited a radiant smile within her heart. You audacious brat. I shall teach you the meaning of despair. Jiang Ding signaled his underlings to encircle Xia Yu. At that moment, Jiang Ding's phone rang, an enchanting folk melody piercing the air, the caller being Wang Kainan. The vice president of Siku. Jiang Ding stepped aside, lowering his voice intentionally. She is slender beauty with flowing hair and extraordinary looks. Wang Kainan, momentarily taken aback, nearly choked on his coffee upon realizing both Xia Yu and Hua Wanqiu were present. Boss, do you know that lady? The lad refers to her as Hua Wanqiu. Jiang Ding, perplexed, could not fathom why Wang Kainan was fixated on the captivating duo. Know her? Listen closely, Jiang Ding. Focus on that beauty. She is my true objective. In any case, show no mercy. Wang Kainan stood in his office, consumed by the ambition that the disappearance of Xia Yu and Hua Wanqiu would secure his position atop Siku, granting him endless wealth and glory. Rest assured, boss, I shall fulfill this task, ensuring you see neither of their faces come tomorrow. The enigmatic figure of Jiang Ding appeared remarkably composed, seemingly dismissing Xia Yu entirely, even after sustaining an injury from his strike. He firmly believed that no matter how ferocious an adversary might be, they would falter in the face of a deadly weapon. Crows, he mused, I eagerly await your good news. Upon concluding the call, Wang Kainan hung up, leaving Jiang Ding repeatedly affirming, yes, 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 only to realize that his superior had already disconnected. With a subtle glance, he signaled to his three subordinates, who, in unison, drew their gleaming daggers from their waists. It seemed an impending confrontation awaited Xia Yu and Hua Wanqiu. The quartet advanced menacingly towards them, rotating as they approached, the moonlight casting a sinister glow upon their blades, heralding the arrival of a bloody tempest. Brothers, the boss has decreed. Whoever eliminates that woman shall be rewarded with 500,000. The malicious intent in the crow's words was palpable, particularly the allure of the substantial reward, igniting a fervor among his subordinates who longed to escape the drudgery of following the crow like a shadow. Wait a moment. Brother Crow, Xia Yu interjected, if I am to meet my demise, I must know at whose hands I fall. Otherwise, my spirit shall never find peace. Xia Yu's inquiry was casual, though he harbored a suspicion of the true mastermind behind the chaos. You fool! Do you take me for a simpleton? I shall reveal it when you meet your fate in the underworld, Jiang Ding retorted, directing his three lackeys to lunge at Hua Wanqiu. Hua Wanqiu, paralyzed by terror, could scarcely comprehend the situation. A mere ordinary working girl suddenly faced with three men brandishing daggers would frighten any woman to her core. Xia Yu, I am so scared. What shall we do? She trembled, instinctively retreating behind him. Fear not, Hua Wanqiu, for I am here, Xia Yu declared, turning to her with a gaze filled with fierce protectiveness, grasping her hand in a comforting gesture. Brothers, attack, Jiang Ding commanded, as two of his subordinates advanced towards Xia Yu, while he and another targeted Hua Wanqiu, encircling them. The two larger henchmen approached Xia Yu with malevolent intent, but he deftly evaded their assaults, dispatching them to the ground with minimal effort. Jiang Ding, intending to seize the opportunity to strike at Hua Wanqiu while his lackeys engaged Xia Yu, found that the moment was too fleeting. Jiang Ding, trembling with fear, clutched a dagger in his hand. Although he assumed an aggressive posture, he was, in fact, retreating under the guise of advancing. As soon as his three subordinates regained their feet, he began to back away, ultimately leading the charge in flight. Brothers, retreat, Jiang Ding commanded, taking the lead in his hasty escape. Upon witnessing their leader's flight, his subordinates, devoid of any fighting spirit, followed suit in a disheveled manner. Uncertain of how far they had fled, Jiang Ding finally halted. Each one of them collapsing to the ground, hands resting on their knees, gasping for breath. Before they could catch their breath, three shadowy figures clad in black emerged from the darkness, blocking their path. The ninjas, dressed in ebony attire, had their faces obscured by black cloth, revealing only their piercing eyes filled with malice. They moved with remarkable swiftness, soon surrounding Jiang Ding and his companions in a menacing formation. Damn it! Who are you? How dare you obstruct the path of Crow Brother? Jiang Ding's subordinates lamented their misfortune upon seeing the three ninjas barring their escape. The leader among the black-clad figures remained silent. Exuding an air of cold indifference, seemingly dismissive of Jiang Ding's men, with a subtle glance, he signaled to the two others, who exchanged knowing looks and nodded in silent understanding of their leader's intent. Before Jiang Ding could react, the three ninjas swiftly drew their swords and launched an attack from different angles. Despite Jiang Ding's extensive experience, he had never encountered adversaries of such formidable prowess. Their strength rivaled that of Xia Yu. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he realized, in that critical moment, that he was utterly outmatched. Furthermore, these ruthless beings appeared to be merciless killers. Indifferent to the law, necessitating utmost vigilance on his part, with no avenue for escape, Jiang Ding understood the wisdom in recognizing one's limitations, though a man's knees may be worth their weight in gold. Survival often demands one to swallow their pride. As the three ninjas pressed their swords against his neck, he stood there, paralyzed by fear, as if his very soul had fled. Gentlemen, we all toil for our daily bread. Let us show mercy where mercy is due. I know not how I, Crow Brother, have offended you. I beseech you, spare my life. Gazing at his fallen comrade, lying in a pool of blood, Jiang Ding quickly knelt in a plea for mercy. The leader of the black-clad figures took a few steps closer, the cold blade poised threateningly against Jiang Ding's throat, eliciting a tremor throughout his body. Have you seen a man and a woman by the seashore? The leader inquired, his voice resonating with authority. Yes, I saw them. He is at the beach on a date with a beautiful woman, Jiang Ding replied, after a moment of contemplation, recalling that they were referring to Xia Yu and Hua Wanqiu. You may go, the leader feigned generosity, but then signaled to his two companions. Before Jiang Ding could take even a few steps, the two ninjas lunged forward, each thrusting a sword towards him, with a blood-curdling scream. Jiang Ding felt the sharp pain as crimson droplets spilled from the corner of his mouth. Whirling around, he pointed an accusatory finger at the leader, exclaiming, You fiends. The black-clad figures quickly huddled together, whispering amongst themselves before tossing a red box at Jiang Ding. Its contents remained a mystery, shrouded in uncertainty. In an instant, the three ninjas vanished into the enveloping darkness of the night. The bustling city, alive with the flow of traffic, continued on, oblivious to the drama that had just unfolded. Even though it was around 10 o'clock in the evening, the streets remained bustling with activity. In a renowned upscale residential complex known as Ziguanjuan, Wang Kainan resided. He sat on the sofa, pacing restlessly. From the office to home, he had been brimming with self-satisfaction, believing that the obstacles in his career would soon vanish from existence. However, as he waited and waited, he never received the anticipated call from Jiang Ding, which left him in a state of intense anxiety. Should he fail, those individuals might expose him, and his political career would be irrevocably ruined. He began to dial Jiang Ding's number, yet the phone rang incessantly. While its owner lay motionless in a pool of blood. Chain smoking, he felt on the brink of an impending melancholy. Yet after a prolonged wait, he still received no call from Ding. It was evident that Wang Kainan would likely find no rest that night. Hua Wanqiu, said Xia Yu playfully, are you not afraid that I might harbor ill intentions at night? In truth, he too wished to rent a place of his own. The company dormitory was overly cramped. And besides, the current role of the president's bodyguard did not align with his identity. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Ding had fled a considerable distance with three subordinates before finally halting, each of them nearly collapsing to the ground. Hands resting on their knees as they gasped for breath. Before they could catch their breath, three shadowy figures clad in black suddenly emerged, blocking their path. The black-clad ninjas were dressed in dark suits, their faces obscured by black fabric, revealing only their menacing eyes. They moved with astonishing speed, swiftly surrounding Jiang Ding and his men in a formation. Damn it! Who are you? How dare you obstruct Jiang's path? One of Jiang Ding's subordinates exclaimed, feeling utterly doomed as they confronted the three ninjas who had intercepted their escape route. The leader among the black-clad figures remained silent, exuding an air of cold ruthlessness. Entirely dismissing Jiang Ding's subordinates, he signaled to the two ninjas beside him, who exchanged glances and nodded in mutual understanding, seemingly comprehending the unspoken orders. Before they could react, the trio of ninjas swiftly drew their swords and launched an attack from different angles toward Jiang Ding and his men. Although Jiang Ding was well-versed in various encounters, he had never faced such formidable opponents. Their prowess rivaled that of Xia Yu. Overwhelmed with fear and perspiration, he realized at a critical moment that he was no match for them. Moreover, these ruthless beings were likely merciless killers, indifferent to the law, compelling him to remain on high alert. Chapter 104. Dreams and Reality. Xia Yu was taken aback as he recognized the four deceased individuals on the television news. They were the very thugs who had attempted to rob him and Hua Wanxiu by the seaside. Lying on the sofa, he pondered the identity of the mastermind behind the thugs sent to trouble him and Hua Wanxiu, who had been inexplicably silenced. Who was orchestrating this? What was their true objective? Xia Yu turned off the television and extinguished the lights. As he lay on the sofa, tossing and turning, he contemplated numerous matters, unaware of when he eventually drifted off to sleep. When he awoke once more, it was already 6:30 in the morning. In his drowsy state, he sensed that someone was watching him, occasionally tickling him. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to see Wen Hui brandishing a large lobster in front of his handsome face triumphantly. Who said Xia Yu was fearless? Just moments ago, a lobster startled Xia Yu, causing him to leap up from the sofa in fright, while the lobster fell to the ground and scurried across the tiled floor. Xia Yu, look at you, reduced to a mere shadow of yourself by a single lobster? Wen Hui had merely intended to give Xia Yu a fright with the small crustacean, yet she was taken aback by his overwhelming timidity. Upon awakening, he soon realized it had all been a peculiar dream, a bizarre realm where humanity appeared diminutive. Even ants bullied humans. Xia Yu found himself clutching Hua Wanxiu's hand as they were relentlessly pursued by ants. In their frantic flight, they became disoriented, until a colossal ant, 5 times the size of a human, brandished its mandibles in a menacing display, prompting Xia Yu to awaken in sheer terror, drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, when Hui waved the bright red claws of the lobster before his eyes, a sight that would startle anyone. As Xia Yu waited for Hua Wanxiu to enter from the balcony, he realized there were matters he urgently needed to discuss with her. Hua Wanxiu, meanwhile, was diligently patting her lovely face dry with a towel before picking up a hairdryer to style her long tresses. Xia Yu, did you not sleep well? Perhaps you truly ought to seek a 4-bedroom apartment for rent. While arranging her hair, Hua Wanxiu glanced at Xia Yu, who seemed rather fatigued, his dark circles betraying a lack of rest. I'm all right, just SOSO, he replied. Rising to his feet, he ignored Wen Hui and moved behind Hua Wanxiu, who was preoccupied with her reflection. Through the mirror, Xia Yu admired her exquisite visage, while she, in turn, discerned his expression. Hua Wanxiu, do you recall those 4 ruffians who accosted us by the seaside last night? Xia Yu sought to clarify the events, hoping to jog her memory. Xia Yu, what are you saying? I'm not senile. The events of last night are vividly etched in my mind. The leader of those rascals is known as Crow, Hua Wanxiu replied, her gaze fixed intently on Xia Yu's reflection. Indeed, I couldn't sleep last night, so I turned on the news at 12:30, and it just so happened that those 4 ruffians were taken care of, Xia Yu disclosed, eager to inform her early to prevent any misjudgments that might lead to missed opportunities. No way, they probably left the beach less than half an hour ago. After we defeated and drove them off, such a turn of events occurred, Hua Wanxiu stated seriously, having finished styling her hair. Wen Hui, don't speak carelessly. Hua Wanxiu and I are merely ordinary friends. She had a rough day at work, so I took her to the beach to unwind. Please don't misconstrue our relationship. Xia Yu fervently clarified, wishing to dispel any misunderstandings. I don't believe you, Sister Wanxiu. Is it not true that Xia Yu has confessed his feelings to you? Wen Hui shot a knowing glance at Xia Yu, aware he would likely not divulge the truth, thus placing her hopes on Hua Wanxiu. Wen Hui, what is this? Has Xia Yu been frequently causing you distress? Hua Wanxiu replied, fervently attempting to clarify the situation. How could I ever harbor feelings for Xia Yu? He is perpetually embroiled in trouble. Marrying him would mean living in a constant state of peril, she explained with conviction. Xia Yu was taken aback. The 4 deceased reported in the television news were none other than the ruffians who had tried to rob him and Hua Wanxiu by the seaside. Reclining on the sofa, he pondered the identity of the mastermind who had sent those 4 thugs to trouble him and Hua Wanxiu. Yet the perpetrator remained elusive, and now, inexplicably, they had been silenced by murder. Who could possibly have such intentions? What were their true objectives? Xia Yu switched off the television and extinguished the lights as he lay on the sofa. Tossing and turning, his mind wandered through myriad thoughts, and he could not recall when he finally drifted off to sleep. When he awoke, it was already 6:30 in the morning, in a state of drowsiness. He felt as if someone was watching him, occasionally tickling him. Startled into consciousness, he opened his eyes to find Wen Hui brandishing a large lobster in a display of bravado before his handsome face. Who said Xia Yu was fearless? Just the sight of that lobster had caused him to leap from the sofa in fright, sending the creature tumbling to the floor, where it scuttled away across the tiles. Xia Yu, look at you, reduced to such a state by a mere lobster. Wen Hui had merely intended to startle him with a small crayfish, never anticipating that Xia Yu would be so cowardly. Upon awakening, he realized it had all been a peculiar dream, in which he found himself in a bizarre realm where humanity appeared insignificant, even bullied by ants. Clutching Hua Wanqiu's hand, he was relentlessly pursued by these ants. And in the course of their frantic flight, they became disoriented. It was only when confronted by an ant 5 times the size of a human, brandishing its mandibles in preparation for an attack, that he was jolted awake. Chapter 105. A simple life. As Xia Yu arrived at the factory gate in his car, the security guard eagerly opened the stainless steel automatic sliding door. It was a stark contrast to the earlier days when the guard would find some excuse to make things difficult for him. The automatic door slowly parted like a starry avenue, and before it had fully opened, Xia Yu swiftly drove into the parking lot within the factory premises. Xia Yu, please keep an eye on the cause of death for those who attempted to rob us last night. Who is the mastermind behind this? Hua Wanqiu seated herself in the office chair, hardly able to contain her curiosity regarding the events of the previous night. Rest assured, President Hua, I will ensure we uncover the perpetrator behind the murders and the cover-up. I will accomplish this task, Xia Yu replied with crisp resolve. Xia Yu, I have faith in your abilities. Just be sure to prioritize your safety. Hua Wanqiu cautioned him earnestly, placing immense trust in him. For she knew that he was the most suitable person for such matters. Hua Wanqiu, let me investigate. Perhaps I can uncover some leads. Just remember to protect yourself at the company. You must be wary of that old fox. Wang Kanan. Xia Yu felt a twinge of unease at the thought of leaving Hua Wanqiu vulnerable. If Wang Kanan were to devise something harmful against her, she would be in considerable danger without his presence. Xia Yu, do not worry. I doubt Wang Kanan would dare to act against me. Focus on your investigation, and please call in the secretary. I have matters to discuss with her. Hua Wanqiu spoke while perusing her work documents. With your reassurance, I find solace. Do not hesitate to contact me if anything arises. Xia Yu felt a lingering concern, yet he understood that he could not press too hard. After all, Hua Wanqiu was merely a friend. An excessive concern might lead to misunderstandings. Xia Yu stepped out of Hua Wanqiu's office, and as he walked through the outer office, he exchanged a fleeting glance with his secretary. Although they worked in close proximity, Xia Yu seldom engaged in conversation with her, as her tenure had not been long. The days ahead would surely require more interactions between them. Beautiful lady, is there something you need from you? Xia Yu remarked, casting a playful look her way. However, she remained utterly unresponsive, though she clearly heard him call her beautiful. Xia Yu shook his head, pondering that he had not committed any malevolent act that would warrant such silence from her. After wandering aimlessly for a while, he decided to meander around Wang Kanan's office, as expected. He found Wang Kanan engaged in a mysteriously hushed phone call, the conversation inaudible through the transparent door curtain. Li Tianhu, no matter the cost, ensure that you uncover the cause of Wuya Jiangding's death. Jiangding has been with me for over a decade, and it is unfathomable that he has departed without clarity. With Jiangding, his capable aide, gone, Wang Kanan felt an emptiness within, resorting to seeking assistance from his connections in the underworld to achieve his ends. Brother Nan, I never expected you still remember me. Li Tianhu.it is truly astonishing. Since you have reached out, I shall not hesitate to assist you. Ready to lend my sword in your service, Li Tianhu, firmly established on Poland Street, seldom mingled with businessmen like Wang Kanan. Yet he was quite familiar with Wu Jiangding. Knowing that Jiangding had been wrongfully implicated, he could not stand idly by, even if Wang Kanan were to withdraw his support. Li Tianhu would still extend his help. Xia Yu lingered outside Wang Kanan's office, attempting to glean any snippets of conversation, but his efforts were in vain. With no other recourse, he discreetly withdrew from sight to avoid drawing attention. He made his way to the first floor, arriving at the entrance of the testing workshop. The moment Zhong Yanhong spotted him, she rushed over, a blend of walking and running. Xia Yu had merely intended to take a brief look. Yet his presence had not gone unnoticed by Zhong Yanhong. Xia Yu, what have you been busy with these days? I think of you daily. Without seeing you, I feel as though my spirit has been lost. Languishing in a state of despondency, eagerly awaiting your return. Upon encountering Xia Yu, she showered him with such sentimental words, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward, for he had always regarded her as his girlfriend, albeit with little time to spend together. Yanhong, I've been caught up in a whirlwind of activities, and I too think of you every day. You see, Hua Wanqiu's position as president is far from secure. Many are coveting her throne. Xia Yu could only respond in such a manner, for he could not divulge the truth of his recent experience with Hua Wanqiu by the seaside, where they had been beset by unforeseen troubles. Yanhong, how have you been? I have been assisting Hua Wanqiu. She has encountered numerous challenges at work. As many are eyeing her position, I am merely doing my part to help her solidify her standing. Xia Yu struggled to find the right words to clarify his situation to her. Xia Yu, I completely understand you. Do you know? The days without you have felt interminable. I listen to the music box you gifted me every day. Whenever I see it, I am reminded of you. Regardless of the public setting, Hua Wanqiu grasped Xia Yu's hand, gently placing it against her exquisite face. Xia Yu was at a loss for words on how to express his feelings to her. He had always regarded her as his girlfriend and was acutely aware of the time he owed her. Xia Yu could sense the sincerity emanating from Zhong Yanhong, despite the multitude of suitors vying for her attention. She had chosen to be with someone as financially destitute as himself, which had profoundly touched Xia Yu's heart. Yanhong, I have something of utmost importance to attend to, Xia Yu said, reluctantly releasing her hand and gently pushing her away. He walked to the parking lot at the entrance of the factory, got into his car, and drove away as the security guard opened the stainless steel retractable gate. The vehicle vanished down the road in front of the factory. Hua Wanqiu convened a meeting with the management team, unperturbed by Xia Yu's absence to eye in the large conference room. Managers of various ranks arrived punctually, with only Wang Kainan making an appearance well past the scheduled time. Dear colleagues, the purpose of today's meeting is to address the issues concerning execution and some serious violations of labor discipline within the company, Hua Wanqiu announced, standing up to activate the projector and introduce the topic of the day. It was common knowledge that since its inception, Siku Company had struggled with execution. Poor execution indicated poor management, to enhance efficiency. The company would implement a system of survival of the fittest, with a policy of eliminating the least effective employees to motivate the diligent ones. Detailed plans would be distributed after the meeting. Hua Wanqiu scrutinized the expressions of the various managers, anticipating opposition from Wang Kainan. Yet to her surprise, he remained silent. What could he possibly be thinking? Chapter 106. A mistake. Hua Wanqiu had certainly underestimated Wang Kainan's lack of opposition to the proposal. When the management team voted, to her astonishment, Wang Kainan cast a supportive vote. Perhaps this was an anomaly. During Wang Fei's tenure, Wang Kainan had repeatedly submitted written reports, but was met with refusal each time, as Wang Fei had always been wary of his cousin's ambitions. Consequently, the two had never maintained a harmonious relationship. Unexpectedly, Hua Wanqiu's proposal for reform presented an opportunity for Wang Kainan to benefit from the company's growth. His aspirations for power within Siku Company had been long-standing, but he had not anticipated the emergence of Xia Yu. Without Xia Yu, Hua Wanqiu likely would not have ascended to the role of president. He was perplexed, unable to comprehend why the thugs he had sent to eliminate Xia Yu had all met their demise. Now, he merely harbored suspicions that Xia Yu might be the perpetrator. Yet he lacked concrete evidence and could only investigate discreetly. In the conference room, most attendees were Wang Kainan's loyalists. Having ingrained himself in Siku for many years, he still held considerable authority. Hua Wanqiu thought to herself that as long as he did not engage in actions that would severely harm the company, she would choose to tolerate him. Colleagues, during the monthly inventory, the finance department discovered a discrepancy of 300 missing mobile phones in the warehouse, along with falsified accounts. After conducting an undercover investigation, it was revealed that the warehouse manager, Xia Yu, in collusion with the testing team leader, Wang Gang, had been illegally selling company products at a discount. The company maintains a zero-tolerance policy for such behavior, and the entire incident was captured on surveillance, Hua Wanqiu stated, tossing a USB drive onto the table. The managers present were left dumbfounded, including Wang Kainan, who was equally taken aback. The atmosphere buzzed with disbelief as the management team discussed among themselves, unable to fathom that such an incident could occur within the company. At that moment, Xia Yu and Wang Gang were summoned to the office, fully aware that they were facing dire consequences. Uncle Nan, what business do you have with Xia Yu? As they entered, they found themselves face to face with Wang Kanan. You two scoundrels, how dare you show your faces here, bringing disgrace upon me? My reputation has been utterly tarnished by your actions. Speak plainly, have you taken the company's outsourced phones to sell them off? Hua Wanshu's astonishment was palpable when Wang Kanan surprisingly did not oppose the proposal. During the management's vote, Wang Kanan shockingly cast a supporting ballot. This may merely be an anomaly. During Wang Fei's tenure, Wang Kanan had repeatedly submitted written reports to him, all of which were met with rejection, as Wang Fei remained wary of Wang Kanan's ambitions to usurp power. Wang Kanan rarely embraced his proposals, resulting in a discordant relationship between the cousins. Little did he expect that Hua Wanshu would propose reform, recognizing that the company's growth could also benefit him. Wang Kanan's aspirations for power within Siku Company were not recent. Yet he had not anticipated the emergence of Xia Yu. Without Xia Yu, Hua Wanshu likely could not ascend to the presidency. He found himself perplexed, unable to fathom why the thugs he dispatched not only failed to eliminate Xia Yu but ended up meeting their demise instead. Now, he merely suspected that Xia Yu might be the perpetrator, yet he lacked the evidence to substantiate his claims and could only conduct a covert investigation. Within the conference room, the majority were Wang Kanan's loyalists. After years of diligent service at Siku, he wielded considerable authority. Hua Wanshu contemplated that as long as he did not inflict excessive harm upon the company, she would choose to endure. Esteemed colleagues, the finance department discovered a discrepancy of 300 phones during the monthly inventory, alongside falsified accounts. Following a discreet investigation, it was revealed that the warehouse manager Xia Yu colluded with the testing team leader Wang Gang to unlawfully sell company products. The company maintains a zero-tolerance policy towards such misconduct, and the act was captured on surveillance footage. Hua Wanshu produced a USB drive and tossed it onto the table, leaving the management in stunned silence. Even Wang Kanan was taken aback. The gathered managers murmured among themselves, incredulous that such an incident could transpire within the company. At that moment, Xia Yu and Wang Gang were notified of their arrival at the office, their guilty consciences betraying them, fully aware that unsavory consequences awaited them. Uncle Nan, what business do you have with Xia Yu? As they entered, they found themselves face to face with Wang Kanan. You two scoundrels, how dare you show your faces here, bringing disgrace upon me? My reputation has been utterly tarnished by your actions. Speak plainly. Have you taken the company's outsourced phones to sell them off? Hua Wanshu's astonishment was palpable when Wang Kanan surprisingly did not oppose the proposal. During the management's vote, Wang Kanan shockingly cast a supporting ballot. This may merely be an anomaly. During Wang Fei's tenure, Wang Kanan had repeatedly submitted written reports to him, all of which were met with rejection. As Wang Fei remained wary of Wang Kanan's ambitions to usurp power, Wang Kanan rarely embraced his proposals, resulting in a discordant relationship between the cousins. Little did he expect that Hua Wanshu would propose reform. Recognizing that the company's growth could also benefit him, Wang Kanan's aspirations for power within Siku Company were not recent, yet he had not anticipated the emergence of Xia Yu. Without Xia Yu, Hua Wanshu likely could not ascend to the presidency. He found himself perplexed, unable to fathom why the thugs he dispatched not only failed to eliminate Xia Yu but ended up meeting their demise instead. Now, he merely suspected that Xia Yu might be the perpetrator, yet he lacked the evidence to substantiate his claims and could only conduct a covert investigation. Yet unable to produce evidence, the investigation must be conducted discreetly and gradually. Within the confines of the conference room, the majority were members of Wang Kanan's faction, a man who, after years of diligent effort at Siku, still wielded considerable authority. Hua Wanshu's thoughts drifted. As long as he did not inflict significant harm upon the company, she would choose to endure. Esteemed colleagues, during the monthly inventory check, the finance department discovered a shortfall of 300 mobile phones in the warehouse, accompanied by falsified accounts. Following a discreet investigation, it has come to light that the warehouse manager, Xia Yu, in collusion with the head of the testing team, Wang Gang, has been illicitly selling company products at a discount. The company maintains a zero-tolerance policy towards such conduct, and this is the process captured by surveillance cameras. Hua Wanshu tossed a USB drive onto the table, leaving the assembled managers in stunned silence. Even Wang Kanan appeared taken aback. The management personnel began to murmur amongst themselves, each struggling to comprehend that such an incident could occur within the company. At that moment, Xia Yu and Wang Gang, having been summoned, entered the office. The air was thick with their guilt, as they undoubtedly sensed that no good awaited them. Uncle Nan, what business do you have with Xiao Yun?